Chapter 1. The scorching sun licked the ground, and the temperature in the air rose incessantly, akin to the surging property prices. The sweltering air coursed through his throat into his lungs, a sensation akin to swallowing a mouthful of chili pepper. Li Xuan moved his lips, coaxing his tongue, which was nearly glued to the roof of his mouth, to produce a sound. A bottle of water, chilled. As the bottle of almost lukewarm ice water slid down his throat, Li Xuan felt a sense of revitalization wash over him. After guzzling down more than half the bottle, he squinted and resumed scrutinizing the job postings before him. This was an open-air recruitment venue, where rudimentary tables and chairs, coupled with impatient staff, transformed the place into a gathering hub for the underprivileged job seekers. There were no lucrative positions available, only a handful of part-time and lower-paying job options. Of course, if one was inclined to believe in job postings promising monthly earnings of 10,000, no one would dissuade them. The intense heat tugged at the last vestiges of patience, with irritation etched upon every face, their deeply furrowed brows betraying a lack of good humor. Part-time flyer distribution, students preferred. Simple processing of handicrafts, paid per piece. What? No experience? We only require skilled workers here. Form an orderly queue. Please do not crowd. Chaos, heat, and clamor. The crowd jostled together like sardines in a can, gradually transforming into dried salted fish under the relentless sun. Only in the vicinity of some female companions could one still catch a whiff of either faint or potent perfume, albeit of poor quality, which provided Li Xuan with a modicum of comfort. From morning until the afternoon came to a close, Li Xuan, drenched in sweat, concluded a day of job hunting. The results were hardly worth mentioning. Words like unsuitable, incompatible, and unable to do could always be found. Dragging his weary body, Li Xuan returned to his rented room. Upon opening the door, a musty odor immediately assailed him, mingled with a hint of damp wall dust. Click! As he flicked the light switch, the dim yellow bulb flickered several times before stabilizing. In the dim light, the entire room lay bare. The old, gray walls clung stubbornly to the tiles, and the corners, long subject to leaks, were overrun with gray and dark yellow mold, resembling the most dreadful extraterrestrial flora. The cement floor had begun to expand and crack in places. It was evident that the quality of the cement used was subpar, a fact Li Xuan often lamented. The furniture consisted of merely 3 items: a double bed, a wardrobe, and a computer desk. After a simple dinner, Li Xuan began perusing job listings online. He was in dire need of employment, particularly as his savings dwindled to the point where he was on the verge of subsisting on instant noodles, making this job all the more imperative. Boom! A low rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon, signaling the onset of wind. Li Xuan opened the large window, gazing blankly at the thunderous flashes of lightning in the distance. His fingertips instinctively brushed against a ring he wore, and Li Xuan's thoughts drifted back to his childhood. Growing up in poverty, he rarely had decent clothing. Yet, when his father solemnly presented him with a small wooden box, Li Xuan was certain that the silk lining within was of far superior quality to what he was wearing. Inside lay a ring, a family heirloom. It was neither gold nor silver, nor was it jade or agate instead. It appeared as a peculiar grayish ring, resembling bone. Whenever storms approached, the ring exhibited unusual phenomena. In the initial years, it merely radiated warmth. However, in recent years, a faint gray luminescence began to manifest. Li Xuan was uncertain of the reason, although he had attempted various methods of acknowledgement, such as blood oaths and meditative recognition, none of which yielded any results. Yet tonight, as he beheld the storm approaching, a peculiar surge of anticipation coursed through him, as if something significant was about to transpire. Could it be that an answer is to emerge tonight? Li Xuan pondered as he observed the advancing thunder and lightning, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Wait a moment, why is the lightning drawing nearer? As he watched, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The lightning appeared almost alive, and in the span of a few fleeting thoughts, the strange bolts surged closer, enveloping him. Time seemed to slow. Li Xuan's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to flee this perilous scene. But where could he possibly hide? Where should I take refuge? This thought spiraled in his mind, just as a blinding flash of electricity erupted before the large window. The dimly lit room was suddenly illuminated as bright as day, and Li Xian's eyes were met with a sharp pain. The pain arrived swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Moments later, as he wiped away the tears streaming from his eyes, he struggled to regain his vision. What is this? With wide eyes, he fixated on a spot just a meter ahead, where a grayish ring floated in midair. It hovered silently, unanchored in space. Surrounding the ring was a halo of gray energy, pulsating rhythmically like a heart, exuding tiny shards of light. After a prolonged silence, the ring remained motionless, though the gray energy encircling it intensified. An inexplicable impulse surged through Li Xian, compelling him to touch the ring he had worn for many years. There was no logical reason for this urge. He simply knew it was something he had to do. And so, he acted on that instinct. The moment his fingertip made contact with the ring, the very fabric of space seemed to pause, and then the ring flickered slightly before appearing upon his finger. A sharp sting shot through him as a slender, hair-like needle protruded from the ring, piercing his finger. Li Xian instinctively attempted to remove the ring, but before he could act, the blood within him surged toward the ring with alarming speed. It felt as though his very soul was being siphoned away. Li Xian found himself too weak to even move a finger, helplessly watching as the ring voraciously consumed his blood. As his blood diminished, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the fluids within him seemed to vanish like a dam bursting. Li Xian recognized that he was on the brink of death. Losing 30% of one's bodily fluids posed a grave risk to life. He was uncertain how much he had lost, but it was undoubtedly beyond 30%. His eyes became sunken and dry, his skin clinging to his bones, and his muscles, like fish deprived of water, spasmed before withering away. His weight dissipated rapidly, as if each second carried him closer to an ethereal lightness. As his skin shriveled and his flesh faded, Li Xian remained alive, for the gray energy continued to infiltrate his body, gradually usurping the functions of his blood and organs, preventing him from completely perishing. Once Li Xian had transformed into a living skeleton, the ring's pull abruptly ceased. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if gravity itself had been rewritten, causing tables, chairs, and utensils to float. The gray radiance from the ring erupted outward like an explosion, cleaving through space as if it were a pair of scissors. Suspended in midair, Li Xian was instantly drawn into a dark passageway, vanishing completely from this world. Li Xian felt as though he had experienced a dream, a most peculiar dream, in which he was drained of blood and perished due to that family heirloom ring, subsequently being pulled into a rift in space. Uncertain of the duration of this dream, whether it lasted but a moment, a day, or even a year, Li Xian gradually awakened from his slumber. However, the scene that greeted his eyes left him utterly aghast. A world devoid of color, a realm bathed in shades of gray. Yet, astonishingly, he could still perceive the surrounding objects with remarkable clarity. Before long, Li Xian discerned the horrifying truth had been reduced to a mere skeleton, lying in a hollowed-out pit, surrounded by countless other skeletal remains. Even more terrifying, these bones were animated, their eye sockets flickering with a ghostly light. Li Xian bolted upright in terror. For the first time in his 20-plus years of scientific study, he felt the absurdity of existence. It was utterly insane. Yet amidst these feelings, Li Xian began to contemplate: had he truly died? Was this place the legendary underworld? Would there be a King Yama to judge him here? Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, perhaps half a month, as the crimson moon overhead vanished and reappeared 15 times. Li Xian, in a somewhat presumptuous manner, concluded that half a month had elapsed. During this time, he discovered certain things, some of which might prove invaluable to him. Firstly, the place where he currently finds himself appears to be entirely populated by countless skeletons in an unending sea of bones. He had journeyed in one direction for 2 days, yet his eyes were still met with the same infinite display of skeletons. Secondly, these skeletons seemed to differ from him. He had attempted to communicate with them, but discovered that they were utterly incapable of interaction, or perhaps devoid of consciousness altogether. driven solely by a primal instinct for combat. This endeavor cost Li Xuan 2 of his ribs. Moreover, these skeletons occasionally engage in combat driven by instinct, and among the similarly gray bones, some skeletons exhibit a greater degree of prowess. Li Xuan noted that the more formidable skeletons possessed a greater number of stars or moons upon their skulls. To validate this observation, he conducted numerous experiments, pitting two skeletons against each other. However, this undertaking was not without its risks, and he once again paid the price with several of his ribs. Lastly, it seems that in order to grow stronger, one must consume the soul fires residing within the skulls of other skeletons, and this consumption necessitates a period of digestion, the duration of which Li Xuan was uncertain. Upon grasping these circumstances, Li Xuan gradually formulated his own plans. Regardless of whether this realm is the underworld or if the king of hell exists, his foremost objective was to empower himself and ensure his survival. Otherwise, all would be mere fantasies. However, the aspiration to strengthen himself proved to be a formidable challenge. He discovered that every skeleton's skull in this place bore at least one moon, rendering him no match for them. His repeated, stubborn attempts only resulted in grievous injuries, and on one occasion, he narrowly escaped being consumed. Li Xuan yearned to return to the deep pit where he first arrived, for the skeletons near its edge seemed significantly weaker overall, most adorned with a single star, much like himself. Yet all around him, there were only skeletons, an endless expanse of lifeless forms, devoid of any distinguishing features. Above, the crimson moon appeared to rise from varying positions, making the quest to find his way back seem hopeless. Li Xuan could only wander aimlessly, seeking a refuge to conceal himself. Perhaps heaven took pity on him. After 2 days, he finally stumbled upon an ideal hiding place, a pile of rubble. Above this heap, a crevice allowed him to burrow down, approximately 7 to 8 meters deep, where he discovered a small cavern. Upon entering this space, he found a chamber around 10 square meters in area, with a height exceeding 3 meters. Within this space, visibility was virtually non-existent. However, Li Xuan was fortunate to possess the ability to sense his surroundings through soul fire, rendering even the darkest environment akin to broad daylight. He sat cross-legged in this chamber, losing track of the days that passed. He realized that since becoming a skeleton, his perception of time had grown increasingly tenuous. No longer needing sustenance nor feeling fatigue, the greatest menace to humanity had become a trivial, counting tool in his existence. After an indeterminate duration, on the brink of madness from monotony, Li Xuan suddenly glanced in terror at the skeleton design that had manifested upon the middle finger of his right hand. He distinctly recalled that this emblem bore an exact resemblance to the skull depicted on his ancestral ring. In that moment, an absurd thought struck Li Xuan. Perhaps he had not perished, but had instead been transported to another world by this ring, a realm inhabited solely by skeletons. With a resounding boom, the gray mist above the chasm began to swirl slowly, gradually forming a colossal taiji vortex in the sky. The whirlpool accelerated, and soon, all the gray mist within the abyss was drawn into its depths. The undead creatures within the abyss trembled and prostrated themselves, rendered motionless as if an omnipotent sovereign stood before them, instilling a profound quaking that resonated from their very soul fires. Beyond the abyss, countless undead beings, having lain dormant for millennia, stood in a state of alarm, casting their gaze towards the chasm. The energy emanating from within instilled a primal fear in these apex beings, who had long considered themselves the pinnacle of existence on this continent. Yet, in that moment, they felt utterly insignificant in the presence of that force. They were nothing. Commands of kings emanated from the mouths of these ancient entities, who closely monitored every movement within the abyss. All territories surrounding the chasm were placed on high alert. Any anomaly was to be reported with utmost urgency, lest any error occur, in which case they would annihilate that entire lineage. As soon as these decrees were issued, chaos erupted below. It had been eons since these ancient beings had last issued such commands, and the gravity of this one was profound. One misstep could lead to the obliteration of an entire lineage. Yet, The severity of the consequences underscored the significance of the situation. No undead dared to slacken their vigilance. They fortified the perimeter around the abyss. Lords of great cities dispatched their previously idle acolytes to the surrounding small cities, towns, and even villages. Though reluctant, these acolytes had no choice but to lower their not-sinnable heads in the face of the royal decree. In an instant, the surrounding small towns and villages near the abyss erupted into chaos. Here, a mere purple copper skeleton was regarded as a divine entity. But now, an unknown multitude of silver skeletons and even golden ones had descended, leaving these lesser skeletons, who had never encountered such formidable figures, quaking in terror each day, fearing that a single misstep in service could lead to their own consumption. The gray mist above the abyss gradually descended, and the trembling undead creatures huddled on the ground quaked even more violently. Some of the weaker undead, after a few quivers of their soul flames, completely disintegrated, being drawn into the gray fog. As time passed, an increasing number of undead souls were extinguished and absorbed into the mist, and with the substantial influx of soul flames, faint glimmers began to appear within the gray fog, fragments of soul flames, flickering and shimmering amidst the gloom. Li Xuan suddenly realized that his previous life had been remarkably mundane. The events of the past few days, however, had significantly challenged his nerves. The recently appeared skeletal pattern erupted with a dazzling brilliance, and a fierce wind suddenly swept through the surroundings. The stones blocking the cave entrance were blown away with a cacophony, but fortunately, the cave was a small underground chamber, an integral part of the continent. Although the wind was fierce, it did not affect Li Xuan within the cave. However, the respite was short-lived. After the tempest, an overwhelming cloud of gray mist surged into the cavern. Li Xuan found himself helplessly pressed against the stone wall opposite the entrance. Thankfully, the mist's target was not him. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fragments of bone. As the gray mist rushed into the cave, it was entirely absorbed by the luminous skeletal pattern. With each passing moment, as more mist was consumed, the skeletal design grew increasingly radiant, while the mist within the cave gradually coalesced into a tangible form. Li Xuan could not discern how much time had elapsed. He found that time had become utterly irrelevant to him. He could wander aimlessly for half a month, ponder thoughts for several days, and then, after the pattern on his finger absorbed the gray mist, he ended up affixed to the wall for an indeterminate duration. He estimated it could not have been shorter than his days of aimless wandering. He pondered whether becoming a skeleton was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Previously, he would marvel at how some individuals could perish, how fragile humanity seemed. Yet now, possessing what felt like an endless life, he found himself troubled by the banality of existence. Perhaps, he mused, different forms of life come with their own unique burdens. Once the skeletal pattern ceased its absorption of the gray mist, Li Xuan collapsed onto the ground. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he felt somewhat stronger. If he had once been as fragile as a child, now he could be likened to a robust little one. Setting aside other thoughts, Li Xuan lifted his right hand to examine it closely. The once faint skeletal pattern had now solidified entirely. The image grew increasingly lifelike, as if a genuine skeleton resided within his fingertip. Just as Li Xuan was poised to continue his meticulous observation, he suddenly found his consciousness transported to an extraordinary realm. This space resembled a sharply defined rectangular prism, akin to a shipping container. Upon estimation, it measured approximately 20 meters in length, around 10 meters in width, and stood about 6 or 7 meters high. Abruptly, he noticed a distortion in the space before him. And from within that distortion emerged an elderly man clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim. His hair was snow white, his figure slightly gaunt. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Li Xuan gazed at the suddenly appearing elder with a hint of anxiety. Yet he felt a surge of excitement as this elder possessed a physical form rather than being a mere skeleton. Despite his advanced age, the elder radiated vitality, and his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, imbued with profound wisdom that seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of existence. Just as Li Xuan found himself at a loss, the elder beamed at the location of Li Xuan's consciousness, as if he could perceive the ethereal form of Li Xuan. Adjusting his attire, the elder bowed slightly, a blend of eagerness and respect evident in his demeanor, and said, "The spirit of the ring, mage, pays homage to the master." Spirit of the ring? Master? Li Xuan felt bewildered. While his mind had been somewhat composed upon encountering this inexplicable elder, he now found himself in a state of confusion. In the realm of the spirit, you can manifest in any form you desire. Simply envision the appearance you wish to take, and your body will automatically reshape itself. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly after you transform. As a spirit, he held divine authority in this space. Though Li Xuan was the ring's master, the spirit could sense his thoughts. Is it truly possible to reshape myself? Li Xuan pondered, struggling to believe it. He had always assumed he would remain a skeletal figure for eternity, yet here he could freely alter his appearance. Following the spirit's guidance, he envisioned his form as it appeared on Earth. Before long, a vibrant version of Li Xuan materialized within the spirit's domain. He pinched himself in disbelief, only to find it devoid of pain. Ah, Master, while your body may transform at will within the spirit's realm, it is not real. Hence the sensation of humanity is absent, the spirit explained, recognizing Li Xuan's intent. So it is not genuine after all, Li Xuan mused, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, he quickly regained his enthusiasm. Although it was not real, the sight of himself as a living being was far more satisfying than staring at a mere collection of bones. Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire where this place is? Li Xuan composed himself and floated about 2 meters in front of the elder Mage, nervously posing his question. Li Xuan understood that the current world could not be explained by the scientific knowledge learned on Earth. Therefore, when someone capable of conversing with him appeared, he seized the opportunity to inquire further. You may call me Neji, the entity said. As for this place, it is a specially crafted space created for me by my former master, which you may refer to as the ring spirit space. Here, I have the ability to manage the entire spatial ring. Then I shall call you Grandfather Neji. Please refrain from addressing me as master repeatedly. It feels uncomfortable. If you do not mind, simply call me Li Xuan. By the way, Grandfather Neji, is this spatial ring the kind that can store items? Upon hearing about the existence of such a ring, which was typically found only in novels, Li Xuan felt a surge of excitement. It was a quintessential possession of extraordinary individuals. He momentarily forgot to ask how he had arrived in this place and what it truly was. Indeed, young Master Li Xuan, this spatial ring is precisely that, a vessel for storing items. However, the one belonging to my former master is far superior to ordinary rings. Neji seemed to realize he had spoken inappropriately and quickly masked it with a smile. Wow, such a thing truly exists. If I had this spatial ring back on Earth, moving to a new dormitory would not have been such a torment. Suddenly, Li Xuan's excitement waned, and a faint sorrow crossed his face. After a moment of contemplation, gathering considerable courage, he asked, Grandfather Neji, could you enlighten me about where we are? This place is known as the Abyssal Continent, the birthplace of my former master. I have only heard him mention it a few times, but I have never visited, so I, too, am rather unfamiliar with this realm. A flicker of disappointment crossed Li Xuan's face, but he quickly inquired with renewed hope, Grandfather Neji, is it possible for me to return to Earth? A shadow of sorrow passed over the elder's visage as he regarded Li Xuan. Perhaps wishing to instill a semblance of hope, he replied slowly, it is possible, yet it borders on the impossible. Grandfather Neji, I implore you to tell me. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I shall not surrender. Li Xuan, filled with fervor, stepped forward and grasped the elder's dark robe, his eyes brimming with longing. Unless you can surpass the former master, there is little hope for you in this lifetime, the spirit of the said with a touch of self-mockery. Even the former master met a dismal fate upon visiting the world of Earth. Those who wish to venture there are merely chasing illusions. Grandfather Neji, how formidable was your former master? What must I do to surpass him? Although he remained ignorant of the former master's true power, Li Xuan was grateful to have found a purpose, no longer languishing in a state of mere existence. At present, you cannot comprehend the extent of the former master's strength. When you depart from this continent, I shall share with you some insights regarding him. Depart from this continent? Are there many continents? The Abyssal Continent is but one among countless others. This world is replete with innumerable continents, yet all will hinge on your strength. Otherwise, you will remain nothing more than prey, vulnerable to slaughter wherever you go. Thank you for your guidance, Grandfather Neji. I shall remember your words. Li Xuan expressed his gratitude, initially bewildered by this new world. Although he still possessed limited understanding of the Abyssal Continent, he had discerned that it is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong dominate the weak. He also learned of the possibility of returning to Earth, albeit with the realization that such hope was exceedingly faint, and that by the time he returned, his loved ones might no longer be alive. Nonetheless, he yearned to return and gaze upon his homeland. After all, a wanderer far from home inevitably yearns for his roots, especially one who has long departed from Earth. Li Xuan, I possess a memory crystal ball that contains the teachings of a combat energy cultivation method, which may prove beneficial to you. However, I must caution you, should you choose to cultivate combat energy, you will need to expend tenfold the energy required for the advancement of other skeletons. In other words, your progression will be extraordinarily slow. Yet, in the same tier, you shall become an invincible presence, capable of challenging opponents beyond your level. Li Xuan found himself perplexed by the implications of this extraordinary challenge, a sentiment that failed to elucidate. However, should any undead creature become aware of the existence of such martial energy, a fierce contest for survival would inevitably ensue. This is due to the inherent dominance that higher-tier undead possess over their lower-tier counterparts, instilling in them a profound sense of dread that extinguishes any thoughts of rebellion. Even if such thoughts were to arise, they would prove futile, as the disparity in strength is insurmountable. Please impart the knowledge of skeletal martial energy to me, he implored. Now that he had assumed the form of a skeleton, time merely served as a measure for him. He was indifferent to its passage. He appeared to discern Li Xuan's desires, offering only a knowing smile before placing a crystal orb into his hands and instructing him on its use. According to the records contained within the orb, this skeletal martial energy was a product of this former master, who had extensively experimented to refine it. The earlier one commenced their cultivation, the more pronounced the results would be. The essence of this practice lies in cultivating martial energy within the skeletal frame, which markedly differs from the training of ordinary warriors. The skeletal structure possesses a minuscule capacity for martial energy storage, rendering it inherently weaker when compared to a warrior of the same tier. Nonetheless, skeletons are uniquely privileged undead beings, each time they undergo an advancement. They are tempered by the laws of nature, enhancing both their skeletal structure and soul fire. Skeletons of varying ranks exhibit distinct skeletal forms. For instance, Li Xuan, as a gray bone skeleton, represents the lowest tier. Above him lies the white bone skeleton, followed by the blue bone, orange bone, and red bone. Ascending beyond the red bone tier, one encounters even more advanced skeletons, whose skeletal forms have transitioned from osseous to metallic. A metallic skeleton possesses the capacity to effortlessly vanquish hundreds, if not thousands, of red bone skeletons. Each tier of skeletons is further subdivided into 9 ranks. With each rank ascended, both the skeletal structure and soul fire undergo minor enhancements. Upon reaching the 9th rank and advancing to a higher tier, a significant transformation occurs within the skeletal form and soul fire. Whether through minor enhancements or major transformations, the skeletal martial energy contained within the bone structure can be refined to varying degrees, allowing for a corresponding increase in its capacity. Once a certain threshold is reached, a skeleton may rival, or even surpass, a warrior. It is crucial to recognize that while refining martial energy is an arduous task for warriors, the cultivation of skeletal martial energy is seamlessly facilitated by the laws of nature. After acquiring the skeletal fighting spirit, Li Xuan devoted the majority of his days to its cultivation, while spending the remainder seeking counsel from mage regarding various inquiries. Gradually, he developed a foundational understanding of certain common knowledge. Mage, being well-versed and experienced, even shared tales of continents inhabited by humans, which filled Li Xuan with longing. However, he recognized that with his current rudimentary skills, venturing to those continents would only lead to his demise. After a fortnight of diligent practice, Li Xuan finally began to grasp the essence of the skeletal fighting spirit, as a trace of fighting energy emerged within his bones. Neji informed him that from this point forward, he possessed various methods to cultivate his fighting spirit. The slowest method remained the same, absorbing the gray mist for training, which proved to be the least efficient. In addition, there existed a method involving the cultivation through black stones, energy crystals imbued with dark attributes, rich in dark energy. Training with these stones yielded far superior results compared to direct absorption of the gray mist. However, Li Xuan currently lacked any black stones, rendering this method impractical. Ultimately, the most expedient and straightforward means of cultivation involved harnessing the soul fire of the undead. The energy of soul fire was far more refined, surpassing that of black stones, and the rate of absorption was incomparable. Most importantly, the fighting energy generated through soul fire exhibited the highest degree of compatibility with his skeletal structure. Although Li Xuan longed to cultivate with the soul fire immediately, he was not so impulsive as to believe he could easily defeat the skeletal foes adorned with a moon upon their craniums. Thus, He patiently immersed himself in training amidst the gray mist. It was not until 4 days later, when his inner energy reached saturation, that he realized he must consume the soul fire to advance, prompting him to embark on his inaugural hunting expedition. According to Neji, his physical form was still quite fragile, incapable of contending with those skeletal beings of the 4th rank or higher. However, his advantage lay in his fighting spirit. By channeling his energy into his fists and launching a surprise attack, he believed it feasible to vanquish some 3rd-tier gray bone skeletons. After a prolonged search, he finally encountered a skeletal adversary, a 3rd-tier gray bone skeleton, adorned with a solitary moon upon its skull. Stealthily positioning himself behind it, Li Xuan prepared for a surprise assault, but mismanaged his soul fire, alerting the skeleton when he was merely a meter away. Seizing the fleeting moment as the skeleton turned, he propelled himself forward with a burst of energy, channeling his fighting spirit into his fist. With a resounding thud, he struck the skeleton just as it had turned its head, sending its entire skull careening away, rolling several meters across the ground. Emboldened by his initial success, Li Xuan was eager to continue his assault. However, to his dismay, a 6th-tier skeleton suddenly emerged from the shadows, delivering a powerful blow that sent him sprawling, fracturing his ribs under the overwhelming force. Li Xuan, disregarding his fractured rib, hastily rushed to the skull that lay on the ground, swiftly seizing it before fleeing the scene. Fortunately, the gray skeleton fought purely by instinct. Otherwise, his escape might not have been so assured. Upon returning to his temporary dwelling, he patted his chest in relief. Yet his gaze fell upon the skull in his hands, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. Devouring was an innate instinct of the skeletons. No one had taught Li Xuan, yet he adeptly consumed the 3rd-tier skeleton. However, no sooner had he absorbed the soul fire than the surrounding space subtly shifted. He felt an overwhelming sensation of comfort, unable to suppress a moan, while the energy within his bones condensed significantly. Yet, as Li Xuan emerged from this blissful state, he found himself in a state of confusion. He had not anticipated that by merely consuming the soul fire of this skeleton, he would instantly attain the rank of a 4th-tier gray skeleton, a stark contrast to what Jie's words had suggested. After a skeleton devours soul fire, there is typically a digestion period. The higher the rank of the skeleton, the quicker the digestion. For a gray skeleton like him, it would ordinarily take at least a day and a half to digest the previous skeleton's essence. Yet, he had accomplished this feat in an instant. This should have been a fortunate occurrence, but for Li Xuan, it was less than ideal. With each elevation, the energy within him could be refined. Thus, to maximize the potential of the skeleton's energy, it was best to enhance during periods of saturation. While he had achieved saturation at the 1st tier, upon reaching the 2nd tier, the enhancement of his bone structure and the refinement of his energy rendered him no longer saturated. Consequently, although the subsequent 2 enhancements did yield some refining effects, they were significantly diminished. Li Xuan sealed the entrance and eagerly entered the spirit ring space. "Grandpa Neji, are you there?" Upon entering the space, Li Xuan called out anxiously. "Ah, it's you, Li Xuan. What has you so flustered?" Neji, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, inquired, puzzled by Li Xuan's anxious expression. "Grandpa Neji, doesn't the devouring soul fire require a digestion period?" "Indeed, that is the law of this world. Is there a problem?" Neji's curiosity deepened as Li Xuan's question made him increasingly uneasy. "But I seem to need no such digestion period at all. I just devoured a 3rd-grade skeleton's soul fire, and I have already reached the 4th grade. Neji stared at Li Xuan in disbelief. Even he, a figure of considerable stature, felt a jolt of shock. To not require a digestion period was astonishing. This suggested that if the soul fire was sufficient, he could potentially attain heights that took skeletons thousands of years to achieve within a single day. However, after the initial shock, Neji understood the source of Li Xuan's urgency. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Li Xuan, it seems you must hunt 1st-grade skeleton soul fires from now on. That way, you can elevate your rank gradually without skipping several tiers." "It appears that is the only way," Li Xuan replied, rubbing his head in frustration. It seemed that cultivating fighting spirit was not an easy endeavor. Upon realizing his ability to instantaneously digest soul fire, Li Xuan reluctantly retraced his steps following Neji's guidance, seeking 1st-grade gray skeletons near the abyssal gorge. Fortunately, with his spatial ring, he hunted over 100 1st-grade skeletons, storing their skulls in the ring before returning to his original dwelling, where he devoted himself to relentless training day and night. More than a month swiftly passed, and the soul fire in his spatial ring was completely consumed. Yet he successfully reached the level of a white bone skeleton. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented transformation. Each incremental advancement brought him a pleasant sensation, yet it paled in comparison to the qualitative change he experienced upon leveling up. He distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in the strength of his bones, a notable amplification of his soul fire, and his fighting spirit had been honed to perfection. Although he was merely a first-grade white bone skeleton, at this moment, he felt confident enough to contend with a ninth-grade white bone skeleton. Had the warriors who toiled tirelessly to refine their fighting spirit known of Li Xuan's method, they would undoubtedly cry out against the injustice of fate. It was known that refining fighting spirit was exceedingly arduous, particularly for high-ranking warriors, who sometimes spent decades without achieving greater precision. Yet, Li Xuan merely required the laws of heaven and earth to lend their power. He needed do nothing. To suggest he would not evoke jealousy would be unreasonable. After successfully advancing to the white bone skeleton level, Li Xuan's confidence surged. With the soul fire in his ring depleted, he resolved to hunt some first-grade white bone skeletons in hopes of advancing further. Leaving behind the cave he had inhabited for so long, Li Xuan ventured towards the periphery of the abyss. According to Neji, the further one went, the more challenging it became to find skeletons of the same grade. So finding a first-grade white bone skeleton would likely require considerable travel. After half a month, amidst the vast army of gray bone skeletons, Li Xuan finally spotted a glimmer of white that thrilled him. He rushed forward eagerly, swiftly dismantling it into pieces. It was also a first-grade white bone skeleton, yet of a vastly superior caliber. Li Xuan felt even more grateful to Neji for bestowing him with skeleton fighting spirit. From the moment he encountered the first white bone skeleton, he consistently encountered several more each day in the following days. Sometimes, fortune favored him, and he would find a dozen. Yet these newly minted first-grade white bone skeletons could barely withstand a single exchange with Li Xuan. Gradually, he grew more self-satisfied. One day, after scaling a small mound, Li Xuan suddenly froze, as if he had discovered a new world. Before him stood an undead creature that was not a skeleton. It was a zombie, still bearing rotting flesh. The writhing white maggots within the flesh made Li Xuan feel nauseous, but thankfully, he no longer had that organ. Or he might have actually vomited. Though Neji had mentioned that there were other undead creatures in this abyss, encounters were rare, so he had not elaborated much. Merely indicating that the zombie before him, covered in decaying flesh, was known as a rotting flesh zombie, the lowest tier among zombies. Yet, this zombie's strength rivaled that of a white bone skeleton. Perhaps he was uncommonly fortunate to encounter a wandering zombie without exiting the abyss. However, after days of hunting white bone skeletons, Li Xuan had grown somewhat arrogant. Additionally, with the zombie being merely a low-tier rotting flesh zombie, he did not fully grasp the implications of Neji's words about zombies being inherently stronger than skeletons. Deep down, he felt a twinge of defiance. Why should zombies inherently be superior to skeletons? Moreover, he was no ordinary skeleton. He had studied fighting spirit and could even challenge those of higher ranks. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Yet, he was not a reckless individual. A sliver of caution held him back. However, the rotting flesh zombie did not share his hesitance. Seeing Li Xuan, a standout white bone skeleton, proudly perched atop the mound, the zombie felt irked. Although the rotting flesh zombie appeared clumsy, it was surprisingly swift, reaching the base of the mound in the blink of an eye. As the rotting flesh zombie charged at him, Li Xuan felt a surge of irritation. He had not even initiated trouble, yet the zombie had come to confront him, making it difficult for him to swallow his pride. He immediately summoned his fighting spirit, preparing for battle. Occupying the advantageous position of higher ground, he remained patient, waiting until the zombie climbed halfway up the mound before suddenly launching himself towards it. His fighting spirit expertly channeled into his fist. Boom! Utilizing the momentum from his descent combined with the fighting spirit, Li Xuan's punch sent the rotting flesh zombie crashing down. Thud! The zombie landed heavily at the foot of the mound, momentarily unable to rise. Though this strike achieved the effect Li Xuan anticipated, the strain it placed on him exceeded his expectations. Despite the apparent decay of the zombie's flesh, Li Xuan was taken aback by its rigid exterior, akin to a solid wooden board. The recoil left his fighting spirit-infused fist with faint cracks. Roar! The rotting flesh zombie, furious from being knocked down, struggled to rise. However, this time, it refrained from rushing forward, instead growling defiantly below, as if mocking Li Xuan for relying on the advantage of terrain. With the zombie unlikely to approach again, Li Xuan was curious to discern the creature's true strength. This time, he descended deliberately from the halfway point of the mound, choosing not to utilize the advantage of his elevated position. This decision was not due to a lack of desire to exploit the advantage. Rather, the zombie had become wiser, moving a distance away from the base of the mound. Even if he charged down, it would have ample space to evade. Thus, he opted not to rely on the terrain any longer. As Li Xuan just came to a halt at the foot of the earthen mound, the grotesque flesh-eating zombie had already charged towards him with a roar. Despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, the speed at which the decomposed creature advanced would put even some sprinting champions to shame. Li Xuan was acutely aware that his speed could not match that of a zombie, rendering escape an impossibility. However, he had never intended to flee. As the zombie lunged towards him, he abruptly darted to the right, channeling his energy into a spinning kick that struck the zombie squarely in the abdomen. The resounding crack of impact coincided almost perfectly with the sound of Li Xuan's leg fracturing. The grotesque, decaying zombie staggered back several paces, propelled by a mere skeleton that Li Xuan had dismissed as inconsequential. This ignited a simmering rage within him, prompting the zombie to roar and charge at Li Xuan once more. Despite Li Xuan having maintained the upper hand during their exchanges, the outcome was decidedly unfavorable for him. The zombie seemed largely unscathed, while his own bones, both hands and legs, had begun to fracture. In that moment, he truly grasped the resilience of the zombie's tough hide and flesh. Gaining insight into what Neji had previously mentioned, that zombies were inherently superior to skeletons. This was merely a lowly decaying zombie, yet it had rendered him, who had already advanced to a skeletal warrior and cultivated his skeleton energy, so wretched. Had he encountered a more formidable skeletal adversary, he would likely have faced annihilation. Alas, it was merely his misfortune. Had he encountered a decaying zombie ranked below the 6th tier, he would have dispatched it without issue. However, fate had conspired against him. For this particular decaying zombie had achieved the 9th rank and was on the cusp of evolving into a white-haired zombie. In that moment, Li Xuan felt a twinge of regret for his hubris. After advancing and becoming invincible among his peers, he had succumbed to arrogance, believing himself impervious to threats. Yet now, he was reminded of the adage that there is always a greater force beyond oneself, a lesson underscored by the innate disparities between species. As the injuries to his legs hampered his agility, the decaying zombie, unscathed and remarkably swift, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Fortunately, its instinctual combat style prevented it from targeting his vulnerable areas. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere heap of bones, rather than merely suffering the loss of 8 ribs and an arm. Li Xuan understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his dismemberment was merely a matter of time. Yet, who among them could come to his aid? Li Xuan, within your spatial ring lies a sword, the Stania sword I previously mentioned. Retrieve it at once. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Neji's urgent voice resonated within his soul fire. Momentarily taken aback, Li Xuan's spirits soared as he hastily summoned the Stania sword from his spatial ring. Upon its emergence, a blinding white light radiated from the sword. A series of sizzling sounds followed, accompanied by the zombie's anguished roars, which this time conveyed not anger, but fear and despair, echoes akin to the last gasps of a dying being. Under the sword's brilliant glow, the decaying flesh of the zombie began to dissolve. And in mere moments, a significant portion had vanished, exposing a skeletal frame beneath. In stark contrast to the zombie's plight, Li Xuan felt his soul fire waning. Just as it was on the verge of being completely purified, Neji's anxious voice rang out once more. Quickly, retract the sword. Prompted by Neji's reminder, Li Xuan swiftly sheathed the Stania sword. The blinding light dissipated, halting the erosion of his soul fire. Yet he could distinctly sense that its potency had diminished to that of a 5th-tier gray skeleton. With the cacophony of the zombie's cries subsiding after Li Xuan's retraction of the sword, it cast a terrified glance in his direction. Confounded by the terror emanating from this diminutive white skeleton, the zombie instinctively recognized that it was no match for Li Xuan. It hastily scrambled away, no longer daring to cast a glance back, fearing the resurgence of that fearsome white light. Once the zombie had departed, Li Xuan exhaled deeply, his heart racing with residual dread. Had it not been for the Stania sword, he might have met his end that day, although he had narrowly escaped disaster. The fact that his soul fire had been weakened to the level of a 5th-tier gray skeleton left him feeling profoundly disheartened. He pressed onward, wary of encountering a similar fate in the future. Li Xuan had hunted down over 1,000 1st-tier gray skeletons, and the ample space within his ring allowed for such indulgences. However, Not all skeletons could afford such luxury. Spatial items were exceedingly precious in the abyssal continent. The weakening of his soul fire bore both advantages and disadvantages. On one hand, his soul fire had diminished, but on the other, his skeletal structure and energy remained intact, allowing him to refine his energy and strengthen his bones again. As anticipated, upon reaching the 6th tier, his skeletal form experienced another enhancement, and his energy was further distilled. A week later, having attained the 9th tier, Li Xuan finally brought his energy to a state of saturation. With a hint of trepidation, he retrieved a 1st-tier gray skeleton from his spatial ring, poised to advance to the white skeleton tier after nearly 2 months. After absorbing the soul fire in his grasp, Li Xuan basked in the nurturing embrace of the laws of nature. Despite having experienced it once before, he relished this sensation, akin to returning to a maternal womb, warm, soothing, and tranquil. Just as he was enveloped in this bliss, the natural laws suddenly became chaotic, and that delightful feeling vanished without a trace. In its stead, an inexplicable sensation surged through his soul fire. Though brief, Li Xuan distinctly perceived the emergence of something new within the fire. Suddenly, a stream of information manifested in his soul fire, revealing the nature of this newfound element. Neji had once mentioned that during a skeleton's advancement, there was a chance of mutation, which could either lead to warrior or mage classifications. The transformation he was undergoing now signified a shift towards a mage class specifically. He had become a skeletal mage. Unlike human mages, skeletal mages could not cultivate in the traditional sense. They relied on the strengthening of the soul power within their soul fire through repeated encounters with the laws of nature. The quantity of soul power directly dictated the number of spells they could unleash. Despite this limitation, skeletal mages were highly sought after by various factions. A skeletal mage endowed with dimensional magic, for instance, would undoubtedly become a favored companion of influential figures, serving as little more than a spatial ring for those esteemed individuals. Nevertheless, this would elevate them to a position of significance among their kind. Skeletal mages possessing dimensional magic were categorized as practical mages, while another type comprised battle mages, who typically awakened offensive spells. Li Xuan, for example, had awakened a spell known as Bone Spear Technique, enabling him to channel dark energy into bone spears, the quantity of which was contingent upon his soul power. Though such mages might not be as coveted as practical mages, they held a status elevated above that of ordinary skeletons, often nurtured by prominent figures. Certainly, Li Xuan would never deign to rely on others for nurturing. Self-reliance is the true path. The Holy City, the imperial capital of the Divine Empire, also serves as the headquarters of the Mage Association. Here, mages bask in unparalleled glory. Even if one is merely a commoner, the moment they ascend to the status of a mage, they can expect the nobility to seek their favor. Growler Avenue in the Holy City is perpetually bustling with foot traffic, with the vast majority of passers-by being mages, as this is the very heart of the Mage Association, one of the 2 sacred sites in the Holy City. Within the testing hall on the 3rd floor of the Mage Association headquarters, around 20 individuals stand, most adorned in opulent attire, clearly of noble lineage, while only a few wear simpler garments. Among them, a young girl stands out, not because she is dressed plainly, but because she finds herself amidst the elegantly clad crowd. Her faded canvas dress starkly contrasts with the lavish garments surrounding her, yet she appears blissfully unaware of this disparity. With a creak, the hall's doors swung open, and a group of 6 entered slowly. Leading the procession was a woman in her 20s, whose beauty defies description, perhaps best referred to as a divine gift. The children awaiting within the hall, the eldest no more than 15 or 16, gazed intently at her. Even the girls among them captivated, while the 5 companions trailing behind her were completely overlooked, though they seemed accustomed to such neglect and bore no offense. The leading woman offered an apologetic smile to her 5 companions, a gesture that rendered the entire assembly momentarily spellbound, save for a gentleman in his 50s, who remained unaffected. With a resigned shake of his head, the elder commanded, "Awaken." As the elder spoke, the dazed individuals regained their senses. The 4 accompanying the woman felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, for they were renowned officials within the Mage Association, yet now found themselves as entranced as the children. Utterly devoid of resistance, a profoundly humiliating predicament. The elder approached the woman, saying, "Miss, if you remain here, today's magical examination may not proceed smoothly." "Grandfather Claren." The woman pouted playfully, tugging at the elder's garment. The recently revived crowd fell once more into a stupor, prompting the woman to make a sheepish face at Claren. His eyes shimmered with indulgence as he reluctantly replied, "Miss, perhaps it is best if you don your veil." Once the woman had donned the veil, Claren roused the crowd again, and perhaps due to the veil's influence, the subsequent examination proceeded with relative ease. "Kaderia, you have successfully passed the assessment for a 1-star wind mage. Congratulations." The middle-aged examiner announced with a beaming smile before glancing at his notes and continuing, "Next, Daisy McCask." Upon hearing her name, the girl in the canvas dress stepped forward, her face betraying her nerves. Sensing her anxiety, the examiner reassured her, "Do not be apprehensive. You are here to undergo the 1-star necromancer assessment. As long as you can communicate with the abyss and summon any undead creature, you will pass." Perhaps the examiner's words had a calming effect, for Daisy's tension dissipated as she carefully retrieved a wand from beneath her canvas attire, a staple for any mage, serving multiple purposes such as facilitating swift casting and minimizing magical energy consumption. However, the wand she held, crafted from Wangwali wood, was the most rudimentary of its kind, possessing only a meager effect of reducing magical consumption by a mere 1%, a trivial enhancement indeed, typically favored only by impoverished commoners. The examiner pondered in confusion. Daisy McCask ought to hail from royalty, so how could a royal be impoverished enough to wield such a wand? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, for to speak ill of the royal family would spell dire consequences, even for a mage. Daisy, wand in hand, began to chant an incantation in an obscure tongue. Gradually, a distinctive energy wave materialized within the hall, culminating in the appearance of a small black hole above her. "Grandfather Neji, I have become a skeleton mage," Li Xuan exclaimed with palpable excitement, for he understood that achieving the status of a skeleton mage placed him above the ordinary undead. And he harbored an ambitious aspiration to unify the entire abyss, though he kept this ambition to himself, not daring to divulge it to Neji. Nevertheless, becoming a skeleton mage undeniably brought him closer to that goal. A skeleton mage? Haha. Neji could no longer contain his laughter upon hearing Li Xuan's claim. "Master, perhaps you might indeed surpass the achievements of the late master." He lamented not attaining the status of a skeleton mage. Just as Li Xuan was about to say more, he felt a sudden pang of unease. "Grandfather Neji, what is this strange energy wave?" Neji did not respond, his expression grave, a sight Li Xuan had never witnessed before, prompting him to inquire with concern, "Grandfather Neji, what troubles you? Exit the spirit ring space and sit cross-legged." Quickly, Neji's tone conveyed an unyielding urgency. Li Xuan hastily vacated the spirit ring space, and as he emerged, he was taken aback by the ominous black hole looming above him. At that moment, Neji's voice echoed once more. "Li Xuan, sit cross-legged. I must take control of your body shortly. Do not resist." As Li Xuan was about to speak, an overwhelming force emanated from the black hole, attempting to draw him in. At that moment, he sensed an inexplicable energy seeking to control his body. Recalling what Neji had just said, he hastily relinquished his resistance. Complex hand seals were crafted by the skeletal figure, and waves of gray mist surged forth, directed towards the black hole in the sky. Yet, the black hole appeared insatiable, swallowing every ounce of gray mist that rushed in, still harboring a voracious appetite for Li Xuan. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from Li Xuan's skeletal form, accelerating the influx of gray mist several-fold. Neji's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed, "This is intolerable. You shall pay a price today." A ball of mist, compressed and condensed to its utmost limits, was launched by Neji into the black hole, which erupted with a thunderous boom as it rapidly contracted and ultimately vanished without a trace. However, Neji's faint voice pierced through to Li Xuan's very soul. "Li Xuan, I may enter a prolonged slumber now. You must rely on yourself henceforth. The first layer of the ring seal has been broken, and I've introduced you to most of its contents. Remember, survival is paramount. Do not forget this." As Neji's voice diminished to silence, Li Xuan attempted to enter the ring's spirit space, but was thwarted by a barrier of energy. Though anxiety gripped him, he felt assured that Neji would be all right. Yet, for the first time, he experienced fear towards that black hole. What manner of entity could compel Neji to expend such vast energy and succumb to slumber? In the hall of the Mage Guild on the 3rd floor, a woman seated calmly observing the test suddenly smiled at Daisy. Although Daisy's barely attained 1-star mage status did not warrant her attention, the girl's unwavering spirit elicited a measure of satisfaction. To become a mage requires not only innate talent, though crucial, but also the resolute effort of one like Daisy, whose tenacity allows her to reach heights beyond ordinary imagination. Suddenly, her expression shifted, a flicker of alarm flashing in her eyes. Resistance? Given Daisy's level, her summoned undead would typically be the most rudimentary kind, and even with good fortune, she might summon something of only a slightly higher tier. Yet, whether the lowest or a notch higher, these undead were devoid of consciousness, making the notion of resistance seem peculiar. Clarence, protect them. Date, activate the protective magic array, quickly. The woman's urgent command left the others momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Only Clarence sprang into action, asserting, Date, activate the magic array at once. Trust the lady's words. Date followed Clarence's directive without question. After all, he was a mage emperor, a figure at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Obedience was assuredly the right course. As Date hurried to initiate the protective magic array, the woman swiftly approached Daisy, forcibly interrupting her spell casting. Blood erupted from Daisy's lips, her face flushed crimson, whether from magical backlash or indignation, filled her gaze with animosity towards the woman. It is well known that magical backlash can be fatal. At the very least, it could result in severe injury, leaving one unable to wield magic for an extended period. To forcibly disrupt another's casting is tantamount to a deep-seated enmity, explaining Daisy's fierce glare. However, the woman had no time to dwell on Daisy's ire. After breaking her spell, she rapidly formed several hand seals and cried out, Seal. A peculiar rune soared towards the black hole, which began to shrink rapidly. Just as it was about to vanish, a mass of gray material effortlessly breached the woman's seal, entering the hall unimpeded. Without hesitation, the woman produced a scroll thrumming with potent magical energy and unleashed it. Although Clarence sensed a shift in circumstances, the gravity of the situation became apparent only when he witnessed the woman release the Holy Domain scroll without hesitation. The Holy Light Barrier, reputed to repel all attacks below the domain level, was a last resort given to her by her father for protection, yet she had deployed it in this dire moment. With a resounding boom, a blinding light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed through the hall, overshadowed by the screams of the afflicted. The explosion raged for over a minute, and when calm returned, the devastation was beyond belief. Everything in the hall had been reduced to dust. The woman, closest to the explosion, struggled to rise, her garments unscathed by the barrier, yet covered in dust, cradling the unconscious Daisy in her arms. Clarence, his complexion pale, dispelled the protective magic array and rushed to the woman's side, taking the girl from her grasp with urgency. Miss, how do you fare? We must return at once. Coughing lightly, the woman spat out blood, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Fortuitously, I had my father's Holy Domain scroll, otherwise, survival would have been uncertain. The elder smiled wryly, about to inquire how to handle the unconscious girl when a throng surged into the hall. He recognized the leader as one of the overseers of the Mage Tower and cast an inquiring glance at the woman, who nodded slightly before he approached the official. Once the elder departed, the woman glanced upward. Although the black hole had vanished, a sense of dread lingered. What kind of formidable presence could emanate such power? Even diminished through the summoning portal? If it had appeared directly here, would she have been able to withstand it? I must go to the ice plains. None shall deter me. I shall become stronger. Her unwavering determination to conquer challenges has only been reinforced by this experience, solidifying her resolve to venture into the icy expanse. It has been a full 2 abyssal years since the last black hole incident. However, for the immortal beings of the abyssal continent, 2 years pass in the blink of an eye. For Li Xuan, these 2 years carry profound significance. Over this period, he has ascended from a skeleton of white bones to one of orange, a pace that, while not rapid, becomes astonishingly swift when considering his cultivation of battle energy. This remarkable rate of advancement is closely tied to the peculiar forest in which he currently resides. This vast expanse of trees is unlike those he has known. These trees lack leaves and are entirely gray, exuding a mist of the same hue. Moreover, the gray trees confer immense benefits for cultivation, doubling the speed of practice, reducing the soul energy consumed in casting spells, and enabling rapid recovery of soul energy. It is due to the enchanting properties of this forest that Li Xuan has reached the 2nd-tier orange-bone skeleton level in just 2 years. Otherwise, attaining even a 9th-tier blue-bone skeleton would have seemed implausible. Additionally, the understanding of a particular skeleton spell gained during his transition to blue bones has significantly aided Li Xuan. The scarcity of skeletons in the Grey Woods necessitates long excursions to hunt, yet this newfound spell allows him to command skeletons to do the hunting on his behalf. During his advancement from white to blue bones, he successfully mastered the second skeleton spell, the skeleton manipulation technique. This spell, akin to the soul fire fragment control technique, offers far superior control without the risks of backlash and allows for the seamless execution of commands as if they were instinctual. Currently, he commands over 20 blue bone skeletons, each possessing a flicker of consciousness, making them easier to manage. These skeletons are divided into two groups, diligently gathering sufficient soul fire each day to return to the Grey Woods. However, after spending more than a year in the Grey Woods and with Neji in a deep slumber, he has longed for companionship. Had it not been for his aspirations for elevation, he might have succumbed to madness, for he retains the thoughts of a normal human, struggling to adapt fully to the existence of an immortal being. About half a month ago, Li Xuan ceased absorbing soul fire, and his skeletons no longer ventured out to hunt. Instead, they were assigned a new task, to fell the great trees. While other undead beings would never dream of leaving such a favorable cultivation environment, Li Xuan is different. He cannot bear the solitude and monotony. He plans to explore outside, hoping to discover the kind of necromancer towns Neji spoke of. If he can find such places, practicing there would be a viable option. Yet, should he reach those towns, finding another cultivation environment akin to the Grey Woods would be akin to chasing phantoms. Thus, he resolves to harvest more great trees, seeking to determine if the branches he collects have any utility. If they do, it would be splendid. If not, he would consider it a mere memento. However, Li Xuan finds himself disheartened by his underestimation of the gray trees. Despite commanding over 20 blue bone skeletons, it took them a full half-month to gather fewer than 30 branches. Reluctantly, he alters his strategy, directing the skeletons to excavate instead, only to discover the tree's roots are exceptionally robust and sprawling, making the task of cutting them down exponentially more challenging. Resigned, he allows the skeletons to continue their endeavors while he ventures outside to recruit additional ones. After 4 months, Li Xuan contentedly stores an entire great tree within his spatial ring, along with over 200 branches of varying thickness, from the slenderness of chopsticks to the girth of an adult's arm. With everything secured, he surveys the throng of skeletons before issuing another command to continue the harvest, subsequently making his way towards the abyss's edge. Captain, this marks the 60th batch. A red-boned skeleton with a small star atop its skull approached a metallic glinting skeleton with a hint of flattery in its demeanor. Seal off the area. Any intruders are to be killed. The metallic skeleton commanded, its voice laced with palpable menace. With you here, Captain, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble, the red-boned skeleton responded, eager to appease. A month remains until the centennial tribute. This time, the tribute differs from the norm. Previously, despite the quantity offered, what reached us was minimal due to layers of exploitation. However, this time, those influential figures will return during the tribute, directly taking our offerings to the upper echelons. Who knows, the venue owner might even ascend to the status of a city lord, allowing us to bask in the glow of their success. But the origin tree branches have always been our forest's specialty. If they come to seize them, would they dare to present them as tributes? The red-boned skeleton queried, puzzled. Just because they cannot be used for tribute does not mean they cannot curry favor. The origin tree branches are vital to awakening mages. Hurry and alert the others. We must ensure nothing goes awry in this final stretch. Yes. The red-boned skeleton, trembling at the captain's fervor, scurried away. After traversing the Grey Woods for half a year, Li Xuan began to doubt his direction. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of skeletons ahead via soul fire, and suppressing his excitement, he proceeded cautiously. 10 orange-boned skeletons, much like himself, wielded short blades akin to hatchets, diligently chopping the gray trees. It appeared he was not the only one to uncover the utility of these trees. Approaching to greet them, the nearest orange-boned skeleton emitted a peculiar vibration, and Li Xuan was astonished to find he could perceive and interpret this signal. The skeleton seemed to inquire about his identity, and as this wave of energy resonated, all the orange-boned skeletons ceased their work, casting wary glances in his direction. What an intriguing vibration, Li Xuan mused, admiring the skeletons for their ability to communicate in such a manner. Unlike the direct soul fire exchanges, this method bore similarities to human conversation, allowing those nearby to hear, rather than being confined to a private dialogue. Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I am merely passing through. May I ask where this place is? Li Xuan, unfamiliar with their mode of communication, resorted to soul fire for his reply. This is the Grey Woods logging grounds. Did you emerge from within? The speaking skeleton queried, perplexed. Indeed, I have traversed from within. By the way, are you harvesting these gray tree branches? Li Xuan, curious about their activity, inquired, oblivious to the nuances of their communication. These are origin branches, immensely beneficial to skeleton mages. Yet they are exceedingly difficult to fell, the orange-boned skeleton explained slowly. Did you ascend to orange bones while inside? Upon discerning the incredulity woven into his words, Li Xuan could not help but feel a twinge of pride. Yes, indeed. How much longer until we can escape? Do you see that small hill over there? The hill marks the boundary of the abyss. Beyond it lies the realm outside the abyss. The orange-boned skeleton pointed towards the distant mound. Thank you. I hope we meet again under better circumstances. Li Xuan offered a farewell before making his way out. Wait a moment. Just a few steps in. The skeleton called out to him. Is there anything else? Might I ask for your assistance? The orange-boned skeleton hesitated slightly, having just encountered a communicative skeleton. Li Xuan felt an inexplicable thrill, momentarily postponing his departure to inquire, what is it that you need help with? Should it be within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist. He was cautious with his words, aware that this world was beyond his comprehension, and his current strength was merely that of a lowly individual. Many matters were beyond his reach. Upon hearing Li Xuan's agreement, the skeleton exclaimed with excitement, My name is Grey 600, a lumberjack from the Greywood Forest. You have yet to traverse the abyss, so your soul fire must remain intact, correct? Seeing Li Xuan nod, he continued, We entered from outside the abyss, and within this realm, our soul fire is gradually diminished. Before long, we will be reduced to mere blue bones, and once weakened. Ascending beyond that will become an arduous task. Thus, I beseech you to assist us in felling some trees that can all be cleared within a day. Would you be willing to lend your aid? Li Xuan contemplated for a moment. After all, what was one day to him? He acquiesced, very well. How shall I deliver the branches to you once I have finished chopping? Are you not concerned that I might abscond with them? Fear not. For this territory belongs to our Greywood Manor, and once you venture outside, there will be individuals to collect the gray branches. As for your mention of absconding, given your own words, I trust you shall not resort to such actions, replied the orange-boned skeleton Grey 600, exhibiting a profound faith in Li Xuan's character. Ah, seeing your unwavering trust in me, I shall take these 10 gray branches into my possession. You may wait for me outside the abyss, Li Xuan declared. After the orange-boned skeleton Grey 600 communicated the arrangement to a few other skeletons, they all expressed their agreement. He then extended a knife towards Li Xuan, saying, This is a soul bone knife, which proves more effective for severing the primordial branches. I appreciate your assistance. Li Xuan deftly grasped the blade, sensing an unusual energy emanating from it. Though he could not discern its exact nature, he trusted the assertion that it would enhance his timber-cutting efficiency. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Would it be possible for me to have those blades as well? The orange-boned skeleton, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied, Certainly. We shall await you outside the abyss. Once the 10 orange-boned skeletons vanished from view, Li Xuan stowed the remaining 9 soul-bone blades within his spatial ring and proceeded towards the nearest branch. Outside the abyss, the 10 orange-boned skeletons were immediately encircled. A red-boned skeleton, adorned with 2 luminous moons upon its skull, questioned, Where are the primordial branches? How could you emerge without completing your task? All skeletons turned their gaze to one of the orange-boned skeletons, which timidly stepped forward, saying, My lord, an orange-boned skeleton has appeared within the abyss, and he is assisting us in cutting the primordial branches. You're quite the thief, aren't you, orange-boned skeleton? The red-boned skeleton asked incredulously. Upon receiving an affirmative nod, it patted the orange-boned skeleton on the shoulder, saying, Well done. Come with me to meet the captain. Captain, good news. The red-boned skeleton exclaimed as it approached a metallic-skinned skeleton. The metallic skeleton, idly playing with a battle axe, queried, What is it? Speak. Captain. An orange-boned skeleton has appeared in the abyss, the red-boned skeleton replied with enthusiasm. Oh, it's merely an orange-boned skeleton. What is the fuss about? Wait. What did you say? The metallic skeleton sprang to its feet, gazing down at the red-boned skeleton in disbelief. An orange-boned skeleton exists in the abyss? Witnessing the sudden excitement of the metallic skeleton, the red-boned skeleton silently scoffed. Humph, just moments ago you said it was nothing to be alarmed about. Yet now you're acting differently. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he dared not voice them. It was indeed true. It was the lumbering squad that encountered the orange-boned skeleton. He then nudged the somewhat unsteady orange-boned skeleton, instructing, "You must explain everything in detail." From the moment the orange-boned skeleton appeared. "Why yes," the orange-boned skeleton stammered in response. The orange-boned skeleton recounted the events from Li Xuan's emergence to his exit from the abyss, anxiously awaiting the outcome. He understood this was his singular opportunity to escape his servitude, perhaps even securing a position in the lumberyard in the future. From this moment forth, your status as a slave is revoked. Upon the conclusion of today's events, a reward shall be bestowed, the metallic skeleton affirmed with a nod. The metallic skeleton's words relieved the orange-boned skeleton's anxious heart. Regardless of any future rewards, merely shedding the shackles of slavery was cause for celebration. From this day forward, he was a free skeleton, no longer burdened by fear. The metallic skeleton gestured for the orange-boned skeleton to depart, then turned to the red-boned skeleton, instructing, "You must control that skeleton. Remember, do not let any information leak. Discreetly ensure that those 10 orange-boned skeletons disappear at the appropriate time." "Understood, Captain," the red-boned skeleton affirmed. As the red-boned skeleton departed, the metallic skeleton, Kalen, murmured to himself, "They haven tea yet exited the abyss. The orange-boned skeletons remain untouched by the soul fire's weakening. It seems the Dark Lord is aiding me. Such an extraordinary opportunity is rare indeed. To secure 10 primordial branches, a century's worth of resources is barely sufficient. Now, if I can control that skeleton, obtaining not just 10, but hundreds or even thousands of branches will pose no issue." Within the gray forest, Li Xuan swiftly severed the first primordial branch. He discovered that infusing a modicum of fighting spirit into the soul-bone blade significantly enhanced his efficiency. What would typically take 2 hours to cut through was accomplished in just over 20 minutes. As he prepared to approach the second primordial branch, he suddenly noticed a skeleton approaching at an astonishing speed, one that even his fighting spirit could not match. Uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, he remained on high alert. "Oh, little skeleton, there is no need for concern. Surrender your soul fire fragments, and I assure you, I shall not devour you," announced a red-boned skeleton that had just entered the forest, its excitement evident. The imposing figure of the red-boned skeleton, with 2 glaring moons atop its skull, filled Li Xuan with a sense of trepidation as the disparity in their levels caused his soul fire to tremble involuntarily. Li Xuan, while maintaining a vigilant demeanor, spoke. "I merely passed by to assist in the felling of the source branches. If I have inadvertently offended, I beg your forgiveness." The red-boned skeleton, perceiving Li Xuan's misunderstanding that he had come for the source branches, was rather pleased and decided to capitalize on the error. Thus, he declared, "Our forest has its own rules. You have violated them. You must either offer a shard of soul fire or face my consumption. Choose wisely." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xuan feigned trepidation, deliberately stammering as if in fear. At the moment when the red-boned skeleton was most relaxed, he infused his soul-bone blade with energy and struck fiercely at the red-boned skeleton. Due to their close proximity and the red-boned skeleton's disbelief that an orange-boned skeleton would dare to engage him, he was caught off guard. The disparity in their levels, which was insurmountable outside the abyss, rendered the notion of a lower-level skeleton attacking a superior one utterly inconceivable. Consequently, the red-boned skeleton had no time to react before Li Xuan's blade struck true, severing his cervical vertebrae with a resounding crack. In an instant, the head rolled away, leaving the red-boned skeleton bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had been slain by a skeleton of lesser rank. Simultaneously, the metallic skeleton Kalen, who had been contemplating the benefits he would reap, was overtaken by a sudden fury. He rose with a roar, commanding all skeletons, "All units, stand ready. Any skeleton emerging from the abyss must be slain. Captains of teams 1, 4, and 5, assemble. Target the gray woods, spare no effort in subduing that orange-bone skeleton. Team 2, return swiftly to the manor and report the appearance of a suspicious skeleton as per the monarch's decree. Move." After dispatching the red-bone skeleton, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Li Xuan. He hastily stowed the red-bone skeleton's soul fire into his spatial ring and fled toward the outskirts of the gray woods, gripping his soul-bone blade tightly. Although the source of his anxiety was unknown, he felt an unwavering conviction in its legitimacy. Yet, he was a moment too late. Before he could escape far, 3 shadowy figures encircled him. Among them, one possessed the strength of a 9th-rank red-bone skeleton, while the other 2 were 7th-rank red bones. Li Xuan had only been able to vanquish the 6th-tier red-bone skeleton due to the latter's underestimation and his own unexpected ambush. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defeat it so effortlessly. Now, he doubted he could employ the same strategy against the 3 skeletons before him. Since they had swiftly pursued him, they undoubtedly knew that the 6th-tier red-bone skeleton had fallen to his hand, and they would certainly not underestimate him nor provide him with any opportunity. As a mere 2nd-tier orange-bone skeleton surrounded by 3 high-ranking red-bone skeletons, Li Xuan was at a loss as to whether he should feel fortunate or lament his fate. In the realm of skeletons, challenges across tiers were unheard of, not to mention the innate pressure from the soul fire. The sheer strength of their skeletal forms presented an insurmountable chasm. Yet, here he was, an orange-bone skeleton, evoking a sense of grave concern among 3 red-bone skeletons. The 3 incoming red-bone skeletons were equally puzzled as to how a mere 2nd-tier orange-bone skeleton could have dispatched a 6th-tier red-bone skeleton. However, since their leader had declared this, there must be veracity to it. The only plausible explanation was that this skeleton was indeed unique. Possibly the one sought by the monarch's decree. Little skeleton, obediently surrender your soul fire fragments. Under our encirclement, you have no chance of escape, declared the 9th-tier red-bone skeleton, breaking the silence. Haha, the previous skeleton said the same, yet it has become my soul's offering. Do you believe you will meet the same fate? Li Xuan replied, feigning nonchalance. Very well, the red-bone skeleton seethed with rage. You lot, ensure he does not flee. I shall show him that the gap between tiers cannot be bridged by mere cleverness. Little skeleton, let me see if you possess the ability to follow in his footsteps. A tremendous pressure of spiritual energy emanated from the red-bone skeleton, causing Li Xuan to feel as if his entire soul fire was trembling, akin to a fragile boat amidst a tempest. Yet, rather than cower in fear, a flicker of delight ignited within him. The more furious his opponent became, the smoother his forthcoming plan would unfold. Li Xuan's earlier remarks were indeed deliberate, aimed at provoking the 9th-tier red-bone skeleton. Jia had once informed him that the higher the tier of a skeleton, the more it resembled humans, exhibiting a range of human emotions. As a 9th-tier red-bone skeleton, it was inconceivable for it to regard a mere 2nd-tier orange-bone skeleton with indifference. Its sense of superiority rendered it incapable of remaining calm. Yet, in its fury, it remained oblivious to the fact that Li Xuan had already achieved his objective. The higher the tier of a skeleton, the greater its intelligence. Although they possessed a greed that surpassed that of ordinary skeletons, they were not easily swayed by mere desire. Thus, Li Xuan sought to incite its anger, hoping to momentarily cloud its judgment. At present, Li Xuan lacked the confidence to believe that he could vanquish 3 high-tier red-bone skeletons solely based on his 2nd-tier orange-bone strength. Even with his mastery of skeletal battle chi, against a single skeleton, he might harbor some confidence, but against 3, the thought was unfathomable. The pressure exerted by high-tier skeletons significantly impacted the performance of lower-tier skeletons, preventing him from unleashing his full potential in their presence. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, poised for imminent conflict, Li Xuan suddenly proposed, how about a wager? Little skeleton, do not even think of attempting any tricks, the 9th-tier skeleton replied, momentarily taken aback. Then expressing its displeasure. Are you truly afraid to wager against a mere little skeleton? Are you not concerned about being ridiculed? Li Xuan teased, trying once again to rattle its composure. Do you doubt your ability to win? Very well, today I shall observe what tricks a mere 2nd-tier orange-bone skeleton can conjure. Speak, how shall we wager? Seeing the 9th-tier skeleton slowly taking the bait, Li Xuan maintained his calm demeanor while inwardly rejoicing. It's quite simple. If you can slay those 2 7th-tier red-bone skeletons, you win. If they defeat you, you lose. What do you think? Consider it. Little skeleton, it seems you have only recently attained consciousness. If such a foolish scheme is all you can devise, if this is your plan, then today, I shall surely collect your soul fire fragments, the 9th-tier red-bone skeleton said, advancing toward Li Xuan with a hint of derision. Do you not wish to hear the victor's reward? Li Xuan maintained his unhurried demeanor. Escaping was not an option. Surrounded, he had ceased contemplating flight. Instead, he hoped for discord among them, which, in this high-stakes gamble, alleviated his fear. Oh, what reward could a little orange-bone skeleton offer? I'll grant you a chance. Speak. The 9th-tier red-bone skeleton halted, curious to see what this little skeleton could propose, doubting that it could conjure any significant challenge under its watchful gaze. Let us not rush. You must communicate in a manner that all can hear through vibration. I must inform all 3 of you simultaneously. Lest you believe I speak one way to humans and another to spirits, Li Xuan replied leisurely. Very well, I shall instruct you. The 9th-tier red-bone skeleton assented without hesitation, explaining the method of vibrational speech to Li Xuan. Through the 9th-tier skeleton's explanation, Li Xuan swiftly grasped this human-like communication method. Addressing the 3 skeletons simultaneously, now, I shall outline the rewards and rules. You, 9th-tier skeleton, form one team, while the 2 7th-tier skeletons form another. The rules are simple. The first to eliminate the opposing team shall be victorious, and the victor will receive my reward. Is that clear? Are you insane, little skeleton? Do you take us for newly conscious beings? Mocked the 7th-tier red-bone skeleton positioned behind Li Xuan. Little skeleton. Such a foolish method of division will not work on us. Captain, you weren't just discussing this trivial matter for so long, were you? Please. Let us hear what he proposes as a reward. Do you not find this little skeleton amusing? The 9th-tier red-bone skeleton seemed unfazed by the 7th-tier's sarcasm, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Amusing? You say that lightly. Do not forget, we are currently in the abyss, the 7th-tier skeleton retorted, visibly irritated. The 9th-tier skeleton refrained from countering this time. Its green soul fire flickered momentarily before addressing Li Xuan. Little skeleton, share your reward. We truly have no time for your trivialities. Very well, I shall not delay further. You seek to control me because you value my ability to maintain my soul fire within the abyss, wishing for me to endlessly harvest the source branches for you, correct? Li Xuan stated, observing the 9th-tier skeleton with a leisurely gaze. The 9th-tier skeletons were not foolish. They had comprehended their captain's intentions since their encounter with Li Xuan. However, they dared not speculate about their leader's motives, as their orders were simply to control him. Whether you know or do not know is irrelevant. I only wish to inquire. If you control me and I harvest 1,000 gray branches, how much will you receive? Li Xuan felt confident. Their hesitation to act violently against him indicated that they were intrigued. The 3 red-bone skeletons fell silent. Li Xuan continued. Allow me to articulate your situation. While you may gain some benefit, it likely wouldn't amount to even half a gray branch. Am I correct? Thus, why pursue me so vigorously? I am offering you a choice. Control me for a reward that amounts to less than half a branch, or slay each other for the reward I present. My reward consists of 20 source branches. Now, consider your options. Li Xuan observed that as he uttered the phrase 20 primordial branches, the 2 flickering flames in the eye sockets of the 3 skeletons trembled violently. Despite their efforts to control themselves, their excitement was palpable. Do not be deceived. 20 primordial branches? Humph. Do you truly believe we would accept the words of a 9th-grade skeleton? Before he could finish speaking, the 3 skeletons, upon noticing the small pile of primordial branches at Li Xuan's feet, promptly sealed their lips. Awaken, mage. One of the 7th-grade skeletons said incredulously. I reiterate, should you attempt to control me, you will gain nothing of value. However, I can offer you unimaginable rewards, contingent upon your actions. With that, he stored the pile of primordial branches back into his spatial ring and awaited the unfolding events. He was confident that in the face of great temptation, these 3 skeletons would succumb to their inner greed. Kill him, and all these treasures will be ours. Indeed, let us slay him. Kill. The 3 skeletons moved almost in unison. Although they professed their intent to eliminate Li Xuan, their fists were directed towards one another. Li Xuan swiftly withdrew from the fray, but did not retreat far. He was certain that if he left now, the 3 skeletons would halt their conflict and pursue him. Thus, the moment was not yet ripe for his departure. Moreover, he had no intention of leaving. If the 3 red-bone skeletons fought to a standstill, he might seize the opportunity to reap the benefits of their conflict. Even if one side were to achieve a decisive victory, it mattered not, for he would find a way to ensure they both suffered greatly. The brawl between the 3 skeletons lacked any finesse, merely consisting of blows exchanged back and forth. Even street ruffians on Earth displayed more skill in their altercations. After approximately 20 minutes, the battle began to wane. The disparity in their levels was an insurmountable chasm. The 2 7th-grade skeletons were now battered and bruised, with one even having 3 broken ribs. However, the 9th-grade skeleton was not faring much better, despite its adversaries being formidable. It had sustained minor damage as well, with a few ribs showing cracks. Yet, it remained steadfast in its belief that given a little more time, it could bring down the 2 7th-grade skeletons. Suddenly, the 9th-grade skeleton sensed an imminent and tangible danger looming over it. As a skeleton, it instinctively trusted this forewarning. Without a moment's hesitation, it broke free from the melee and fled. Boom. before it could take more than a few strides. A plume of fire erupted with a deafening roar at the sight of their previous battle, sending tremors through the ground. The skeleton's form was swept away like a kite severed from its string by the shockwave. Watching from the sidelines, Li Xuan noted that the 9th-grade red-boned skeleton was on the verge of triumph, and it had not yet suffered significant harm. He decisively retrieved a scroll from his spatial ring, having been introduced to these scrolls by Jie. These were known as magical scrolls, crafted by revered scroll masters from other realms. The creation of such magical scrolls was notoriously difficult, involving a complex process that resulted in a low success rate. Even masters crafting high-tier scrolls typically achieved only a 20% success rate, rendering these scrolls immensely valuable. Furthermore, there was a significant advantage to magical scrolls. Anyone could utilize them. Li Xuan, despite being a skeleton, could wield one. The process was straightforward. Simply sever the binding line and throw the scroll to activate it. However, there was a notable drawback. Non-mages could not effectively control the scroll's magical power or targeting, sometimes resulting in self-harm. Aware of this limitation, Li Xuan refrained from selecting scrolls of excessively high tiers. While higher-tier scrolls could certainly dispatch the 3 red-boned skeletons, he risked becoming a casualty himself. After careful consideration, he opted for a 4th-tier explosive flame scroll. Typically, 4th-tier scrolls were sufficient against metallic skeletons, yet to err on the side of caution, Li Xuan was prepared to risk his own safety. He stealthily approached the combat zone of the 3 skeletons, patiently awaiting his moment to strike. He needed to eliminate all 3 skeletons in one decisive blow, otherwise he would have no second chance. Should even one skeleton escape, given his current strength, he would stand no chance unless he resorted to ambush tactics. Furthermore, he understood that the adversaries would not easily let him go. They would certainly seek to control him again after acquiring the primordial branches. After all, who would willingly release an unlimited source of wealth? The 2 7th-grade skeletons began to show signs of desperation. Li Xuan felt a mounting urgency as he struggled to find an opportunity to act. Just then, the 2 7th-grade skeletons appeared to realize that their only chance lay in a desperate assault against the 9th-grade skeleton. Without hesitation, they lunged at it recklessly. Seizing the moment, Li Xuan tore the binding line and hurled the scroll toward the fray, propelling himself toward a nearby small mound. As he awkwardly dove behind the mound, a thunderous explosion resonated, and he distinctly felt the ground shudder beneath him. A powerful gust of air swept over the mound, nearly lifting him off the ground. After what felt like an eternity, calm returned to the outside world. Li Xuan cautiously emerged to inspect the epicenter of the explosion, only to find a crater approximately 2 meters in diameter and half a meter deep at the center of the blast, scattered around the edge of the pit. Closer to Li Xuan lay 2 skeletal remains in a dismal state. One skeleton was reduced to a single leg and half an arm, the remnants riddled with cracks. The other skeleton fared even worse, with only a skull and half a torso remaining. The rest had been reduced to ash in the fiery inferno. Gazing upon the tragic remains of the 2 skeletons, Li Xuan felt a surge of triumph. However, a sudden unease gripped him. Why are there only 2 skeletons? Where's the 3rd? Did it escape? Or was it blown away by the shockwave? Once he confirmed that the area was safe, Li Xuan cautiously rose from behind the mound and approached the deep pit. It was only when Li Xuan approached the 2 skeletal remains, now merely a meter away, that he finally felt a sense of relief. Though the flames of their souls had not yet extinguished, they were nearly extinguished. Without hesitation, he removed their skulls and cast them into his spatial ring. After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly fled in the direction opposite the Grey Woods. He did not wish to confront the remaining 9th-grade skeleton, but first, he was uncertain of where the turbulent winds had carried it, and second, the 9th-grade skeleton was significantly stronger than the 7th-grade ones. He could not ascertain whether it had sustained injuries. If it had, that would be fortunate, but if not, he would be walking into a trap. His greatest concern, however, lay beyond the abyss. He was unsure whether they would continue to dispatch skeletons into the area. Weighing his options, Li Xuan decisively chose to escape. The Greywood's lumberyard, due to his presence, had undoubtedly entered a state of heightened alert. It was practically impossible to exit the abyss from this location, so he had to find another way out. Li Xuan reasoned that since the Grey Woods was merely a lumberyard, its area of control must be limited, as long as he exited their sphere of influence. He doubted there would be any other skeletons to intercept him, as Li Xuan swiftly departed after securing the skulls of 2 7th-grade skeletons. An exceptionally furious roar erupted from the lumberyard's logging team at the abyss's perimeter. All lower-grade skeletons that heard this roar collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Beside the enraged metallic skeleton, Karen, the ninth-grade red-bone skeleton, Grey Guard 002, uneasily inquired, "Captain, what has transpired?" Karen turned his head, his skeletal eyes glowing with flickering soul flames, fixing them upon Grey Guard 002, who felt as though he were prey under the gaze of a tiger. Discomfort coursing through him. "I lost all contact with Grey Guard 004 and 005 just a moment ago." "Impossible," Grey Guard 002 exclaimed, then asked, "What about 001? Were they not together?" "I still maintain contact with 001, but that connection has significantly weakened recently. They must have encountered some unforeseen circumstances. When will the reinforcements arrive?" Karen's agitation grew. A mere second-grade orange bone skeleton had managed to eliminate 2 of the 3 high-grade red bone skeletons attacking it. If it were allowed to grow stronger, it would become a significant threat. A chill suddenly washed over him, emanating from the soul flames. The news had been relayed. Yet they did not perceive this small skeleton as a matter of great concern, for such occurrences were not uncommon every 10,000 years. Thus, Grey Guard 002 refrained from elaborating, but Karen understood the implication. Is it not sufficient that a second-grade orange bone skeleton can dispatch 6th-grade red bone skeletons? Now it has killed 2 while under attack from 3 high-grade red bone skeletons. Surely this warrants attention. You must return immediately and report the situation accurately. If they do not take action, head straight to Black Iron Town and inform the Lord. Understood. Grey Guard 002, witnessing Karen's evident distress, dared not say more, promptly making his way back to the estate. Once Grey Guard 002 departed, Karen gradually regained his composure. He retracted the soul flame pressure he had unconsciously emitted and called out to the surroundings. "All units, assume a state of alert. The origin branches are about to be felled. I will not tolerate any further mistakes. Yes, let you revel in your arrogance for a little longer. Once I safely escort the origin branches back to the estate, I shall entertain you properly." Having no knowledge of the Grey Wood's true expanse, Li Xuan ran for a full 10 days in one direction. He believed that such a distance must have surpassed the lumberyard's boundaries. However, upon reaching the abyss's exterior, he was met with a sight he wished to avoid. Every meter outside the abyss stood a highly vigilant skeleton, the majority being red bone skeletons, with some metallic skeletons interspersed among them. In the distance, he sensed numerous exceptionally powerful soul flames. Even the intensity of the metallic skeleton soul flames appeared feeble in comparison. As he observed the skeletons surrounding the abyss, they too became aware of Li Xuan's presence. Instantly, the entire area erupted into chaos, with the sentinels charging madly towards him, desperate not to miss a chance to partake in the bounty. Faced with the relentless onslaught of skeletal warriors, even Li Xuan, accustomed to the throngs of humanity on Earth, was taken aback. Regaining his senses, he hurriedly retreated deeper into the abyss, simultaneously tossing magical scrolls from his ring behind him as if they were of no consequence. Fortunately, his spatial ring contained a sufficient number of magical scrolls. With their assistance, he successfully delved deeper into the abyss, for otherwise, he would not have outrun the pursuing skeletons. Once free from their pursuit, Li Xuan pondered the situation. Logically, having offended a lumberyard, escaping its range should suffice. 10 days of travel, while not insubstantial, should have been ample time to exit the lumberyard's grasp. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was met with an overwhelming number of skeletons awaiting him, seemingly anticipating his emergence. Only much later did he learn that had he run for merely half a day, he would have exited the lumberyard's domain. Instead, he had traversed for 10 days. And this prolonged duration had alerted many to the presence of an orange-bone skeleton within the abyss, one suspected of being connected to the Royal Order. The Royal Order was like an ancient decree to the entire skeleton plains, prompting various regions to dispatch personnel to monitor the abyss's borders, vowing to capture any orange-bone skeleton emerging from within at all costs. When he received this news, he could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting how human plans often fall short of the heavens' designs. 3 months had passed since the Greywoods incident, yet vigilance had not waned. On the contrary, it had intensified. With the skeletons now stationed at intervals of 1 meter, 3 skeletons per position, and even bronze skeletons appearing among them. The catalyst for this heightened alert was the orange-bone skeleton's 7 breakout attempts from the abyss, resulting in heavy casualties among the sentinels outside. However, they could do little to stop it due to the orange-bone skeleton's possession of many potent scrolls. Initially, these scrolls posed a considerable threat only to the red-bone skeletons, but eventually, they began to endanger the metallic and bronze skeletons as well, necessitating the deployment of numerous high-level skeletons to the abyss. Yet, while the skeletons on the abyss's periphery remained on high alert, Li Xuan wandered aimlessly within the abyss. It was not that he lacked the desire to make his 8th breakout, rather, he had nearly exhausted the most effective 3rd and 4th grade fire and wind scrolls in his spatial ring. Should he resort to using higher-level 5th grade scrolls, he risked being reduced to ashes by the residual forces. Thus, he was compelled to abandon the idea of breaking out. However, knowing that outside lay a skeleton society akin to human civilization, Li Xuan felt restless. Previously, he had enjoyed interaction with Jia, but now, being alone drove him to the brink of madness. What must I do to escape? With a sudden clap of his thigh, Li Xuan, feeling dejected, exclaimed, "How could I have been so foolish? Such a simple solution eluded me. The skeletons here all bear a striking resemblance. If I can conjure another orange-boned skeleton from this abyss and have it walk out, my safety would be assured." However, evolving a skeleton to orange-bone status is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. It would be wiser to return to the Grey Woods, where I can nurture the orange-bone skeleton while simultaneously enhancing my own abilities. In the depths of the abyss, the orange-boned skeleton may reign supreme, but once outside, it could be rendered insignificant. With a plan in mind, Li Xuan swiftly set about his tasks, gradually diverting his thoughts from the outside world. On his journey back to the Grey Woods, he commanded approximately 300 green-boned skeletons, a magnificent sight as they followed him in formation. However, this spectacle substantially hampered his pace. Nonetheless, the presence of these skeletons alleviated his loneliness. He did not mind the additional time consumed. After 2 months, Li Xuan and his contingent of green-boned skeletons finally arrived at the Grey Woods. Yet, their journey was far from over. They continued their march towards the abyss. After several months, he returned to his original stronghold accompanied by nearly 400 green-boned skeletons. However, the landscape had changed since his departure. The once densely clustered gray trees now bore a large clearing, as over 200 green-boned skeletons relentlessly chopped down the remaining trees. Showing no acknowledgement of Li Xuan and his nearly 400 skeletons' arrival, Li Xuan approached the area where the gray branches were piled and observed that a total of 7 complete gray trees had been unearthed. In addition, there were approximately over 1,000 gray branches scattered across the open ground. He was astonished by the efficiency of these skeletal minions. In merely 2 years, they had managed to fell such a significant number of gray trees and branches. Without hesitation, he gathered all the gray branches and several intact gray trees into his spatial ring, then instructed the skeletal warriors to cease their current tasks and assemble before him. As he gazed upon the somewhat orderly formation of the skeletal troops, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Although these skeletal beings lacked the consciousness of humans and communication was impossible, they represented the first batch of minions he had ever controlled, his initial subordinates. An inexplicable emotional bond began to form, perhaps rooted in the remnants of his feelings from Earth. After all, in the abyss, the first subordinates also signified those who would perish earliest. Li Xuan suddenly conceived a rather audacious idea. What if he were to cultivate all these skeletons to a higher rank? Would it be possible for him to exert control over the entirety of the abyss? The skeletons that had already established their dominance outside the abyss would undoubtedly pose significant challenges should he wish to encroach upon their territory. However, the interior of the abyss remained a virgin expanse, devoid of any formidable undead entities, making it a relatively easier venture for him to seize control. During his time on Earth, he had always been one to accept the status quo. Yet, perhaps due to the shift in his environment, such thoughts began to emerge. Intriguingly, he found himself not averse to this notion, but rather filled with an eager anticipation. After all, what young person lacks the fervor and ambition that often accompany youth? It was merely that his previous circumstances had not afforded him the opportunity to fully express himself. When such an opportunity now lay before him, it was likely that few could resist its allure. Though he had already formulated this plan in his mind, Li Xuan understood that while the concept may seem straightforward, the execution would undoubtedly entail a multitude of complications. The foremost issue was his current lack of capable subordinates. Thus, it was imperative that he assemble a loyal cadre to assist him. Although the green-boned skeletons had developed a modicum of awareness, they lacked true cognitive abilities. Therefore, his immediate priority was to cultivate a few orange-boned skeletons, those capable of engaging in discussion and devising strategies. He organized the existing 200 greenbone skeletons along with nearly 400 others into 6 groups, each comprising 100 greenbone skeletons. He then issued a command for them to venture forth and hunt down soul fires. To ensure an adequate supply of skeletons, he instructed the first group to traverse 2 months in a direction perpendicular to the Grey Woods, where they would hunt skeletons. Subsequently, he directed the second group to travel for 50 days, the third for 40, the fourth for 30, the fifth for 20, and the sixth for 10 days. Upon reaching their designated times, they would consume the soul fires to advance in rank. The first orange-bone skeleton to emerge would automatically assume the role of squad leader, tasked with rapidly enhancing both the teams and its own strength. The entire process of strengthening would span 5 years. Regardless of the extent to which the teams evolved, they must return to the Grey Woods after this period to await further instructions. As he watched the 6 teams of 600 green-bone skeletons depart, Li Xuan pondered the changes that would transpire over the 5 years. However, he was acutely aware that his success hinged upon these 600 skeletons. Thank heavens for the art of skeleton manipulation. Otherwise, no matter how grand my aspirations, they would remain mere fantasies. He mused, observing the departing figures. Once the last green-bone skeleton vanished from his perception, he turned his attention to the remaining 11 skeletons. Initially, he had intended to incorporate them into a group, but recognizing his need for additional skeletons to assist in hunting soul fires, he chose to retain them. After issuing a command for the 11 skeletons to hunt soul fires based on their instinctual awareness, he settled into a meditative position in a secluded area surrounded by 3 gray trees and began to absorb and cultivate a 7th-grade red-bone skeleton soul fire from his spatial ring. Nearly 2 abyss years had passed since Li Xuan's 7th breakout, and the skeleton plane had reverted to its former state. In the minds of the skeletons, it was widely believed that their kind had perished due to diminished soul fires, as no skeleton could traverse beyond the buffer zone and re-enter the abyss unscathed. Not even the exalted monarchs. With this mindset, the majority of the perimeter defenses gradually dissipated, leaving only a small contingent to maintain a semblance of vigilance, merely for show. Havoc, the second most powerful monarch among the 12 lords of the skeleton plane, enjoyed a significant advantage due to its proximity to the abyss. Any skeleton emerging from the abyss would become a resource within its territory, a bargaining chip for exchanges with other lords. It was this advantage that secured its esteemed position among the 12. However, in recent months, Havoc had been consumed by an unsettling anxiety. Any slight discomfort among its subordinates prompted it to devour them without hesitation. The root of this turmoil stemmed from a rather despairing revelation. Several months prior, Havoc received alarming news from its subordinates. The influx of skeletons emerging from the abyss had decreased day by day. By the last abyss month, the number of skeletons could only be described as sparse, insufficient even to sustain its own territory, let alone provide resources for trade with other lords. Upon receiving this news, Havoc hastily contacted its neighboring lord, Blanchard, only to discover that the number of skeletons emerging from Blanchard's territory had also dwindled by 10 to 20%, though this was still a more favorable situation compared to Havoc's plight. Havoc's position among the 12 lords was entirely predicated on the resources derived from the skeletons emerging from the abyss. These skeletons were everything to it. Without them, Havoc's current stature would be untenable. Yet, now, with the skeleton supply dwindling within its realm, it faced the grim reality of losing its bargaining power in exchanges with other lords. The Lord of Darkness emphasized balance, despite Havoc's territory bordering the abyss. It was marked by an acute scarcity of mineral resources. Typically, it relied on skeletons to trade for black stones with other territories. Now, with the cessation of skeleton supplies from the abyss and the rarity of mineral resources within its domain, it seemed to foresee its territory being gradually overshadowed by the ambitions of other lords. Determined to uncover the reasons behind the decline in the skeleton population, Havoc resolved to enter the abyss at any cost. With the issuance of Havoc's command, all the great lords, nobles, and city masters within the Havoc territory dispatched numerous skeletons to investigate the abyss. They understood well that this moment was critical for their very survival. The skeletons emerging from the abyss represented their lifeline. Without this resource, their future would be fraught with hardship. However, the skeletons sent to investigate returned with rather grim news. The population of skeletons within the abyss had dwindled by approximately 90% for reasons unknown. Among them was a swift bronze skeleton that risked its life to traverse tens of thousands of kilometers into the abyss, only to find conditions there no different from the periphery, with skeletons being sparse. Upon bringing this news to light, panic engulfed the entire Haddock territory. Without the replenishment of skeletons, they lost their source of new strength in their prey, akin to a city where all food suddenly vanished, leaving its inhabitants without means to procure sustenance. Amidst the turmoil sweeping across the Haddock plains, Li Xuan experienced a moment of exhilarating triumph. After over a year of relentless effort, he had finally attained the 9th rank of Orange Bone, and his fighting spirit had reached saturation. All he lacked was the energy of Soulfire. For other skeletons, it might take a considerable time to advance to Red Bone, but for Li Xuan, it was a matter of mere minutes, navigating with ease to the place where Soulfire was stored. He collected the additional several thousand skulls from the ground into his spatial ring. His ring now contained hundreds of thousands of skulls, the vast majority being white bones, with only around 10,000 being blue bones. Fortunately, the spatial ring was spacious enough to accommodate these skulls. Otherwise, transporting them would have posed a significant challenge. Nonetheless, even with the ample space, if he continued to accumulate them, it would inevitably reach capacity one day. By then, he anticipated that the demand for skulls would be considerable. Returning to his training grounds, Li Xuan began to devour the skulls one by one from his spatial ring. The sensation of instantaneous digestion was delightful. When he consumed the 32nd white bone skull's Soulfire, he felt a familiar wave of energy. This fluctuation accompanied each enhancement, yet this time, it felt notably more intense. After consuming the 33rd Soulfire, a surge of immense energy enveloped him, causing his Soulfire to pulsate vigorously. With each throb of the Soulfire, the surrounding gray mist surged toward him, partially absorbed by his skeletal form. Li Xuan silently harnessed the skeletal fighting spirit, for it was known that channeling this energy during his advancement would render his fighting spirit more refined. This technique was a conclusion drawn from his previous attempts. The gray mist drawn into his skeletal frame, under the influence of a peculiar energy, transformed into a special essence that sublimated both his skeletal structure and Soulfire, while simultaneously refining the fighting spirit within his bones. As time elapsed, an increasing amount of gray mist was absorbed into Li Xuan's body, converting into an ever-growing quantity of this extraordinary energy, which perpetually elevated his skeletal form and Soulfire. Gradually, Li Xuan's skeletal structure blushed a vivid red, and the fighting spirit within became increasingly pure, while the soul power within his Soulfire significantly strengthened. This process persisted throughout the entire day, and as Li Xuan's skeletal frame reached a striking crimson hue, the surrounding gray mist finally ceased, allowing everything to gradually return to normalcy. Li Xuan stretched his limbs and felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being. He could distinctly perceive the transformation of his skeletal structure and Soulfire. Presently, he possessed the confidence to triumph over a 9th-tier Crimson Bone skeleton without resorting to his fighting spirit. Even in the face of an assault from 3 high-tier Crimson skeletons, he believed he could effortlessly dispatch them. This recent advancement brought Li Xuan immense satisfaction. Albeit with one minor disappointment, he had awakened a spell that left much to be desired. Flesh Rebirth Technique? By using fresh meat as a medium. This spell allows the regeneration of flesh and bone, lasting for one day. The spells he had awakened previously, particularly the skeleton manipulation technique, held significant importance for him. However, this latest spell felt rather superfluous. The Flesh Rebirth Technique required fresh meat as a medium, and in this abyss, where could he possibly acquire such a resource? If only one day I could visit the human realm, this spell might prove useful. Alas, when shall I ever reach the world of humans? The thought of his distant aspirations to enter the human world filled Li Xuan with a sense of despondency. Despite having spent considerable time in this abyss, he subconsciously still regarded himself as human, yearning to live within human society. Suddenly, Li Xuan sensed a peculiar connection affecting his Soulfire, unleashing a torrent of emotions within him. Urgency, tension, resentment, and persistence surged forth, creating a strange wave that enveloped him. On January 1st, 995 of the Sacred Era, a day of profound significance for the people of the Sacred Empire, marked the anniversary of its founding in the northeastern region of the Chitian mountain range. 995 years ago. To commemorate this day, the Sacred Empire designated every January 1st as the Festival of Sacred Origin. This annual celebration was the most vibrant occasion for the entire empire, attracting not only its citizens but also visitors from 2 other empires, 2 kingdoms, and 5 principalities. The capital of the Sacred Empire transformed into a bustling hub of festivity, where grand celebrations were held to honor the empire's establishment. As in previous years, the entire empire blossomed into a sea of flowers, with jubilant crowds filling the streets. Numerous stalls lined the thoroughfares, making this day of paramount importance for countless merchants. As the influx of visitors often reached astonishing levels, predominantly comprising the affluent and noble, the revenue generated on this day could equate to several months' earnings for many traders. In stark contrast to the external revelry, the interior of the Sacred Empire's palace was enveloped in solemnity, with vigilant guards stationed throughout. As this day held immense significance for the royal family, not merely because it was the festival of sacred origin, but because it also marked the day every decade when contracts for magical pets were signed for the princes and princesses. Magical pets, or magical companions, were typically reserved for the wealthy, as entering into such contracts required substantial resources and the presence of a magician of at least the rank of a magic emperor to oversee the contract formation. Thus, magical companions were a privilege reserved for the elite, unattainable for the average individual. In the palace's contract hall, a cylindrical altar approximately 10 meters in diameter stood at the center of the grand hall, upon which an elderly man with white eyebrows, clad in a magical robe, was intently inscribing ceremonial symbols. Surrounding the altar were the royal guards, their expressions grave, acutely aware that any misstep could have dire consequences for their families as well. To the north of the hall, a few tables and chairs were arranged, where Emperor Kenny McCass was seated alongside a regal woman whose piercing gaze suggested she was no ordinary figure. Behind them sat 12 boys and girls, all around the age of 10, their faces alight with excitement as they chattered animatedly. In the furthest corner, however, sat a frail-looking girl dressed in a canvas outfit, appearing no older than 11 or 12. Unlike the other children, she seemed weak and weary, as if a gust of wind might topple her, and her hands were calloused. "Carol Lenz, what kind of magical pet do you think we will sign a contract with this time?" "I can hardly wait," exclaimed a doll-like girl, her face brimming with enthusiasm as she tugged at the arm of a nearby boy. "Let me guess. I know. You must be signing a contract with a Caro pig." Carol Lenz pretended to ponder for a moment before declaring earnestly, "Caro pig? Isn't that something to eat?" The girl looked puzzled. "Haha. Look at your expression." Carol Lenz laughed heartily, but quickly stifled his amusement, glancing nervously at the woman beside Kenny. "Humph. You're insufferable. I won't talk to you anymore." The girl pouted, clearly displeased, as the princes and princesses whispered among themselves. The elderly man at the altar completed the final arrangements and turned to Kenny, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, the contract formation is complete, and we may now proceed with the signing." "Wow." A chorus of cheers erupted from the seated children at the announcement. Kenny turned, his voice tinged with irritation. "Quiet down. Look at Daisy and learn from her." Following his reprimand, the children fell silent but frequently cast glances toward Daisy in the corner, each eye harboring a flicker of envy. "Humph. A lowborn child of a palace maid. Why should we learn from her?" "Exactly. Still just a novice magician. What could she possibly teach us?" "You're mistaken. She was among the first to achieve the rank of 9-star novice magician," a boy interjected, pausing for effect before continuing. "But even after several years, she remains a 9-star novice." "Haha. Humph. Back then, father even considered her a genius." As the princes and princesses continued their chatter, the elderly man on the platform spoke up clearly. "Please approach in order to sign the magical pet contracts. I will reiterate a few important points." On the platform, the contract formation contained 13 stones, and upon ascending, each child was to select one, drop a drop of blood upon it, and then chant the incantation I will teach you. Any mistakes could mean a lifetime without the opportunity to sign a magical pet contract. Is that understood? Understood. Masters Wadi. Very well. Princess Malia, please step forward to sign your magical pet contract. As the name was called, a girl resembling a porcelain doll rose and walked to the altar, standing in the center of the formation. Furrowing her brow, she bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the contract stone before earnestly reciting the incantation. "What kind of magical pet do you think Malia will contract?" one child asked. "Malia is one of the strongest among us. Her magical pet will surely be formidable." A girl, evidently younger than Malia, timidly spoke. "That may not necessarily be the case. Although there is a certain correlation between signing a magical pet contract and one's strength, a significant element of luck is also involved," a seemingly knowledgeable young prince countered. Amidst the discussions among several princes and princesses, as Malia chanted her incantation, a dazzling radiance emanated from the contract array, followed by a peculiar energy enveloping the high platform. Suddenly, a black hole, approximately half a meter in diameter, materialized directly above her. In that moment, all held their breath, for Malia's magical pet was on the verge of emerging from the void. With a soft pop, a fluffy, spherical creature tumbled out of the black hole and gently landed on the ground. Malia appeared utterly exhausted, gasping for air. The elder ascended the platform once more, surveying the furry creature at Malia's feet, his face instantly transforming with astonishment. Below, a woman who had been anxiously waiting in the crowd eagerly inquired, "Lefty Sage, what kind of magical pet has Malia contracted?" Being a sage of the Holy Empire, the elder possessed a resilience beyond that of ordinary individuals. He quickly regained his composure and proclaimed loudly to those around, "May the God of Light bless us. Princess Malia has been fortunate enough to contract with a Holy Light Beast, a tremendous blessing for our nation. With the aid of the Holy Light Beast, Princess Malia is destined to reach the heights of a demon god." Kenny McCass, filled with excitement, rose from his seat and fervently clasped his hands in praise, exclaiming, "Praise be to the God of Light. Let it be decreed that a great amnesty be proclaimed throughout the land, and let the entire nation rejoice. His Majesty is wise." With such a promising beginning from Malia, the subsequent princes and princesses felt a surge of confidence. Yet it seemed as though Malia had exhausted the favor of the God of Light, as none of the following contracts yielded anything particularly remarkable. Amid their disappointment, they were also filled with envy towards Malia, especially a few princes of similar strength, who were consumed by regret, lamenting their lack of fortune. They pondered that had they been fortunate enough to contract with a holy light beast like Malia, the throne would undoubtedly fall to them. However, they found some solace in the fact that even with a holy light beast, Malia could not be the heir to the throne. The 11th prince's magical pet is a 7th-tier violent bear cub. "Congratulations to 11th Prince Jack," announced Lefty Sage, who then extended his congratulations to him. "Thank you, Sage." Jack respectfully acknowledged Lefty before bowing to Emperor Kenny below and gracefully descending from the platform. Jack had felt quite anxious before signing the contract, as 9 others had already done so, and aside from Malia's excellent contract, the rest had merely mediocre magical pets. Hence, he was filled with trepidation until his own contract was finalized. The daughter of the Minister of Finance of the Holy Empire, she was favored by the Emperor, and Jack, with his exceptional talent, had reached the level of an 8-star mage at the tender age of 14. While not an extraordinary genius, he far surpassed the average individual. Thus, this magical pet contract held immense significance for Jack. Possessing a formidable magical pet would undoubtedly bolster his future, serving as a significant asset in his pursuit of the throne. Perhaps the God of Light had once again smiled upon him, allowing him to contract with a 7th-tier violent bear cub. Although it fell 1 tier below the Holy Light Beast and offered no direct assistance in cultivating a mage of the light, a grown violent bear would undoubtedly serve as an excellent bodyguard for a mage. Mages are renowned for their high-range damage, yet they are inherently fragile. Even upon reaching the status of a mage lord or mage scholar, their close combat abilities pale in comparison to those of a martial artist. Hence, having a 7th-tier magical pet for protection would significantly enhance their safety. With a 7th-tier violent bear cub, Jack is indeed fortunate. "Competing with him in the future will be quite challenging," murmured a prince of comparable strength, furrowing his brow. "Urix, have you lost your confidence so easily? Although your Luo beast is only 4th tier, it still holds great utility for a warrior like you. Don't be disheartened." A prince who was friendly with Urix offered words of encouragement. "Indeed." Next, Princess Yuna. "Congratulations to Princess Yuna for contracting with a 3rd-tier Pilu cub." Next, Daisy sat quietly in a corner, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around her. Whether it was Malia's successful contract with the Holy Light Beast or the unfortunate 15th Prince's contract with a 2nd-tier Wind Wolf cub, she remained there, as if all that transpired was of no concern to her. "Princess Daisy, please come forward to sign the magical pet contract." Only when Sage Lefty announced her name did she nervously rise, awkwardly making her way to the platform. "I truly do not understand what father is thinking. What right does the illegitimate child of a maid have to sign a magical pet contract?" grumbled the 15th Prince, Baptiste. "Baudet, how dare you question father's decision?" asked 11th Prince Jack, who was sitting not far from Baptiste, his expression stern. How could I dare? Just speaking my mind," Baptiste quickly replied with a forced smile. And once Jack turned away, he mumbled, "Humph, what's so special about her? Isn't it just because she was born a few months earlier than me? Hey, if I remember correctly, Daisy should possess a dark body constitution. Do you think she might contract with an undead creature? Highly unlikely. After all, there has never been a case of contracting with an undead creature in history. Perhaps this time will be different, if it happens. I suspect father will no longer obstruct us from dealing with her." "Humph, If she contracts with an undead creature, what face will our holy empire have left? Father is most concerned with his reputation. Even if he doesn't execute her, he will certainly expel her from the palace. Stop daydreaming. That is utterly impossible. How could that even happen? Oh my, am I hallucinating? A prince who had been about to speak suddenly widened his eyes, staring at the platform in disbelief. Oh my. May the god of light bless us. I must be dreaming. Not only he, but those who had been discussing moments ago also gasped in astonishment. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Li Xuan gazed in astonishment at his surroundings, questioning whether he might be ensnared in a dream. For he beheld a group of corporeal beings. Just after completing his advancement, he had felt an inexplicable connection between his soul fire and an unknown entity. As he contemplated investigating this link further, the black hole that had previously plunged Neji into slumber reappeared. He distinctly sensed that this connection emanated from the depths of the black hole, albeit faintly. He could sever it at will. However, compelled by a series of emotions, unyielding determination, persistence, and a sense of injustice, Li Xuan inexplicably refrained from cutting this bond. Subsequently, his entire being was drawn into the black hole, and shortly thereafter, he emerged from another one, confronted by a scene that left him questioning his reality. Is this truly real? How could this be possible? Li Xuan felt a sudden disarray in his mind, as though his thoughts had short-circuited. Although he had longed to enter the realm of humanity, the actual experience overwhelmed him. He realized he was not entirely prepared for this encounter, and the intensity of it all was staggering. His excitement caused his skeletal form to tremble subtly. Then, an acute sense of danger, inherent to his existence as a skeleton, surged within him, prompting an instinctive leap to the side. At that moment, a shallow pit erupted where he had just stood, caused by the explosion of a white sphere. It was then that he began to assess the humans around him. The little girl nearby exuded a dark aura that he found appealing, yet the others radiated a scent that he detested, particularly the elderly man who had assaulted him. The repugnant odor emanating from him was overwhelmingly potent, even more so than that of the sword of Stania. Li Xuan warily observed the elderly man, feeling a pang of regret. He should have recognized the peril lurking behind the black hole, especially given the previous incident that had incited such a strong reaction from Jie. Yet, inexplicably, he had ventured here once more. The human realm, it seemed, was far more treacherous than the abyss. This was the foremost thought occupying Li Xuan's mind. As soon as Li Xuan made his entrance, the atmosphere within the grand hall shifted dramatically. The princes and princesses, after momentary astonishment, exhibited expressions of schadenfreude, relishing the unfolding drama, while Emperor Kenny McCass furrowed his brow deeply. Your Majesty, this incident can be deemed the first scandal in nearly a millennium since the establishment of our sacred empire. You must deliberate carefully, a woman seated beside Kenny interjected opportunely. The sacred empire's predecessor was the powerful McCass family from the Holy Alliance 1,000 years ago, which had ranked among the foremost families even during the alliance's zenith. When the Holy Alliance disbanded, the then head of the McCass family, Dilovac McCass, led his kin to join forces with other prominent factions, conquering the northeastern territories near the Eastern Sea. Consequently, Dilovac McCass naturally ascended as the founding emperor of the newly established sacred empire, with those families that fought alongside him granted hereditary dukedoms, owing to its lineage from the Holy Alliance. The populace of the sacred empire predominantly consisted of devout followers of the light god, most of whom possessed a physique attuned to light. Unlike during the Alliance's era, the current citizens of the sacred empire harbored no animosity toward those with dark physiques. Thus, a small contingent of such individuals coexisted within the empire. However, as a royal family, to demonstrate their reverence for the light god, a stringent requirement dictated that their chosen partners must possess a light-affiliated physique. This tradition persisted for nearly a millennium until the birth of Daisy shattered the norm. Daisy was the daughter of Emperor Kenny McCass and a palace maid. Initially, the emperor intended to officially designate the maid as empress upon Daisy's birth. However, fate seemed to mock them, as Daisy inherited her mother's dark physique. This was an undeniable disgrace for the sacred empire. Under pressure, Emperor Kenny McCass had no choice but to confine Daisy and her mother to the cold palace. Only after the maid's death, citing Daisy's tender age, did he retrieve her from confinement. Yet, due to the scorn of the empress and certain concubines, he had to arrange for Daisy to live among the palace maids. Although she bore the title of princess, her status was akin to that of a mere maid. Each day, Daisy rose at dawn, laboring tirelessly to wash clothes until noon. Occasionally, the maids would throw their garments at her, forcing her to wash for an entire day, often leaving her without lunch and with scarce dinners. This existence continued until her magical aptitude was discovered, leading to a significant change. She did not disappoint, quickly achieving the level of an apprentice 9-star mage within just over a year. However, misfortune struck during a test at the Mage Guild, where an incident nearly claimed the lives of the other princes and princesses. The Empress and several concubines utilized this as leverage to engage in a prolonged quarrel with Emperor Kenny. Reluctantly, he once again relegated Daisy to live with the palace maids. Despite his feelings of guilt towards Daisy and her mother, the burdens of emperorship often left him with little choice. Kenny McCass exerted considerable effort to secure a once-in-a-decade contract opportunity for Daisy. To gain the consent of the Empress and certain concubines, he even made numerous promises. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the very opportunity he fought for would lead to her downfall. Throughout the annals of history in the Dithyas continent, no one had ever forged a contract with an undead being. Such an occurrence was deemed impossible. Yet, this near-impossible event transpired in Daisy's case. If an ordinary individual were to sign a magical contract with an undead creature, it would be inconsequential, merely a matter of diminished strength. However, for a princess of the Sacred Empire, a nation devoted to the light god, to enter into such a pact was a scandal of monumental proportions. Should the world learn of this, how could Kenny McCass possibly face his subjects? Kenny gazed at the pale-faced Daisy on the platform, desiring to speak yet unsure how to begin, as the Empress's words compelled him to approach the matter with utmost seriousness. It was not an exaggeration to label this incident as the first scandal in the Sacred Empire's history. Damn, Avis, you were right. This is simply unbelievable. A wretch is a wretch. She has brought disgrace upon the royal family. Indeed, Father must execute this wretch to preserve our royal dignity. Jack, how do you think Father will deal with her? Amidst the chattering of other princes and princesses, Milia had somehow approached Jack, affectionately stroking the holy light beast in her arms as she softly inquired. Jack smiled gently at Milia, replying, Father would never be willing to execute Daisy. However, this incident is far too grave. While he won't kill her, banishment from the palace is certain. Milia, hearing Jack's words, neither affirmed nor denied them, offering a faint smile before falling silent. Your Majesty, the Empress urged, noticing Kenny's prolonged silence. Kenny cast an annoyed glance at the Empress, and under her unwavering gaze, he finally spoke dejectedly. What transpired today shall remain known only to those present here. Should it reach others' ears and be verified, their entire lineage shall face annihilation. Understood. All the guards knelt, comprehending that the Emperor's words were a warning. However, this also afforded them some reassurance. At least they would not be silenced permanently. In truth, the Emperor's statement was merely a formality. The events of the day could not be concealed. Flames cannot be contained by paper. Even if the guards remained silent, the princes and princesses would eventually divulge the matter. Thus, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Kenny paused, seemingly arriving at a decision, and proclaimed, Daisy, return home and pack your belongings. Tomorrow, you shall depart for the Mason Academy in the Kingdom of Heinlein and must not return to the Sacred Empire before graduation. Upon hearing Kenny's decree, the Empress anxiously interjected. Silence. Kenny barked, and upon realizing his genuine ire, the Empress swallowed her words. Humph. The journey to the Kingdom of Heinlein is not short. It would be inevitable for something to occur. A flicker of malice crossed the Empress's face, but quickly faded, restoring her noble demeanor. Thus, it is decided. This matter is concluded. Everyone may return. Kenny then addressed Zwa-i. Saint Master, please accompany me. Yes, Your Majesty. As Zwa-i departed, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Xuan before following Kenny. Daisy stood frozen on the platform, feeling lost. Am I really leaving? Will I ever have the chance to return? Lost in her thoughts, Daisy failed to realize that only she and Li Xuan remained in the grand hall of the contract. Abruptly, she heard a voice speaking to her, resonating directly within her mind. Who could it be? Daisy cast a wary gaze around her, ultimately settling her eyes on Li Xuan. After a moment's hesitation, she uncertainly inquired, Are you the one speaking? Li Xuan nodded, acknowledging, It is indeed me. Daisy, taken aback, exclaimed, You can actually speak? How can this be possible? Aren't the undead incapable of speech? Observing the startled young girl before him, Li Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. However, he sensed a significant generational gap between them and decided it best to find a suitable place to converse. Little one, let us proceed to your residence to discuss this matter further. Standing here is hardly appropriate. Ah, Then please follow me, she replied. After Li Xuan and Daisy departed, a flash of white light flickered in the corner of the grand hall, and to everyone's surprise, Zui, who had left with Kenny, returned. His eyes shimmering with excitement as he muttered, as I suspected. Exiting the Hall of Contracts, it took them over half an hour of winding paths to reach Daisy's abode, which could only be described as austere. Aside from a bed for sleeping and a few tables and chairs, the room contained no other furnishings, and several pieces of clothing, nearly faded from washing, rested at her bedside. The grandeur of a nation's princess was starkly contrasted by her meager living conditions, prompting Li Xuan to categorize her father, Kenny McCass, as an incompetent ruler. Although he had initially wished to remain uninvolved, he now felt a peculiar connection to Daisy through their shared soul fire, leading him to regard her as a close companion. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Little one, as a princess, how is it that you reside in such dismal conditions? You possess scarcely any change of clothing. Your father is truly remiss." A shadow of melancholy crossed Daisy's face. Having found a rare confidant, she hesitated briefly before offering an explanation. Through her recounting, Li Xuan gradually grasped the situation, yet another tale of an emperor's drunken indiscretion. He couldn't help but lament Daisy's unfortunate fate, having inherited her mother's dark constitution. In the continent of Dikyas, it is customary for children to inherit the stronger traits from their parents. Cases like Daisy's are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in 1,000. Yet she had become one of those fortunate few. Even if you have inherited your mother's dark nature, your father ought not to treat you in such a manner. What kind of father behaves like this toward his own daughter? Li Xuan could not condone Kenny McCass's actions. Regardless of her dark constitution, she was still a princess, deserving of dignity and respect, not living in conditions inferior to those of commoners. "My father loves me," Daisy replied, "but he too faces his own challenges. As the princess of the Holy Empire, possessing a dark constitution in a realm that venerates the god of light is undoubtedly a disgrace to the royal family. It is a mercy that he has not taken my life. Instead, he has sent me to the kingdom of Heinlein for my education. Though he is an emperor, he cannot act as he pleases, and I too bear much helplessness. One often hears that the children of the impoverished mature early. It seems that royal offspring do so as well," Li Xuan mused inwardly. "However, it appears that I am the unwitting cause of her expulsion." Li Xuan felt a tinge of melancholy. He had not anticipated that his arrival in the human city would lead to harm, although it was never his intention. It was undeniably his actions that caused Daisy to be expelled. "Alas, regardless of the circumstances, I have brought you misfortune. While I am not a paragon of virtue, I shall certainly take responsibility. Moreover, I have now become your magical pet, making it impossible for me to turn a blind eye. By the way, I shall be departing tomorrow. If you have any belongings to arrange, now is the time," he suggested, sensing the atmosphere had shifted. "I only have a few garments. Nothing that requires organization. By the way, Mr. Skeleton, you have yet to enlighten me on how you came to speak," Daisy inquired, clearly more intrigued by Li Xuan. In her understanding, skeletons were typically devoid of intelligence, mere mindless entities bound to follow orders, predominantly appearing in shades of gray and white. The notion of a red skeleton that could converse was entirely foreign to her. "Why would I not speak? What do you envision a skeleton to be like?" Li Xuan mused, realizing that the little girl possessed a rather limited understanding of undead beings. Perhaps it was time he educated her on the fundamentals regarding skeletons. Daisy tilted her head in contemplation before responding. "Aren't skeletons typically gray and white? I have summoned several skeletons through magic in the past, and they were indeed white and gray. They did not speak. They only obeyed my commands." Li Xuan was amused by Daisy's bewildered demeanor. "Who is your teacher? This is quite misleading, isn't it? Haven't they taught you even the most fundamental concepts?" Upon hearing Li Xuan's words, Daisy's face fell once more, and she replied in a subdued voice, I have no teacher. I spent 2 gold coins to purchase a summary of basic magic, and then I taught myself according to what was written in it." Li Xuan stepped forward and gently stroked Daisy's small head, feeling a tinge of discomfort as he spoke. "Although I lack knowledge of magic and cannot teach you anything, I assure you that I will find the finest teacher to instruct you in the art of magic." Daisy greedily savored Li Xuan's touch, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if she had returned to her mother's embrace. "Mama, Mama," Daisy whispered softly, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden. Li Xuan lowered his gaze to the delicate Daisy in his arms, a wave of compassion washing over him. "Your Majesty, have you truly considered this decision? Is it not rather cruel? After all, she is your own daughter," is what he gently urged in the study of Kenny McCass. "Saint Master, I know you comprehend the intent behind my actions. I implore you to assist me in safely escorting Daisy to Mason Academy. I beg of you. Kenny bowed deeply before Zui. Zui hastily stepped aside, hesitating for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall ensure Princess Daisy's safe passage to Mason Academy. However, Your Majesty, the traditions of Mason Academy dictate that one must master magic to graduate. Can you truly bear the thought of Princess Daisy being unable to return home for decades? Do you not see that this is perhaps the best course of action? Decades apart is preferable to never seeing her again. Kenny gazed absently towards the northwest, his eyes seemingly piercing through layers of barriers to the place he longed to behold. Ulika, I am sorry for failing to care for Daisy, for not fulfilling my responsibilities as a father, he lamented. On January 2nd, 995 in the Sacred Era. While the entire Sacred Empire was still in celebration, a somewhat dilapidated carriage slowly departed from the western gate of the imperial capital, along the bustling Genie Man Avenue. A charming little girl donned in canvas clothing strolled leisurely alongside a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. The little girl, puzzled, tugged at the young man's hand and inquired, Brother Li Xuan, why did we hire a carriage if we aren't going to ride in it? Isn't that a waste of money? One day, I shall explain it to you. For now, we must carefully consider our next steps. I did not anticipate our little princess to be so impoverished. The money left after hiring the carriage will hardly suffice for our journey to the Heinlein Kingdom. And your father is rather stingy, not even giving you a single coin. The young man rubbed his temples in frustration, momentarily at a loss with the few silver coins in his hand. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue at him, grinning. I know you will think of a way, brother. The young man affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, though a smile adorned his face. He felt a significant burden on his shoulders, ever since he had showcased his extraordinary abilities in front of her yesterday. The little girl had developed an unyielding trust in him, especially after witnessing his resurrection through the flesh rebirth technique after leaving the palace, which only intensified her confidence in him. At the western gate of the palace, a disheveled figure resembling a beggar stood respectfully before a captain of the guards. My lord, that wretched girl is currently in the city. I have already stationed someone to keep an eye on her. Humph. Does she think she can deceive others just by hiring a carriage? Well done. Keep a close watch. Once this matter is resolved, you shall not go unrewarded. The captain nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, the beggar replied before departing. Once he was gone, the captain revealed a disdainful smile and coldly remarked, Humph. One must have the means to spend as well as to earn. Brother Li Xuan, where are we headed now? I'm so hungry. Can we get something to eat? Daisy pleaded, tugging at Li Xuan's hand. Since being with Li Xuan, Daisy felt as though she had returned to the days when her mother was still alive. A time filled with joy and devoid of worries. Li Xuan smacked his forehead, silently cursing his own carelessness. Although he had transformed into a human, he remained, at his core, a skeleton, and thus did not experience hunger. However, he had forgotten that a normal human child sat beside him, and she certainly would feel the pangs of hunger. I'm sorry, little girl. I've completely overlooked the necessity of dining, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. He then inquired of Daisy, do you know where we might find a place to eat? Ideally, somewhere economical. Of course, brother. I know just the spot. I used to go there every time I left the palace, and the food is absolutely delicious, Daisy exclaimed, clapping her small hands in delight. Very well, let us go there, Li Xuan agreed with a nod. The establishment Daisy spoke of was located in the southwestern region of the imperial city, the most dilapidated area often referred to as the slums. Here resided a group of individuals barely scraping by, and typically, outsiders would not venture into this part of town. Upon arriving at this place with Daisy, Li Xuan gained a deeper understanding of her previous life. Even the finest delicacies here could not compare to those found in the bustling city's restaurants, let alone the sumptuous meals served in the royal palace. Yet, for Daisy, this was the most delectable food she had ever tasted. Suddenly, Li Xuan found himself reflecting on his own life on Earth, realizing it was not as dreadful as he had once thought. In fact, it bore a semblance of happiness. The eatery Daisy mentioned was situated in the midst of Sogre's Avenue, in a reasonably good location, frequented by a considerable number of patrons, predominantly locals drawn by the affordable prices and delightful flavors. The establishment was modest, encompassing merely a dozen square meters, containing 8 small tables, accommodating around 30 diners at once. When Li Xuan and Daisy arrived, 6 tables were already occupied, and they chose one of the remaining 2 to sit down, barely seated. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard approached, a knowing smile illuminating his face as he greeted Daisy. Daisy. It has been quite some time since you last graced my humble establishment. And who might this be beside you? This is my brother, Daisy replied with a sweet smile. Then turned to Li Xuan to introduce him. Brother, this is Uncle Matarons, the owner of this restaurant. His culinary skills are exceptional. Good day, Uncle, Li Xuan said, rising to extend a friendly hand. Matarons looked at Li Xuan's outstretched hand with a hint of confusion, glancing at Daisy who mirrored his bewilderment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reciprocated the handshake. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Today, Uncle will prepare something delightful for you on the house. Haha, Mataron said, casting a fond glance at Daisy. No, Uncle, it's not easy running a restaurant, Daisy insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Matarons chuckled. Very well, if I cannot treat you, then I shall offer you a discount. That is non-negotiable. Without waiting for Daisy's rebuttal, he turned and headed towards the kitchen, evidently intent on preparing the meal himself. Daisy, has Uncle Matarons always operated this establishment? After Matarons departed, Li Xuan pondered for a moment, an unnatural expression crossing his face as he asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Daisy mused. I remember the first time I left the palace a few years ago. I fainted from hunger by the roadside. And it was Uncle who brought me home, right here. It looked just like this back then. Beyond that, I am unaware. Uncle is quite reluctant to discuss his past. Indeed. Li Xuan thought to himself, realizing why he had sensed something unusual during their handshake. It appeared that Matarons was no ordinary individual, possessing the ability to conceal his aura so effectively, indicating he was of no trivial stature. Nevertheless, since he chose to remain discreet, Li Xuan had no intention of disrupting his life. As long as there was no malice directed towards him, he found no reason to pry into Mataron's hidden depths. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. By the way, Daisy, how far is it from here to that Mason Academy? Li Xuan casually inquired while awaiting their meal. I'm not entirely sure how far it is, but I do know we are situated northeast of the Chitian mountain range, while the Heinlein Kingdom lies to the south. The Mason Academy is located on the outskirts of the Melrock Forest, just outside the capital of the Heinlein Kingdom. It is one of the oldest academies on the continent. They say that graduating from Mason Academy makes one highly sought after, and even the imperial courts bestow titles such as Viscount or Count upon their alumni. Li Xuan, in anguish, rubbed his temples, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was being pursued by various powerful factions after graduation. What preoccupied his thoughts was the journey to Mason Academy. According to Daisy, the Chitian mountain range, from its very name, suggested that it was no ordinary mountain. One lay to the northeast, the other to the south, and he was unfamiliar with the route. Thus, he had no idea how long the journey would take. Damn it. That wretched emperor is utterly despicable. He sends Daisy to Mason Academy without any funds or escorts, and to top it all off, he doesn't even provide a map. How on earth am I supposed to know how long this journey will take? I curse you to impotence every night. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Kenny McCarthy unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he murmured in confusion, which concubine is thinking of me so early? Where could one procure a map of the continent in the imperial city? A map? I believe one can find it at a general store in the commercial district, Daisy replied uncertainly. Then let us go there after we finish our meal. The southeastern region of the capital was a bustling commercial hub, brimming with an array of shops. There were those selling weapons and armor, others dealing in various crystals and ores, and many that offered a plethora of materials, as well as numerous magic items. In essence, if one possessed sufficient funds, anything could be acquired here. Even the magical cores of sacred beasts, if the price was enticing enough, could potentially be bought. As they traversed the streets of the southeastern commercial district, Li Xuan and Daisy diligently searched for a general store. Prior to their arrival, Li Xuan had presumed that finding such a store would be a simple task. However, upon entering the commercial district, he realized the naivety of his assumptions. The entire southeastern commercial area spanned approximately 20 square kilometers, housing no fewer than 800 shops of various kinds. Yet, stores selling maps were almost non-existent. Is there truly no place here that sells maps? We have been wandering for so long, and I have not encountered a single general store, Li Xuan inquired, feeling a bit dizzy from their prolonged search. I have never been to this area. I have only heard about it, Daisy replied timidly, resembling a child apprehensive of parental reprimand. Li Xuan gently patted her head and comforted her. I apologize. My tone may have been a bit harsh. Let us continue our search, and if we still cannot find it, we shall inquire with someone else. Just as Li Xuan was pulling Daisy along to resume their quest for the grocery store, two individuals emerged from a nearby shop. One was a robust middle-aged man, exuding strength and prowess, while the other was an elderly gentleman sporting a goatee, who appeared frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, Li Xuan sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him. "Ladies and gentlemen, I bring splendid news, remarkable news indeed. Master Beniti has successfully crafted 27 third-tier magic scrolls, 12 fourth-tier scrolls, and 5 fifth-tier scrolls this week." The burly man bellowed, as if those scrolls were his own creation. "My goodness! Master Beniti truly deserves the title of the foremost scroll master in the royal city. He is utterly extraordinary. Come, let us secure a prime position for the impending rush." In an instant, the street was abuzz with excitement. Within moments, throngs of people had gathered at the entrance of that shop, while those in the distance hurriedly made their way towards the commotion. Li Xuan gazed incredulously at the scene before him, utterly perplexed. Were these scrolls truly worthy of such fervor? After all, there were merely a few dozen scrolls. Daisy, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, also felt a rush of excitement, instinctively tightening her grip on Li Xuan's hand. Yet, her expression soon dimmed. The robust middle-aged man surveyed the enthusiastic crowd and those frantically rushing over, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his face. Though he quickly concealed it and respectfully addressed the elder beside him, saying, "Master, please say a few words." The elder nodded and stepped forward, and the surrounding throng fell silent, relishing the elder's commanding presence. Clearing his throat, he began, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor to receive such support from so many. I am deeply grateful. Now, allow me to elucidate the details of these scrolls. As I am a wind mage, the scrolls, as before, are of the wind element. Among the 27 third-tier scrolls, 21 are offensive, while 6 are defensive. Of the 12 fourth-tier scrolls, 7 are offensive and 5 are defensive." The elder paused, a hint of regret shadowing his features. "As for the 5 fifth-tier scrolls, I regret to inform you." Upon hearing the elder's words, a collective sigh resonated through the crowd. Li Xuan, bewildered, pondered the cause of this regret. Sensing his confusion, Daisy, having recovered from her earlier gloom, explained, "Master Benedetti means that none of the 5 fifth-tier scrolls are defensive." "None are defensive? What is there to lament?" Li Xuan still couldn't grasp the significance, pondering how scrolls of the same tier could not be equivalent, irrespective of their offensive or defensive nature. Daisy found Li Xuan's occasional naivety endearing. Sometimes he was astutely clever, yet at other times, adorably oblivious to simple truths. She patiently elaborated. "Defensive scrolls are often referred to as life-saving scrolls, and fifth-tier defensive scrolls are exceedingly rare. Although Master Benedetti may not be the most formidable scroll master in the Holy Empire, he certainly ranks among the elite. However, even his success rate in crafting defensive scrolls is quite low. On fortunate occasions, he might produce a single scroll in a week, and when that happens, the value of such a defensive scroll skyrockets." Li Xuan nodded in understanding, observing the throng of people entering the shop as he guided Daisy inside. He recalled that within his spatial ring, he possessed a considerable number of defense scrolls, particularly of the 3rd and 4th tiers. During his previous escape, he had only utilized the fire and wind-type offensive scrolls, leaving a substantial collection of other offensive scrolls untouched. As for the defensive scrolls, he had scarcely employed any, and he still had a cache of even higher-tier scrolls. His curiosity was piqued regarding the value of the scrolls nestled within his spatial ring. However, he was wise enough not to foolishly display a multitude of defensive scrolls to inquire about their worth, especially considering that even the most skilled masters could only craft a single scroll in a week. He understood the principle that a common man may suffer for possessing precious items. Benedict's establishment was not to be compared with the modest shop of Matarons. The entire store spanned approximately 200 square meters, featuring 4 display cases arranged in a square formation. The southeast display held scrolls of the 3rd tier and below, while the southwest showcased various alchemical items. The northeast display was dedicated to scrolls of the 4th tier and above, and the northwest display contained an assortment of magical artifacts. According to the staff, this shop boasted not only a master scroll maker like Benedict, but also a mysterious alchemist of considerable skill, capable of crafting numerous magical items. The 2 western display cases were devoted to the wares produced by that master. Li Xuan meandered through the store with Daisy, occasionally calling upon the staff to present items that piqued their interest. At that moment, Li Xuan held an oddly shaped object, examining it thoroughly from various angles. However, after a prolonged scrutiny, he remained perplexed, and when he inquired of Daisy, she simply shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with it. Li Xuan, feeling helpless, approached one of the store attendants and inquired, "May I ask what this item is?" The attendant lazily lifted his head and replied with a hint of disdain, "Can't you read for yourself?" Li Xuan, slightly irritated, retorted, "If I could comprehend it, why would I ask you?" The attendant's tone unsettled him. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a service worker? Though he understood that such arrogant individuals could be found anywhere, it did little to quell his frustration. "What are you complaining about? Let me tell you, the items in our store are quite expensive, far beyond what people like you can afford." The attendant responded without a shred of respect for Li Xuan. His audacity stemmed from the assumption that Li Xuan was merely browsing without the intent to purchase, reinforced by the tattered clothes he and the little girl beside him wore. It was clear to the attendant that they were not patrons of wealth, and thus, he felt emboldened to insult them, confident that neither his employer nor anyone else would hold him accountable, especially with his own allies nearby. The voices of Li Xuan and the attendant rose above the ambient noise, drawing the attention of other shoppers, who gathered in small clusters, amusedly observing the unfolding confrontation. "Hey, who do you think will be thrown out in the end?" remarked a portly middle-aged man, dressed in fine garments, to a refined, scholarly gentleman beside him. As he stood near the counter not far from Li Xuan, the cultured man frowned slightly and replied, "Paul, have you ever considered how that attendant might treat you if one day you find yourself without wealth or influence? That's utterly implausible. Though my title may not be lofty, it is hereditary. Unless I commit some grave error, how could I ever fall from grace?" Paul scoffed dismissively. The refined gentleman subtly shook his head and discreetly distanced himself from Paul, maintaining a composed demeanor. Li Xuan gently patted Daisy's hand, signaling her to remain calm. He then turned to face the shop assistant directly and, with a somber expression, inquired, "What if I can afford it?" The shop assistant initially contemplated responding with a simple acknowledgement of his purchasing power, but upon realizing that such a reply would undermine their own authority, they quickly altered their response, retorting, "Humph, if you can afford it, I shall devour it whole." Li Xuan shook his head, saying, No, if I win I still suffer a loss. Ha, this little fellow is quite amusing." The onlookers, witnessing Li Xuan's audacity to challenge the shop assistant, instantly became intrigued and gathered around, cheering him on. The shop assistant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wore a grim expression and barked, "All right. As long as you purchase this item today, of course, on the condition that you cannot borrow money, then I shall concede. You may dispose of me as you wish. However, what if you lose?" Though the assistant was somewhat agitated, having spent ample time in such an establishment necessitated a level of composure. Thus he effectively eliminated all of Li Xuan's potential escape routes. "If I lose, then you may also deal with me as you see fit. What do you say?" Li Xuan replied nonchalantly, offering a reassuring smile to the anxious Daisy, signaling her not to worry. "Very well, if you lose, you must crawl under my legs and call me grandfather 3 times. How about that? You still have time to regret it. Just utter grandfather and then quickly scram." The assistant retorted arrogantly. A faint smirk flickered across Li Xuan's face, followed by a composed nod. "I kindly ask everyone to bear witness. Let us not have him resort to deceit should he lose." As the attendant addressed the surrounding patrons, his tone shifted to one of courtesy, even tinged with a hint of flattery. "Ha, splendid, we shall bear witness." Upon hearing the willingness of those around him, the attendant cast a derisive glance at Li Xuan and disdainfully remarked, "Young man, do not be overly presumptuous. If you wish to be arrogant, you must possess the ability to back it up. Consider today a benevolent gesture from me, a free lesson for you. Brother, let us not compete any longer." "Let it go." Daisy, whose already pallid face had turned even more ashen, anxiously grasped Li Xuan's hand, imploring him to leave this place. "Humph, thinking of leaving now? Not a chance. Unless you crawl beneath my legs," the attendant boasted, as if already tasting victory upon hearing Daisy's words. "Do not worry, my dear, it will be fine." Li Xuan comforted her tenderly as he crouched down, before rising to meet the attendant's gaze. The latter, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, shivered with trepidation, yet, bolstered by his own influence and connections, he defiantly returned the glare. Li Xuan chose not to continue gazing at the shop assistant. Instead, he turned to survey the other patrons within the store. Their faces, reminiscent of spectators at a circus, ignited an inexplicable fury within him. After a considerable effort to suppress his anger, he retrieved a 5th-tier Earth-type defensive scroll from his spatial ring. Among the various types of defensive scrolls, the Earth-type was undoubtedly the finest and most precious. A single 5th-tier Earth-type defensive scroll could be equivalent in value to 3 5th-tier scrolls of any other type. And the wall spell he possessed was even more valuable. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the scroll in Li Xuan's hand, the shop assistant's heart sank. The only plausible explanation for such a phenomenon was the presence of a spatial ring. And those who wielded such rings were invariably affluent or noble, far beyond the means of a mere shop assistant. At that moment, he regretted his earlier arrogance. However, upon noticing that Li Xuan lacked a spatial ring or bracelet, he reassured himself that the scroll must have been retrieved from the sleeve, clinging to a flicker of hope that Li Xuan had merely stumbled upon it by chance. Yet, this glimmer of hope was swiftly extinguished the moment Li Xuan spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the wager I just made with this shop assistant. He stipulated that I could not borrow money. But he did not say I could not sell items to acquire it. Therefore, I present to you a 5th-tier Earth-type defensive scroll." "An Earth-type defensive scroll? Good heavens! Oh! By the grace of the light god, this cannot be real. It is truly astonishing." The shop was soon filled with a cacophony of astonished exclamations and skeptical murmurs. The shop assistant, who had clung to a sliver of hope, felt as though all strength had drained from him, collapsing to the floor. How could a person who so casually produced a 5th-tier scroll be ordinary? He had just moments ago insisted on being addressed as grandfather and demanded that Li Xuan crawl beneath him. The thought sent a rush of heat coursing through him, an embarrassing scent wafting forth. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about him, for all attention was captivated by the 5th-tier Earth-type defensive scroll in Li Xuan's grasp. "Kid, you claim that this is a 5th-tier defensive scroll. What guarantees do you offer?" questioned the portly middle-aged man, while the cultured gentleman beside him subtly distanced himself. Li Xuan found himself in a quandary, for the scroll was indeed difficult to assess. The magical energy was sealed within and bound by a suppression line, rendering any external manifestation of magic incapable of determining the scroll's grade. Consequently, such scrolls were typically sold in reputable establishments to ensure credibility. Alternatively, one could seek the expertise of the Mage Guild, where individuals could authenticate the scroll. However, in this shop, verification was unattainable. Observing Li Xuan's predicament, those who were already uncertain began to suspect that he had merely produced a scroll at random to feign competence, while even those who initially believed in him began to waver in their confidence. Just as the situation threatened to spiral beyond Li Xuan's control, a voice, tinged with age, emerged to rescue him from his plight. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I, an old man, have a few words to share. Should you find them of interest?" Benny, who had initially intended to merely spectate, realized the unfolding events exceeded his expectations. If left unchecked, the situation could prove detrimental to the shop. Thus he felt compelled to intervene. "Ah, it is Master Benny. Please, do share your thoughts." The onlookers, witnessing Benny's involvement, found their expressions growing ever more animated. They would surely have ample conversation to savor during their evening gatherings. The elder relished the admiration and flattery from those around him. He cast a glance at Li Xuan and continued, "Since there exists skepticism regarding the authenticity of this being a 5th-grade scroll, why not allow our young friend to demonstrate its power for all to witness?" Li Xuan furrowed his brows as he regarded Benetti, initially believing that the latter sought to downplay the situation. However, it soon became apparent that he was intent on undermining it. "What use is it to deplete resources if it hinders my ability to sell?" Li Xuan silently cursed the old fox. Indeed, wouldn't a simple trial reveal the truth? Some with ulterior motives loudly urged the matter forward, secure in the knowledge that whether the scroll was genuine or not, it would never reach their hands. To them, it was better to waste it than allow it to slip away, for no loss would affect them. This is unwise if it truly is a 5th-tier scroll. Such waste would be regrettable, lamented a few compassionate souls among the crowd, some out of genuine concern, others intrigued by the prospect of a 5th-tier scroll. If it indeed were a 5th-tier Earth-based defensive scroll, such a loss would be a tragedy. Such scrolls are rare and precious. Master Benetti, they have a point. If this is indeed a 5th-tier defensive scroll, the waste would be immense. Furthermore, being an Earth-based scroll, its value surpasses the results of your entire week's work, remarked a cultured middle-aged man beside the portly Paul. Benetti feigned a troubled expression. In truth, he had no doubts about the authenticity of Li Xuan's scroll. His act was merely to provide an escape for his subordinate, yet he was taken aback to find others supporting that young man. Should they use the scroll? Even if it were genuine, he could no longer sell it. The terms of their bet had prohibited borrowing money. And even if some present wished to curry favor by offering funds, it would not be permitted. Thus, Li Xuan's defeat was inevitable. At that moment, he could emerge as a mediator, garnering Li Xuan's gratitude while alleviating his subordinate's predicament, truly a win-win situation. Alas, things were not unfolding as he had hoped. Master Benetti, how about this? I shall give you the scroll in exchange for that energy converter. Let us forget the wager. What do you say? Just as Benetti was grappling with the situation, Li Xuan presented a proposition that was decidedly in his favor, stirring a sense of triumph within him. Humph, young one. Your impatience betrays you. Benetti, with a look of feigned difficulty, replied that wouldn't be appropriate. You wagered with my shop's employee. I cannot simply dismiss that. The majority present inwardly cursed him, though outwardly they refrained from voicing their thoughts, for they would still need to purchase scrolls from him in the future. And defending him would not bode well. Oh, then what does Master Benetti propose to do? Li Xuan feigned humility while silently mocking the old man. Old fellow, you shall soon regret this. Very well, I shall accept the exchange of the scroll for the energy converter, although the converter is worth only 10 gold coins. You cannot guarantee that your scroll is indeed a 5th-tier one. I am taking a risk here. How shameless, this old wretch, taking advantage and pretending to be the victim. The cultured man thought, as many in attendance echoed his sentiments. How about this? If you simply apologize to my employee, we can consider this matter settled. Does that sound agreeable? Benetti thought to himself, reveling in his good fortune, while outwardly maintaining the guise of having suffered a great loss. Fine, I agree. Li Xuan replied without hesitation, momentarily catching Benetti off guard. Something felt amiss, but he dismissed the notion, convinced there could be no slip-ups. Brother. Daisy anxiously tugged at Li Xuan's hand. Fear not, little sister. Do you not trust your brother? Li Xuan flashed her a confident smile. The shop assistant, previously paralyzed with fear, now felt a wave of relief wash over him as Benetti seemingly resolved his dire situation, even requiring an apology from the other party. Feeling buoyed, he began to stealthily retreat to the back courtyard, attempting to avoid drawing attention to his disheveled attire. Master Benetti, the scroll is here. Please take it, Li Xuan declared, tossing the scroll towards Benetti. Benetti, initially poised to receive the scroll, suddenly halted, focusing intently on it as he reached out. However, perhaps due to his advancing age, the scroll unexpectedly twisted mid-air, slipping through his fingers. In a hurried attempt to grasp it again, Benetti only managed to snag one end. Unaware that the binding enchantment had loosened, the scroll unfurled gracefully under the influence of gravity, releasing a potent surge of earth elemental energy, which drew the attention of nearby earth elementals as they swarmed towards it. Instinctively, Benetti retracted his hand and, momentarily stunned, his face drained of color. He shouted to the onlookers, "Everyone, take cover." With that, a series of deep, resonant thuds echoed in the air as the earth elements converged at the spot where the scroll fell. Bang! A towering earthen wall, 2 meters high and over 3 meters wide, materialized before Benetti, while those unable to escape were knocked to the ground, emitting pained groans. Benetti's complexion darkened as he surveyed the shattered counter and the fallen patrons, his heart swelling with rage. Though he longed to devour Li Xuan alive, reason dictated that he must first attend to the injured. Despite their usual deference, the respect these individuals held for him stemmed from his status as a scroll master, a necessity for their own needs. Yet, when harm befell them, it could not be so easily dismissed. Among the injured were 2 barons, a viscount, and most notably, Count Debot, known in the imperial capital for his difficult nature, stingy and adept at inflating trivial matters into national crises. As Benetti grappled with how to appease these noble patrons, Li Xuan's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, rang from behind the earthen wall. Master Benetti, I warned you earlier to hold on to it carefully. How could you be so careless? Look at this wall. It's a genuine 5th-tier scroll, just like that. Hearing Li Xuan's complaints, veins bulged on Benetti's forehead as he wore an expression that could kill. Fully aware that this chaos was the handiwork of the young man he had dismissed as a novice. Yet, he had no choice but to suppress his fury. There was no time for vengeance, as the injured, particularly the nobles among them, awaited his soothing words, while Benetti plastered a forced smile and offered apologies to the fallen. Li Xuan chuckled softly, nonchalantly snatching the energy converter from the counter and leisurely leading Daisy out of the shop. Outside, Daisy gazed at Li Xuan with admiration, her voice bubbling with excitement. Brother, you are incredible. That Master Benetti will surely suffer a heavy loss this time. I can hardly tolerate those shameless old fellows who rely on their age to assert superiority. Were it not for my insufficient strength, I would relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hiki, by the way, brother, was that scroll we encountered earlier a 5th-tier one? The surge of magical energy was truly immense. Daisy suddenly recalled the scroll from earlier, in the presence of that overwhelming magical aura. She felt that her own magical power was practically negligible. Li Xuan affectionately pinched Daisy's petite nose and said, "As long as you put in the effort with your talent, you will undoubtedly achieve this in just a few years." Li Xuan held no doubts regarding Daisy's innate abilities, having reached her current level at such a tender age. Solely through a basic outline of magic, her talent was beyond question. "We must make haste and leave, for once Benedict has finished, he will surely come seeking trouble." However, the map has yet to be acquired. Li Xuan furrowed his brow, troubled by the issue of the map, without knowledge of the roads. How long would it take to reach Mason Academy? "My dear, is there a guide available to lead us to Mason Academy?" He suddenly recalled the profession of tour guides on Earth and wondered if such individuals existed in this alternate world. "What is a guide?" Daisy shook her head in uncertainty, but soon added, "However, if we had the funds, we could hire mercenaries. They are seasoned travelers, well acquainted with the continent, and could escort us." Mercenaries? Li Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He mused to himself, so this world is indeed reminiscent of the novels. And perhaps there exists a mercenary guild as well. Yes, we could go to the mercenary guild to hire someone to take us there. But considering how far Mason Academy is, the hiring fees would surely be substantial, and we have no money, Daisy pouted, a hint of frustration in her voice. "Fear not, dear sister, I shall devise a plan." Suddenly, Li Xuan's expression shifted as he extended his hand to shield Daisy, turning to address an unseen presence. "Might I inquire why you have been following us? Such covert tracking is unbecoming of a gentleman." "Ha ha, from the very beginning, I sensed that you were no ordinary youth, and indeed, you proved to be so." With a chuckle, the refined middle-aged man from the shop stepped out from around the corner. "I overheard your conversation and gathered that you are short on funds. Might I offer my assistance?" Upon sensing the presence of someone trailing them, Li Xuan had already anticipated this middle-aged man, so his appearance elicited no surprise. He held a favorable impression of the man, as he was the only one who had spoken up for him amidst the crowd at the scroll shop. Notably, he felt no energy fluctuations emanating from the middle-aged gentleman, leading him to believe he was merely an ordinary man. "I appreciate your gallant words earlier. Here is a 4th-tier firewall scroll, a token of my gratitude. However, my sister and I have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave," Li Xuan said as he retrieved a firewall scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to the gentleman before bowing courteously. The middle-aged man accepted the scroll and watched as Li Xuan, holding Daisy's hand, walked away, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. What an intriguing young fellow. After evading the man's pursuit, Li Xuan and Daisy proceeded directly to the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild in the Holy Empire's capital serves as the main office for the Mercenary General Union, located in the commercial district, not far from where they had been. They arrived at the guild's entrance after approximately half an hour of walking. The guild structure was a grand, dome-shaped building standing over 30 meters tall, with individuals clad in various attires bustling in and out. Though Daisy was aware of the Mercenary Guild, it was her first visit, and she tightened her grip on Li Xuan's hand, revealing her nervousness. As they entered through the imposing 5-meter-wide door, they were greeted by a vast hall spanning thousands of square meters. The hall was divided into 2 sections on the right. There was a long counter with over a dozen windows. Some windows were designated for mercenaries to accept tasks, while others allowed individuals to post tasks, and a few were for submitting or canceling tasks. Adjacent to the task-accepting windows was a massive crystal screen, serving as a task display board. It continuously showcased all available tasks within the guild, allowing mercenaries to select suitable ones and report their task numbers at the nearby windows to accept them. However, not all tasks were open for acceptance. The guild operated under a comprehensive system, where each task possessed a specific difficulty level, and mercenaries had their own ranks. To undertake certain tasks, one must meet the requisite level, and to elevate their rank, mercenaries must commence with the most basic 1-star tasks. Li Xuan gazed at the series of tasks scrolling across the display screen. Among them, some 1-star tasks seemed effortlessly achievable, such as assisting someone in locating a particular item or capturing a mischievous kitten on the rooftop. Conversely, certain tasks posed significant challenges. For instance, a daunting 8-star task required the hunting of a 7th-tier adult earth bear and acquiring its magic core to complete the assignment. The earth bear, renowned for its formidable strength and defense, typically necessitated the combined efforts of several 9th-star martial masters or a martial sovereign to defeat a mere initial-tier 7th-level earth bear, underscoring the task's formidable difficulty. However, upon successful completion of such tasks, mercenaries would not only amass a substantial number of points, but also receive generous rewards. For some, Accomplishing a single such task could secure a lifetime of sustenance without concern, though it would merely suffice for a modest existence. It would fall far short of affording a life of luxury. Within the sacred palace of the Holy Empire, Kenny McCass scrutinized a letter on his desk, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The correspondence meticulously detailed Daisy's activities from the moment she left the palace to her departure from the Benedy shop. Who was this young man that had emerged? Why was Daisy so closely associated with him? And how did he appear immediately upon her exit from the palace? A cascade of questions deepened Kenny's frown as he commanded the void behind him. Investigate the identity of the young man accompanying Princess Daisy. Should any illicit behavior be discovered, eliminate him. Yes, master, came a resounding and authoritative response from the void. Kenny then cast his gaze towards a corner of the palace, murmuring softly, I hope you do not act foolishly. Li Xuan led Daisy towards the counter, casually selecting a queue to join. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, it was finally his turn. The young girl attending this window, in her 20s and possessing a rather innocent demeanor, smiled at Li Xuan and said, Hello. Which task would you like to undertake? Li Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then replied, I am not here to accept a task. Rather, I wish to issue one. The girl offered an apologetic smile and said, I sincerely apologize. Windows 1 through 7 are designated for mercenaries to accept tasks, while Windows 8 through 10 are responsible for task issuance. Please proceed to queue at those 3 windows. Li Xuan felt an intense heat radiating from his face, wishing fervently to find a crevice to hide himself in, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Fortunately, no one recognized him. He made his way towards the 8th to 10th window as indicated by the girl, in stark contrast to the bustling 1st to 7th windows. Only one of the 3 windows here was attended, while the other 2 remained vacant. Li Xuan and Daisy approached the farthest window, where a seemingly 18 or 19-year-old girl was stationed. Upon noticing Li Xuan, she greeted him with a sweet smile and inquired, Hello. May I ask what task you wish to publish? I need to issue an escort mission, he replied. May I ask if you're a contracted mercenary? The young girl asked as she took out a form to fill out. Li Xuan shook his head and replied, No? Oh, I see. If you post a task as a contracted mercenary, you can enjoy a reduced service fee. If the remuneration for your task is substantial, I would recommend that you register as a contracted mercenary with our guild before posting it, the girl suggested enthusiastically. Li Xuan contemplated the notion of registering as a mercenary, finding it rather appealing. In times of financial need, he could undertake a mission, and the prospect of meeting numerous individuals in this line of work was particularly enticing to him. So, what is the procedure for registering as a mercenary? It is quite straightforward. One merely needs to complete a form, which will be archived in our mercenary guild system. Subsequently, you may accept or submit missions at any branch established by our guild. The registration fee is a single silver coin. The girl skillfully retrieved a form from beneath the counter and presented it to Li Xuan. Li Xuan picked up the form and glanced at it. Discovering that the required information was rather straightforward, he retrieved a silver coin from the spatial ring and handed it to the girl, who proceeded to fill out the form. By the way, how does one upgrade as a mercenary? Li Xuan inquired. He was aware that mercenaries could enhance their points by completing tasks, yet he remained uncertain about the specific point threshold for promotion. With the surroundings relatively quiet, and considering that she was also a member of the mercenary guild, he thought it was prudent to seek clarification. To become a mercenary, one merely needs to pay a silver coin for registration. Newly registered mercenaries start as 1-star mercenaries, who are only permitted to undertake 1-star tasks. For each 1-star task completed, one earns a single point. Accumulating 10 points allows for promotion to a 2-star mercenary. As she explained, the girl produced a badge and handed it to Li Xuan. That seems quite manageable, Li Xuan interjected. Does it? The girl retorted, then continued. As a 2-star mercenary, you may accept both 1-star and 2-star tasks. Completing 10 1-star tasks earns 1 point, while finishing a 2-star task also grants 1 point. Once you reach 100 points, you can advance to a 3-star mercenary. Does it still appear to be so easy? Li Xuan awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. So becoming a 3-star mercenary doesn't require completing 100 1-star missions for a single point, right? Congratulations, you guessed correctly, but there's no reward. The girl replied with a sweet smile. The strength of a mercenary is not strictly defined, even if you are a 1-star warrior. Completing 1,000 1-star tasks can still elevate you to a 3-star mercenary. However, the prestige of such a 3-star mercenary pales in comparison to those who genuinely possess the strength of a 3-star warrior. I see. So, as one ascends the ranks, the number of mercenaries becomes increasingly scarce? Indeed, there are many mercenaries from 1 to 4 stars, but 5-star mercenaries are significantly fewer. As for 6-star, 7-star, and even 8-star mercenaries, they are exceedingly rare. However, mercenaries above 4 stars enjoy discounts at our guild's affiliated shops, a benefit provided by us as a form of appreciation. Additionally, materials and magic cores obtained by mercenaries can be sold to our guild at slightly higher rates than elsewhere. You mercenaries are quite generous. By the way, who is the highest-ranked mercenary currently? Li Xuan inquired with curiosity, unaware that this seemingly casual question would eventually aid him greatly. I can't disclose that information to others, as mercenary data is confidential according to guild regulations. However, I can tell you about the highest-ranked mercenary. His true name has faded from memory, but I recall it began with Ans. We now refer to him as the King of Mercenaries. He is an 11-star mercenary, the only one of his kind. A living legend in the mercenary world. The girl spoke with a hint of admiration. 11 stars? Doesn't that require over 10 billion points? Is that even achievable by a mere mortal? Li Xuan exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He had thought that attaining 9 stars was remarkable. Yet here was the existence of an 11-star mercenary. He is no ordinary human. He is a deity in the eyes of all mercenaries. In truth, once one begins completing tasks of 4 stars and above, the point system shifts. From 4 stars onward, even tasks of the same rank can vary significantly in difficulty, leading to point rewards ranging from 1 to 10. For 5-star tasks, points can vary from 1 to 100, and so forth. Thus, even if one consistently earns the maximum points for a single star, advancing a level still necessitates completing 1,000 tasks, which is quite unfathomable, Li Xuan mused. Indeed, you need not be overly astonished. The King of Mercenaries has held his position for over 1,000 years. He only reached 11 stars 30 years ago. But that same year, he mysteriously withdrew from the mercenary world. Over 1,000 years, Li Xuan marveled, feeling fortunate to have spent some time in the abyss. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by the realities of this world. The girl giggled softly. There's no need to be so astonished. As long as one becomes a powerful being in the sacred domain, they possess an almost infinite lifespan. Time is of little value to them. Furthermore, the fastest way to amass mercenary points is to establish one's own mercenary group and complete tasks as a team, which accelerates point accumulation significantly. Hey, can't you just finish your thought in one go? Li Xuan silently cursed, though he maintained a facade of eager inquiry, asking, how does one earn points through a mercenary group? Typically, the points from group tasks can be 10 to 100 times that of individual tasks. The group leader then distributes the points according to each member's contributions. The girl seemed quite enthusiastic, enjoying the conversation with Li Xuan. Yet, performance matters. And having more members doesn't necessarily mean more points, does it? Silly, what if the mercenary group has only one member? Then all the points would belong to that individual. The girl made a playful face, causing Li Xuan to nearly widen his eyes in disbelief. Ah, I understand now. The King of Mercenaries must have completed the group tasks alone, thus claiming all the points for himself. But what if a group completes a task together, and only one person claims the rewards? Well, you're not entirely dim-witted. Such scenarios are unavoidable, but as long as the actions are not excessively outrageous, the guild tends to turn a blind eye. Thank you for sharing all this with me today, Li Xuan. It has been a pleasure meeting you. Li Xuan instinctively extended his hand. The girl hesitated momentarily but quickly adapted, shaking his hand and saying, I'm Duoer. I'm also delighted to meet you, silly. Humph. You older siblings are also mischievous. I won't bother with you. As Li Xuan and Duo exchanged names, a delicate voice interjected, clearly belonging to someone who was upset. Li Xuan, feeling vexed, tapped his forehead in frustration. How could he forget the little girl upon seeing a beautiful woman? He quickly crouched down to comfort her, saying, Be good, my dear. It's my fault. Later, I shall buy you something delicious. No, Daisy pouted, turning her face away in displeasure. Humph. So this is the kind of person you are. I must have misjudged you. As Li Xuan was attempting to console Daisy, a cold voice echoed from behind him. Due to the height difference between the counter and Daisy, she stood beside Li Xuan and was entirely unaware of the presence of another person within the counter during their conversation. It was only when Daisy spoke that she realized someone else was outside the counter. As Li Xuan crouched to comfort Daisy, Duo emerged from behind the counter. Upon seeing the pale and emaciated Daisy, a wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her, while her gaze toward Li Xuan was filled with indignation. Li Xuan turned to see Duo with a cold expression, feeling momentarily helpless and deeply wronged. Duo, please listen. Before he could explain, she interrupted icily. I do not wish to hear your justifications. I never imagined you to be this kind of person, so polished and self-satisfied. Yet you allow your sister to suffer like this. Are you even human? Daisy, tell your sister, does he often mistreat you and deny you good food? I will ensure he receives a proper lesson, Duo said tenderly as she reached out to pat Daisy's small head. Daisy wriggled away from Duo's touch and hid behind Li Xuan. Sister, you misunderstand. Brother treats me very well. She tugged at Li Xuan's hand timidly, adding, Brother, I'm sorry. I won't speak carelessly again. Being still a child at heart, Daisy had merely reacted out of frustration when Li Xuan had been engrossed in conversation with Duo, leaving her feeling neglected. She hadn't anticipated that her words would lead to such a misunderstanding, and she worried that Li Xuan might be upset because of it. Observing Li Xuan and Daisy, Duo's expression softened slightly, yet doubt lingered in her heart. She reassured Daisy, Little sister, do not be afraid. If he truly bullies you, simply inform your sister, and I will ensure he is properly reprimanded. If you fear he will mistreat you again, you are welcome to stay with me. Li Xuan cast a wry smile towards Daisy, yet in Duo's eyes, it appeared to take on a different hue. Humph, what do you mean? Do you still intend to bully her in my presence? Li Xuan's expression fell completely. He found it difficult to comprehend why they had been conversing so joyfully just moments ago, only to now appear as if they bore a deep-seated animosity toward one another. With a look of helplessness, he remarked, Little girl, this is quite the misunderstanding. Look at the way she gazes at me, as if I were a villain deserving of universal disdain. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cause sister any misunderstanding, Daisy replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Li Xuan affectionately patted her little head and said, Hee, silly girl, why speak such foolishness? As long as you don't blame your brother, let's first go accept the mission, and then I will take you to buy some delicious treats. Daisy nodded her little head, but upon seeing Duo, she hesitantly asked, What about sister? Li Xuan shrugged helplessly, resigning herself to the situation. If she did not believe me, there was little I could do. Li Xuan rose and took Daisy by the hand, intending to approach another counter to issue a task. However, Der suddenly called out to him, saying, Hey, don't you want to clarify things? Li Xuan turned to Duo and smiled wryly, asking, Will you believe my explanation? He continued, If you refuse to trust my words, what is the point of explaining further? Duo retorted, How can you know I don't believe you if you don't explain? Well, it's quite simple, Li Xuan replied. I only met that girl yesterday. She is an orphan, and seeing her alone stirred my empathy. So I took her under my wing. That's the entirety of the matter. Believe it or not, it is up to you. With that, Li Xuan turned and led Daisy toward another counter. Humph, not only are you foolish, but you're also stingy. Duo made a face at Li Xuan's back before hastily catching up to him. Hey, are you even a man? You're so miserly, devoid of any gentlemanly grace. Must I, a mere lady, apologize and seek your forgiveness? Seeing Duo standing defiantly with her hands on her hips, Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Duo, what role are you playing now? Humph, you go handle your tasks. I will chat with the little sister. Very well. Li Xuan understood her intentions well. He bent down and spoke to Daisy. I shall go publish the task. Please keep sister company. After Daisy nodded, Duo seized her and tenderly caressed her face, saying, Such a poor child. Which heartless parents would allow such a delightful girl to suffer? My father and mother both love me dearly, Daisy replied. Duo gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Daisy's eyes and said softly, Do not cry, little sister. Tell me, is what he said true? Daisy nodded without hesitation. Although it was false that she was an orphan, she understood why Li Xuan would say such a thing. He would not want to reveal her identity as the daughter of the current emperor to just anyone. Moreover, even if he did, others would likely not believe it, thinking it a ruse. Human nature is indeed peculiar. When one speaks the truth, it is often met with skepticism, yet fabrications are readily accepted. Only at this moment did Duo genuinely believe Li Xuan's words. She affectionately said, Let us have a bite to eat here. The Mercenary Guild offers a variety of delicacies from all corners of the world. Though Daisy was eager to try, she knew Li Xuan had no money. So she shook her head and declined. No, I would rather go out to eat with my brother. Noticing Daisy's expression of yearning, Duo restrained her own excitement. Deducing the situation from their attire, she smiled. Oh, dear sister, do not refuse. Once your brother finishes his task, we shall dine together, and I shall treat you. Let us wait for my brother. Then, Daisy pondered, feeling that while Duo was kind, she lacked the inexplicable connection she shared with Li Xuan. Duo did not press further and engaged in casual conversation with Daisy. After about 10 minutes, when Li Xuan returned from publishing the task. He found Duer and Daisy laughing together, prompting a knowing smile from him. "What are you two chatting about, laughing so heartily?" Li Xuan approached, looking at Daisy, who was beaming. "Brother, Sister Duer is telling me thrilling tales of mercenaries' adventures. They are delightful," Daisy exclaimed proudly. "Would you like to hear more from her?" "Yes, yes, yes." Daisy nodded vigorously, seemingly oblivious to the possibility of her head detaching. "Then let us sit over there for a while. I must wait for someone to accept the task I published." He then turned to Duer, offering a friendly nod. "Might I invite Miss Duer to share a drink with us?" "Humph. I intend to tell stories to the little sister, not to drink with you, so remember that," Duer said with a scrunched nose, before pulling Daisy toward the dining area. Initially, she had a favorable impression of Li Xuan, but misunderstandings had led to her cold demeanor. Now that the misunderstandings were resolved, there was no need for her to remain aloof. Li Xuan sighed, remarking that women are indeed capricious creatures, and then followed closely behind them towards the dining area. In the dining section, not far from Li Xuan's table, 3 men clad in black sat, shrouded in their attire. However, many mercenaries possessed their own peculiarities, so their presence did not arouse suspicion. At that moment, one of the black-clad men lowered his voice and said, "Big brother, this matter is of great significance. Should we truly accept it?" "Humph." Another black-clad man snorted coldly. "Why not? If we succeed, we stand to gain 2/10 of the reward, which amounts to a substantial sum of 10,000 crystal coins. Wealth is often found in peril, though it may be risky once accomplished. We can seek solace in a life of luxury. Big brother, whether it is dangerous or not is irrelevant, as we mercenaries live with our lives on the line. My concern lies in the possibility of the employer reneging on the agreement, particularly since this task lacks the oversight of a mercenary guild." The silent black-clad man expressed his apprehension. "Let us take a gamble. As per our usual practice, we shall vote on it." The one referred to as Big Brother hesitated before speaking. "Disagree. I agree. Very well, I concur. It is decided. Big brother, and I shall respond to them now. Second brother, come over. I need to speak with you." As the 3 black-clad men rose to leave, a young man in his 20s with blue hair at the adjacent table glanced at the departing trio before shifting his gaze back to his own table, indulging in his meal. The dining area of the mercenary hall bustled with mercenaries coming and going, embodying a scene of vibrant activity. Mercenaries, who live with their lives at stake, seldom save money. They typically spend most of their earnings immediately, for none can guarantee the promise of tomorrow. "Li Xuan, why has no one taken up your task yet?" "It has been several hours," Duo inquired, sipping her drink, her tone laced with boredom. After a few hours, Duo had softened her attitude towards Li Xuan, realizing their similarities in certain aspects, which significantly enhanced her fondness for him. Li Xuan helplessly spread his hands and said, "I find it curious as well. Logically, the remuneration I offered is quite substantial. By the way, what task did you post? Some tasks might not attract many participants. After all, Duo worked here and had some knowledge of the market." "Oh, I merely posted an escort mission. We only need to reach our destination," Li Xuan replied candidly, not concealing anything. Duo pondered for a moment, her expression reflecting confusion. Such tasks should typically attract numerous applicants, as escort missions are relatively straightforward. "By the way, is it possible that your offered reward is insufficient? For completing this task, I am to receive 2 5th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls as compensation. That must be a considerable amount, right?" Li Xuan expressed his mild frustration. Upon exiting Benedi's shop, he had a general understanding of the value of a 5th-tier scroll, which was worth 1,000 gold coins. Thus, a reward of 2,000 gold coins seemed quite generous. How was it that no one had accepted it? Were mercenaries now so affluent? What? Good heavens. Did you find those scrolls lying around? They are 5th-tier defensive scrolls, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Duo exclaimed, seemingly taken aback. By the way, Duo, aren't there 6th-tier and 7th-tier scrolls above the 5th tier? Why do I see you all treating the 5th-tier scrolls as if they were sacred relics? This was a question Li Xuan had long wished to ask. His spatial ring contained numerous scrolls, and while he possessed a few below the 6th tier, he had many above that level. Initially, he had assumed that scrolls below the 6th tier must be of little value. Otherwise, why wouldn't the previous owner of the ring have collected more? However, both Benedi's shop and Duo's reaction made it clear that even the 5th-tier scrolls were exceedingly precious. Duo stared at Li Xuan as if he were an alien, and even Daisy shared the same sentiment. Duo reached out to touch Li Xuan's forehead, confirming he was not feverish, and then said, "Are you certain you are from this continent?" It is widely known that after the cataclysm over 3,000 years ago, a vast number of valuable texts were destroyed, with only a fraction of knowledge on scroll creation surviving. Thus, there are hardly any individuals capable of crafting high-tier scrolls today. Most so-called masters would consider themselves fortunate to successfully create a 6th-tier scroll. Masters? 6th tier? That is merely a mid-tier scroll. Is it true that no one on this continent can even craft the lowest 7th-tier scroll? Li Xuan could scarcely believe what Duo was saying. His spatial ring contained not only sacred realm scrolls, but also over 1,000 9th-tier scrolls across various elements, not to mention those of the 7th and 8th tiers. What do you expect? To have those masters create sacred realm scrolls? That is utterly impossible. The most powerful scroll master on the continent, Master Roger, can barely manage to craft 9th-tier scrolls, and even then, it is mostly by chance. As for other scroll masters capable of producing 7th-tier scrolls, there are scarcely 3 or 4 that I am aware of, Duo remarked, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Is this considered good news? I possess so many high-tier scrolls in my spatial ring, and this continent is so lacking in them. How much could a sacred realm scroll fetch? Li Xuan mused, his thoughts spiraling. Currently, he had only 2 silver coins to his name. He had just spent one on posting the task. If he did not acquire funds soon, it did not matter much to him, but Daisy would soon be in dire straits. Is it not the case that there are no sacred realm scrolls left on this continent? If someone were to auction off a scroll, would they not make a fortune? Who said there are no sacred realm scrolls left on the continent? Duo retorted, puzzled. Weren't you the one who said that? Li Xuan asked, looking at Duo in bewilderment. He suddenly sensed a communication barrier. She had clearly stated that the continent's most powerful scroll master could only produce 9th-tier scrolls. So how could there still be sacred realm scrolls? Did I ever say that? I merely stated that the most formidable scroll master on the continent can only craft 9th-tier scrolls, she clarified. Indeed, the most capable can only create 9th-tier scrolls. So where would the sacred realm scrolls come from? Li Xuan was on the verge of exasperation. Were the thought processes of these inhabitants of another realm so different from those on Earth? Duo chuckled lightly, silly. Did I say that sacred realm scrolls were made by the people of this continent? Li Xuan suddenly realized, so that is it. There are other continents on this planet. And you should have mentioned it sooner. However, he soon found himself puzzled again. If such a continent existed, why didn't the inhabitants of this continent venture there to acquire knowledge? Surely, over the span of more than 3,000 years, they could have mastered the missing wisdom. Duo was now certain of one thing. Li Xuan must have lived in a secluded valley, isolated from news, perhaps even for millennia. Otherwise, how could he be so oblivious to matters concerning the continent? She finally comprehended why he lacked even the most basic knowledge of mercenaries. With patience, Duo elucidated. That is not merely a continent. It is the sacred land in the hearts of all beings on Daityas, which we refer to as the Ice Plain. The cataclysm over 3,000 years ago plunged the entire continent into darkness. During that time, corpses littered the ground, and starvation ran rampant. Many resorted to cannibalism to survive. And eventually, even human flesh became scarce. Just when everyone believed their demise was inevitable, the champions of the Ice Plain emerged. These champions, whom we commonly call the Ice Plain warriors, numbered 3,000. They donned a uniform attire and wielded identical weapons, practicing the same ice attribute combat techniques. Each possessed at least the strength of a martial sovereign. Under the leadership of 3 silver-clad middle-aged men, they relentlessly drove back the undead, ultimately forcing them back into the dark passage. Subsequently, the 3 silver-clad leaders and the 3,000 Ice Plain warriors united to seal the passage. After expelling the undead, they produced vast quantities of food and aided the various races across the continent in rebuilding their homes. Then, just as they had appeared without warning, they vanished without a trace. It was only later, when someone discovered the Ice Plain, that it became evident that the sovereign of the Ice Plain had aided them. From that moment on, all beings in the Daityas realm, humans, orcs, elves, and dragons alike, regarded the Ice Plain as their sacred sanctuary. Those people from 3,000 years ago were rather foolish. Despite the existence of such a place, they had never uncovered it. Li Xuan feigned ease on the surface. Yet his heart grew heavy. Undead creatures, a multitude of them. Does that dark passage connect to the Abyssal Continent? Is it possible to return to the Abyssal Continent through that passage? Yet, life here is quite agreeable. Why would I wish to return to that desolate place? Li Xuan consoled himself, though he never anticipated that one day he would have to traverse the passage back to the Abyssal Continent. A journey that would ultimately trigger a considerable catastrophe. He had underestimated the expanse of the icy plains. Had it not been for the dominion of the Ice Sovereign guiding their steps, they would have never discovered that realm. The Ice Sovereign, an omnipotent deity, commanded profound admiration from Duoer, whose reverence for him surpassed even her veneration for the mercenary king. Is it then true that the sacred domain scrolls originate from this icy expanse? Li Xuan pondered, realizing that if he still did not understand this fact, he would truly be a fool. His curiosity about the icy plains was piqued. What manner of place was it? And who exactly was this Ice Sovereign? Could it be a genuine deity? Yet, alongside his intrigue, he harbored reservations about the icy plains. If they possessed the power to annihilate the undead, why had they not appeared sooner? Why did they only emerge when the races on the continent were on the brink of extinction? Furthermore, why had the icy plains been revealed again after a period of time? Did it not seem a tad too coincidental? Perhaps you are not as foolish as you appear. Duo remarked. The sacred domain scrolls currently in use across the continent, along with most high-tier scrolls, are procured from the icy plains. She gazed at Li Xuan with an expression that suggested he was a promising pupil. Procured? But aren't they exorbitantly priced? Li Xuan could only imagine the astronomical cost of such scrolls during a time of extreme scarcity. In the icy plains, transactions were not conducted with money but with ice crystals, which could be regarded as a distinct form of currency, universally accepted within that realm. The price of a sacred domain scroll was merely one third-tier ice crystal. Noticing Li Xuan's bewildered expression, Duoer realized he was unfamiliar with the grades of ice crystals and continued to explain. Ice crystals are categorized into 5 tiers, with a conversion ratio of 1 to 10 between each tier. There are 2 ways to acquire ice crystals. One can either spend a significant sum to purchase them from others, which the icy plains do not regulate, or one can complete tasks issued by the icy plains. Successfully fulfilling these tasks yields corresponding ice crystals, akin to earning points through guild assignments. Li Xuan displayed a contemplative expression, doubting the intentions of the ice plains in offering their assistance without cost. If their desire was genuine, they could easily impart the knowledge of crafting scrolls, rather than maintaining the current ambiguous stance. What ulterior motive could the ice plains possess? As the sun dipped toward the horizon, a delicate crimson veil enveloped the imperial capital. Within a dilapidated building in the southwest region of the capital, 3 figures clad in black stood somewhat apprehensively before an elderly man with graying hair, who exuded an unyielding authority even in his calm demeanor. Dressed in a resplendent and well-fitted robe, he emanated the air of a figure of high standing. He regarded the 3 black-clad individuals with a frigid glance before handing one of them a silk pouch, his voice resonating with a deep, gravelly tone. This task will not be easy, even with your combined prowess. I hope you do not falter and fail in this endeavor. You are well aware of the significance of your target. Although the St. Roland Merchant Association does not rival the top 3 merchant guilds of the continent, it is nonetheless a prominent and formidable entity. Their escorting forces vary according to the value of the goods they transport. And this pouch contains information regarding the security details of the St. Roland Merchant Association. After a brief pause, the elder appeared hesitant but ultimately continued. Tomorrow afternoon, the St. Roland Merchant Association will employ mercenaries from the Mercenary Guild for protection. You may seize this opportunity to infiltrate their ranks, which could greatly facilitate your mission. Upon successful completion, you will deliver the goods to Quirin City and seek out the leader of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, Daikas, who will reward you with 10,000 crystal coins. Suddenly, the elder's tone turned icy, a hint of menace lurking beneath his words. The cargo must remain intact. Do not attempt to uncover its nature. Matters beyond your purview are not yours to know. Should you disregard this warning, the consequences are unimaginable. Now, depart. As the 3 black-clad figures exited, a young man with blue hair, who had been seated near them in the dining area of the Mercenary Guild, entered. He respectfully bowed to the elder and inquired, Elder Akard, why go through such convolutions? Could we not simply seize the goods and return? Akard revealed a rather enigmatic smile as he replied, the clan leader has other plans. You will accompany the merchant convoy. Ensure that no mistakes occur along the way. Once the goods reach Daikas, you will. His voice trailed off, leaving the blue-haired youth nodding vigorously, a look of enlightenment dawning upon his face. In the dining area of the Mercenary Guild, Li Xuan, who had been growing increasingly drowsy from waiting, turned to Duo with confusion. You've spent the entire afternoon with us. Isn't that a bother? Duo beamed with pride. Not at all. I am well acquainted with the manager here. I often come to work during the academy breaks to earn some pocket money. You need not worry about me. By the way, will you continue waiting? Since his transformation into a skeleton, Li Xuan had become indifferent to the passage of time. He could comfortably spend years alone in the abyss, let alone wait an afternoon in the company of others. Even if he were to wait for 10 or 20 more afternoons, he would not feel vexed. Rather, he cherished the companionship. However, he sensed that Daisy and Duo were growing impatient, and he felt reluctant to impose further on Duo, so he suggested, Duo, you should return to work. I've already taken up enough of your time. I plan to take the girl out for a stroll to buy some necessities. My shift has long since ended. I have nothing pressing to do, so I'll accompany you. You're not too familiar with the imperial capital, and I can show you around, Duo said enthusiastically. Seeing her eagerness reminded Li Xuan of a familiar sentiment he had often observed among the girls in his university class. It seemed that, regardless of the place, women held an unwavering delight in shopping. Would that be too much trouble for you? Li Xuan asked, his expression slightly awkward. Internally, he felt conflicted, wishing for Duo's company, yet apprehensive about it as well. I wouldn't mind at all. Let us go. We'll first head to Shuefu Street, where there are numerous shops selling daily necessities. You can find everything you need there, Duo said, rising in anticipation. Observing her excitement, Li Xuan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Duo, where in the capital can I sell scrolls? I need to part with a few, as my funds are running low. Seemingly oblivious to his discomfort, Duo pointed to a nearby independent counter. Why go elsewhere to sell? Do you see that window over there? It's where our mercenary guild specifically purchases materials. They also buy items like scrolls. If you want to sell a scroll, simply go there. The price may be slightly lower than at the Magic Guild, but it's convenient. Watching numerous mercenaries selling materials they had acquired during their tasks at the counter, Li Xuan's expression shifted to one of concern. Had he not known the value of scrolls from Daisy, he might have approached the counter without hesitation. However, he now recognized the rarity of scrolls, especially high-tier ones. If he were to sell there and attract unwanted attention, given his current lack of skill, he would likely find himself at the mercy of others. Duo, misinterpreting his dilemma as reluctance over the price, briefly displayed a peculiar expression before regaining her composure. She patted Li Xuan's shoulder and said, Is selling a scroll truly such a hardship? If you think the price is unfair, let us go to the Magic Guild instead. I'll take you there right now. Recovering his focus, Li Xuan looked apologetically at Duo. It's not that I mind the lower price. It's just that there are too many people here. If someone were to notice me, it could end poorly, so it's better to be cautious. Upon hearing his words, Duo's face instantly brightened with a smile. I thought it was something serious. Our mercenary guild has a dedicated place for purchasing items. However, the value must be significant. Tell me what you wish to sell. If it exceeds 10,000 gold coins, I'll take you there. Indeed, the mercenary guild did have such a purchasing location, but items valued below 100,000 gold coins were not accepted. Yet, in Duo's words, that threshold had inexplicably dropped to a mere 10,000 gold coins. Daisy, who had been listening intently to the conversation between Li Xuan and Duo, suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment. Her face was awash with disbelief. In her entire life, she had likely seen no more than 2 gold coins at once, and that had taken her a long time to save. The thought of 10,000 gold coins was simply beyond her imagination. Li Xuan was weary of living from one scroll sale to another. Thus, he resolved that if he were to sell, he would do so in a manner that would provide him ample wealth for indulgence. Approaching Duo, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him, prompting him to greedily inhale a few breaths until a faint blush graced her cheeks, at which point he awkwardly ceased. Leaning closer to her ear, he softly murmured, I wish to sell 2 sacred domain scrolls. One, a geological offensive scroll called Meteoric Descent, and the other, a radiant defensive scroll known as the Holy Light Barrier. Initially distracted by his actions, Duo quickly regained her composure, her disbelief evident as she gazed at him. In that instant, the seemingly naive young man before her appeared shrouded in an enigmatic veil, rendering her somewhat perplexed. Since the reward for the task Li Xuan had posted was 2 5th-tier scrolls, Duo assumed that the scrolls he intended to sell would not be excessively high in rank, perhaps a 7th tier at best. This assumption elucidated why he mentioned a value of 10,000 gold coins. Generally, 7th-tier scrolls were approximately worth that amount. However, she was utterly taken aback to discover that he was offering sacred domain scrolls, 2 of them, no less. More astonishing was the fact that these were among the most valuable of all: the geological sacred domain scroll, Meteoric Descent, and the Holy Light Barrier. Reputed to be capable of withstanding all attacks below the sacred domain level, her heart began to race. It was impossible for her to remain indifferent. Even with her noble status, she possessed only a single sacred domain scroll, a gift from her father meant for dire situations. Yet here was a seemingly destitute individual nonchalantly proposing to part with 2 sacred domain scrolls, a notion that was simply intolerable. Could it be that he is left with nothing but scrolls? A ludicrous thought flashed through Duoer's mind, and she pondered what her reaction would be if she realized her wild speculation was, in fact, accurate. Since the cataclysm 3,000 years ago, sacred domain scrolls had become exceedingly rare. Few would dare to sell them. After all, possessing such a scroll equated to holding a trump card, and generally, no one would part with it lightly. She recalled that the last time someone sold a fire element sacred domain scroll was 2 years prior, an event that drew most individuals of status across the entire Ditya continent into fierce competition. That scroll ultimately fetched an astronomical price at auction, leaving the auction house to reap substantial profits that day. Although Duoer longed for Li Xuan to sell the 2 sacred domain scrolls to the mercenary guild, she found it difficult to voice her request. Were these scrolls of the 9th tier, there might have been a set price, and the guild, with sufficient funds, would ensure Li Xuan's gain. But with sacred domain scrolls, their value was immeasurable, and the guild could not provide a precise figure. After all, each sacred domain scroll, when placed in an auction house, could garner immense attention, attracting wealthy nobles who would drive the price up beyond imagination. If a particular individual were in dire need of such a scroll, its value could increase several-fold, or even tenfold. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she expressed her disappointment, saying, "Li Xuan, if you truly intend to sell these 2 scrolls, I recommend you take them to the auction house. For only there can the full worth of the scrolls be realized, yielding a price worthy of their true value." Li Xuan observed the slight disappointment etched on Duoer's face, finding it somewhat perplexing. Why was she so disheartened by the inability to sell the scrolls to the mercenary guild? However, witnessing her despondency stirred a sense of discomfort within him. He retrieved 5 9th-tier Earth-based defensive scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them to Duoer with a smile, saying, "Duoer, here are 5 9th-tier Earth-based defensive scrolls. Let us sell them to the mercenary guild. Since we cannot sell the other 2, I must at least part with a few, or else I shall find myself without funds for our evening stroll." If Li Xuan's earlier proposition to sell 2 sacred domain scrolls had astonished her, the sudden presentation of 5 9th-tier defensive scrolls now filled her with trepidation. Yet, amidst the fear, a trace of sweetness blossomed in her heart, for she understood that Li Xuan had produced these scrolls for her sake. The disappointment on Duoer's face was quickly replaced by a radiant smile. She examined the scrolls in her hands. Although they were merely 9th tier, they were all defensive scrolls, second only to light-based scrolls in terms of protective capabilities. Their combined worth was arguably on par with that of an ordinary sacred domain scroll. Duoer returned the scrolls to Li Xuan, sweetly uttering, "Come with me," before taking Daisy's hand and leading her towards the back entrance of the Mercenary Guild's hall. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at a modest room where a middle-aged man was engrossed in a book. Upon noticing their entrance, he set the book aside, a smile gracing his face. He then glanced at Li Xuan and Daisy, his expression shifting to one of understanding as he remarked, "Duo, are you here for Uncle to prepare something special for you again?" Duoer playfully scolded the middle-aged man with a glance, affectionately saying, "Uncle Hage." "Ah, I see. Hage chuckled, revealing an expression of shared understanding. He then turned to Li Xuan, inquiring, "Do you have anything to sell?" "On account of Duoer, I can offer you an additional 10% above the base price." With a knowing glance towards Duoer, Hage seemed to convey, "What do you think? Isn't Uncle generous?" Hage was one of the few stewards dispatched by the Mercenary Guild, wielding significant authority within this establishment. Incrementally raising the price was a trivial matter for him, provided it did not exceed 1,000 gold coins. Were it anyone else attempting to sell items, he would not dare to make such bold claims. His confidence stemmed from observing Li Xuan and Daisy's attire, which could only be described as shabby. It was implausible for someone dressed so poorly to possess items of high value. Thus, his modest increase would not significantly affect his profits while allowing him to extend a favor to Duoer. However, it was evident that Hage was destined to miscalculate today. In truth, it was not just him. Any individual would stumble in this regard. For no one could fathom that a seemingly unremarkable person might possess an abundance of coveted high-tier scrolls. Li Xuan approached Hagrid, presenting the 5 9th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls in his hands. Hagrid paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow slightly. After a brief hesitation, he spoke, "Under normal circumstances, I would not accept 5th-tier scrolls, but for Door's sake, and considering these are 9th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls, I shall accept them." 9 fifth-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls would amount to 9,000 gold coins, and since I promised to add 10%, the totals to 9,900 gold coins. To round it off, I shall consider it a neat sum of 10,000 gold coins. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, the expressions of Li Xuan and his companions varied. Daisy appeared somewhat anxious and excited at the mention of 10,000 gold coins, while Dor struggled to contain her laughter, her face flushed. Li Xuan, however, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally bemused by Hagrid's blunder. How could he mishear 5 9th-tier Earth-type scrolls as 9 5th-tier ones? In truth, Li Xuan had misjudged Hagrid. Initially, Hagrid had indeed heard that they were 9th-tier scrolls, but upon seeing their attire, he assumed Li Xuan was overly nervous and had mistakenly referred to them as 5 9th-tier scrolls instead of 9 5th-tier ones. Hey, little fellow, there are only 5 here. You still have 4 scrolls to present. Please take them out so I can process your payment, Hagrid urged, observing Li Xuan's stunned silence. Ha ha, Uncle Hagrid. You truly made a blunder this time. Dor could no longer hold back her laughter, erupting in mirth at Hagrid's insistence. Hagrid looked at Dor with a bemused expression, unable to comprehend the humor in her words. He felt he had not done anything particularly amusing. Seeing Hagrid's confused demeanor, Li Xuan shook his head helplessly and clarified, Mr. Hagrid, the 5 scrolls I am selling are indeed 9th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls, not 5th-tier ones. In 9th tier, Hagrid exclaimed incredulously, casting an inquiring glance at Dor. Upon seeing her nod, he finally grasped why Dor had laughed earlier. He had made such a fundamental mistake, and suddenly felt a bit flustered. His face tinged with a faint blush. This was the first time he had blushed in his many years as a steward. Mr. Hagrid, may I inquire how much you are willing to offer for these 5 9th-tier Earth-type scrolls? Li Xuan asked, suppressing his amusement while maintaining a serious demeanor. Ah well. Hagrid stammered, still recovering from his surprise, and struggled to articulate his thoughts. Meanwhile, Dor, standing behind Li Xuan, was laughing uncontrollably. She had never witnessed Hagrid in such a disarray. In the presence of others, he always maintained a serious and even rigid demeanor. So to see him in such a light-hearted state was a delightful surprise. However, as a seasoned steward, Hagrid quickly regained his composure. He smiled warmly at Li Xuan and said, May I ask how I should address you, young brother? In just a few minutes. Hagrid's manner of addressing Li Xuan had shifted from you to little fellow, and now to young brother, reflecting his changing attitude. Initially, he had only considered Li Xuan's presence due to Dor's influence and was quite dismissive of him. Yet now, given that Li Xuan could effortlessly produce 5 9th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls, Hagrid no longer dared to underestimate him. At this moment, Hagrid no longer viewed Li Xuan's attire as shabby, but rather as modest, indicating a desire for discretion. Although Li Xuan could not discern Hagrid's thoughts, he could sense that Hagrid's demeanor towards him had improved significantly. Mr. Hagrid, you may simply call me Li Xuan, he replied. Ah, so it is Li Xuan, young brother. I truly apologize for the oversight. For these 5 9th-tier Earth-type defensive scrolls, I can offer you 360,000 gold coins each. However, I must have them verified by a specialist. Though you were introduced by Dor and I trust you, this is a considerable amount, and I must ensure everything is in order. Should there be any discrepancies, I cannot bear the loss of over 10 million gold coins, Hagrid explained, a note of regret in his voice. Of course, Mr. Hagrid, that is the nature of business. Payment should be verified in person to avoid future complications, Li Xuan replied understandingly. Please wait a moment, young brother Li Xuan. I will have these 5 scrolls verified immediately, Hagrid said, taking the scrolls and heading towards the door. As he passed by Dor, he remarked, Dor, you should have given your uncle a heads up. Now I've made a fool of myself. I'll deal with you later. For now, keep him company while I consult Master Roger for verification. Dor nodded in acknowledgement, and once Hagrid had exited, she turned to Li Xuan with a teasing smile. Li Xuan, are you truly so confident allowing Uncle Hagrid to take the scrolls? What if he swaps them out? Ah. The mercenary guild wouldn't tarnish its reputation over a mere 10 million gold coins, would they? Besides, you've never doubted my words before, have you? Li Xuan replied, mirroring her playful tone, though his gaze held a deeper meaning. Dor, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Li Xuan's gaze, averted her eyes and defensively retorted, Pfft. Why would I need to doubt? Uncle Hagrid will check them anyway. Li Xuan's lips curled slightly, and he chose not to say anything further, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat unusual between the two. Brother, can those 5 scrolls be sold for over 10 million gold coins? Just as Li Xuan and Duo Air found themselves enveloped in this peculiar ambience, Daisy's trembling voice suddenly interrupted. Her interjection shattered the moment, prompting a soft sigh from Li Xuan, who felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Shaking his head to dispel the feeling, he knelt beside Daisy and explained. Each of those 5 scrolls is valued at 3,600,000, totaling 18 million gold coins. If we include the 10% commission, it will be nearly 20 million. Daisy repeatedly counted on her fingers, seemingly trying to comprehend just how much 20 million gold coins truly represented. However, after much effort, she remained bewildered, knowing only that 20 million gold coins was an enormous sum capable of purchasing countless treasures. Observing Daisy's finger counting, both Li Xuan and Duo Air exchanged knowing smiles. In the courtyard of the mercenary guild, within a charming little cottage, Hage stood respectfully beside an elderly man, who gazed in astonishment at the scrolls within the anti-magic field. After a long pause, he exclaimed incredulously, "This is simply unbelievable. The base of the scroll is flawless, and the engravings are so harmonious. This is the most perfect 9th-tier scroll I have ever seen." Suddenly, the old man sighed with excitement. "How foolish I have been, dedicating my life to the study of scrolls. I used to take pride in my ability to craft a 9th-tier scroll. Yet now I realize I am but a frog at the bottom of the well." Master. Seeing Roger's sudden outburst, Hage quickly called out, feeling perplexed about the day's events. First, a shabby young man produced 5 9th-tier scrolls for sale. And now the renowned Master Roger was proclaiming himself a mere frog upon witnessing those scrolls. Could the world possibly become any more absurd? After a considerable time, Roger finally regained his composure, gripping Hage's shoulders and insisting, "Hage, who brought these scrolls for sale? You must bring him to me." "No. Where is he? I wish to meet him personally." "Master, do you really wish to meet him in person? That might be inappropriate. Allow me to fetch him for you instead." "Please wait here for a moment," Hage urged, uncertain of what had caused Roger's unusual enthusiasm. Even when summoned by the Emperor, Roger typically deliberated on whether he wished to attend. Today, however, he seemed eager to meet this young man in person. Could it be because of these scrolls? Hage's gaze fell upon the scrolls within the anti-magic field, realizing that they were likely the reason for Roger's uncharacteristic behavior. Although he did not understand scrolls, Roger's earlier excitement suggested that these scrolls had profoundly impacted him, yet Hage remained baffled as to what kind of scrolls could provoke such a reaction. Hage's remark jolted Roger back to reality. It had been a long time since he had felt such exhilaration. The last time he experienced such fervor was 24 years ago when he successfully created his first 9th-tier scroll. However, this time he could not help but feel elated. For he had no other passion in life. Scrolls were his singular pursuit, which explained his excitement upon encountering such perfect scrolls. Furthermore, he had finally glimpsed the hope of creating a sacred scroll. "Hage, take me to see him immediately." Swiftly, seeing Roger's determination, Hage ceased his objections and hurriedly led him toward his workshop. "Duo Air, why has Hage been gone for so long? Could there truly be an issue with the scrolls?" Li Xuan inquired anxiously, his patience wearing thin. The scrolls in his spatial ring had merely been categorized by mage according to their levels. Yet he was uncertain if mage had done so correctly. Just as Li Xuan's anxiety began to mount, Hage finally returned, accompanied by an elderly man whose face was alight with excitement. Li Xuan and Daisy did not react much to the old man. But as soon as Duo Air laid eyes on him, she rose respectfully from her seat and approached the elder, bowing her head and saying, "Master Roger." "Roger." Hearing Duo Air's address, Li Xuan gasped in disbelief. Earlier that afternoon, Duo Air had mentioned this elderly man, and he clearly remembered that Roger was one of the few grandmasters on the continent capable of crafting 9th-tier scrolls. Li Xuan could hardly believe that he was about to meet such a distinguished figure from the continent. As Li Xuan was about to step forward, Hagrid gestured towards him and introduced, "Master, this is young brother Li Xuan, the one who provided those 5 scrolls just now." Li Xuan politely greeted, "Have you met Master Roger?" Roger, visibly excited, approached Li Xuan and asked, his voice trembling slightly, "Might I inquire if you possess any 9th-tier fire-type scrolls?" Hager and Dora exchanged incredulous glances at Roger. They were well aware of his character as one of the few grand masters capable of crafting 9th-tier scrolls on the continent. He typically exuded a certain arrogance. On days when he felt perturbed, even the Emperor of the Holy Empire might find himself dismissed. Yet today, he deliberately lowered his stance before a youth in his 20s. Roger paid no mind to the astonishment of others. His sole focus was on Li Xuan. He had contemplated much during his journey here. As a fire-type mage, he recognized the value of the 5 earth-type scrolls. Yet the prospect of acquiring fire-type scrolls filled him with greater assurance. However, he felt a nagging anxiety. Such exquisite scrolls were rare treasures. And while it was remarkable that Li Xuan could produce the earth-type scrolls, he held little hope that fire-type scrolls would be forthcoming. Master Roger seeks 9th-tier fire-type scrolls. I possess some, though I am currently in need of funds and wish to sell a few valuable earth-type scrolls. However, if you are in urgent need, I can part with a 9th-tier fire-type scroll at an additional cost, Li Xuan said, furrowing his brow, appearing somewhat troubled. Observing Roger's demeanor, Li Xuan understood his intentions. Although his spatial ring contained numerous fire-type scrolls, he was reluctant to reveal them casually, as that would diminish their perceived value. Moreover, individuals of Roger's caliber were undoubtedly affluent. To not take advantage of this opportunity would be a disservice to himself. Does your excellency truly possess 9th-tier fire-type scrolls? Roger exclaimed, stunned by the implication that Li Xuan had not just one, but possibly several. His heart raced at the thought of obtaining scrolls as perfect as the 5 earth-type scrolls for his research, significantly enhancing his chances of a breakthrough. Fearing that Li Xuan might retract his offer, he grasped his hand and declared, I will pay 20 million gold coins for each of your 9th-tier fire-type scrolls. I will take as many as you have. As Roger's words echoed through the room, everyone besides him fell into a state of shock, including Li Xuan. 20 million gold coins per scroll was an exorbitant sum, far exceeding the value of the 5 earth-type defensive scrolls combined. Initially, he had feigned difficulty to raise the price, hoping for an increase of several 100,000, yet he was unprepared for such a staggering offer. It felt surreal. This money seemed too easily earned. However, Li Xuan soon regained his composure, realizing that Roger's status as a top-tier scroll master implied a profound understanding of value. He would not offer such a princely sum without just cause. Until he discerned the motivation behind the offer, he needed to deliberate on whether to sell. Rather than replying directly, he expressed curiosity, asking, Master Roger, surely these 9th-tier scrolls cannot be worth such a sum? Moreover, you yourself can craft 9th-tier scrolls. May I ask why you would expend such a fortune on mine? Roger hesitated only briefly before elucidating. I shall not conceal the truth from you, Li Xuan. Since the calamity 3 millennia ago, contemporary scroll masters have relied on scant records, with most advancements stemming from personal exploration. The drawback of this method is the difficulty of further improvement. One can sense a breakthrough is near, yet a thin veil always separates them from achieving it. Typically, we examine higher-tier scrolls for insights to facilitate our advancement. He glanced around the room, ensuring no outsiders were present, and continued. My accomplishments are inextricably linked to the fire-type scrolls sold by the Ice Plains. Through those scrolls, I gleaned invaluable knowledge that enabled me to transcend my previous limitations, becoming one of the few capable of crafting 9th-tier scrolls on the continent. Are you suggesting that I could find a path to breakthrough within my scrolls? Li Xuan inquired, a hint of astonishment in his voice. This revelation left Li Xuan perplexed. Most high-tier scrolls available on the continent were indeed purchased from the Ice Plains. If even those scrolls failed to assist Roger in breaking through, how could his own scrolls possibly succeed? Surely, he could not believe his scrolls superior to those crafted by the Ice Plains. In self-reflection, he chuckled at the thought. The prowess of the Ice Plains was unquestionable. Even their scrolls could not aid Roger's advancement. So how could he trust in his own? I will not hide the truth from you, Li Xuan. Although I do not know who provided you with these scrolls, I can assert with certainty that the craftsmanship behind them is of an unparalleled caliber. When compared to the scrolls from the Ice Plains, your scrolls shine like fireflies beside the moon. There is simply no comparison. Li Xuan gazed at Roger in disbelief, for the latter's words posed an extraordinary challenge to his sensibilities. Had Naj not succumbed to slumber, he would have fervently inquired about the origins of these scrolls, which were astonishingly incomparable even to those crafted by the formidable masters of the Icy Plains. Initially, Li Xuan had presumed that Naj's former master, no matter how powerful, would be akin to the sovereigns of the frozen expanse. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the might of Naj's predecessor. To what extent had this figure attained greatness, and how long would it take for Li Xuan to reach such heights and return to Earth? Observing Li Xuan's prolonged silence, Roger assumed that the revelation of the scroll's value had dissuaded him from selling. With a hint of urgency, he implored, My Lord Li Xuan, my sole passion in life is the creation of scrolls. If I cannot advance in this pursuit, my existence would be devoid of meaning. I earnestly beseech you to sell the scrolls to me. The price is negotiable. What do you say to 30 million gold coins? Li Xuan could sense Roger's anxiety and sincerity. He genuinely admired individuals like Roger, as they were incredibly dedicated, striving tirelessly to achieve their chosen goals. Deep down, Li Xuan recognized that he lacked such unwavering commitment. Yet he was equally aware that changing this aspect of himself was nearly impossible. Master Roger, may I inquire if we could have a private discussion? Li Xuan asked, having already resolved to present the scroll to Roger. He also intended to offer him 2 fire-type sacred domain scrolls for his study, significantly increasing the likelihood of a breakthrough. However, it would be inappropriate to reveal the sacred domain scrolls in this setting. He had no doubt that a person like Roger would never entertain thoughts of betrayal or theft, but he could not guarantee the same for Hage. For the sake of his own safety, it was prudent to exercise caution. If it does not inconvenience you, shall we speak at my place? I assure you, there will be no one to overhear our conversation, Roger suggested with a nod of understanding, extending an invitation. Then let us proceed to your residence, master. Li Xuan replied affirmatively. As he passed by door, he instructed him to look after Daisy, assuring him that he would return shortly before following Roger to his abode behind the mercenary guild. Upon entering Roger's house, Roger promptly closed the door and, after inviting Li Xuan to sit, expressed his nervousness. Your Excellency Li Xuan, rest assured, we shall not be disturbed here. Speak freely. From Li Xuan's request for a private conversation, Roger had an inkling of what might be coming, yet he could not be certain, which heightened his anxiety. Observing Roger's unease, Li Xuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Regardless of Roger's age or inherent strength, his status as one of the continent's foremost scroll masters commanded respect. Yet, here stood a man of such stature, visibly anxious before him. One could only imagine the reactions of others if they were to witness this scene. Master Roger, may I inquire about your confidence in achieving a breakthrough with my scroll? Li Xuan expressed his respect for Roger. And if the latter truly believed that the scroll could facilitate a breakthrough, he was willing to part with a few more. Furrowing his brow, Roger contemplated before responding. To be candid, Your Excellency Li Xuan, I cannot guarantee how much confidence I possess. The matter of breaking through is quite uncertain. Sometimes, fortune favors the prepared mind, and the barrier may be crossed with ease, while at other times, one may remain indefinitely trapped behind it. Li Xuan was somewhat taken aback by Roger's honesty. He found it hard to believe that Roger had not discerned his intentions and appreciated the rarity of such candor in a world where many would resort to deceit for even the slightest advantage. In his previous world, individuals frequently exaggerated their chances of success, often claiming near certainty where only a fraction existed, employing various coercive tactics without hesitation. Having experienced much, Li Xuan had learned to adopt a more open perspective. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, he witnessed the blatant pursuit of self-interest, gradually accepting this reality. Yet today, before a master of scrolls, he encountered sincerity, a quality sorely lacking in Kenny McCass, the Emperor of the Holy Empire and Daisy's father. Master, I am grateful for your honesty. You have shown me that not everyone in this world is solely driven by self-interest. You may have surmised, but I possess more than just one fire-type scroll. Li Xuan admitted, feeling a twinge of shame for seeking greater benefit. From his spatial ring, he produced 10 9th-tier fire-type scrolls and 2 sacred domain fire-type scrolls. Placing them on the table before Roger, here are 10 9th-tier fire-type scrolls, 6 of which are offensive and 4 defensive. Additionally, these 2 are sacred domain fire-type scrolls, 1 offensive and 1 defensive. Roger's eyes gleamed with fervor as he beheld the scrolls Li Xuan had presented. Akin to a parched man confronted with a vision of beauty, his excitement surged even further upon hearing that the 2 scrolls on the right were sacred domain scrolls. After a prolonged moment, Roger gradually regained his composure, the fervor in his eyes dimming as he appeared somewhat disheartened. Li Xuan inquired with confusion, Master, what troubles you? Are there issues with these scrolls? Roger dejectedly shook his head and sighed. My lord Li Xuan, I can still afford the 10 9th-tier scrolls here. But the worth of these 2 sacred domain scrolls is truly immeasurable. Even if I were to sell this old carcass of mine, it would scarcely amount to the value of one. Roger's words were imbued with an ineffable array of emotions: disappointment, frustration, self-reproach, and so forth. Li Xuan, with a hint of reluctance in his voice, said, Master, there is no need for such formality. In truth, I intend to offer these scrolls to you for your research without any charge. I also hope that one day, you will be able to recreate the brilliance of 3,000 years ago. Roger glanced at the scrolls on the table, particularly the 2 sacred domain scrolls, then looked back at Li Xuan, his face filled with indecision. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke with difficulty, Brother Li Xuan. If you do not mind my humble self, shall we refer to each other as brothers from this point forward? Li Xuan found himself in a predicament. for in the realm of Didier's, social status held significant weight. If he were to disregard his status and refer to Roger as a brother, it might invite unfounded gossip. Hesitating, he said, "Master, this is quite inappropriate. Your status." Before Li Xuan could finish, Roger interrupted, "Brother Li Xuan, you are being overly formal. What nonsense is this about status? If we must assign titles, then the worthy should be deemed the teacher. If I can break through thanks to your scrolls, then you might as well consider me your half-teacher. In that case, calling each other brothers would be an honor for me. Please, do not refuse any longer. I am but a tad older than you. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as Brother Mangst for life." Seeing Li Xuan still hesitating, Roger's displeasure surfaced as he remarked, "If Brother Li Xuan looks down upon me, then I shall keep these scrolls to myself. Take them back." Li Xuan discovered that Roger was, in fact, a man of genuine character, exuberant and unconcerned with trivialities. However, he often wore the guise of a grandmaster, projecting an air of superiority in front of the unacquainted. Yet, upon becoming familiar, he revealed himself to be nothing more than a playful child at heart. With this realization, Li Xuan ceased to ponder Roger's status, for being from Earth, he had never placed much importance on such distinctions. With a knowing smile, he remarked, "Brother Monson." "Haha, that is more like it." Roger rose, affectionately patting Li Xuan on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Brother Monson, please keep those scrolls." Li Xuan gestured towards the scrolls on the table. "If you need them again in the future, feel free to seek me out. However, I may soon be heading to Mason Academy in the Heinlein Kingdom." "You're going to Mason Academy? For classes? To be honest, I find you a bit perplexing. My friend, I sense a distinct energy emanating from you, yet it carries a certain strangeness, and it seems quite faint." "No offense intended, brother," Roger candidly expressed. Li Xuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled softly, "My current abilities are undeniably inadequate. Therefore, I plan to send Daisy to Mason Academy and then seek a secluded place to hone my skills. By the way, brother, do you know where I might procure a spatial ring and a superior wand? Those 5 Earth Element scrolls could fetch around 20 million gold coins. Once I acquire the funds, I intend to purchase some essentials for Daisy that she will need at the academy. I harbor an inexplicable affection for Daisy. That mysterious connection makes me feel an innate tenderness towards her." Roger cast a surprised glance at Li Xuan and remarked, "You must possess some spatial items. So why do you still seek more? Are you planning to buy a spatial item for Princess Daisy?" "Wait, brother, do you know Daisy's true identity?" Li Xuan exclaimed in disbelief. Daisy had never truly appeared in public as a princess since her birth due to her dark constitution. The royal family was too busy concealing their shame to openly acknowledge her existence. How could Roger possibly be aware of this? Seemingly sensing Li Xuan's confusion, Roger put the scrolls from the table into his spatial ring and replied with a smile, "There's nothing strange about this. In the upper echelons of nobility, it is hardly a secret. It's merely a matter of everyone being considerate of Kenny's reputation and choosing to remain silent." Li Xuan nodded in understanding, dismissing the power dynamics between monarchs and ministers as beneath his concern. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Brother, what about the matter of the spatial ring and the wand?" Roger furrowed his brow slightly, responding, "The wand is manageable. A royal-grade wand merely costs around 1 million gold coins. However, the spatial ring presents a more significant challenge. Despite the proliferation of spatial items across the continent due to the icy plains, now numbering in the tens of millions, very few individuals possess such items. Aside from a select few elite forces and prominent figures, even nobles, should they exhaust their resources, may still find it difficult to acquire a single spatial item. Brother, what if I were to exchange a domain scroll for it? Would anyone be willing to trade?" Originally, with nearly 20 million gold coins in his possession, Li Xuan had no intention of selling the domain scroll. However, upon hearing Roger's words, he realized the naivety of his thoughts. To some, 20 million gold coins were hardly significant. In fact, he should have anticipated this when Roger initially offered 2 million gold coins for a 9th-tier scroll. "Brother, did you stumble upon your scroll? Even if you have an abundance, it should not be squandered so carelessly." Roger feigned a pained expression. Although spatial items are rare, they can still be procured in the icy plains as long as one possesses ice crystals. The most affordable spatial items require merely 5 second-tier ice crystals, approximately equivalent to 50 million gold coins. Most of those who own spatial rings across the continent utilize these basic items. Basic spatial items? Are there tiers to spatial items? Li Xuan inquired, perplexed. Roger patiently elucidated. Spatial items are categorized by the size of their internal space, ranging from levels 1 to 5. The item purchased with 5 second-tier ice crystals is a first-level spatial item, typically around 8 cubic meters in size. The second-level items, which are larger at approximately 70 cubic meters, usually cost 1/3 tier ice crystal, comparable in value to a standard domain scroll, which is what I currently use. What about the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level spatial items? Li Xuan asked, curiosity piqued. He was eager to ascertain the level of his spatial ring. But the 1st and 2nd tier items seemed rather insignificant in comparison to his own, leaving him to wonder how the 5th tier items would measure up. The 3rd level spatial items generally encompass around 1,000 cubic meters. However, these rings are significantly pricier than the 2nd tier ones, fetching a price of 8 3rd tier ice crystals in the icy plains, double that of the radiant domain scroll's holy light barrier. To my knowledge, only a handful of individuals across the continent possess such rings. As for the 4th and 5th level rings, it is best not to dwell on them. Likely no one on the continent possesses them due to their exorbitant cost. Acquiring such spatial rings is entirely unnecessary. Roger paused, then spoke with a sudden seriousness. Do not entertain the notion of exchanging a domain scroll. It is simply not worth it. Sufficient spatial items are all one requires. Do not pursue greater sizes for the sake of it. Li Xuan nodded, indicating his understanding. In truth, he had no intention of purchasing such a large spatial ring. He resonated with Roger's sentiment. Sufficiency is key. Thus, he decided to buy a secondary spatial ring for Daisy, although a tertiary one could be exchanged for merely 2 holy light barrier scrolls. He saw no necessity for something so grand. Brother, how long will it take to reach the ice plains from here? My friend, with your current strength, you cannot venture there. The ice plains are a realm for the powerful. Without royal-level prowess, safe passage is but a distant dream. Seeing a flicker of disappointment cross Li Xuan's face, Roger chuckled. Do not be disheartened. Although the ice plains elude you now, I have heard that a secondary spatial bracelet will be auctioned in the Imperial City in a week. Should you desire it, you may wish to participate in the bidding. However, brace yourself. While such a bracelet is valued at a mere 1/3 grade ice crystal in the ice plains, it could fetch 2, 3, or even higher prices at the auction house. Thank you for the reminder, brother. By any chance, do you know when Mason Academy commences its term? And how long it takes to travel there from here? If time is of the essence, I may have to forego this auction. Mason Academy typically conducts its assessments in the last 10 days of January, with the official term beginning in February. Princess Daisy will miss this year's enrollment, but you can have her participate in next year's assessment. As for the journey from here to Mason Academy, 3 months will suffice. Li Xuan pondered for a moment. Since he could only participate in the test next year, there was no rush to leave. He decided to wait until after the auction before departing. Brother, having been out for so long, Daisy and the others must be anxious. I shall return first. Very well, you may head back, came the reply. Just as Li Xuan was about to exit through the door, Karaman suddenly remarked, once you return, ask Hage to come see me. Why have you been gone for so long? As Li Xuan stepped back inside, Duo rushed to his side, her expression laced with concern. Li Xuan offered an apologetic smile and promptly explained, I apologize, Duo. I was engaged in some matters that led to our prolonged conversation, which may have caused you concern. Noticing that Li Xuan seemed to be in good spirits, Duo sighed in relief. She had feared that he might have offended Roger, in which case she would have been unable to defend him. Now that all was well, she recalled how she had rushed towards him earlier, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Upon hearing his words, her complexion deepened in color. She shot a playful glare at Li Xuan, retorting, Who was worried about you? Stop being so vain. It was merely Daisy who was concerned, and I was just inquiring on her behalf. With that, she elegantly turned away and seated herself beside Daisy, engaging in conversation, no longer casting a glance at Li Xuan. This woman is truly perplexing, Li Xuan mused to himself. Before approaching Hagrid, Mr. Hagrid, my 5 Earth Element scroll should have been verified by now, correct? Of course, Hagrid replied with a chuckle. Master Roger has nothing but praise for your scrolls, young brother Li Xuan. As previously agreed, each scroll is worth 3,600,000 gold coins, totaling 18 million for the 5 scrolls, if I am not mistaken. Hagrid intentionally refrained from mentioning the additional 10%, yet his silence did not go unnoticed. Although Duo was engaged in conversation with Daisy, she kept a watchful eye on Li Xuan. Upon hearing Hagrid seemingly attempt to evade the extra fee, she couldn't help but interject, Uncle Hagrid, you did promise to add 10% for Li Xuan. That brings the total for the 5 scrolls to 18 million gold coins. With an additional 180,000, making it a grand total of 19,800,000. Uncle, why not round it up to 20 million? At her words, Hagrid's face twitched involuntarily. 180,000 gold coins was no trivial sum. Even as a steward, he could not afford to squander such an amount of guild money. Internally cursing, he thought, only you, little girl, would dare speak so boldly. Had it been anyone else, I would have slapped them against the wall, and they wouldn't be able to pry themselves loose. Despite harboring resentment towards Duor, he maintained a facade of agreement, saying, yes, yes. How could I have forgotten such an important matter? Look at my memory. Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch the money. Mr. Hagrid. Master Roger requests that you visit him first. The financial matters can wait. Li Xuan suddenly recalled Roger's words. Although he was unaware of the purpose behind Roger's summons, he was disinclined to ponder it further. Then please wait here for a moment. I will visit the master, Hagrid said apologetically before exiting the room. Before long, Hagrid returned. Though there was a noticeable shift in his demeanor, particularly in the way he gazed at Li Xuan, which was laden with intrigue, Li Xuan felt an unsettling chill under Hagrid's scrutinizing gaze. He approached Li Xuan directly, presenting a rectangular card, about the size of half a palm and approximately half a centimeter thick. Your Excellency Li Xuan, Hagrid said. This card is an anonymous magic crystal card issued by the Ice Plains, containing 50 million gold coins. Just a drop of your blood on it will bind it to you, and from henceforth, only you may utilize this card. Li Xuan did not reach out to take the magic crystal card. Instead, he inquired with a hint of confusion, Mr. Hage, 5 scrolls amount to 18 million gold coins. Even with the additional 10%, it barely approaches 20 million. Why then does this card contain 50 million? Hage, with a somewhat obsequious demeanor, replied, Master Roger has indicated that the scrolls you provided could potentially facilitate his next breakthrough. Consequently, the guild has resolved to acquire them at a price of 10 million per scroll, totaling 50 million for 5, including the additional 10% markup. The total comes to 55 million. The card holds 50 million, while the remaining 5 million will be delivered shortly. No sooner had Hage finished speaking than a figure appeared at the door, carrying a bag. He approached Hage and said, Esteemed steward, the 500 diamond coins are all contained within this bag. Do you have any further instructions? Hage, dismissively waving his hand, responded, Yes. Your presence is no longer required here. You may leave. Once the individual had departed, Hage quickly donned a slightly sycophantic expression and handed the bag to Li Xuan, stating, Your Excellency Li Xuan, this contains 500 diamond coins. Diamond coins? Noticing the look of confusion on Li Xuan's face, Hage, though puzzled as to why someone possessing 9th-tier scrolls would be unaware of diamond coins, eagerly explained, beyond gold coins. There exist 2 additional currency units, crystal coins and diamond coins. 1 diamond coin equals 100 crystal coins, which in turn equals 10,000 gold coins. Thus, these 500 diamond coins equate to 5 million gold coins. Ah, Li Xuan acknowledged with a nod, subsequently placing both the magic crystal card and the diamond coins into his spatial ring. Observing that Li Xuan had not yet dripped blood on the magic crystal card, Hage kindly advised, Your Excellency, it is advisable to activate the magic crystal card with your blood now. Should it be lost accidentally, the loss would be considerable. Li Xuan shook his head and replied, There is no need for you to worry about this, Mr. Hage. I have my own plans. I must take my leave now. Take care, my Lord Li Xuan. Should you have any scrolls to sell in the future, do visit my mercenary guild. We can negotiate a fair price. Certainly. Once Li Xuan departed, Hage retracted his smile, murmuring in disbelief, What a fortunate lad, to have gained the favor of Master Roger. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Exiting the mercenary guild, Li Xuan and Daisy were promptly pulled along by Dora towards Shoefry Street. Li Xuan, you made quite a fortune selling scrolls today. You shall cover our expenses on Shoefry Street, Dora mischievously declared as they made their way. With a staggering sum of 55 million gold coins securely tucked away in his spatial ring, Li Xuan, without a hint of hesitation, boldly thumped his chest and proclaimed, Fear not, I shall cover all your expenses tonight. Then, leaning closer to Dora, he whispered, Hee, if you're willing, I shall cover all your expenses from now on. Dora huffed lightly, pushing Li Xuan away and taking Daisy by the hand as they strode ahead. Li Xuan chuckled and followed eagerly behind them. Shoefry Street stretched approximately 1,000 meters, lined with nearly 100 shops offering everything from clothing and footwear to various household items like tables, chairs, and water vessels. Even someone like Li Xuan, who had wandered through numerous grand malls in his previous life, found himself momentarily dazzled by the abundance of choices. Li Xuan was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize that he had lost sight of Duoer and Daisy. Just as he was about to search for them, he heard Duoer's furious voice emanating from a nearby shop. How can you be like this? We clearly had our eyes on this item first. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Following the sound of her voice, Li Xuan swiftly located them in a clothing store not far ahead. At that moment, Daisy was timidly peeking from behind Duoer, while Duoer stood her ground, confronting a girl in her 20s. From their exchange, Li Xuan discerned the situation. Duoer had initially set her sights on a particular dress, and just as she called for the attendant to fetch it for her to try on, this girl had appeared, demanding the attendant to wrap the dress up, claiming she had coveted it long before. The garments in this boutique were crafted by a professional master, renowned for his peculiar quirk of producing only a single piece of each design. In essence, every item in the store was a limited edition, truly unique across the entire continent. Duoer had merely felt that the dress suited her and wanted to try it on. Whether she intended to purchase it was another matter. However, upon encountering this girl's brazen interference, her feminine pride was ignited. She resolved that even if she were to buy the dress merely to use as a rag for dusting, she would not allow the woman, who had intruded upon her moment, to claim it for herself. Li Xuan chuckled lightly and shook his head, then approached Duoer and said, "What is the matter? If you like it, just buy it. Why bother trying it on?" He then turned to the attendant, who appeared uncertain and hesitant, and commanded, "Wrap the clothes up." Noticing the attendant standing there in a daze without moving, Li Xuan's expression gradually turned cold. He unhappily remarked, "What? Do I need to repeat myself? Oh, yes. My apologies. I'll wrap it up for you right away," the attendant stammered, flustered, before turning to prepare the clothing for wrapping. "Stop. Who are you wrapping it up for? I was the one who wanted it first, and looking at them, do they even seem like they can afford it?" The girl confronting Duoer changed her expression and shouted at the attendant, who was about to turn and wrap the clothes. The attendant stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. It was the most distressing situation for her to witness customers arguing over a piece of clothing. She dared not utter a word, fearing that she might offend either side and jeopardize her own livelihood. Seeing the attendant pause, the girl shot Li Xuan a fierce glare and said, "What business do you, as a man, have meddling in matters between women? Stay where it's cool. Furthermore, that dress is quite expensive. Even selling you would barely afford a scrap of it. It would be best for you to leave now and spare yourself the embarrassment." Typically, those who frequented such establishments were individuals of considerable wealth and influence, and the girl would not dare to utter overly rude remarks. However, whether it was the girl she had just confronted or the man who had just entered, one clad in the attire of a mercenary guild servant and the other dressed rather poorly, she found no hesitation in belittling them. She had little faith that such individuals possessed any significant power to contend with her. After all, she was still the daughter of a nobleman. Li Xuan cast a cold glance at her, then approached Duoer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. He addressed the girl. "Do you think I am eager to meddle in your affairs? This dress was first noticed by my girlfriend. You ought to find your own space." Duoer, a bit shy, looked at Li Xuan. The moment he drew near and embraced her waist, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, she experienced an indescribable joy within. The girl, unwilling to concede, shot Li Xuan a defiant glare and retorted, "So what if she noticed it first? She merely mentioned wanting to try it on. She never said she intended to purchase it. I was the one who expressed the desire to buy." Then the girl feigned to scrutinize Li Xuan and his companions, revealing a disdainful expression. "Look at you all. One clad in a mercenary guild uniform, another dressed so poorly. And oh, this little girl even sports a patched outfit. With such appearances, do you really think you can afford to shop here? You must understand that the garments here are quite expensive, not within the means of people like you." "Oh," the girl exclaimed, feigning realization. "You must be here merely to indulge in the experience of trying on beautiful clothes, right? How could such lovely attire be only for trying?" She then turned to the attendant standing nearby, saying, "As a staff member, you ought to have sharper discernment. Do you truly believe they resemble individuals capable of affording such garments? Perhaps I should speak to your manager. They ought to employ someone with a semblance of taste. Having someone like you as a sales associate is nothing short of an embarrassment for this establishment." Upon hearing her words, the previously bewildered attendant's demeanor began to shift. Though anger simmered within her, she dared not react, for engaging in a quarrel with a customer would jeopardize her position entirely. Li Xuan cast a frosty glance at the girl, then disregarded her entirely. He turned to the attendant nearby and inquired, "How much for this garment?" Before the attendant could respond, the girl interjected with a scornful laugh. "Humph, This dress costs 180,000 gold coins. What? Do you truly wish to purchase it? Perhaps you should first reflect on your own worth. Li Xuan let out a cold laugh, choosing not to argue. He directly retrieved 36 diamond coins from his spatial ring and handed them to the shop attendant, saying, "I will pay double the price for this. Here are 36 diamond coins. Please wrap the clothing for me." "Ah, certainly, please hold on a moment," the attendant replied, taking the 36 diamond coins from Li Xuan and turning towards the cash register. Initially, the attendant had little hope regarding Li Xuan and his companions. Anyone working here possessed a degree of social acumen. Otherwise, how could she have been assigned to assist Dora? In this establishment, she held the least authority, often attending to customers who had little to offer, primarily those who tried on clothes only to leave without purchasing. Typically, her efforts were in vain. When a girl entered the store intending to buy the same dress, the attendant had felt a flicker of excitement, ready to assist with wrapping it up. However, the girl's subsequent remarks infuriated her. She would rather forego the commission than allow that woman to purchase the dress. The shop's policy stipulated that 5% of the sale price would go to the salesperson, but in her case, she rarely sold more than a few garments each month. Even when she did, they were often the least expensive items. Wealthy patrons seldom allowed her the opportunity to assist them, resulting in her monthly earnings, including a base salary of 100 gold coins, totaling only 200 or 300 coins from commissions. While this sum might seem substantial, it paled in comparison to the thousands of coins earned by other employees. Yet this time, the sight of Li Xuan producing 36 diamond coins, a staggering sum of 360,000 gold coins, ignited an extraordinary thrill within her. The shop's regulations dictated that if a dress sold for more than its original price, the attendant could claim 50% of the excess. The dress in question was priced at 180,000. Thus, her potential commission could reach 90,000 gold coins, in addition to the 9,000 from the original price. This amounted to a staggering total of 99,000 gold coins, equivalent to roughly 30 years of her income. The commotion had drawn the attention of other employees in the store, and upon witnessing Li Xuan's display of wealth, they were engulfed in regret. The girl who had previously confronted Li Xuan now found herself at a loss for words, her emotions oscillating between anger, surprise, and profound fear. Although her father was a nobleman, the reality in the capital of the sacred empire was that even among the fallen, a noble could easily be crushed. In this realm, ordinary nobles held little value. Her father, although aligned with the Radcliffe family, one of the 5 great families of the sacred empire, was merely a common noble without power or influence. In the shadow of such a formidable family, he was insignificant, with a status lower than that of some sorcerers. If not for her connections, her family would never have been able to associate with the Radcliffe family. Despite having secured this alliance, her family's standing among the nobility was merely mediocre. They lived comfortably, yet true wealth remained elusive. Had it not been for a generous benefactor who provided her with 200,000 gold coins to purchase a suitable dress for a gala, she would never have entered such an establishment. The least expensive garments here were priced in the thousands of gold coins, far beyond her means. She had visited this shop several times before, long coveting the dress priced at 180,000. Thus, upon receiving the funds, she hurried here, fearing that someone else might snatch it away. Upon arriving and discovering someone trying on the dress, her impatience led her to declare her intent to purchase it, igniting a dispute with Dora. Though they argued, the girl dismissed Dora entirely, believing that someone clad in the uniform of a mercenary guild had no right to compete with her. Even when Li Xuan arrived, she felt emboldened, convinced that he and his companions were merely there to indulge in a fitting. However, as her confidence soared, the individual she had so readily dismissed produced 36 diamond coins, an amount equivalent to 360,000 gold coins, with hardly a blink, as if it were inconsequential. In that moment, she realized the grave error she had made. How could someone capable of casually spending such a fortune on clothing be ordinary? She felt a cold sweat soaking through her garments. "Ah, Valerie, so you came here to buy a dress. You should have said something. I would have accompanied you. I am quite familiar with Master Zexus of this establishment. Have you found something you like?" Just as the disconcerted Valerie was grappling with the situation, a cheerful voice rang out from the entrance. A dashing young man, radiating charm, entered with a smile, followed closely by an older gentleman who resembled a butler. The tension that had enveloped Valerie dissipated the moment she spotted the handsome youth. She hurried to his side, affectionately linking her arm with his, and with a faint pout, she said, "Naomi, thank goodness you're here. I have long admired a dress in this shop, and today, with your money, I intended to buy it for your grandfather's birthday. However, They snatched it away from me. Valerie pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xuan and his companions, casting herself as the victim. Despite her wrongdoing, her narrative transformed Dora into the aggressor, claiming that Li Xuan had dismissed the Radcliffe family and even suggested that he could easily compete with them financially. Previously cautious about Li Xuan and his companions, Valerie now felt emboldened with Naomi at her side. She dismissed any concerns about their potential background. After all, throwing down 36,000 gold coins was an impressive feat, but it paled in comparison to confronting someone of Naomi's stature. While Naomi was merely the second heir to the family patriarch, his status as a member of the Radcliffe family commanded respect. Even leaders of smaller families treated him with deference, let alone young men of similar age. Listening to Valerie's complaints, a flicker of malice crossed Naomi's face. He pulled Valerie close and swaggered over to Li Xuan and his companions, boldly declaring, "You, young man, I hear you have little regard for the Radcliffe family. Today, we shall see how you truly feel about us. You claim to possess wealth? Very well, let us compare our fortunes." With that, he wrapped his arm around Valerie and shouted towards the already departing shop attendant, "Hey, you there? Hold on. I will pay 5 times the price for that dress." The young saleswoman, who had initially begun filling out the order form, trembled slightly upon hearing Naomi's words. Her eyes ignited with fervent intensity, yet she quickly endeavored to regain her composure. She crumpled the completed form and tossed it aside, before turning back with the clothing in hand. Despite her best efforts to maintain her poise, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her excitement. The other saleswomen in the store stomped their feet in frustration, their minds racing with disbelief at how the situation had escalated. A 5-fold price increase meant a staggering commission of 360,000. However, no amount of desperation would alter the course of events at this point. Nearly everyone in the shop paused at the sound of Naomi's voice. Most patrons were individuals of some standing, and many recognized the handsome young man holding Valerie. As they gasped internally, they silently empathized with Li Xuan and his companions, their gazes now tinged with a hint of something else. In the entire imperial capital, who was unaware of Naomi's reputation, he was synonymous with idleness. Surrounded by a cadre of equally inept noble youths, having wreaked havoc on countless lives. Yet, due to his status as the second heir of the Radcliffe family, those he harmed were powerless to retaliate, left to suffer in silence. Observing the smirking saleswoman, Li Xuan shook his head inwardly. Initially, he held a favorable impression of her, as she had not judged them based on their attire. However, it seemed he had overestimated her character. "Lord Naomi, I harbor no disdain for the Radcliffe family. You must not take one person's words at face value. This garment was first chosen by my girlfriend, and I hope you can show me some consideration and allow me to have it," Li Xuan said, slightly lowering his tone. Hearing the hint of concession in Li Xuan's words, Naomi burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha! Since you put it that way, I shall grant you this favor. We shall compete fairly for this garment. Whoever offers the highest price shall claim it." How does that sound? Noticing the troubled expression on Li Xuan's face, Naomi's tone shifted to one of irritation. "What? You can't even grant me this small courtesy? It seems you look down upon me, Naomi." Li Xuan feigned a look of trepidation and hastily explained, "Your Excellency Naomi, you have misunderstood. You possess the support of your entire family, while I stand alone. In comparison, I am at a disadvantage." Naomi scoffed disdainfully and replied with an air of superiority, "If I were to rely on family power like you, I might as well burrow into the ground. Rest assured, today we shall compare the funds we carry and see who can ultimately purchase this garment." "Very well." Naomi's words hung in the air, and without hesitation, Li Xuan acquiesced, though a sense of unease crept into Naomi's heart. However, the thought of the magical crystal card within his spatial ring assuaged his worries. Duoer furrowed her brow, for she was far more acquainted with Naomi than Li Xuan. Although he was not the primary heir of his family, he was certainly not someone Li Xuan could afford to offend. It was hardly worth incurring the ire of such an individual over a mere piece of clothing. Yet, before she could intervene, Li Xuan had already agreed to the challenge. Regardless of the outcome, he had already offended Naomi. With circumstances having unfolded thus, it was futile to reproach Li Xuan. She had mentally prepared for the worst and resolved that, at worst, they could depart the Holy Empire together with Daisy. No need to multiply the price excessively. "You previously offered 90,000 at 5 times the price, so I shall add an additional 100,000 to make it an even million," Duo stated. Li Xuan observed the changes in her expression, yet he was beyond concern for such matters. His sole focus was on assisting Duo in acquiring the dress, indifferent to any potential offense he might incur. This was a matter of a man's pride. Adding a mere 100,000 seems rather petty. I shall raise the bid by 1,000,000, Naomi retorted with a hint of disdain. 110,000, Li Xuan replied, disregarding her comment and simply adding another 100,000. 200,000, Naomi countered, increasing her bid by 90,000 outright. 210,000. Li Xuan maintained his calm demeanor, adding yet another 100,000. 300,000. 310,000. 400,000. 410,000. Li Xuan still only added 100,000 gold coins each time. Humph. Naomi let out a cold snort. Realizing that this seemingly shabby young man had been putting on an act, merely to entice him into revealing that he would not rely on his family's power. Kid. Not bad with the schemes, but you underestimate me, Naomi. 20 million gold coins. Kid, let's put an end to this. I have no time to waste on your trivialities. Heavens, Naomi has gone mad. The onlookers in the shop gasped when Naomi announced the sum of 20 million gold coins. Purchasing an item worth only 180,000 with such a ludicrous amount is beyond extravagance. Naomi seemed delighted by the astonished expressions around him. He held his head high and produced a magic crystal card from his spatial ring, handing it to the stunned shop assistant beside him. Ah. This fellow has compelled Naomi to spend 20 million. One wonders how Naomi would retaliate. There is no need to ponder, as he would undoubtedly be subjected to torment worse than death. As for the two beside him, their fate would likely be even grimmer. Everyone knows how twisted Naomi's associates can be. Enough said, lest we attract misfortune upon ourselves. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Li Xuan smiled faintly and said, Lord Naomi, I have yet to make my bid. Why have you drawn out the magic crystal card? Do you assume I lack 20 million? If Naomi's bidding made them perceive him as reckless, then Li Xuan's words led them to believe he had lost his senses. Naomi was momentarily rendered speechless by Li Xuan's retort. After a long pause, he finally huffed, retracting the magic crystal card in frustration. Fine. Then I shall see how much you can offer. Li Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he softly remarked, Heh, it's not much. Merely 100,000 more than you, totaling 21 million. Naomi suddenly felt a flush of heat on his face. The sting of that soft slap was not to be underestimated. His inner fury was ignited entirely, and with a menacing expression, he turned to the elder standing behind him and said, Steward, you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Xuan interjected with a mocking tone, Lord Naomi, this is a matter between the two of us. What? Are you considering summoning reinforcements because you believe you cannot best me? Naomi's face turned ashen. He coldly glanced at Li Xuan and enunciated each word with chilling clarity. You have some audacity, 30 million. If you dare, add another 100,000 and let us see. Li Xuan shrugged his shoulders, wearing a helpless expression, and said, It was you who urged me to add it. Initially, I was considering letting it go. But since you insist, let us go ahead with 3,010,000. Good, you are fierce. If you can present 3,010,000 today, I shall concede this garment to you. Naomi's magic crystal card contained only 30 million gold coins. He could not believe this young man before him could truly produce 3,010,000. Haha, thank you, Lord Naomi. I shall proceed to make the payment. Li Xuan remarked, retrieving a magic crystal card from his spatial ring and approaching the already numb shop assistant. Upon seeing the magic crystal card materialize in Li Xuan's hand, Naomi's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as the term spatial item flashed in his mind. His curiosity deepened. Who exactly was this individual before him? Possessing not only wealth but also a spatial item? Yet, he had never encountered this person before. Haha, I never expected the old rascal Zexi's shop to be so lively today. Not only has little Naomi arrived, but there is also a fellow who seems to be his match. A middle-aged man strolled in, jovially teasing as he entered the shop. The moment he stepped inside, the onlookers turned their heads in confusion, their faces reflecting a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. Although some felt a sense of familiarity with the middle-aged man, none could recall any significant status he might hold. Nor could they fathom why he would dauntlessly refer to Naomi as Little One. However, their curiosity waned as they resumed feigning interest in the clothing, secretly observing the interactions surrounding Naomi. Despite the others in the shop not recognizing the middle-aged man, both Naomi and the elderly figure behind him changed their expressions upon his arrival. Naomi pushed aside Valerie, joining the elder and greeting the middle-aged man with utmost respect. We meet again, Lord Costi. Observing the deference exhibited by Naomi and the elder, everyone in the shop gaped in disbelief. Individuals who could command such respect from both were exceedingly rare in the entire imperial capital. Yet this middle-aged man was evidently not one they recognized. Haha. No need for such formalities. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily as he helped both to their feet, winking at them and speaking in a tone only they could hear. For now, I am merely a viscount and cannot bear such grand gestures. Naomi's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this, and the elder behind him bore a wry smile. Those few notable figures on the continent often projected an air of superiority, aloofness. Yet this middle-aged man appeared to revel in the affairs of the world. Lord Costi, the Grand Elder, had the fortune of receiving your guidance a century ago, ultimately breaking through the barriers that had constrained him for nearly 100 years, achieving the realm he had long desired. However, he has yet to find an opportunity to express his gratitude. Please, grant the Grand Elder and our Radcliffe family a chance to repay you. The elder behind Naomi spoke fervently, his voice trembling slightly. Oh, that lad Yaxia has indeed broken through? He is truly a genius. My guidance was merely incidental, and his success is solely due to his own efforts. There is no need for thanks. When you return home today, tell him that if he ever grows weary of this place, he may find me at the Rapids Island. Lord Costi responded with a hint of surprise and a smile of satisfaction. Yes, my lord, the elder replied respectfully. Yet he could only manage a helpless smile at Lord Costi's casual reference to the Grand Elder as that lad, knowing well that Yaxia was over 1,000 years old and only someone of Costi's caliber would dare to speak so. Costi regarded Naomi with a knowing glance, saying nothing further, before making his way to Li Xuan, chuckling softly. Ah, young brother, we meet again. Do you still remember me? Naomi and the elder exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment and confusion. Who was this young man to be on such familiar terms with someone like Lord Costi? It was utterly outrageous. Yet, they silently rejoiced at their earlier restraint. Had they acted rashly, the outcome could have been dire. In stark contrast to Naomi's reaction, Li Xuan smirked dismissively at Costi's words. I remember, but I have a question. This afternoon, you let me discover you intentionally, didn't you? What is your purpose in doing so? Costi did not respond directly to Li Xuan, but instead turned his gaze towards door, saying with a playful smile, You must be Lavinia's granddaughter. A few years ago, during my discussions with him, you barged in, and he confined you for 3 months, if I recall correctly? Door's eyes widened in shock at Costi's words. For years ago, she had not fully understood the implications of her actions. Emboldened by her grandfather's affection, she had interrupted an important meeting, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from him and subsequently confined for 3 months, a first in her life. She had always been curious about the identity of the person her grandfather was meeting that had provoked such a reaction. Seeing the astonishment on Door's face, Costi laughed heartily. Haha, do you remember now? Young lady, do refrain from being so mischievous in the future. Door longed to argue against him, but the weight of his status rendered her speechless. Costi found amusement in her hesitance, laughing again before shifting his attention to Daisy, who had been hiding behind Li Xuan. An invisible force enveloped the three, and Costi beckoned Daisy forward. As she obediently approached him, Li Xuan felt his heart race. He attempted to intervene, but found himself utterly immobilized, comprehending the terrifying power of this seemingly unassuming middle-aged man. Though unable to move, he focused intently on Costi, eager to discern his intentions towards Daisy. As Daisy reached Costi, excitement flickered in his eyes. He crouched down to her level and asked, Daisy, would you like to learn magic from me? If you study with me, not only could you become one of the continent's foremost powers, but I could also promptly reveal your identity to Kenny McCass, allowing you to become a princess admired by all. What do you say? Are you willing? Daisy's eyes sparkled with fervor, yet upon glancing back at Li Xuan, she gently shook her head in refusal. I do not wish to be apart from my brother. He will find me the best teacher, and when I am strong enough, my father will surely reveal my identity. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Korshti's face. However, he did not press the matter further. He redirected his focus to Li Xuan, and this time, an invisible energy membrane enveloped only the two of them. Korshti's expression suddenly grew somewhat aloof, and his voice took on a chilling tone. Little one, he began. My indifference to trifles does not grant you the liberty to speak indiscriminately. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are mere idle chatter. I have no need to employ any tactics against you. To be candid, my interest in you stems solely from the fact that you remain an enigma to me. Li Xuan found himself utterly immobilized, a sensation that filled him with discontent. He could only glare at Costi with indignation. At that moment, his heart brimmed with a yearning for power. He resolved that once Daisy's matters were settled, he would seek a suitable place to diligently cultivate his abilities. While he did not aspire to trample everyone underfoot, he was determined that he would no longer be so easily manipulated. Suddenly, a gentle force enveloped him, restoring his control over his body. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly voice unexpectedly echoed in the ears of Li Xuan and the others. Kosti, this is my territory. Do not threaten others at will. He is my esteemed patron, and if you frighten him, you shall bear the consequences. Li Xuan perceived the voice as if it resonated directly beside him, leaving him unable to discern its source. Furthermore, the enigmatic figure was capable of nullifying the force that Kosti had directed at him without revealing themselves. This mysterious individual, who remained unseen, undoubtedly possessed extraordinary power, perhaps even surpassing that of Kosti himself. Kosti, please bring these 3 little ones along with Naomi to me. It is rather inconvenient for me to come out, he instructed. Kosti, visibly displeased, nodded slightly and addressed the trio before him. Follow me. Although the reason for Kosti's sudden request was unclear to Li Xuan and his companions, they obediently trailed behind him. Upon passing Naomi, Kosti abruptly halted and said, "You, little one, should accompany me as well. As for you," he added, glancing at the elder with a moment of hesitation, "you may return for now and inform Yakisa to come here tomorrow." Understood, the elder replied respectfully, his face brimming with joy. Kosti nodded and, with an air of cool detachment, led Li Xuan and the others toward the shop's backyard. The scene in the backyard was bustling with activity. Through Kosti's kind introduction, Li Xuan and his group learned that these individuals constituted the backbone of the shop. Although the garments were designed by Zexus, he was primarily responsible for the creative aspect, while the cutting and sewing were generally entrusted to these individuals. Only a handful of garments were personally crafted by Zexus, and those were exorbitantly priced, much like the item they had just competed for. Following the narrow path through the backyard, Li Xuan and his companions arrived at an unassuming little cottage where stood an elderly man with silver hair, a beaming smile, and an eccentric attire. Li Xuan surmised that this elderly gentleman must be the mysterious figure. Upon spotting Kosti, the elder approached him with enthusiasm, exchanging a warm embrace, and then beckoned the group, "Come inside." As he welcomed everyone into the cottage, he discreetly scrutinized the door and softly remarked, "It has been quite a while since I ventured out to see old friends. Who would have thought I would meet the child of an old acquaintance today? Quite remarkable." Upon entering the cottage, Li Xuan sensed an air of complexity within, though he could not quite articulate why. His instinct as a skeleton informed him that this abode was anything but ordinary. "Haha, please make yourselves comfortable," the elder said. Once everyone was seated, he turned to Li Xuan and Naomi with a hint of displeasure, saying, "You too, having wealth does not justify such extravagance." Naomi was taken aback. He suddenly realized that today's Zexus seemed markedly different from the Zexus he had previously known, yet he could not pinpoint how. It felt as though he stood before a great ancestor, an intangible pressure weighing down upon him. After the elder's admonition, he quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to utter a word. Observing Naomi's silence, Zexus shook his head and remarked, "Naomi, we have known each other for some time now. I recognize that your displays are merely for show, but remember this, moderation is key." Naomi's head shot up in disbelief, staring at Zexus. This was a secret he had concealed deep within, and yet how could the elder have known? Was it truly as Zexus suggested, that his efforts had been too conspicuous? Zexus appeared to relish Naomi's incredulous expression, narrowing his eyes with a slight chuckle. "In truth, you have done well, but there are areas that require caution. Remember those 4 words, moderation is key. Being a tad more assertive or clever might yield unexpected rewards. The balance lies in your hands." "Thank you, master. However, I do not comprehend why you would assist me. I am merely the second heir. Becoming the family head seems an insurmountable challenge. Would it not be easier to aid my elder brother?" Naomi respectfully rose and bowed, presenting an entirely different persona from the extravagant spendthrift he had been in the shop. Kosti scoffed from the side. "Humph, that worthless brother of yours is hardly worth our attention." Zexus was acutely aware of Kosti's temperament. Beneath his seemingly amiable exterior lay an extraordinary pride, making it rare for him to regard anyone with favor. "I am not assisting you. I merely offer a kind reminder. Whether you become the family head rests entirely upon your own efforts. We have no intention of aiding you," Zexus explained with a detached tone before turning to Li Xuan. Expressing surprise, "You, young one, are quite intriguing. I find myself unable to see through you. You are only the second individual to elicit this feeling in all my years." Kosti regarded Zexus with astonishment, incredulous as he inquired, "Old man, do not jest with me. You truly cannot discern him?" Zexus nodded solemnly, asserting, "Indeed. I cannot see through him, and he is even more elusive than that individual. It feels as though an invisible energy envelopes him, rendering him indistinct and difficult to perceive." Li Xuan could not comprehend the meaning behind their cryptic words, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to the enigmatic figure they spoke of, Master Zexus. Pray tell, who is the first person that remains elusive to you? He inquired. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zexus's face as he vaguely replied. You need not concern yourself with that for now. Observing Zexus's discomfort, Kolsty chuckled maliciously. Ha, old chap, after all these years, you still haven't let go. Why cling to it so obstinately? Zexus shot Kolsty a glare and retorted. Humph. And what of you? Have you truly moved on? Don't think I'm unaware of your relentless search for her descendants all these years. A rare moment of embarrassment flickered across Kolsty's face, and he indignantly exclaimed. Why bring this up in front of these young ones? I find it utterly embarrassing. With that, he gulped down the tea before him in a huff, seemingly venting his inner frustrations. Disregarding Kolsty's displeasure, Zexus turned his warm gaze towards Dora, asking with palpable excitement, Is Lavinia well? Dora respectfully rose to respond. Grandfather is in good health. Thank you for your concern, Senior. A wave of confusion washed over Dora. How was it that both individuals she encountered today were acquainted with her grandfather? It was known that he had not made an appearance for centuries, and few on the continent remembered him. Yet, today, she had encountered two individuals who seemed to share a close bond with him. Well, as long as all is well. It reminds me of our group of 17. Now, only a handful of us remain on this continent. Sigh. I wonder how those old fellows who left are faring. Zexus said with a touch of melancholy. Suddenly, both Zexus and Kolsty turned their gazes towards a particular direction, and after a prolonged moment, they returned their attention. Fear evident in their eyes. They sighed softly, speaking in unison. Who will be next? In the grand palace of the Holy Empire, within Kenny McCask's study, is Wei. Clad in white robes, sat across from Kenny, who was draped in black. Both wore furrowed brows. Having felt a profound apprehension from the overwhelming energy that had erupted in the southwest, though they were among the continent's elite, they felt as fragile as infants taking their first steps in the face of such power. After a lengthy silence, Zui spoke with a hint of bitterness, Your Majesty. Since the emergence of the ice plains 3,000 years ago, it has nearly come to dominate 40% of the continent's formidable beings. The recent conflict was likely yet another clash between a peerless powerhouse unwilling to yield to the ice plains. This marks the third such incident in nearly a century. If this continues, the mightiest on the continent will fall under its control, rendering our so-called nations mere child's play before them. Your Majesty must prepare for this. Kenny shook his head with a wry smile. Prepare? For what? Though I am the emperor of one of the three great empires, I possess no means to resist those unparalleled beings. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations become meaningless. Zui understood this truth, but felt a deep-seated unwillingness. The Holy Empire had achieved its current stature through millennia of toil, and the thought of losing it to the ice plains with a mere word filled him with shame before the ancestors who sacrificed for the nation. Your Majesty, should we not seek the guidance of the Holy Ancestor? It may very well be the moment of life and death for the Holy Empire. And I trust he would not blame us, as he hesitated but eventually voiced his thoughts. If they could summon the Holy Ancestor, it might afford them an advantage in the future. Kenny paced the room, deep in thought. After a long pause, he exhaled, finally resolute. Holy Master, come with me to the rear mountain. I believe the Holy Ancestor will understand our plight. By the time they exited Zexus's abode, it was already midnight. Both Dora and Daisy felt a touch of fatigue and lacked the desire to continue their explorations, rather than returning to the mercenary guild. The trio opted for a hotel to rest for the night. Early the next morning, they enjoyed breakfast before heading to the largest auction house in the imperial capital. On the way, Dora asked, somewhat puzzled, Li Xuan, you already possess over 50 million gold coins. Is that not enough? Why do you still wish to sell the sacred domain scroll? Li Xuan did not conceal his thoughts and replied, the girl does not yet possess a spatial item. So I am preparing to procure a second-tier spatial item for her. The money I have on hand is insufficient, and since the sacred domain scroll is of no use just lying around, it would be better to exchange it for something truly beneficial. Upon hearing Li Xuan's words, Duoer felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, for to suggest that the sacred domain scroll was useless was something only he could utter. The scroll undoubtedly had the potential to alter the course of events at a crucial moment, yet he dismissed it as a mere burden. The mere thought was infuriating. When Daisy heard that Li Xuan intended to buy her a spatial item, her small mouth fell agape in astonishment. She had heard of spatial items and recognized them as among the rarest treasures in the continent, even during her time in the royal palace. She was only aware that her father, the emperor, possessed one, as did the sacred masters and a few favored princes. Beyond that, she had not heard of any others. The scarcity of such items was evident, as even the entire royal family possessed very few. Daisy tugged at Li Xuan's sleeve and said, "Brother, you need not buy me a spatial item. It is far too precious, and I have nothing to store in it anyway." "Foolish girl, spatial items are not excessively valuable. Trust your brother and do not refuse," Li Xuan replied, feigning a stern expression. Indeed, upon sensing his mock annoyance, Daisy promptly nodded in agreement. Duo, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy. She intentionally cleared her throat and pouted in dissatisfaction, glaring at Li Xuan as she said, "Hey, my spatial ring is merely of the lowest grade. Will you not also help me exchange it for a second-tier one?" Li Xuan, without the slightest hesitation, patted his chest and declared, "No problem, I shall procure a space ring for you." Then, with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to Duo and whispered, "Do you know what it signifies when boys present rings to girls in our hometown?" Duo's face flushed a deep crimson, after a moment of stammering. She indignantly stamped her foot and pulled Daisy away, ignoring Li Xuan completely. Observing Duo's shy demeanor, Li Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. He realized he took great pleasure in witnessing her embarrassment and relished the playful banter. After a journey of over half an hour, the trio arrived at the largest auction house in the capital, established by the foremost commercial guild of the continent, the Bellinger Guild. Auction houses operated by Bellinger could be found in most major cities across the continent, and these establishments alone generated immense wealth for the guild each year, earning it the esteemed title of the Premier Guild of Didorus. "Good day, how may I assist you?" As Li Xuan and his companions stepped through the entrance, a young lady clad in the auction house's uniform approached them, welcoming them warmly while inquiring gently, "I wish to auction a few items, but I am unfamiliar with your procedures. Could you kindly provide me with an overview?" The young lady's eyes lit up. They welcomed individuals looking to auction items, as it directly correlated with their commissions. With enthusiasm, she elaborated, "Our Bellinger auction house boasts a history spanning thousands of years. Each city's auction house conducts a small auction on the 10th of every month, while the grand auction takes place annually on June 30th. After guiding Li Xuan and his companions to the lounge area, she continued, "Due to the monthly nature of the small auction, the quality of items may be somewhat lower. Yet there are still remarkable treasures to be found. For instance, on the 10th of this month, we will feature several intriguing items, including spatial objects, should you be interested. You are welcome to participate in the bidding. Are you planning to auction your items at this month's small auction?" Upon receiving a nod from Li Xuan, the young lady continued, "Indeed, for the small auction, each item must be submitted to our guild by the 5th for inspection and appraisal. Once the evaluation is complete, the items will be securely held by us until the auction concludes. Should any discrepancies arise during this period, our guild assumes full responsibility. After the auction, we will retain 10% of the final sale price as our commission." 10%? That is utterly outrageous. I might as well establish my own guild for auctioning. Li Xuan muttered inwardly, though he recognized the necessity of utilizing their venue for his auction. With a calm smile, he replied to the young lady, "Today is the 3rd. Is there still time to participate in this auction? Where should I go for the inspection?" "Oh, in that case, you must first register your items before we can arrange for an expert to evaluate them," she explained. The young lady produced a form and a pen, handing them to Li Xuan, signaling him to fill it out. This posed a challenge for him. While he could converse, he was ill-equipped to write. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he handed the paper and pen to Duo and said, "Hee, my handwriting is atrocious. Would you mind writing it for me? It concerns the 2 scrolls I mentioned to you yesterday." Daisy stifled a laugh from the side, well aware that Li Xuan was completely illiterate. He took pride in their mental connection, yet she refrained from exposing him to spare him embarrassment. Duo regarded Li Xuan with a puzzled look, but did not suspect anything amiss. She picked up the pen and began filling out the form. A minute later, she returned the completed form and pen to the young lady. The young lady meticulously reviewed the form, and when she reached the section detailing the auction items, her expression morphed into one of incredulity. She could scarcely fathom how these 3 individuals could possibly possess such valuable items. It was no wonder she felt this way. After leaving Xexy's the previous day, Li Xuan and Daisy had not continued their shopping, resulting in them still wearing tattered clothing, although Duo had changed into a fresh outfit. Her association with Li Xuan and Daisy led the young lady to categorize them among the impoverished. You wish to sell the realm scrolls? 2 of them?" The young lady, fearing they might be troublemakers, hesitated to escort them to the inspection specialist and instead questioned them with a hint of skepticism. Li Xuan resolved that once the scroll was identified, He would purchase some fine clothing for himself and Daisy to prevent them from being looked down upon again. Li Xuan feigned displeasure and exclaimed, "What? Are you questioning whether we are deceiving you? Toying with you? Fetch your supervisor. I wish to inquire whether this is the kind of service provided by the Biling auction house. I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. I'll take you there right now. Please forgive me this once," the young woman stammered, sensing the sudden fury emanating from Li Xuan, especially as she felt the unique aura surrounding him. Dor rolled her eyes at Li Xuan, seemingly chastising him for frightening the girl. She spoke gently to the young woman. "He is merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Now, please lead us to the inspection area, as we have other matters to attend to." "Yes, please follow me." The young woman promptly collected her forms and respectfully invited them in, though a hint of fear flickered in her gaze when she glanced at Li Xuan. The young woman guided Li Xuan and his companions to a room marked with the number 2, knocking on the door before entering. The trio followed her inside. The room was modest, roughly 10 square meters in size, occupied by an elderly man in his 60s or 70s, sporting a goatee. He cast a disapproving glance at the trio before turning to the young woman. "Are you new here? Don't you know the rules? I only appraise high-tier magical items. Why have you brought these individuals here?" The young woman, unable to meet his gaze, lowered her head and replied, "Master Rast, these 3 wish to auction 2 sacred domain scrolls at our auction house, so I brought them here." "Sacred domain scrolls?" The goateed elder regarded her as if she were a fool. "Are you out of your mind or simply blind? Do you think these 3 could possibly possess sacred domain scrolls? I might as well claim I can produce them myself. Would you believe that?" Li Xuan, enraged, could not help but scoff. "Old man, remember your words. Soon, you shall demonstrate how you produce sacred domain scrolls." "Oh, young man, quite the bold statement. What quality does our chamber need your critique on? I suspect you are merely a troublemaker sent by another organization." "Humph. Today you shall find it impossible to enter or leave." Rast disdainfully eyed Li Xuan, casually placing a heavy accusation upon him. "Enter or leave? Is this a den of bandits?" Li Xuan retorted, addressing the visibly anxious young woman beside him. "Go fetch your supervisor. Today, I wish to see how you intend to prevent us from entering or leaving." This time, not only was Li Xuan's expression grave, but Dor's demeanor also darkened. Never in her life had she been so belittled or threatened, and now both indignities had converged. "I too wish to see how you will prevent us from entering or leaving," Dor shouted furiously. Rast dismissed her with a scoff. "Do not feign theatrics here. You will have your moment to weep soon enough." He turned to the young woman. "Which steward is on duty today?" The young woman replied promptly, "Today, Steward Lawrence is on duty." "Lawrence?" Rast murmured under his breath before instructing the young woman. "Go summon Steward Lawrence and inform him that individuals from another organization are deliberately causing disruption." As the young woman departed, Rast sneered at Li Xuan. "You are ill-fated today. Steward Lawrence is notoriously ruthless. Typically, those who cause trouble in his domain do not escape unscathed. Prepare to enjoy the spectacle." After his remark, Rast returned to his seat, reclining with his legs crossed, sipping tea and awaiting the unfolding drama. Li Xuan and his companions chose to sit, eager to observe how the continent's premier chamber would manage this encounter. After a brief wait of over 10 minutes, the doors swung open, revealing the young woman who had been dispatched to summon Lawrence. "Where is Steward Lawrence? Why didn't he accompany you?" Rast inquired, a mix of curiosity and irritation in his tone. "Steward Lawrence is currently attending to an important guest. He said he would come to see what the matter is shortly," the young woman replied, her composure restored, no longer displaying the same timidity as before. Rast nodded, dismissing his concerns, and resumed his tea. Another 10 minutes passed, and as impatience grew among Li Xuan and his companions, the door opened once more. This time, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, with an energetic demeanor, entered, accompanied by a burly middle-aged man sporting a full beard, who wore a sycophantic smile. Rast, previously relaxed, sprang to his feet upon seeing the elderly man, hastily approaching him and bowing deeply. "Master Roger, it is a privilege to see you. Your guidance enabled me to finally break through the barriers that plagued me for years. I am profoundly grateful." Roger regarded Rast with disdain, scoffing, "I am undeserving of such gratitude. I, Roger, possess no merit that should elicit your thanks." He gestured toward Li Xuan, who had risen from his seat. "I am of no higher caliber than he. I am equally eager to witness how you intend to prevent me from entering or leaving." With that, he disregarded Rast and approached Li Xuan. Rast felt a wave of panic wash over him. Could this seemingly shabby young man truly be a person of significance? Why else would Roger react so strongly? With a sinking heart, he recalled how he had treated Li Xuan moments earlier. The middle-aged man accompanying Roger shot a venomous glare at Rast, muttering, "You think your recent breakthrough makes you superior? Have you lost your senses? Do you even realize who those people are? You have put the chamber in peril." With a resigned sigh, Lawrence made his way toward Li Xuan and his companions, a look of shame crossing his face. "Lord Li Xuan, we will address the events that transpired earlier with the utmost seriousness. Please rest assured that we will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." As despair settled over Rast's features, he realized the gravity of the situation. The fact that Lawrence, a steward of such stature, addressed Li Xuan with such deference spoke volumes about his identity. In that moment, despair overwhelmed him, and Roger's next words sent him crumpling to the floor in utter defeat. Roger approached Li Xuan, placing a hand on his shoulder with genuine concern. "Are you all right, brother? You ought to invest in some decent attire instead of parading around in these rags. Do you not know that some people look down upon those who appear shabby?" As he spoke, Roger cast a pointed glance at Rast, whose spirit plummeted further. Dor gazed in astonishment between Li Xuan and Roger, her skepticism apparent. "Master, did you just refer to Li Xuan as brother?" "Ah, Dor, curious, are you? It is nothing remarkable. Last night, I spent some time alone with Li Xuan, and it was then that I came to regard him as my brother." Roger, with an affectionate arm around Li Xuan's shoulder, spoke jovially like a youthful spirit. Duoer felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Within the span of her acquaintance with Li Xuan, an array of astonishing events had unfolded. First, she encountered two individuals who were familiar with her grandfather, an exceedingly rare occurrence in a continent where few still remembered him. To encounter two such people in quick succession was remarkable enough, but now, the continent's foremost grandmaster of scrolls had forged a brotherly bond with him. The very notion was almost surreal, yet undeniably true. Li Xuan cast a smug expression towards Duoer, only to receive an eye roll in return, finding the exchange rather dull. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the imposing figure of a burly man standing respectfully nearby. Approaching the man, he feigned displeasure and said, "You must be Steward Lawrence. That old man over there." "Yes, the one lying on the ground. Mentioned that you possess quite the talent for tormenting others, able to flay a person alive without leaving a mark. I wonder if there is any truth to that." Lawrence wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his face a mask of resolute denial. "My lord Li Xuan, you must not listen to his wild claims. Our Bellinger Merchant Guild is a law-abiding establishment. How could we possibly engage in any clandestine activities involving the torment of others? Such a notion is utterly impossible." Li Xuan displayed a hint of disappointment, shaking his head with a sigh and lamenting, "Ah, I initially thought that if you truly possessed such abilities to torment that old man, I would overlook the unpleasant events that transpired within your guild today. However, it appears that this is not feasible." Lawrence felt a tightness in his chest, nearly choking on his words at Li Xuan's remarks. Had it not been for his concern for Roger, he would have been tempted to strike Li Xuan a few times. Yet, he could only maintain a forced smile and respond, "Your Excellency Li Xuan, you jest. Rest assured, we will handle this matter with the utmost seriousness within our guild." After a brief hesitation, he pulled out a card roughly the size of a magic crystal card and presented it to Li Xuan. "Your Excellency Li Xuan, this is our Bellinger Guild's Platinum membership card. With this card, you will enjoy a 30% discount at any establishment under the Bellinger banner, be it hotels, auction houses, weapon shops, or clothing stores." Li Xuan extended his hand to accept the card, scrutinizing it thoroughly before unhesitatingly stowing it away in his spatial ring. However, he couldn't help but pout, remarking, "How stingy, offering just a 30% discount. There's hardly any sincerity in that." Observing the impending fury of Lawrence, Roger hastily intervened, stating, "Brother, you ought to be grateful. There are very few individuals on the entire continent who possess such a platinum card. Each of them is a formidable power in their own right, and they have all paid a hefty price to acquire one, unlike you, who obtained it so effortlessly. Consider yourself fortunate. Moreover, this platinum card is a significant emblem of status, so do not underestimate its value. Since you, my elder brother, have said so, let us let this matter rest. After all, I am magnanimous." Li Xuan feigned a look of having gained an advantage while provoking giggles from Duoer and Daisy. Meanwhile, Lawrence seethed with suppressed frustration, yet he could only endure, for the fault lay with their guild. More crucially, who would dare offend someone of such high standing? Roger's brother, who ranks among the continent's elite. "Lord Li Xuan, I have heard that you intend to sell 2 domain scrolls. Is that true?" Lawrence, noticing Li Xuan's disinterest in pursuing the matter with Raster, hastily shifted the topic. although aware of the bond between Li Xuan and Roger. He knew that Roger could only craft 9th-tier scrolls. The only source for domain scrolls was the Ice Plains. And who would be willing to part with the scrolls acquired at such great cost? Hence, he remained skeptical about Li Xuan's intention to sell them. Indeed, I came to sell the scrolls, but who could have anticipated encountering such a disdainful individual? He retrieved the 2 scrolls prepared for auction from his spatial ring and presented them to Lawrence. These are the 2 domain scrolls. One is Meteoric Fall of the Earth element, and the other is Holy Light Barrier of the Light element. Lawrence accepted them, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and turned to Roger. Master, I must trouble you to authenticate these. Roger waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for authentication. I assure you, in my name, these 2 scrolls are genuine. Furthermore, I can inform you that these domain scrolls possess at least a 20 greater potency than ordinary ones. Lawrence gazed at Roger in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the implications of his statement. He was well aware that the ordinary domain scrolls to which Roger referred were crafted in the Ice Plains, representing the pinnacle of power in Didius. Yet, here stood an inconspicuous young man offering scrolls that appeared superior. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He realized that Roger must have valued these scrolls highly, which explained their fraternal relationship. Roger's status was among the highest on the continent, and few things could earn his esteem. The only plausible explanation was that these scrolls might aid him in breaking through his existing barriers. Lawrence felt a tremor of excitement. It had been over 3,000 years since anyone capable of crafting domain scrolls had emerged on the continent. Now, before him stood a potential candidate for that rare distinction. The mere thought exhilarated him. For an esteemed business like the Bellinger Guild, while they would respect a master scroll creator like Roger, they would not typically seek to curry favor. However, Lawrence's perspective had shifted. He resolved to do everything in his power to win over Roger. If Roger truly achieved a breakthrough, becoming the only other individual besides the Ice Plains capable of crafting domain scrolls, countless individuals would seek to ally themselves with him, including many influential figures. At that point, he, as a mere minor player, might find it impossible to even converse with such notables. Thus, he understood the urgency of securing Roger's goodwill before such a breakthrough occurred, hoping he might then ascend to the position of chief executive of the Bellinger Guild in the Holy Empire. Yet, he recognized that Roger was no easy target for manipulation. Therefore, he decided to approach through Li Xuan, confident that with his decades of experience in the business world, winning over a youthful novice like Li Xuan would be a mere trifle. He felt quite astute for having given Li Xuan the platinum membership card. Regarding the scrolls Li Xuan produced, he had no room for doubt. Roger's actions had already spoken volumes. Lord Li Xuan, I will assist you in registering these 2 scrolls shortly. Based on past pricing, the base value for the Earth Element Domain Scroll is typically around 200 million gold coins, while the Holy Light Barrier fetches a higher price, generally 400 million gold coins. According to the auction house's regulations, the starting bid for these items will be set at 160 million gold coins and 320 million gold coins. However, given the master's assertion that these scrolls are more potent, even without verification, we at the auction house trust the master. Therefore, the starting bids will be adjusted to 200 million gold coins and 400 million gold coins, with a minimum bid increment of 5 million gold coins. Lawrence courteously explained to Li Xuan, I am not well versed in such matters. I shall leave it to your auction house's procedures. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Li Xuan had developed a favorable impression of Lawrence and gradually shifted his view of the Bellinger Guild. Every institution has its share of miscreants. He could not judge the entire guild based on Raster's actions alone. Your gratitude is unwarranted, Lord Li Xuan. It is my honor to serve you. The auction is scheduled for the evening of the 10th at 8 p.m. Compared to previous events, this auction will feature a number of exceptional items. Should you be interested, you are welcome to participate in the bidding. The costs will be deducted from the proceeds of the 2 scrolls. I shall attend punctually. I will not trouble you further today, Mr. Lawrence. Farewell. Li Xuan bid Lawrence goodbye and then turned to Roger, who shook his head. You may return for now. I have matters to attend to. Li Xuan nodded, then left the Bellinger auction house with Daisy and Duor. They dined at an upscale hotel for lunch and spent the afternoon leisurely exploring Shifu Rue Street, with Li Xuan as their personal financial benefactor. Daisy and Duo made no effort to restrain themselves, purchasing numerous garments and accessories in one go, while also selecting several outfits for Li Xuan. By the end of the afternoon, they had collectively spent over 1 million gold coins. During dinner that evening, when Daisy learned about their extravagant expenditures, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a sum was unfathomable to her in the past. She vividly recalled that when she and Li Xuan had departed from the palace, they possessed not a single gold coin. Yet, merely a day later, Li Xuan had amassed over 50 million gold coins, and with the upcoming auction a week away, his wealth was bound to increase further. She suddenly felt that leaving the palace might not be so dreadful after all. In the following days, Li Xuan dedicated his nights to cultivation while spending his days accompanying Daisy and occasionally Duoer as they roamed throughout the imperial capital. Each time he spent gold coins lavishly, he felt a profound sense of comfort. The life of affluence was truly delightful. On Earth, such a life of extravagant spending was unattainable, yet in this foreign realm, he reveled in the experience, feeling his journey was worthwhile. On January 6, 995 of the sacred calendar, as per tradition, the Bellinger Chamber of Commerce announced the items to be auctioned in the small auctions held 4 days later across various cities. While these small auctions typically disclosed their items on the 6th of each month, most nobles had their own channels and often received information well in advance. They would then assess whether any items of interest would be present before deciding to participate. However, this time, the Bellinger auction house in the imperial capital of the Sacred Empire released news that ignited a fervor among the nobility. At the small auction scheduled for 8 p.m. on the 10th of this month, not only would a level 2 spatial bracelet and several artifacts from prehistoric relics be auctioned, but also 2 domain scrolls. Instantly, the nobility of the Sacred Empire's capital sprang into action. The domain scrolls were a coveted prize that could not be ignored. Within a single day, word spread like wildfire, and soon a significant portion of the Sacred Empire was aware of the impending auction of the 2 domain scrolls. Even the upper echelons of other nations learned of this news through various channels, causing the entire continent to buzz with excitement. The allure of the domain scrolls was immense. Since the auction of a fire domain scroll 2 years prior, none had been sold again. The prospect of 2 being auctioned off at a small event in the Sacred Empire's capital was unprecedented, prompting nearby factions to send representatives to attend. Meanwhile, those from more distant territories expressed their outrage, condemning the Bellinger Chamber of Commerce for not disclosing the information sooner, and unanimously demanded a postponement of the auction or a separate auction for the domain scrolls. Amidst the escalating commotion across the continent, within the Bellinger auction house, a bearded man named Lawrence stood respectfully before a young woman in her 20s, who was intently reviewing materials gathered from various locations. After a considerable time, the young woman set down her documents, her face cold and displeased as she addressed Lawrence. Lawrence, do you realize the trouble your deliberate concealment of this information has caused for our Bellinger Chamber of Commerce? Lawrence apologized. Miss, please do not be angry. Although the major factions are currently in an uproar, their outrage signifies their concern, which is ultimately beneficial for our chamber. Given your dedication to the chamber, I shall overlook this incident. However, what if those factions cannot arrive in time? Although she understood Lawrence's intentions were for the good of the chamber, she worried that announcing the news at the last moment could render their plans futile. Confidently, Lawrence replied, rest assured, Miss, I have calculated the timing perfectly. They will arrive just in time. I have a premonition that this small auction will surpass all previous events, even rivaling the grand auctions held mid-year. The young woman scoffed. Many say you, Lawrence, are ruthless, yet few recognize your cunning intellect. Let this matter conclude here, but I do not wish for a repeat occurrence, as it tarnishes our chamber's reputation. Lawrence responded respectfully, understood, Mississippi. Is there something else? Noticing Lawrence hesitating, she inquired. Lawrence did not respond immediately but turned to the attendants who remained, coldly instructing, you may all leave. Yes, my lord. With the attendants dismissed, the young woman said, now can you speak? Miss, I believe we should engage more with Roger. As Lawrence spoke, he observed the young woman's expression closely. Upon mentioning Roger, her demeanor visibly shifted, prompting him to add, Roger may become the first Archmage of Scrolls to successfully break through the 9th tier in over 3,000 years. The young woman sprang to her feet, her excitement palpable as she paced back and forth. The imperial capital of the Sacred Empire, due to the Bellinger auction house's impending auction of domain scrolls, welcomed visitors from all corners, rivaling the fervor of recent celebrations during the Sacred Yuan Festival. Meanwhile, in Roger's modest abode within the Mercenary Guild's courtyard, Li Xuan and Roger sat across from each other, both displaying a hint of distress. Who would have thought this would provoke such a significant reaction? I wonder how they learned of your whereabouts, Li Xuan lamented. Roger shook his head with a wry smile, acknowledging that this situation was beyond his expectations. The day after the Bellinger auction house announced the sale of the Sanctuary Scrolls, individuals began to seek out the hotel where Li Xuan was staying. Among them was a prominent figure from the Holy Empire, all of whom expressed a genuine desire to befriend Li Xuan. By the third day, not only the influential individuals from the Holy Empire, but also representatives from other countries and various mercenary factions began to approach Li Xuan. Their intentions were unmistakable: to cultivate a relationship with him and to inquire if he had any additional sanctuary scrolls for sale. Weary from the incessant attention, Li Xuan ultimately had no choice but to escape the hotel with Daisy and take refuge with Roger. Once settled at Roger's place, the number of visitors indeed diminished significantly. The smaller families and factions refrained from bothering Li Xuan due to their respect for the mercenary guild and Roger. However, some entities lacked such reservations, such as the Mage Guild, which was on par with the mercenary guild. They sent a renowned elder from their ranks to meet with Li Xuan, hoping to purchase scrolls directly from him. Furthermore, the 5 major families of the Holy Empire, along with other prominent families and even royal representatives from various nations, sent envoys to engage with Li Xuan. Their motives were clear: to establish rapport with him and to explore any possibility of acquiring additional sanctuary scrolls in private. Although they understood that such hopes were exceedingly slim, they would not forego even the slightest chance to obtain the coveted scrolls. Who wouldn't desire the sanctuary scrolls? After all, for some, money was merely a number, compared to the arduous task of completing the Ice Plains mission to acquire ice crystals in exchange for the sanctuary scrolls. Purchasing the scrolls with money was far too easy. For those individuals, any problem solvable with money ceased to be a problem at all. Li Xuan lamented with a resigned shake of his head. "What do you plan to do next?" Roger asked, somewhat distressed. "The auction will proceed as scheduled tonight, and once it concludes, I suspect that those who fail to acquire the sanctuary scrolls will turn their attention to you, putting you in a precarious situation." He continued, "Currently, the various factions are restraining one another, so you are relatively safe. However, should any faction reach an agreement or decide to act recklessly against you, your situation could become exceedingly perilous." Li Xuan let out a bitter smile and remarked, "I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. It's merely 2 domain scrolls. Do the various factions truly need to react this way? Alas, we can only take it one step at a time." Roger shook his head at Li Xuan's words, muttering, "Just 2 domain scrolls, huh?" It seems only Li Xuan could express such a sentiment. In truth, Roger had long harbored a question regarding the origins of these scrolls, which seemed to have been found carelessly, devoid of any appreciation for their value. Nevertheless, he had no intention of probing further. Everyone possesses their own inner secrets. "Are you still planning to attend the auction tonight?" Roger mused, considering that someone in Li Xuan's precarious position would likely refrain from going. However, Li Xuan's response left him both amused and exasperated. "Of course I will go. Why should I not? Not attending would only make it seem as though I fear them," Li Xuan retorted indignantly. In a humble cave on the back mountain of the Holy Empire, Emperor Kenny and the esteemed sage Zui, 2 of the most authoritative figures in the Holy Empire, stood trembling before a young man who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The young man's appearance was unremarkable, the kind that would easily go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet, his eyes sparkled like a constellation, as if capable of penetrating the depths of all things. The young man cast a dispassionate glance at Kenny and Zui and said, "You 2 possess commendable talent. Yet it is regrettable that your hearts are no longer devoted to cultivation. Is power truly of such significance?" Observing the anxious expressions of Kenny and Zui, he coldly scoffed. "What is it that you have summoned me for?" On the evening of January 10th, 995 of the Holy Calendar, the once spacious avenue in front of the Bellinger auction house was now filled with an array of carriages, with even more approaching from the distance. Well-dressed men and women, radiant with vitality, descended from their respective carriages and made their way toward the Bellinger auction house. Typically, Hall 1 of the Bellinger auction house is reserved for grand auctions. The utilization of this hall for a small auction is a rarity, nearly unprecedented in the millennia-long history of the Bellinger commerce. The first hall comprises 4 levels. The ground floor features standard seating, while the upper tiers consist of private boxes accessible only to the elite nobility and affluent magnates. These boxes are not only exorbitantly priced, but also require a certain social standing for entry, with the lavishly decorated boxes on the 4th floor typically reserved for the most distinguished individuals. At this moment, over 90% of the 10,000 seats in the auction hall's ground floor were occupied. It is worth noting that each seat commands a price of 100 gold coins, while the boxes on the 2nd floor and above range from 50,000 to 5 million gold coins, depending on their location. The value of domain scrolls is undoubtedly paramount in the current context of the Ditya's continent. Most of the affluent nobles and magnates present at the auction were drawn by the allure of these scrolls, while others merely sought to partake in the spectacle and acquire items deemed unworthy by the wealthy. Consequently, the demand for the ordinary seats far exceeded supply, leading to outrageous resale prices for what were originally 100 gold coin seats. Li Xuan, as the vendor of the sacred domain scrolls and due to his association with Roger, has acquired a private booth on the third floor. Apart from him, the only individuals with booths on this floor are members of prestigious families and powerful factions from the continent of Dityas, such as the Radcliffe family of the Holy Empire and the Skunda family of the Mia Empire. At this moment, within one of the 10 booths on the 4th floor of Hall 1, an unremarkable young man stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at a room on the 3rd floor, lost in thought. Standing behind him, the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Kenny, and the Holy Master, Zui, appear somewhat restrained. Were it not for the glass, specially treated by alchemists to obscure the view, the sight of Kenny and Zui, standing deferentially behind the young man, would certainly provoke curiosity among onlookers. Does this individual selling the sacred domain scrolls truly lack any information? The young man inquired, sipping from his wine glass, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. In response to the esteemed ancestor, this young man has no information whatsoever, as if he simply materialized from thin air. No matter how I investigate, I remain utterly clueless, Kenny replied, his expression shifting to one of urgency. Zui, is this correct? The young man suddenly turned, his star-like eyes fixed upon Zui. Under the intensity of those eyes, Zui felt as though all his secrets were laid bare. With a sense of unease, he lowered his gaze and stammered, "Esteemed ancestor, it is indeed the case." That young man appeared suddenly beside Princess Daisy, without any shadow of influence behind him. How intriguing! The young man chuckled lightly, though his smile carried an enigmatic quality, before returning his gaze to the outside world, dismissing Kenny and Zui. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, the seats in the main hall on the 1st floor were fully occupied, and all booths on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors had been reserved. At this moment, the guests engaged in lively conversations, eagerly anticipating the upcoming auction extravaganza. Count Norton, I never expected you to be here as well, a rotund middle-aged man exclaimed as he settled beside a silver-haired elder in the main hall. The elder turned to glance at the middle-aged man, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, it is Baron Sograt. How could I miss such a grand occasion?" The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled. Could it be that Count Norton is also here for those 2 sacred domain scrolls? Norton shook his head, glancing toward the booths above. "Those scrolls are beyond my reach. Today, as a mere count, I must sit in the ordinary hall. One can only imagine the caliber of those above." A knowing smile crept onto his face. "Even if those scrolls were offered to me, they would be of no use. I'm getting on in years, and I ought to indulge myself while I still can. I heard there will be dark elf slaves for sale, so I came to take a look." "Ah, it seems Count Norton shares my sentiments," Baron Sograt lamented, a hint of disappointment in his expression. Norton chuckled, patting Sograt on the shoulder. "Indeed, Baron Sograt. You are quite the jester. The lady from your household is renowned throughout the imperial capital. Do you dare to bring a dark elf home?" Sograt chuckled awkwardly, realizing the gravity of his jest. He knew very well that if his wife discovered he had brought a dark elf home, he would not survive the encounter. As the wall clock struck 8, a dapper, golden-haired middle-aged man approached the stage with a smile, addressing the audience with a resonant voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction." The man exuded charm as he continued, "It is a great honor for me to host this event. The esteemed guests present today encompass nearly all the illustrious figures of our continent. We are also privileged to have the Emperor of the Holy Empire in attendance." As he spoke, he gave a slight bow toward a booth on the 4th floor. Instantly, all in the hall rose to their feet, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Also, Lord Tarek of the Icebound Realm. More applause followed. Lord Korsti of the Rapids Island. With each name the golden-haired host announced, the applause swelled, acknowledging the respect commanded by these dignitaries. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not prolong the preamble. Let us now present the first item of the first round, a mutated 3rd-tier snow weasel." As he spoke, a beautiful maid wheeled a small cage onto the stage, where a snow-white, exceptionally adorable snow weasel curled up inside. The sight of the weasel immediately captivated the gaze of several noble women in the audience. Observing the excited noble women, the golden-haired man seized the moment to declare, "This 3rd-tier, mutated snow weasel is a rare find across the continent. Those interested should not miss this opportunity." The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, with increments of no less than 100 gold coins. Now, let the bidding commence. As soon as he finished speaking, eager bidders began to raise their voices, with bids fluctuating between hundreds and thousands of coins. When the price reached 34,500 gold coins, only 2 bidders remained. Ultimately, one noblewoman secured the snow weasel for 40,000 gold coins. With a promising start, the subsequent items were auctioned with equal momentum. On the third-floor booth, Li Xuan sipped his drink while observing the ongoing auction. Whenever a lot piqued his interest, he joined the bidding. By the end of the first round, he had unknowingly acquired 3 items. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the appetizers. We shall now enter the second round of bidding. The items in this round originate from the ruins of prehistoric civilizations. Some of these artifacts are beyond our auction house's comprehension, so please consider carefully before bidding. Once the gavel falls, no returns will be accepted. Now, let us present the first item of the second round, a piece of unidentifiable black stone from prehistoric ruins. This stone boasts a hardness that surpasses even that of magic course, and it is infused with a rich dark aura. However, we have yet to discover a method to harness the dark energy within. As the auctioneer spoke, a maid stepped forward, carrying a tray upon which lay a stone roughly the size of an egg. The moment the maid entered the third-floor booth, Li Xuan suddenly sprang to his feet, striding swiftly to the window. He felt an inexplicable connection to the black stone, as if it were his own progeny, a profound bond that transcended understanding. Though he could not fathom the source of this sensation, Li Xuan resolved to acquire the black stone at any cost. The starting bid is 1 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 10,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. Though black stone was a coveted prize, Li Xuan did not rush to place a bid impulsively. Despite his lack of understanding regarding auctions, he knew well that displaying excessive interest in an item could attract the attention of opportunists, leading to unfavorable outcomes. It was wiser to wait patiently until the moment arose when no one else was bidding, and then make his move. Unexpectedly, as the golden-haired middle-aged man concluded his remarks, an unusual silence enveloped the auction hall. No one dared to place a bid. The man appeared to be somewhat prepared for this outcome, for he understood that the nature of the black stone was entirely unknown, and without knowledge of its potential use, he too would refrain from purchasing it. If it were offered at a lower price, perhaps it might attract a buyer willing to investigate its properties. But at 1 million gold coins for what could merely be an ordinary stone, few would take that gamble. Just as the golden-haired man was about to declare the item unsold, a voice emanated from a box on the third floor. If no one is bidding, then I shall offer 1 million for it. The announcement reverberated through the hall, prompting the middle-aged man to respond, very well. Box 314 has placed a bid of 1 million gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Consider carefully. Although the true nature of this black stone remains a mystery, it undoubtedly harbors energy comparable to that of a dark realm magic core, suggesting it is far from ordinary. Investing 1 million gold coins for further research could yield unexpected rewards. Frustrated, Li Xuan muttered an expletive under his breath. Yet, he felt powerless in this scenario. The auction house would surely exert every effort to inflate the item's price to secure a larger commission. However, none among the wealthy attendees were fools. They would not be swayed into rashly bidding over 1 million for a stone of uncertain utility. After a prolonged silence where no further bids emerged, the golden-haired man announced, "The first item of the second round has been sold to box 314 for the modest sum of 1 million gold coins. Now, let us present the next item." A strikingly elegant female warrior, clad in armor, strode confidently onto the stage, raising her sword. The golden-haired man continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the second item for auction is a sword belonging to an unknown figure from the ruins. This sword has withstood the test of over 3,000 years without any corrosion. Our merchants have verified that it is undoubtedly a masterpiece crafted by a dwarven master artisan, containing significant quantities of mithril." Gasps of awe filled the audience as the realization struck. Another peak weapon had emerged. 3,000 years ago, the dwarven master artisans had suffered catastrophic losses, their population dwindling from over 1 million to fewer than 100,000 due to devastating calamities. After 3 millennia of recovery, the dwarven community had barely regained prominence. With only a couple of master artisans remaining, their creations had become coveted treasures, a point of pride for any successful warrior to possess such a weapon. Thus, any weapon forged by a dwarven master artisan commanded exorbitant prices throughout the continent. The starting bid for this sword was set at 10 million gold coins, with increments no less than 100,000, 1,100,000, 1,150,000, 1,200,000. As the golden-haired man concluded, Bids erupted from the second and third floor boxes, with participants raising their stakes well beyond the minimum increments, reflecting their keen interest in the sword. 27 million. 27,500,000. 30 million. A bold voice from a second-floor box proclaimed, momentarily silencing the previously enthusiastic bidders. Typically, weapons crafted by dwarven masters averaged around 30 million gold coins. Going beyond that would likely result in a loss. Just when it seemed the sword would be claimed by the second-floor bidder, a hoarse voice from box 315 on the third floor interrupted, "I bid 40 million. At once. The auction hall fell silent. A sudden increase of 10 million after reaching the sword's peak value left many wondering if the bidder was in their right mind. Perhaps with more money than sense. While it was true that dwarven master-crafted weapons were rare, they were not as exclusive as the Sacred Domain scrolls, and many were still available for purchase at around 30 million. Despite the skepticism surrounding the bidder from box 315, it was clear they were undeterred. Observing the golden-haired man hesitate to strike the gavel, the bidder urged, 40 million. Surely the auction house has profited sufficiently. Do not be greedy. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the golden-haired man's face, but he quickly regained his composure, announcing that the item had been awarded to the bidder from box 315. Before swiftly introducing the next item for auction, the second round featured various treasures from the ruins, all of high value. Li Xuan found nothing of particular interest to compete for, though he occasionally participated for amusement, knowing he could drive up the cost for those genuinely interested. As the 11th item of the second round concluded, the golden-haired man declared, "We are nearing the end of the second round. Let us present the final item." Pointing to a maid approaching the stage with a tray, he continued, "This is the last item of this round, a fragment of a map." Noting the puzzled expressions among the audience, he smiled and explained, "Many of you may be questioning why a torn map would be put up for sale. Have you heard of Hydrus, the legendary patriarch of the Boyce family from the ancient Dithiath Empire? Surely you are familiar with the tales surrounding the Boyce family's treasure. It is said that if one could gather all 8 fragments of the map to form a complete one, they would uncover the vast treasures left behind by the Boyce family, which mysteriously vanished." After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, this is a tale from a millennium ago. The truth remains uncertain. However, it seems that no one has successfully collected all the fragments to find the so-called Boyce treasure, leading many to believe it is merely a jest. Nonetheless, I suspect there are still those who would find this intriguing. The starting bid for this fragment is set at 50 million gold coins, with increments no less than 1 million. Please, do not hesitate to bid. 51 million, 55 million, 58 million. As the golden-haired man finished speaking, a flurry of bids cascaded from various boxes on the third floor, evidently indicating a strong interest in the fragmented map. Moreover, there was an unspoken understanding in the air. Not a single bid was made from the private rooms on the second floor. It was evident that the individuals there comprehended that this incomplete map was beyond their reach. Within mere minutes, a staggering bid of 130 million was announced from room 327. However, this did not deter some individuals on the third floor. The price continued to escalate, seemingly on the verge of surpassing 200 million. Suddenly, a proclamation from one of the rooms on the fourth floor stunned the entire gathering. "I bid 200 million, and I forbid anyone from contesting this." Following that declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the auction hall. The majority on the first and second floors appeared perplexed, pondering who had the audacity to make such a bold statement. It was crucial to note that this auction had attracted approximately 70% of the powerhouses from the entire continent of Ditya, with the third-floor boxes housing the most elite among them, representatives from the super families of various nations. These were indeed the upper echelons of Ditya, and even an emperor would likely hesitate to offend all present at once. In one of the fourth-floor rooms, a middle-aged man clad in a silver robe, exuding an air of coldness, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed at the now-quiet auction hall, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Your Excellency, the one who just spoke is the envoy from the Ice Plains," remarked Kenny McCaskill, positioned beside the young man. Upon hearing this, the young man snorted softly, a hint of frostiness creeping onto his face. It was audacious for a mere one-star martial saint to act so brazenly. It seemed the Ice Plains truly considered themselves the sovereigns of Ditya. "Your Excellency, the Ice Plains currently commands over 40% of the continent's formidable forces. Even with just these warriors, the Ice Plains undeniably stands as the premier power of the continent," Kenny sighed, shaking his head. "Moreover, this only accounts for those under the Ice Plains' control. We have yet to fathom just how powerful the Ice Plains themselves truly are." For the first time, a look of dejection crossed the young man's face. He sighed, "Alas, if my conjectures are correct, The ruler of the Ice Plains must have shattered the shackles of millennia. Even if they haven't, they are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of our level. Kenny and Zhuyi's expression shifted dramatically at the young man's words. The notion of breaking the millennial shackles represented a paradigm shift. A new world entirely distinct from the one they inhabited, a world every cultivator yearned for yet had remained elusive for a millennium. This is merely my speculation. After today's auction, I shall be departing for a while. You must refrain from engaging in any conflict with the Ice Plains during my absence. If they propose any acceptable terms, acquiesce to them. If you face an insurmountable dilemma, delay your response. You must wait for my return. Do you understand? With a final glance at Li Xuan's box on the third floor, the young man settled into the sofa behind him, closing his eyes in contemplation. On the auction stage, the blond middle-aged man appeared somewhat awkward. He had anticipated that the map would fetch at least 250 to 260 million. Yet he was taken aback by the audacity of another to disallow competition. However, he dared not challenge this. Not only the Bellinger Trading Company, but even emperors from several empires would likely refrain from contradicting such a figure. The envoy from the Ice Plains represented a voice of unparalleled standing in Ditya. When he declared his desire for the map, who would dare contest him? Despite not reaching his expected price, the blond man found solace in the fact that the auction would not incur losses, as it had still reached 200 million. Drawing a deep breath, he surveyed the hall and announced, "Since there are no further bids, this incomplete map shall be acquired by Lord Talik of Box 401. With that, the final item of the second round had been sold, and the auction was now poised to enter its most exhilarating phase. It was likely that many attendees had come specifically for the items in the third round, and excitement filled the air. Now, let us present the first item of the third round, a second-tier spatial bracelet. Spatial artifacts were well known. Apart from the Ice Plains, no one else could produce them. The Ice Plains spatial artifacts were classified into 5 tiers, with the first being the most common. Although the second-tier bracelet was not the pinnacle, possessing one still symbolized status, as few in the continent owned such items. The starting bid for this bracelet was set at 70 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 1 million. Let the bidding commence. 71 million, 74 million, 75 million. The price of the spatial bracelet soared, while Li Xuan remained poised by the window, refraining from joining the fray just yet. Those currently calling out bids were merely setting the stage. Genuine competition would not commence until the price approached 100 million. After approximately 2 minutes, the number of bidders dwindled, and the price of the bracelet had climbed to 99 million, nearing the 100 million mark. Li Xuan prepared to enter the competition. This spatial bracelet was a promise he intended to fulfill for Daisy. 150 million. I am Kester Quigley. In a few days, my granddaughter will celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony, and I wish to gift her this spatial bracelet. Surely, no one would begrudge this old man his request. Just as Li Xuan was about to place his bid, a weathered voice emanated from a third-floor box, instantly inflating the price by over 50 million. What a display of grandeur from the elder of the Quigley family. To receive a spatial bracelet as a gift for a coming-of-age ceremony is indeed a privilege of the affluent. The auction hall buzzed with conversation as Kester's words resonated. The Quigley family, one of the 5 prominent families of the Sacred Empire alongside the Radcliffe family, wielded considerable power. No one would dare offend such a formidable lineage over a spatial item. Meanwhile, Li Xuan on the third floor furrowed his brow. Already entangled in peril due to the situation with the Sacred Domain Scroll, he found it troubling to encounter further complications merely in pursuit of a spatial ring. Should he provoke the Quigley family, he genuinely doubted he would survive to see the dawn of another day. The blond middle-aged man on stage appeared slightly unnerved. What was the nature of this auction today? Why did individuals continuously emerge to prohibit others from bidding? If this trend continued, their auction house might as well close its doors for good. Nonetheless, he found some comfort in the fact that the bids thus far remained within acceptable limits. Otherwise, this might mark his final time presiding over an auction. After a brief pause, witnessing the lack of further bids, he cleared his throat and stated, 150 million. I now declare the spatial bracelet belongs to the Quigley family. I bid 160 million. In the final moments of the announcer's declaration, Li Xuan resolved himself. Given the precariousness of his situation, offending a prominent family was of little consequence. Li Xuan's sudden bid plunged the room into a brief silence. A moment that took everyone by surprise. They could hardly fathom that someone would dare to compete with Kester. Even families of comparable strength to the Quigley family were reluctant to stir up discord over such trivial matters. The voice that made the bid was unfamiliar. prompting a flurry of speculation regarding the identity of this bidder. Clearly, one who could afford a private box on the third floor must possess a status akin to that of Kester, yet their true identity remained a mystery. To ensure the privacy of all participants, the auction house typically does not disclose the occupants of each box, leaving most in the dark, though some prominent families could easily investigate. However, few would go to such lengths, as those intent on competition would remain undeterred, while those disinterested would not suddenly change their minds. The blonde-haired auctioneer quickly regained his composure, his voice tinged with excitement as he announced 160 million gold coins. A bid from the esteemed guest in box 314. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Everyone present understood that his final words were directed at Kester. Yet he phrased it gently to avoid inciting resentment from the auction house. Inside the Quigley family's box on the third floor, Kester, the patriarch, wore a grim expression. 160 million? Well. Beside him sat a young girl of 13 or 14, her lips pursed in displeasure. Bella, fret not. This spatial bracelet shall belong to you. No one shall snatch it away, Kester assured her with a smile, then turned to a guard standing behind him. Find out who occupies that box. Yes, sir, came the reply. 161 million. A voice from another box on the third floor echoed. Clearly emboldened now that competition had emerged, alleviating concerns of any rift with the Quigley family. In box 314, Li Xuan's brow furrowed. Having already offended a member of the Quigley family, he was dismayed to find another contender. He could not allow further participants to join the fray. Money was of no concern. He could easily exhaust the funds he had set aside for the two scrolls. 200 million, he declared after a moment's hesitation, an exorbitant figure. Given that secondary spatial items typically hovered around 100 million gold coins, this was a significant leap. Although venturing into the ice planes posed challenges and dangers, those on the third floor frequently dealt with the ice planes and could procure ice crystals, albeit at prices far below 200 million gold coins. In the Quigley box, Kester was taken aback by Li Xuan's sudden bid. At his level, while money was less of a concern, the financial needs of his family loomed large. Having spent 150 million gold coins on a gift for his cherished granddaughter, he felt the impact of this bid keenly. If the trend of escalating bids continued, he wondered where it would lead. For the first time in hundreds of years, Kester realized the significance of money. He comforted his granddaughter, who still wore a sullen expression. Bella, I shall journey to the ice plains today and ensure you receive a spatial item for your coming-of-age ceremony. The price soared to 200 million. A figure no one had anticipated. While it was understood that competition with Kester would elevate the price of the spatial bracelet, the increase of nearly 50 million caught everyone off guard. This amount far exceeded the bracelet's worth, causing many potential buyers to shake their heads in resignation. Withdrawing from the bidding war, the blonde-haired auctioneer, thrilled by Li Xuan's bid, reveled in the unexpected turn of events. With the anticipated value of the spatial bracelet set around 160 to 70 million gold coins, the auction had exceeded expectations by almost 30 million. He couldn't help but feel elated at the prospect of his commission post-auction. 200 million from the esteemed guest in box 314. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, I shall commence the countdown. 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to box 314 for acquiring the spatial bracelet. For those who did not succeed, do not despair. Several more exceptional items are yet to be auctioned. Now, for our next item. The auctioneer gestured towards a young girl in a magical robe who was gracefully ascending the stage, wand in hand. Unlike the wands commonly seen on the continent, this wand was adorned with a sparkling gem at its tip, an unmistakable magic core, and one of considerable quality. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a wand unearthed from ancient ruins. As you can see, it is distinct from our contemporary wands, featuring a magic core embedded at its apex, a technique long thought lost. While the pinnacle of wands today is the royal wand, I must inform you that these so-called royal wands pale in comparison to the third-tier wands of Europe, let alone the sacred tier wand. Such wands were exceedingly rare on the continent, with sacred tier wands being exceptionally scarce. Thus, those desiring one should seize this opportunity. The starting bid for this sacred tier wand is set at 100 million gold coins, with no minimum increment. Let the bidding commence. 111 million gold coins. A voice from a third-floor box eagerly called out. 115 million. 130 million. The competition for the wand quickly escalated, with bidders primarily from the third floor, and even voices from the fourth floor joined in, clearly indicating that even those of eminent status were captivated by the wand's allure. Li Xuan, seated in his box, found himself intrigued by the wand. Initially, his sole purpose for attending the auction was to secure the spatial bracelet for Daisy. He had intended to purchase items of interest as they arose, without undue expectation. However, the emergence of this wand signaled that he might once again find himself at odds with others. The price continued to climb, as many displayed an interest in the wand, comparable to that of the sacred scrolls. For a mage, a quality wand could undoubtedly elevate their power to new heights. 18 million. 18,500,000. Anyone with discerning taste. I bid 300 million gold coins. Suddenly, a somewhat languid voice resonated throughout the auction hall. A man clad in a loose gray robe, sporting a hint of stubble, leaned back in his chair, smiling amicably as he nodded in greeting to those who gazed upon him. Almost everyone who beheld this man harbored a singular question. Who is he, that he boldly opens with a bid of 300 million gold coins? Furthermore, his tone suggested that he regarded the attendees' lower bids as a sign of ignorance, an affront to all present. It is worth noting that the fourth floor housed not only the Emperor of the Holy Empire, but also the Icefield Envoy and various ancient beings whose ages were unfathomable. Did this man truly not comprehend the meaning of danger? Curiously, following his bid, the fierce competition that had characterized the boxes on the third and fourth floors abruptly ceased. What brings this ancient one to such a whimsical venture here? In the fourth floor box of Tarek, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. In a swift motion, he was at the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the man in the central hall below. A flicker of fear passing across his face as he murmured in irritation. Li Xuan cast a curious glance towards the hall on the first floor, where a seemingly despondent man sat. Yet, the extraordinary glimmer in his eyes hinted at depths beyond the ordinary. Little did he expect to encounter such a remarkable individual amidst the bustling crowd. Nevertheless, regardless of the multitude of cunning pretenders present, he was resolute in his determination to acquire the magic wand today. 310 million. As the auction hall descended into a hush, Li Xuan's sudden bid ignited a wave of excitement throughout the venue. That voice was familiar. It belonged to the very individual who had just contended for the spatial bracelet against Kester. Was he truly preparing to vie for the wand against this enigmatic man? The staggering sum of over 300 million gold coins sent most participants retreating in trepidation, although many on the third and fourth floors were indifferent to such wealth. The identity of the despondent man in the hall rendered them silent, as they, too, anticipated an intriguing spectacle. They were acutely aware of who sat below. Those who dared oppose him often met with dire consequences. At last, someone with discernment, the languid voice from the hall remarked. But is an increase of merely 10 million not rather stingy? I bid 400 million. A collective gasp resonated through the hall. Had this despondent man truly dismissed the value of money so cavalierly? Li Xuan's brow furrowed in the private box on the third floor. Realizing that this adversary seemed far more formidable than the previous contender from the Quigley family, he braced himself for an immediate retreat upon securing the desired item. Just as he prepared to place another bid, a voice interrupted the silence within his box. Young one, do not rush to bid. Provide me with a compelling reason for your desire to purchase the wand. Should your justification prove insufficient, even if you succeed in acquiring it, I shall have no qualms about eliminating you and seizing the wand for myself. It would be wise to contemplate this carefully, the languid voice teased. Laced with a hint of mockery, Li Xuan respectfully bowed to the void, aware that the man in the hall could see him. He gathered his thoughts and spoke. Senior, my reason for purchasing this wand is quite simple. If one is to buy, one should procure the finest. Oh, intriguing. Yet, it seems you are not a mage. What do you require a wand for? The languid voice expressed a hint of curiosity. This wand is intended for my sister, Li Xuan replied earnestly. The man, who had been reclining in his chair with an air of despondency, suddenly rose. A formidable aura emanated from him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of an exalted monarch. His resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Young one, consider this wand as a gift for your sister. Remember, as an elder brother, you must cherish your sister to the best of your abilities, ensuring she comes to no harm, lest you find yourself regretting it later. With that, he tossed a magical crystal card towards the golden-haired middle-aged man atop the platform and strode toward the entrance of the hall. Upon reaching the doorway, he halted abruptly and stated, his tone chilling, Castor, I trust you will refrain from troubling the young one. Furthermore, I advise all of you to ensure no mischief befalls him, for I would not hesitate to visit each of your homes should I hear otherwise. In a private room on the fourth floor, two individuals stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, exchanging wry smiles. One side, he still blames himself for that incident. But the fault lies not with him. Why is that anomaly here? And why is he aiding that young fellow? Castor roared, his expression dark and foreboding. The others in the room trembled, cautious not to provoke Castor's ire. Meanwhile, Kenny wore a look of deep confusion. Why is he here? Wasn't it said he perished over 3 centuries ago? Kenny, enlighten me on this matter. I recall that before my seclusion, Virgil had already reached my current level. How could he be dead? Upon attaining the sacred realm, one effectively possesses immortality, barring unforeseen events. Moreover, at their level, longevity is virtually assured. The youth understood that during his seclusion, something unknown must have transpired regarding Virgil. Kenny respectfully responded, to the esteemed ancestor, in my knowledge. There have been conflicts involving 3 unparalleled powerhouses in the frozen plains over the millennium. Virgil was one of them. It is said that over 3 centuries ago, the frozen plains extended an invitation for him to submit, but he declined, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, he fell and perished. Yet, it appears he is not dead. Could it be that he submitted to the frozen plains after his defeat? The youth shook his head in denial of Kenny's conjecture. He would likely not submit to the frozen plains. Those individuals were exceedingly proud, never bowing to any force. And there is no power in Daishas that could compel their submission, not even the frozen plains. If he had not submitted to the frozen plains, then the tale of his death circulating for 3 centuries must have been a deliberate ruse to evade pursuit or a tactic employed by the frozen plains to lure him out. Regardless of the scenario, his reappearance in the frozen plains would undoubtedly attract attention, placing him in a perilous situation. Why then did he act so recklessly? Kenny was baffled. If he had been in hiding for 3 centuries, why would he suddenly unveil his identity today? Had he perhaps achieved another breakthrough? A flicker of fervor crossed the youth's face, only to quickly dim. Yet, even with a breakthrough, did he truly believe he could contend with someone from the frozen plains who might have already undergone thousands of years of advancement? Li Xuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the departing figure of the man, his eyes filled with profound gratitude. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the man's sudden assistance, his heart brimmed with appreciation, regardless of the motivation. Following this brief interlude involving Bergriel, the auction continued in an orderly fashion. Despite Li Xuan acquiring the first and second items of the 3rd round, the enthusiasm of the attendees for the subsequent auction remained undeterred. After all, their primary objective in attending was the final 2 sacred domain scrolls. The inability to procure other items would not dampen their spirits significantly. The 3rd item up for bid was a dark elf, distinct from the 3 dark elves auctioned in the 1st round. This dark elf was an elder of her kind, over 500 years old, yet appearing akin to a human woman in her 30s. At this age, dark elves exude an enchanting allure, evoking insatiable desires in any man who beheld her. The elven race is renowned for its beauty, longevity, and magical prowess. Every human yearns for an elven companion, particularly among the nobility, who take pride in possessing an elven concubine. However, the formidable nature of the elven lineage instills trepidation in many, preventing even emperors from openly claiming ownership of an elven slave. An exception exists, however, in the case of dark elves. Though a branch of the elven race, dark elves are not acknowledged by the mainstream elven society, having succumbed to moral decay. Consequently, the hunting and auctioning of dark elves go unchecked by their kin. Each dark elf, like their legitimate counterparts, is a divine creation, often commanding even higher prices, particularly those of greater strength. This has given rise to a thriving profession across the continent, the spirit hunter. These individuals make their living by capturing dark elves for sale, and occasionally, they covertly hunt solitary legitimate elves. The dark elves presented today were captured by the spirit hunter team of the Bellinger Trade Association. Ultimately, the dark elf elder was sold for an astonishing 35 million. The following items also fetched prices exceeding 100 million, with none left unsold. The 2 sacred domain scrolls provided by Li Xuan were fervently contested by various factions, especially upon learning that these scrolls might have originated from ancient ruins, boasting at least 20% greater power than those sold in the Ice Plains. This frenzy escalated dramatically. However, in the end, none of the factions on the continent managed to acquire these scrolls. The sacred domain scrolls were ultimately purchased by Tariq of the Ice Plains for 530 million and 1,091 million, respectively. Many in the hall were perplexed as to why the Ice Plains, capable of crafting scrolls themselves, would seek to purchase these. Yet, those in the private boxes understood. The Ice Plains undoubtedly sought to glean some insight from these scrolls, potentially paving the way for their own scroll production in the years to come. Li Xuan never anticipated that his 2 domain scrolls would fetch such an exorbitant price at auction. Initially, he estimated that the combined worth of the scrolls would be around 1 billion gold coins, yet astonishingly, the light barrier scroll alone was sold for an astounding 11,910,000,000. He had intended to use the proceeds from this auction to pay for the space bracelet and the wand, both of which he acquired for merely 200 million gold coins. With the scrolls selling for such a high price, after deducting the auction house's commission, he would still net over 1,360,000,000. He suddenly realized that money had transformed into mere numbers for him. After the auction concluded, attendees engaged in lively conversation as they gradually exited the hall, clearly relishing the event's highlights for some time to come. Those who had won items proceeded to designated areas to settle payments and collect their auction goods. In contrast, individuals like Li Xuan, who were in private boxes, remained seated. The auction house would send personnel to deliver the items later. Moreover, each box was equipped with a card reader, making transactions exceedingly convenient. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the box. Li Xuan assumed it was the auction house staff delivering the items, but upon opening the door, he found a slender, short, middle-aged man, who greeted him with a friendly smile. "Greetings, sir. I am Bernardine, the representative sent by the Zell family of the Dragon God Empire to attend the auction. May I have a moment of your time? There are matters I wish to discuss with you." Li Xuan had heard of the Dragon God Empire, rumored to be one of the 3 major empires on the continent, with strength that subtly surpassed that of the Holy Empire. It was said to be a nation allied with dragons, offering opportunities for those serving the Dragon God Empire to forge contracts with these majestic creatures. The Empire's elite military force comprised beast legions led by dragon knights, rendering ordinary legions nearly powerless in comparison. However, forming a beast legion was no simple task. The Dragon God Empire boasted only 1 legion of 100,000. Yet this singular force equated to that of 1,000,000 elite legions. As for the Zell family, it was a powerful lineage within the Dragon God Empire, boasting 2 dragon knights and wielding significant influence within the military. "Mr. Bernardine, please, make yourself comfortable. What can I assist you with?" Although Li Xuan had already surmised the reason for this visit, he understood that the representatives from the Dragon God Empire had arrived at the last moment, having had no opportunity to engage with him prior to the auction. With the auction concluded, and the only 2 domain scrolls sold to the icebound messenger Tarek, it was evident that these individuals, who had traveled great distances, returned empty-handed, likely facing challenges and reporting back. Thus, it was only natural for them to seek Li Xuan, hoping to acquire another domain scroll from him. "To be candid, I have learned that the scrolls offered at this auction originated from you. I would like to inquire if you possess any additional domain scrolls. If so, the Zell family would undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory price." Bernardine recognized the boldness of his proposition. Having already auctioned 2 domain scrolls, Li Xuan would likely keep any remaining for his own safety rather than sell. After all, domain scrolls were scarce commodities, not to be found in abundance. Currently, only the icebound could produce them, and their prices were exorbitantly high, making them a luxury few could afford to utilize. As Li Xuan was about to politely decline, the door of the private room was knocked upon once more. He flashed an apologetic smile at Bernardine, then rose to open the door. Standing there were 5 or 6 individuals, 2 of whom he recognized, one from the Radcliffe family and the other from the Fair family, both of whom had approached him prior to the auction. He was taken aback that they had returned after the auction's conclusion. However, these were indeed influential figures, and Li Xuan wished to avoid offending them. Thus, he graciously invited them into the room, knowing their intentions aligned. Just as he had seated them and was about to speak, there came another knock at the door. This time, 3 more individuals awaited outside. He noticed that more people were gradually making their way toward his private room. Without hesitation, he invited them in as well, taking his position at the entrance. After approximately 10 minutes, nearly 30 individuals had gathered, yet the spaciousness of the 3rd-floor room ensured it did not feel cramped. Once he confirmed that no one else was arriving, he shut the door behind him. Gazing at the nearly full room of representatives from various factions, Li Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. As he closed the door, he observed the smiling faces of the representatives engaging in light conversation, secretly admiring their composure. They all understood that when it came time to discuss the interests of their respective families or factions, tempers would surely flare. Yet, they could still share laughter in the present moment, a level of composure Li Xuan believed he could not attain. "May I have your attention, please?" Li Xuan cleared his throat, adopting a somewhat helpless expression. "I am well aware of your intentions. You are all busy individuals, so I shall not beat around the bush. To be frank, I no longer possess the sacred domain scroll. Your Excellency Li Xuan, the Brookman family will certainly offer you a satisfactory price, one of them asserted. Our fair family is equally prepared to do so, another added. Our Botman family can exceed the previous auction price by 10%, yet another chimed in. Goodness. Is your Botman family intent on challenging everyone? An exasperated voice interjected. Do you think only your Botman family has wealth? As soon as Li Xian's words fell, the representatives present erupted in an uproar. Initially, they were negotiating with Li Xuan, but soon the various factions began to curse and belittle one another, with representatives from several families even resorting to physical altercations. Li Xuan could not help but chuckle coldly. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in lively conversation. Yet now they were resorting to physical confrontation. How utterly ironic. In the face of self-interest, the facade of hypocrisy is cast aside, revealing the raw essence of one's nature. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, I have yet to finish speaking. Upon hearing that Li Xuan still had more to say, the representatives from various factions ceased their bickering. A few who had just exchanged blows even adjusted their attire, seemingly anxious not to appear disrespectful in front of Li Xuan. Indeed, there is no need for such discord over a mere handful of sacred domain scrolls. Observing the sudden pallor of their faces, akin to that of pig's liver, Li Xuan secretly reveled in their discomfort, yet maintained an earnest facade as he continued. Although I no longer possess any sacred domain scrolls, I am pleased to share some good news with you all. Li Xuan deliberately paused, prompting the representatives to impatiently press for answers. He leisurely approached the table, picked up his wine glass, and pretended to take a sip. With a light cough, he remarked, I am merely a fortunate soul who has acquired 2 scrolls, yet there exists an individual of true talent and knowledge. I can reveal to you that in this continent, there is someone who is on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to attain a height that has remained unattained for 3 millennia. Li Xian's words resonated like a formidable explosion, stirring the atmosphere once more. This time, however, the gathering was engrossed in a fervent discussion regarding the identity of the individual Li Xuan had alluded to. They exchanged ideas and strategized with great enthusiasm, seemingly oblivious to the earlier discontent. After a considerable pause, the discourse subsided, and they had formed a tentative understanding. Yet, they still sought confirmation from Li Xuan. The representative of the Radcliffe family, a portly middle-aged man, chuckled amiably and inquired, My lord Li Xuan, might you be referring to the esteemed Master Roger? Li Xuan chuckled softly, remarking, I haven't said anything at all. It is merely your own conjecture. He secretly reassured himself, Indeed, dear Monson. This is entirely your own deduction and bears no relation to me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at these astute individuals. Thank you, Sir Li Xuan. I suddenly recalled pressing matters that require my attention, so I shall take my leave, declared a representative whose origin was uncertain, responding swiftly. As this individual made their exit, the remaining attendees promptly followed suit, each eager to secure a favorable position with Roger before it was too late. In no time, the once vibrant gathering, which had brought together representatives from 60% of the continent's most formidable factions, was left utterly vacant, save for one, the portly middle-aged man, the representative of the Radcliffe family. Li Xuan cast a somewhat surprised glance at him and said, You must be the representative of the Radcliffe family, correct? Since they have all departed, what keeps you here? Are you not concerned about missing out on your share? A trace of disdain flickered across the chubby middle-aged man's face, suggesting a certain contempt for the individuals Li Xuan had mentioned. Nevertheless, when addressing Li Xuan, he donned what he believed to be his most charming smile and replied, Sir Li Xuan, I am Wade. First and foremost, we at the Radcliffe family sincerely apologize for the recent altercation involving Master Naomi and yourself. Master Naomi has been punished by Chief Trag to reflect in solitude, and we hope you can overlook this unfortunate incident. Ah, Mr. Wade, your words are overly formal. That incident was merely a misunderstanding, and thanks to the mediation of Master Zexus, it has been amicably resolved, Li Xuan replied with a modest smile. He did not believe that this middle-aged man named Wade had remained for such a trivial matter. However, since the other party chose not to disclose his true intentions, Li Xuan felt no urgency. He had ample time to engage with him, especially since he was waiting for the auction house to deliver items. Thank you, Sir Li Xuan, for not holding a grudge against Master Naomi, Wade said with an awkward smile. In truth, I remained here because I have a matter I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you could assist the Radcliffe family with a small favor. We would be most grateful. In his heart, Li Xuan mused, I suppose you can no longer contain it. Yet, He maintained an outward facade of confusion as he remarked, "Mr. Wade, you jest. The Ratcliffe family is one of the 5 esteemed families of the Sacred Empire. How could a mere individual like myself accomplish what you cannot?" Feigning ignorance, when you are well aware of what I speak, Wade thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. Nevertheless, he outwardly donned a mask of obsequiousness, saying, "Your humility is commendable, but it is indeed you, Sir Li Xuan, who must assist us in this matter." With a determined resolve, Wade retrieved a magic crystal card from his spatial ring, a privilege bestowed upon families of their stature for convenience in their endeavors. He presented the card to Li Xuan, stating, "A small token, a token of respect. I hope you will not look down upon it." As Li Xuan accepted the magic crystal card without hesitation, Wade inwardly cursed, though his visage remained adorned with a smile. "I have heard that you are quite acquainted with Master Roger," he continued. "Might I request your assistance in arranging a meeting with our clan leader, Sir Treg?" Li Xuan stored the magic crystal card into his spatial ring, then confidently patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Wade, this matter is entirely on my shoulders. Master Roger will certainly have the time to meet with your tribe leader." At that moment, Roger, who was in the courtyard of the mercenary guild studying scrolls, suddenly sneezed. He looked up in surprise and murmured to himself, "Who is speaking ill of me? Then I shall trouble you, Your Excellency Li Xuan. I won't take up more of your time. I must take my leave." Wade, satisfied that the task was accomplished, hurriedly stood up to bid farewell, eager to distance himself from the voracious individual before him. Safe travels. No need for formalities, Li Xuan waved lightly. Just as he noticed Wade about to vanish through the doorway, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Wade, could you tell me how many gold coins are in the magic crystal card you gave me?" Wade, who had just stepped outside, stumbled at Li Xuan's words, nearly losing his balance. He hastened his departure, leaving Li Xuan alone in the room, laughing heartily. "Heh, this young lad certainly possesses audacity," chuckled Zexus, with his graying hair, as he observed Li Xuan from a box on the 4th floor. "Humph, merely an ignorant child. If it weren't for Bergriel, he would have perished 100 times over," scoffed Korstai, lounging on a sofa with a drink. "Do not pretend in my presence. I still have a shop to oversee. I will leave the subsequent matters to you." Korstai glared at Zexus with irritation, unable to refute him, and merely huffed in silence. Shortly after the middle-aged, rotund Wade departed, a representative from the auction house arrived. Li Xuan had successfully acquired 6 items at the auction. Aside from the holy grade magic wand and spatial bracelet purchased for Daisy, there was a black stone that evoked a visceral connection, along with 2 minor items and a dark elven girl obtained in the first round. "Your Excellency Li Xuan, you have successfully secured 6 items from our auction house, all of which have been delivered. The payment for the holy grade magic wand has already been covered by someone else. The remaining 5 items total 214 million. The 2 scrolls you entrusted us to auction fetched 1,721 million. After deducting our commission, you stand to receive 1,334 million. As the representative spoke, he handed Li Xuan 7 different magic crystal cards and a black pouch. The cards included a black one with a limit of 1 billion, 3 purple ones with a limit of 100 million each, and 3 blue ones with a limit of 10 million each. The pouch contained 490 diamond coins. Please confirm your acceptance. This auction house is indeed well prepared." Li Xuan thought approvingly. He stuffed everything except the black stone into his spatial ring without a second glance. As he held the black stone, which radiated a profound connection, his heart grew even more perplexed. Initially, he believed that possessing the black stone would yield the answers he sought, yet he soon realized he was mistaken. He could discern no hint of its mystery, just as the auction house had stated. He could only sense the dense dark energy within, but nothing else. Though Li Xuan contemplated this for what felt like an eternity, to an onlooker, it appeared he merely paused momentarily. "Your Excellency Li Xuan, since everything has been verified, we shall take our leave. We appreciate your support for our auction house and hope to collaborate with you again in the future." The representative, seeing Li Xuan accept the items without inspection, assumed it was a sign of trust and felt a surge of happiness, becoming increasingly courteous in their conversation. Once the representatives departed, only Li Xuan and the dark elven girl he had acquired remained in the room. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, resembling a human child, save for her pointed ears. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that she was likely more beautiful than the vast majority of human girls. Perhaps the auction house was rather stingy. The attire adorning the girl was even more minimal than a bikini on Earth. She stood timidly before Li Xuan, occasionally sneaking glances at him, her demeanor suggesting she was somewhat at a loss. This little girl had been one of 3 dark elves auctioned in the first round. Being the youngest and possessing no significant abilities, she attracted little interest, primarily from those with peculiar inclinations. At that moment, Li Xuan was at a loss as to why an overwhelming sense of compassion surged within him, prompting him to photograph her. Yet now, gazing at the diminutive dark elf girl before him, he felt a profound headache. His first thought was how Dora would react upon discovering that he had bid on a dark elf girl. Would she perceive him as having some peculiar inclination and thus choose to shun him? The notion of love at first sight had always seemed implausible to Li Xuan during his time on Earth. However, since arriving in this world and encountering Dora, he found himself a believer. It was as though Cupid's arrow had struck him at that moment, imparting a wondrous sensation. Ever since, he found his thoughts incessantly drifting towards her, contemplating how she would respond to his actions, as if everything revolved around her. Nevertheless, having made the purchase, returning her was not an option. Moreover, the sight of the pitiful dark elf girl stirred within him an unwillingness to let her become someone else's plaything. Li Xuan retrieved a set of Daisy's garments from his spatial ring. Since Daisy had yet to acquire her own spatial ring, most of her newly purchased clothing resided within Li Xuan's possession. Upon witnessing him suddenly produce a piece of attire, the dark elf girl instinctively recoiled a step. However, as a dreadful thought seemed to cross her mind, her complexion paled significantly. Although gripped by fear, she bravely stepped forward once more, returning to her original position, and timidly uttered, "I apologize, master." Li Xuan gazed at the dark elf girl, pondering the concealed motives behind her actions. He had heard whispers regarding these auctioned dark elves, seemingly bred for the amusement of the nobility. Typically, when dark elves are captured, they undergo an extensive period of training, during which they are indoctrinated with various teachings, such as how to cater to their future masters and how to provide them with boundless pleasure. However, the most crucial lesson, one that penetrates their very souls, is the imperative of unconditional obedience to their future masters. Even if their masters possess peculiar preferences, they must feign enjoyment to appease them. While some older dark elves might already be complying with their masters, it was evident that the young girl before Li Xuan was still too innocent. Despite having undergone some training, she remained deeply fearful and resistant within. Li Xuan handed the garment in his possession to the dark elf girl. Shaking his head with a soft sigh as he said, "Please put on the clothes." As a man of the 21st century, Li Xuan had been profoundly influenced by the romantic narratives of Japanese media, often fantasizing about possessing a beautiful female companion. However, this did not imply that he could accept a young girl of merely 6 or 7 years. Moreover, he had recently been struck by Cupid's arrow of love. The girl donned the clothing that Li Xuan had given her, though the attire was somewhat oversized, as it belonged to Daisy. Nevertheless, upon wearing the garment, the girl's wariness towards Li Xuan noticeably diminished. She sensed that he was distinctly different from those who had previously trained her and sought to purchase her. "Thank you, master," the girl said, bending gracefully before Li Xuan after putting on the clothes. Li Xuan extended his hand in an attempt to help the young girl rise. Yet upon seeing his gesture, she instinctively recoiled in fear. Trembling, she uttered, "I'm sorry, master." "Mira won't dare to do it again." "You are called Mira?" he inquired, to which the dark elf girl nodded timidly. Continuing, Li Xuan said, "From now on, you may simply address me as brother. Although I once longed to hear master, I suppose it no longer holds the same allure." "Yes, master." "Brother, elder brother," she stammered, struggling to adapt to the new title. Li Xuan, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only hope that Dora would not take offense. As they proceeded, he noticed that Mira remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Shaking his head, he remarked, "If you do not wish to accompany me, you are free to leave. I will not hinder you. However, should you find yourself captured by a spirit hunter again and sold to someone else, it is likely they will not be as accommodating as I am." Upon finishing his words, Li Xuan strode directly outside. Mira hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow him. Deep down, she understood that given her capabilities, she would likely be apprehended by the spirit capturer the moment she stepped out. She could not be certain whether she would encounter someone kinder than Li Xuan again, and she dared not take that risk. Noticing the young girl trailing behind him, a subtle smile graced Li Xuan's lips. The recent auction had yielded considerable rewards, particularly as he had aided Daisy in acquiring a holy tier magic wand. In addition, he had obtained a mysterious black stone, the secrets of which remained unknown to him for the time being. Nonetheless, he was confident that in due course, he would uncover its mysteries. Worst case, he could wait until Jie woke to inquire. With his vast knowledge, Jie would surely have insights to share. lost in his joy. Li Xuan made his way toward the mercenary guild, oblivious to the glimmer of wisdom and weariness that shone in the eyes of the little girl following him. An expression uncommon for one of her age. With the dark elf girl trailing behind, Li Xuan was compelled to slow his pace. It was well past midnight when he finally reached the street housing the mercenary guild. As he turned the corner, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the entrance. Anxiously scanning the surroundings, Li Xuan said to the dark elf girl behind him to keep up, and he eagerly ran ahead. At the entrance of the mercenary guild, Duoa anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot the figure she had been waiting for on the street. However, more than an hour passed, and that person still did not appear. Just as her patience was waning, the long-awaited silhouette finally emerged around the corner. Upon seeing him rush toward her, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Yet, just as he approached, her expression suddenly shifted, and she glared at him with a pout. Duoa, why are you still waiting here so late? Shouldn't you have gone to rest earlier? Upon seeing Duoer, Li Xuan's mind went blank, and he could not recall what he had intended to say, stammering out this line after a long pause. The originally feigned anger on Duoa's face melted away as she chuckled at Li Xuan's dazed expression. This laughter made the blossoms around them pale in comparison, leaving Li Xuan truly flustered. You fool. Duoer placed her hands on her hips, adopting a playful yet stern demeanor. Why are you back so late? As far as I know, the auction has long since concluded. Tell me, did you go off to fool around? Her words struck a nerve in Li Xuan, causing a pang of unease in his heart. He discreetly sensed through the soul fire that the dark elf girl Mira was still some distance away, and he secretly sighed in relief. He needed to explain to Duoer quickly, otherwise, her temper might erupt at any moment. There was a slight mishap during the auction. I've heard about that. I didn't expect so many forces from the continent to gather for this auction. I regret not attending tonight, Duo interrupted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. What I wanted to say was, I know there was only one spatial item at the auction, which you promised to give to Sister Daisy. As for the spatial ring you owe me, I, being magnanimous, shall grant you a little extension, Duo interjected. Assuming an understanding tone, Li Xuan felt himself on the verge of madness. Could you at least let me finish? He thought. That's not what I meant to say. I actually wanted to tell you that I also bid at the auction, Master. Are we staying here tonight? This time, Duo did not interrupt him. But just as he began to say a few more words, a timid voice suddenly came from behind. Li Xuan exclaimed, Oh no. But it was too late. Duo glanced at Mira, particularly noticing her pointed ears. A whirlwind of emotions crossed her face, anger, disappointment, heartbreak, confusion, before she cast a cold glance at Li Xuan and turned to run away into the distance. Li Xuan gazed at the crystalline tear that slid down Duo's cheek. His chest felt constricted, and his heart ached profoundly. Although the flesh he inhabited was but fade, he felt an agonizing pain that pierced his very soul. In this moment, he could no longer afford to blame the dark elf Mira behind him. While he was certainly vexed that she had failed to transform his master and brother, he understood that after such prolonged training, some elements were entrenched in the soul, making immediate alteration exceedingly difficult. As he watched Duo about to disappear around the street corner, realization struck him, and he hastily pursued her. However, after only a few steps, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Li Xuan, quickly find a safe place. Hurry. It's Neji, he exclaimed, momentarily halting his chase after Duo. Li Xuan, hurry. Seek a secure location. Time is of the essence. Neji's anxious yet slightly agitated voice echoed again in his thoughts. All right, Neji, I will find one at once, Li Xuan replied, casting a glance at the vanishing figure of Duoer before abruptly turning towards the residence of Roger, the mercenary guild's leader. Although he understood that if he could catch up to Duoer and offer a brief explanation, she would likely forgive him, he realized that failing to pursue her now would complicate matters later. After all, deepening misunderstandings would only render future clarifications more arduous. Nevertheless, sensing the urgency in Neji's voice, he recognized that there was something of grave importance at stake. He could not forgive himself for delaying Neji's critical matters, even if misunderstandings could be resolved in time. Li Xuan burst into the mercenary hall, rushing straight towards Roger's cottage in the backyard. Fortunately, having spent a few days residing with Roger, the members of the mercenary guild had already grown accustomed to his presence. Otherwise, his reckless demeanor would undoubtedly have led to his immediate apprehension. He stormed into Roger's cottage, where Roger was engrossed in studying a scroll. Li Xuan briefly expressed his need for an absolutely secure place. Without the slightest hesitation, Roger set aside his work and promptly walked towards the door. assuring Li Xuan that he would stand guard outside, ensuring that no one would disturb him. Li Xuan cast a grateful glance at Roger. Yet he could not afford to linger on words. He hastily found a spot to sit cross-legged and, following Mage's instructions, entered the spirit realm. Upon entering, Li Xuan beheld a suspended black stone, the very one he had acquired at the auction. At that moment, it was undulating under Mage's control. But Li Xuan sensed that it was a considerable challenge for him. Noticing Li Xuan's arrival, Mage, while managing the black stone, remarked, "Soon, I will continuously infuse black energy into your skeletal structure, and your task will be to harness this energy, preventing it from dispersing, while striving to permeate every corner of your bones." Li Xuan nodded in understanding and swiftly exited the spirit ring space, concentrating all his mental faculties. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pure black energy flowing into his bones, beginning from his right fingertips, evoking a profound sense of connection. As this ebony essence entered, his right hand bones began to fervently absorb it, and an overwhelming sensation reminiscent of returning to the womb enveloped his soul fire. In a moment of indulgence, Li Xuan forgot to control the black energy, allowing much of it to dissipate into the air. It was only after a reminder from Mage that he guided the black flow throughout his skeletal structure. The feeling of absorption was far more pleasurable than during his previous ascension with the gray mist. He simultaneously directed the energy while savoring the experience. As time unfurled slowly, 6 or 7 hours slipped by, and dawn broke outside. Li Xuan's flesh had long since decayed into a pile of putrid matter, revealing his crimson skeletal form. At that moment, a faint black hue began to emanate from his red bones, barely perceptible unless scrutinized closely. The black energy continued to pour into Li Xuan's body. Yet the rate of absorption by his bones began to wane. After approximately 2 more hours, the absorption rate became negligible. At this juncture, the influx of black energy into his right hand ceased, and Mage's voice echoed, instructing him to mix the unabsorbed black energy with the fighting spirit within his bones. Uncertain of the nature of this black essence, which not only could be absorbed by his bones but also seemed to incite his fighting spirit with a frenzy akin to flies attracted to a scent, Li Xuan watched as the two entities mingled. Eventually, when the fighting spirit and the remaining black energy blended together, Mage's voice resonated once more. "Li Xuan, is this black stone something you acquired in this realm?" "Indeed, Grandfather Mage," Li Xuan replied. "I purchased it at the auction house tonight. I felt an instinctive bond with this stone, compelling me to acquire it. By the way, what exactly is this stone? It is extraordinary. I sense that both my skeletal strength and fighting spirit have increased manifold." His curiosity piqued. He had always suspected the stone was remarkable, yet he had not anticipated its true significance. He estimated that his skeletal strength now rivaled that of a bronze skeleton, and with this enhancement, his capacity for fighting spirit would rise once more. He foresaw that overcoming future challenges would no longer pose a significant obstacle. "Haha, Li Xuan, you underestimate this stone immensely. As your strength grows, you will discover that this stone is far more wondrous than you can presently conceive," Mage exclaimed with excitement. Li Xuan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. What other surprises might this stone bring him in the future? "Li Xuan, which realm is this?" Najia suddenly inquired. "The place I currently find myself in is a continent known as Daityas." Li Xuan recounted everything he knew about this continent in vivid detail. However, within the spirit space, Mage was visibly moved, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured softly, "Master, is this all the will of heaven?" Li Xuan, due to the activation of this black stone, had awakened me prematurely. Normally, such an early awakening would result in a prolonged slumber. But with the aid of this black stone, I believe I can fully recover in no less than 1 year and no more than 2. During this period, you must rely on yourself. Remember, your safety is paramount. "Grandfather Mage, I understand." "Good. Now that your physical body and fighting spirit have been enhanced by the black stone, your cultivation speed will significantly increase. Work diligently. I hope to see you advance to the metal skeleton stage upon my awakening. Keep it up." Mage's voice gradually faded until it completely vanished. Li Xuan understood that Mage had once again succumbed to slumber. Li Xuan meticulously cleaned up the remnants of blood and flesh on the ground. He then retrieved a piece of fresh meat from his spatial ring and performed the flesh regeneration technique. Afterward, he took out a set of clothing from the same ring and donned it, stretching his limbs before making his way toward the sole grand door of the small cottage. In the study of the Holy Empire's palace, Kenny and Zhua sat across from each other, their faces etched with worry. After a prolonged silence, Kenny sighed and said, "Master Saint, let us proceed as the esteemed ancestor has instructed." Your Majesty, Zui urged earnestly, this precedent must not be set. For nearly a millennium, the Knights of the Temple have been selected through rigorous screening and assessments. If we appoint someone directly this time, I fear it will breed discontent among many and provoke unrest. Kenny managed a wry smile and replied, Am I unaware of this? Yet, it is the will of the esteemed ancestor. Should we reject his initial request? Let us further discuss this with the esteemed ancestor, clarifying the implications involved. I believe he will understand, is what he insisted, still apprehensive about establishing such a precedent, as it would complicate his future governance of the temple significantly. Very well. Let us seek the esteemed ancestor's counsel once more, Kenny concluded, rising alongside Zui to head toward the back mountain. As Li Xuan opened the door, he was met with the sight of Roger and Daisy anxiously pacing back and forth outside, which stirred a wave of emotion within him. Ah, brother, Daisy exclaimed, her earlier restlessness forgotten as she suddenly leapt into Li Xuan's embrace upon seeing the door ajar. At last, you have emerged, Roger remarked, visibly relieved to see Li Xuan safe and sound. Li Xuan, along with Daisy and Roger, engaged in a brief conversation when suddenly a thought struck him. He began to search around, ultimately casting a disappointed glance towards Roger, asking, Brother, where is Dor? Roger sighed and shook his head, responding, Dor left this morning. Before she departed, she made a special trip here. I could tell she cares deeply for you. I truly do not understand why you brought back a dark elf for no apparent reason. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Li Xuan's face. He had inexplicably purchased this dark elf, caught in a daze. Monson, please refrain from criticizing me further. Can you tell me where Dor has gone? Roger patted Li Xuan on the shoulder, his expression one of helplessness. She did not disclose her whereabouts, only mentioning that she wished to embark on an adventure. Ah. She also asked me to convey that if you cannot locate her within 3 years, you need not seek her any longer. 3 years. Li Xuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Finding someone amidst the vast sea of humanity seemed no easier than searching for a needle in a haystack. Observing Li Xuan's disheartened demeanor, Roger felt a pang of sympathy, but refrained from saying more, as it was a matter between the young couple. And he chose to remain uninvolved. Brother, you will surely find Sister Dor, Daisy consoled, grasping Li Xuan's hand. I will find her. Yes, I will. No matter how vast the continent may be, in 3 years' time, I shall turn every stone. I refuse to believe that I cannot find Dor. To surrender before even commencing is not in my character. If I cannot find her alone, then I shall enlist 100 to assist me. If 100 cannot succeed, then I shall rally 1,000. I will not be deterred. Li Xuan smiled at Daisy and said, Thank you, my dear. I will certainly find Dor. Roger observed the rejuvenated expression on Li Xuan's face and felt a flicker of approval. It is good that you were able to regain your spirits. By the way, this morning, Kenny sent someone to convey a message, requesting that you take Daisy to the palace. It seems there is something of great importance. If you are free now, you should go. Kenny? McCass? Li Xuan's face was filled with confusion as he pondered the reason for Kenny's summons, given that they were not acquainted. Nevertheless, considering that Kenny was Daisy's father, he could hardly refuse a father's request to see his daughter. In that case, I shall proceed to the palace. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, Li Xuan and Daisy made their way directly to the palace. The guards at the palace gates had evidently received instructions, as they merely verified Daisy's and Li Xuan's identities before ushering them inside. Following the guard, they navigated a winding path for nearly an hour before finally arriving at their destination, the study of Kenny McCass. As Li Xuan and Daisy entered the study, they found it occupied by only 2 individuals, both of whom Li Xuan recognized. One was His Majesty Kenny Makas, Emperor of the Sacred Empire, and the other was the elderly sage Zui, who had nearly taken his life. Daisy greeted Kenny and Zui with a courteous bow, while Li Xuan inclined his body slightly, uttering, Your Majesty, sage. Impudent. How dare a mere commoner stand before His Majesty without kneeling? An irate voice erupted from behind Li Xuan, instinctively sensing danger. He sidestepped just in time as a burly man clad in a black bodysuit appeared in the exact spot he had vacated. The man's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, seemingly perplexed by Li Xuan's ability to evade his assault. Withdraw, Kenny commanded, casting a languid wave of his hand toward the bald man. Yes, the man replied, and in an instant, his figure began to fade, gradually vanishing from sight. Li Xuan had maintained a tight grip on the man with his spiritual energy since his arrival, yet he remained utterly bewildered by the manner of his disappearance. A sense of trepidation began to blossom within him towards Kenny. Indeed, such a formidable force possessed profound depth, far beyond what he could withstand at present. Once the bald man had completely dissipated, Kenny scrutinized Li Xuan from head to toe and nodded in approval. I sent someone to find you this morning, but was informed that you were in seclusion. I initially thought it a mere excuse, yet it appears to be true. You must have attained the strength of a one-star martial sovereign by now, correct? There was no need to conceal his capabilities, as those far stronger than he could easily discern the fighting spirit within him. Thus, Li Xuan candidly replied, I was fortunate to make some progress last night. Haha, splendid. It seems the heavens are assisting me this time, Kenny exclaimed with hearty laughter, while Zhuo Yi, standing beside him, also wore a relaxed smile. Li Xuan found himself perplexed. What significance did his attainment of the rank of a one-star martial sovereign hold for them? Why were they so exuberant? Suddenly, Kenny ceased his laughter, his expression turning gravely serious as he fixed his gaze upon Li Xuan and inquired, Li Xuan, I must ask you now, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the Empire, to the royal family, and to me? Recognizing the gravity of Kenny's demeanor, Li Xuan understood that a refusal could very well seal his fate within this place. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that I shall not pledge allegiance to anyone. My loyalty resides solely with myself. Observing Kenny's expression darken slightly, Li Xuan continued, if I were to claim loyalty to you, it would merely be a deception. In my lexicon, the notion of serving another is utterly absent. Though I am aware that speaking this truth may lead to my demise here today, I feel compelled to express it. Very well. A commendable declaration of self-loyalty. You are the first to utter such words in my presence. As a ruler, Kenny naturally exuded an undeniable aura of authority, yet Li Xuan remained unfazed. However, Daisy, standing beside him, paled in fright, prompting Li Xuan to swiftly draw her behind him for protection. A flicker of surprise crossed Kenny's eyes. He had not anticipated Li Xuan's composure before him, as if he were merely an ordinary individual rather than an emperor. At that moment, the rationale behind the ancestors' high regard for Li Xuan became clearer to him, as he had even gone so far as to breach protocol to win Li Xuan as favor. With a newfound sense of acceptance, Kenny donned a warm smile and proclaimed, I hereby officially bestow upon you the title of First Baron of the Empire, granting you 100 knightly domains, 1 steward, 10 maidens, 1,000,000 gold coins, 10 steeds, and the right to command a private army of 100 men. Thank you, Your Majesty, Li Xuan bowed in gratitude. What he sought was a place to cultivate his own power, not for the sake of ambition or greed, but solely to acquire sufficient strength to locate Doer. Though this ambition might seem modest, it held paramount importance to Li Xuan. Congratulations, Baron Li Xuan, Zhuo Yi interjected with a smile. Before his demeanor shifted to one of sanctity, he regarded Li Xuan and stated, Baron Li Xuan, your strength and candor have garnered the recognition of the God of Light. Henceforth, I, in my capacity as the Empire's guardian sage and the archpriest of the temple, bestow upon you the status of a temple knight. Thank you, sage. Li Xuan replied with another bow, though he could not quite grasp the intentions of these two influential figures. His acceptance of their bestowed titles and the identity of a temple knight was unwavering. Such titles would undoubtedly facilitate the establishment of his own faction. As Li Xuan graciously accepted the honor, both Kenny and Zhuo Yi wore radiant smiles, having accomplished their objective for the day. The subsequent matters could be addressed in due course. Zhuo Yi produced a medal from his spatial ring and presented it to Li Xuan, saying, Knight Li Xuan, I now confer upon you the medal of the Temple Knight. Li Xuan solemnly accepted the documents with both hands. Although his allegiance did not lie with the individuals before him, he was, after all, working under their auspices and owed a modicum of respect to the two bosses, especially considering the significant assistance they had rendered him. As a knight of the temple, he held a transcendent status within the Holy Empire, enjoying numerous privileges. I shall soon provide you with a copy of the Temple Code, which meticulously outlines these privileges alongside the prohibitions that knights of the temple must adhere to. Any violation of these stipulations would result in severe repercussions from the temple tribunal. Moreover, with your dual identity as both a knight of the temple and a first baron, you are entitled to a retinue of 10 attendants, 2 secretaries, and 5 guardian knights. Each guardian knight may also have 5 attendants, and every one of your guardian knights is entitled to the title of an imperial lord. Your 2 secretaries will elaborate on other miscellaneous matters, which I shall refrain from discussing further. I hope you will illuminate the entire realm of Dityus with the brilliance of the temple. Thank you, Holy Master, for your guidance. He had not anticipated that being bestowed the titles of Knight of the Temple and Baron would also grant him 5 guardian knights, each of whom possessed the status of an imperial lord. If he were to randomly select a beggar from the street as his guardian knight, that beggar would instantly become a lord. The ease with which noble titles were acquired was rather astonishing. Baron Li Xuan, please select a parcel of your fief. Emperor Qin interjected as Li Xuan's mind wandered. At that moment, the bald man who had previously vanished reappeared, this time with a collection of maps in hand. After presenting the maps to Li Xuan, the bald man mysteriously disappeared once more, a phenomenon Li Xuan had grown accustomed to, though he remained wary of the man. Baron Li Xuan, these 14 documents pertain to 14 distinct regions of the Holy Empire, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. You may select a fief from any of these locations, Qin reminded him appropriately. Li Xuan meticulously examined the maps for quite some time. Yet he could discern no notable distinctions among these territories, let alone identify their respective advantages and disadvantages. Meanwhile, Zui appeared to perceive something and subtly advised. Sir Li Xuan, the geographical locations and resources of these lands vary, which will inevitably influence their future development. For instance, the region near Nada Kluo City, being adjacent to the coastline, primarily focuses on fisheries and coastal trade. Conversely, Mykalora City, rich in mineral resources, predominantly produces military supplies. Each location's primary output is indicated in the lower right corner of the map. Upon Zui's suggestion, Li Xuan indeed spotted the annotations in the lower right corner of the map. However, the text was minuscule, and he would have never noticed it without guidance. Even after discovering it, it was of little use to him, as he could not read. This was a source of embarrassment he would never disclose. Pretending to scrutinize the 14 maps repeatedly, he eventually pointed randomly to an area not far from a large red cross on a map that was predominantly mountainous, declaring, "Let us choose this one." Qin, anxious that Li Xuan might have second thoughts, interjected, "Are you certain about this choice, Baron Li Xuan?" "Indeed," Li Xuan affirmed with a nod. His decision to select the mountainous region stemmed from his own considerations. He was not sworn to Qin for his title. Thus he needed to plan for his future. Should Qin ever change his mind and rescind everything he had built, Li Xuan would find himself in dire straits. Hence, he intended to establish a visible power outside the mountains for appearances, while secretly building a more substantial force within. However, the daunting red cross concerned him. Although there were annotations at the bottom of the map, he did not recognize them and felt too embarrassed to inquire. Yet, Qin's prompt suggested that this cross either marked something of immense value that even Qin would hesitate to part with, or it indicated a perilous threat. Regardless, his choice was made. He resolved not to regret it and became even more determined to learn the Ditya script. Qin and Zui exchanged a glance filled with unspoken sentiments, and Qin, with a touch of resignation, remarked, "Since you, Baron Li Xuan, have chosen this location, I shall send word to Stedrak tomorrow. Your selected land lies within his domain in Sierra Town, so technically you are under his jurisdiction. However, given your status as a temple knight, a mere second-tier viscount would not dare to infringe upon your authority." Although Li Xuan had already surmised the extraordinary nature of the temple knights, Qin's words illuminated the fact that their status was far more significant than he had imagined. The aristocracy was strictly hierarchical, yet due to the identity of a temple knight, a second-tier viscount would hesitate to interfere with a first-tier baron. This indicated the considerable weight that the temple knights carried, allowing Li Xuan to act without trepidation. Seemingly attuned to Li Xuan's thoughts, Zui cautioned, "While the temple knights hold noble status, should you misuse your position recklessly, you will face the judgment of the temple tribunal." Li Xuan suddenly jolted. Realizing that in his earlier moment of pride, he had overlooked the fact that the temple knights were not without their reservations. He expressed his gratitude to Lord Zui for the timely reminder. Zui nodded in acknowledgement and resumed his silence, stepping aside once more. Qin seized the opportunity to interject, stating, "Baron Li Xuan, upon your arrival at the territory, you must endeavor to benefit the region. At an opportune moment, the privileges of the temple knights may still be of use. If you have no further matters to attend to, you should set forth to your domain tomorrow. I shall arrange for your gifts and those in your service to await your arrival. You may withdraw for now." Li Xuan slightly bowed and was about to leave with Daisy when a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Sir Li Xuan, Princess Daisy will be personally escorted to Mason Academy by me tomorrow. She shall remain in the palace and will not accompany you." Although Li Xuan felt a pang of reluctance towards Daisy, he found solace in the fact that Zui would personally ensure her safety on the journey, alleviating his concerns about any potential mishaps along the way. "I appreciate your assistance, Master Zui." Seeing Daisy's sorrowful expression, Li Xuan offered a few words of comfort, suppressing his own emotions as he departed the palace. As he walked back to the mercenary guild, he felt a sense of despondency. Despite his recent elevation in status, the two individuals he cared for most had both left him in succession, leaving him once again feeling solitary. On a parched dirt road, a merchant caravan was making its slow progress, with a dozen carts and a contingent of mercenaries providing protection. As they walked and conversed, many faces were lit up with smiles, particularly when discussing the profits from this journey. At the forefront of the caravan was a rather ornate carriage, occupied by three heads of the trading group. They had procured a shipment of goods in the capital of the Sacred Empire, preparing to transport it to the Mia Empire for sale. Due to varying climatic conditions, soil pH levels, and moisture content across regions, many items exhibited pronounced regional characteristics. What might be common in one area could be exceedingly rare in another. Thus, a group of individuals emerged on the continent who would acquire goods at low prices in one locale and sell them at a premium in another, often reaping profits of several dozen or even hundreds of times their initial investment. This caravan was evidently engaged in such trade, having invested heavily in procuring a batch of crops from the Sacred Empire to sell in the Mia Empire. If all went well, after deducting travel expenses and mercenary fees, they anticipated a profit of around 500,000 gold coins. Despite the journey taking nearly half a year for such a modest trading group, earning 500,000 gold coins in that time was considered substantial. At that moment, the three heads of the caravan were engaged in discussion. While they were no strangers to such dealings, this transaction was unprecedented in scale. Previously, their smaller ventures might have gone unnoticed by bandits, but this shipment, valued at hundreds of thousands of gold coins, could very well attract unwelcome attention. Although they had hired dozens of mercenaries for protection, they still felt uneasy and were deliberating ways to avoid detection by potential robbers. Just as they were deep in conversation, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside, suggesting a force of at least 100 horses. They were about to inquire about the commotion when a deep voice called out, "Bandits! All units, prepare for battle." As the three heads of the caravan stumbled out of their carriage, they found their entire entourage surrounded by over 100 horse-riding bandits. One of the oldest leaders clasped his hands together and addressed the scar-faced leader among the bandits, saying, "My friend, we are all just trying to make a living. We are merely a small trading caravan. You know that our goods only become valuable upon reaching their destination. If you rob us here, you will find little gold to be gained. Acting violently will only lead to casualties, which serves neither of our interests. I am willing to offer you 5,000 gold coins. Please consider letting us pass." The elderly leader signaled to one of his companions, who hurried to their carriage and retrieved a black bag to present to him. "Here, my friend, is 5,000 gold coins. Please allow us a moment's reprieve." 5,000 gold coins? Are you trying to insult us?" The scar-faced leader interrupted, slapping the large knife at his side. "This blade hasn't tasted blood in a long time. Be wise and hand over 100,000 gold coins, and I will clear a path for you. Otherwise, you will all remain here." "My friend, we won't even earn 100,000 gold coins from this trip," the leader protested, but the scar-faced bandit cut him off again. "Did you hear that, brothers? This old man claims he has no money. What do we do with those who have no money? Kill, kill, kill." The cacophony of over 100 voices calling for blood sent a jolt of fear through the hearts of those trapped within the caravan. Some of the more timid mercenaries began to tremble, their legs shaking in terror. "Old man, this is your last chance. Hand over 100,000 gold coins, and we will let you pass. Otherwise, we will slaughter every last one of you. I refuse to believe that a caravan such as yours lacks that amount." The three heads of the caravan turned pale, realizing that this bandit had a keen understanding of traders. Typically, merchants do not deplete their entire funds at once. They retain some for emergencies or unexpected purchases along the way. The shift in their demeanor did not escape the notice of the scar-faced leader, who burst into laughter. "Huh, it seems you do have more than 100,000 gold coins. Very well, then, you shall all stay here. Brothers, kill." The three leaders collapsed to the ground, their spirits crushed. The scar-faced bandit had merely been toying with them. He had no knowledge of their actual wealth but had discerned their uncertainty. Run. Quickly. Escape. It was unclear who initiated the panic, but the mercenaries that had been on guard suddenly erupted into chaos, some even turning to flee, creating gaps in their defenses. The bandits charged in on horseback, and within moments, nearly half of the 20 mercenaries had perished, while many others lay wounded. Only a handful remained unscathed, and the confrontation was anything but fair. It was a brutal slaughter. "Hold your ground. If anyone else runs, I will personally deal with you," shouted a stern middle-aged man wielding a long sword, his face set in determination. "Captain, They outnumber us. Be silent. Do you truly believe your 2 legs can outrun their 4? A timid mercenary was silenced by the captain's fierce reprimand. They were not far from Black Sand City, where help would surely arrive if they could hold out long enough. Do you have confidence? Yes. Only a few voices responded, prompting the captain to bellow again. Are you all mute? Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 Perhaps inspired by the captain's resolve or realizing that surrender would lead to certain death while resistance might offer a glimmer of hope, the mercenaries rallied, their spirits rekindled. Good. That is the spirit of my brothers. None among the Black Feather mercenary group are cowards. Hold fast. The bandit leader, the scar-faced man, scoffed. You think a pitiful few of you can resist until the guards from Black Sand City arrive? You overestimate yourselves. And even if they do come, what difference will it make? He turned to face the band of robbers, who were poised for a second assault, and shouted, Brothers, let us strike. Let them realize the folly of their resistance. Form a circle and hold the line. The resolute middle-aged man, along with those who were uninjured or only slightly wounded, surrounded the 3 leaders of the merchant caravan and their severely injured companions. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as nearly 100 robbers launched their second charge. In the face of such a formidable onslaught, their defensive circle proved alarmingly fragile, leading to a brutal massacre. When the robbers completed their second charge, only 4 remained standing. The resolute middle-aged man among them. All 4 were grievously wounded, particularly the middle-aged man, who had suffered numerous cuts, some deep enough to reveal bone. Yet he clutched his longsword, refusing to succumb to the ground. Huh? Weren't you supposed to hold out until the guards from Black Sand City arrived? At this rate, how can you possibly endure? The scarred giant mocked, observing the middle-aged man struggle to remain upright. He exuded confidence, knowing that the guards would not arrive swiftly, as his previous tributes had ensured their delay. Enka, kid, you mustn't die. I am the cause of your plight, cried the eldest of the caravan leaders, his voice hoarse from despair as he witnessed the demise of 2 of his companions in the second assault. The remaining mercenaries, influenced by the elder's lament, gazed at their fallen brothers with sorrow, understanding that death was merely a matter of time. They knew they were destined to join their comrades in eternal rest. As the robbers prepared for a third charge and the surviving mercenaries braced themselves for a noble demise, none noticed a frail figure stealthily approaching the scarred giant leader. Brothers, third charge. Kill. The scarred giant exclaimed with exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of slaughter as he listened to the desperate cries of the doomed. Suddenly, a shadow darted toward him from behind. The scarred giant, a formidable warrior at the 4-star level, usually would have sensed the approach of danger. However, lost in his sadistic enjoyment, he remained oblivious until it was nearly too late. Just as he reached for the battle knife at his waist, a cold hand seized his throat, followed by a chilling voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. Tell your men to cease, or I shall snap your neck. Stop. Everyone halt. The giant's panic shout left his comrades bewildered, but they obeyed his command, halting their advance. When they turned to look at their leader, they were startled to see a cloaked youth seated behind him, a hand gripping the giant's throat. Release our leader. You'd best comply, or you won't see the dawn. The robbers threatened, abandoning their previous target to surround the scarred giant. A refined middle-aged man, who might have seemed unassuming in other circumstances, approached on horseback, halting 5 meters away from the youth. My friend, might I request you release our leader? We can negotiate a fair sum, just do not harm him. The cloaked youth inclined his head, seemingly pondering the matter. After a minute, he spoke. Money holds little value for me. What else do you have to offer? If it piques my interest, I might consider releasing your leader. This friend, let us speak reasonably. Return with me, and you can take whatever you desire, the scarred giant pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. Though he relished the act of slaughter, he was also acutely afraid of death and would gladly trade all his wealth for his life. Return with you? Only to have your men kill me? The youth's voice dripped with sarcasm. The giant, realizing his thoughts were transparent, quickly denied it. No, that will never happen. Perhaps I could send someone to fetch more valuables? And how can I trust you won't summon reinforcements? The middle-aged man, increasingly agitated, declared. We are willing to offer 5 million gold coins for the release of our leader. Do not test our patience. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spewing? Be silent. The bound giant shouted furiously at the middle-aged man, before turning back to the youth. Please, my friend, do not heed his words. I possess a spatial ring. Take it. It contains 2 anonymous purple magic crystal cards and some assorted treasures, worth at least 4 or 500 million. Just let me go, and the ring is yours. 4 or 500 million. The youth gasped, astonished by the giant's wealth. It seemed robbers were quite affluent these days, and he had initially thought a mere few million would suffice. What made you see the light so suddenly? Of course, the less given the better. But now that my life is at stake, what use is money? The giant replied nervously. Please, just take the spatial ring and spare my life. First, hand over the spatial ring. And remember, no tricks, or I won't hesitate to break your neck, the youth warned. Though he claimed indifference to money, he was swayed by the prospect of such a substantial sum, knowing he would have plenty of needs for it in the future. Cautiously, the giant removed the ring from his finger and offered it to the youth, smiling nervously. Now, may I be released? The young man in black examined the spatial ring and discovered it to be an unclaimed artifact, or perhaps one that could not be claimed at all. On the continent, the vast majority of spatial items available today, aside from a few relics from the past, were manufactured in the ice plains. However, a significant distinction lay between the spatial items from the ice plains and their predecessors. The former could not be claimed through blood. Traditionally, one could establish ownership of a spatial item by shedding blood upon it. Once this was done, no one else could use that item unless the original owner perished, rendering it once again unclaimed. However, it was unclear whether the inability to claim ownership through blood in the ice plains was intentional or a result of differing manufacturing techniques. This peculiarity meant that if someone inadvertently lost a spatial item, any individual who found it could freely utilize it. In contrast to the former items that required the original owner's demise before they could be reclaimed. After a cursory inspection of the contents, a faint smile appeared on the young man's face. This spatial ring, though merely a first-tier item, was rather remarkable within that category, boasting an interior space of approximately 10 cubic meters. To his astonishment, he realized this bandit leader was quite affluent. Aside from the 2 prepaid magic crystal cards mentioned, the ring contained a modest heap of diamond coins and magic crystals, which alone could be valued at over 100 million. The miscellaneous items within could easily surpass 400 to 500 million in total. Meanwhile, immersed in the agony of losing the spatial ring, the scarred man and the young man in black failed to notice the change in expression on the gentleman named Camplin, who stood before them. When the scarred man relinquished the spatial ring to the young man, Camplin's countenance twisted into a grimace. Given the contents of your spatial ring, I shall spare your life, the young man in black remarked. The scarred man's face transformed from shock to elation. But the next words from the young man turned his expression to one of deep despair, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. Claiming the young man's word held no weight. Have your men return, but you must accompany me to Black Sand City. I will release you only once we safely arrive there. Despite his reluctance, the scarred man felt the weight of his life in the young man's hands and had no choice but to acquiesce, albeit dejectedly. Very well, but upon reaching Black Sand City, you must allow me to go. Otherwise, I swear I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, I vow to release you once we reach Black Sand City. If I fail, let the thunder god strike me down, the young man casually replied. Upon hearing the young man invoke a divine oath, the scarred man's apprehension dissipated. In this world, such vows were not taken lightly. Breaking one could result in divine retribution. With the safety assured, the scarred man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had suffered considerable losses, he believed he could recover as long as he remained alive, planning to engage in more raids in the future. He called out to the over 100 bandits surrounding them. Return. I am going with this friend to Black Sand City. Brothers, await my return. Observing the bandits hesitate, the scarred man glared at them, growling. What? Are you plotting rebellion while I still live? Get lost. Faced with their leader's sudden fury, most of the bandits, who had long feared the scarred man, retreated. Only a handful remained, fixated on the refined middle-aged Camblin, who stood nearby. The scarred man glared at the 10 or so unmoving subordinates, and at Camplin, his expression darkening. What? Camplin, are you planning a revolt as well? Camplin smiled disarmingly. The leader jests. How could I dare? I shall take my leave now, and I wish you a safe journey. He then gestured to the remaining bandits. Brothers, let us go home. As the bandits retreated, the members of the Black Feather Mercenary Corps were left in disbelief, having expected to perish that day. Instead, their crisis was effortlessly resolved by the young man in black. While they silently rejoiced in their survival, they felt immense gratitude towards him. The once resilient middle-aged man, now overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, though a relieved smile graced his face. After the young man in black had driven off the bandits, those members of the Black Feather Mercenary Corps who were still able began to tend to the wounded. Nonetheless, their losses were devastating. Of the original 27 members, Only 11 remained alive, 4 of whom were on the brink of death, while the conditions of the other 7 were also dire. The strongest among them, the resilient middle-aged man, bore numerous injuries, and had he not been the most capable of the mercenaries, he too might have succumbed. In contrast, the merchant convoy's casualties were relatively minor. Although 2 leaders had perished, their goods remained intact. The surviving leader, not taking a moment to mourn the lost, immediately approached the Black Feather Mercenary Corps to offer condolences and compensation. Suddenly, both the mercenaries and the surviving merchant glanced up, their expressions shifting from anger to gratitude. The resilient middle-aged man, having regained some composure, managed to rise and, cupping his fist, expressed, "We are profoundly grateful for your assistance. The Black Feather Mercenary Corps will remember this favor. Should you require our services in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us." The young man in black, mounted on his horse, replied nonchalantly, "Since you are safe, I shall take my leave. However, I advise you to prepare to depart swiftly. Though the bandits have retreated, the gentleman named Camplin is formidable. I suspect he will not let this matter rest easily. Thank you once more for your timely intervention. However, the Black Feather Mercenary Corps has suffered grievous losses, and few remain capable of fighting. If the bandits return, we will be left defenseless. Might I request your company to Black Sand City?" The surviving merchant leader approached the young man on horseback, bowing respectfully. Seeing the young man hesitate, the merchant's face flickered with panic as he produced a diamond coin from his pocket. "If you escort us to Black Sand City, I am willing to offer 10,000 gold coins." "Huh, old man, do you truly believe he covets your paltry sum? He has just spent 400 or 500 million to purchase his own life." The scarred man interjected derisively. The merchant leader found himself at a loss, feeling embarrassed. Given that the young man had recently acquired such wealth, it was clear that his modest offer was insignificant. Just as the merchant was grappling with his embarrassment, the young man unexpectedly acquiesced, saying, 10,000 gold coins it is. You may rest here for a while. I have to fetch someone." The young man clad in black instructed the scarred brute to ride away towards a small grove not far behind. The head of the merchant association, momentarily stunned by the departure of the young man, soon regained his composure and addressed the remaining members of the Black Feather Mercenary Corps. "My friends, let us lay our deceased brothers to rest here. The esteemed gentleman in black has graciously agreed to escort us to Black Sand City, so we must hasten our preparations." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries, ever accustomed to peril, quickly resumed their duties after a brief moment of sorrow. They buried their fallen comrades and transported the injured onto carts, pausing only to await the return of the young man in black. Before long, the young man returned alongside the scarred brute, who was now bound tightly like a dumpling. Trailing behind the horse. On the horse sat a delicate little girl, exquisitely beautiful. A few keen-eyed mercenaries noticed her pointed ears and exchanged glances of astonishment with renewed intrigue towards the young man in black. "Since everyone is prepared, let us set forth," he remarked, casting a glance at the mercenaries before speaking in a calm tone. Not long after their departure, from behind a small mound near the original site of the caravan, a slight figure emerged. He watched the retreating merchant convoy for a moment before swiftly heading in the opposite direction. After running for over 10 minutes, he arrived at the edge of a small lake, where a dozen horsemen awaited, led by the suave middle-aged man from earlier, Campolin. Upon seeing the small figure approach, Campolin quickly inquired, "What is the situation?" The deputy leader, the small figure responded earnestly, "The leader has been taken away by that young man in black, and the merchant convoy has headed to Black Sand City with him." Hearing this, Campolin's brow furrowed involuntarily. What a damn disappointment. I had hoped to eliminate that scarred fool with some assistance, but alas. Suddenly, the small figure recalled something and quickly added, "That young man in black left for a while, and when he returned, he was accompanied by a little girl." Damn it, Campolin cursed under his breath, having initially thought there was significant news only to realize it was merely a girl. Are they planning to kidnap her as well? The little girl is a dark elf, the small figure revealed, despite feeling a twinge of irritation at Campolin's earlier rebuke. "A dark elf?" Campolin exclaimed, excitement illuminating his features as he mused. "Ha! Even the heavens are aiding me. Scar, this time I will surely finish you off." Meanwhile, about a kilometer away from Black Sand City, a merchant convoy proceeded slowly along a dirt road, evidently having endured a fierce battle. Apart from the elderly driver and the young man in black, who rode alongside him with the little girl in his arms, the rest appeared either utterly drained or bandaged like mummies. "Rannigan, is that Black Sand City ahead?" the young man inquired, gazing at the majestic city in the distance. The elder, Rannigan, nodded. "Indeed, that is Black Sand City. It is renowned throughout the Holy Empire, rivaling even the imperial capital. The young man displayed a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that this city could compare to the Holy City, which housed the Mage Council and was considered more prosperous than those of the other two empires. Yet, here before him was a city of considerably smaller scale that nonetheless stood on equal footing. Perceiving the young man's surprise, Rannigan explained, "The fame of Black Sand City can be inferred from one of its other names." "Oh, what might that be?" the young man asked with curiosity. "The City of Slaves," Rannigan replied succinctly. "The City of Slaves?" The young man's face brightened, prompting him to inquire further, "What kind of slaves can one find there?" "In the City of Slaves, there are slaves beyond your imagination. Anything you desire can be acquired. Be it a powerful being, even a saint-level warrior, or unique individuals such as elves, goblins, or dwarfs. You can procure them all. There are also specially trained maids and stewards available. In short, if you have the coin, you can purchase any slave you wish in the City of Slaves." Upon hearing Rannigan's explanation, the young man's expression grew even more jubilant. He had been troubled by the lack of capable individuals under his command, yet now an excellent opportunity lay before him. He resolved to thoroughly explore the City of Slaves in hopes of finding allies to assist him. Engaging in light conversation with Rannigan, they soon arrived at the gates of Black Sand City. From a distance, the city appeared less than grand, but as they approached the towering walls, the young man felt a wave of awe wash over him. "Old man, are all these people part of your caravan? Pay the 10 gold coins for the city entrance fee." A somewhat arrogant voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw an officer striding toward them with an air of disdain. "Sir, when did the entrance fee increase to 10 gold coins?" Rannigan protested, recalling that it had only been 1 gold coin during his last visit. 10 gold coins could sustain a modest household for a year. The officer's expression hardened, and he barked, "If I say pay, then pay. Or else, you'll owe me 100 gold coins." Rannigan, cowed by the officer's demeanor, quickly produced 10 gold coins and handed them over. He was merely a humble merchant, unworthy of challenging those in uniform. The young man in black regarded the officer with a glance, recognizing that such individuals existed everywhere. However, as the matter did not concern him directly, he chose to remain indifferent, especially since 10 gold coins were trivial for a merchant, regardless of their financial standing. As they proceeded into the city, just before crossing the threshold, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, you on the horse in black. Come back. What is the story with the person tied to your horse?" Turning, the young man noticed it was the same officer, who had discreetly glanced at the little girl in front of him as he spoke. "Sir, our caravan was attacked by bandits, and it was this esteemed gentleman who captured their leader, allowing us to escape," Rannigan hurriedly explained, gesturing towards the bound, scarred brute. "This is the leader of that bandit group. We are bringing him into the city for justice." The officer regarded the bound brute with a flicker of interest, then turned back to the young man on horseback. "You may leave this man with me. I will ensure he is dealt with by the lord of the city. You may go." Rannigan's face revealed a hint of hesitation, yet the young man in black readily acquiesced, saying, "Then it would be troublesome, Rannigan. Let us enter the city." The scarred brute, witnessing his hand over to the city guards by the young man, shouted in wrath, "You promised to release me upon reaching Black Sand City. How can you go back on your word? Are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Ignoring the brute's outburst, the young man mounted his steed and proceeded into the city. He had indeed released him. However, whether the brute could escape from the city guards depended solely on his own abilities. After the young man departed, the officer turned to the scarred brute, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. He pulled the brute aside and chuckled, "Ha ha, Scar. Who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? How rare, how rare. Enough of your prattle. Release me at once." The brute retorted, his face devoid of any anger. The officer's expression flickered with irritation, but he quickly masked it with a smile, saying, "Do not be hasty. So many have witnessed the young man handing you over to me. If I were to let you go, it would make my future endeavors quite difficult. Rest assured, I shall release you once we are inside. For now, I must ask you to endure a little longer." The officer then summoned a nearby soldier and whispered a few instructions in his ear. The soldier's expression shifted to one of understanding before he swiftly darted into the city. Upon entering Black Sand City, the young man parted ways with Rannigan's caravan, taking the dark-skinned elven girl to explore this metropolis of slavery, rivaling even the Holy City. The splendor of the City of Slavery could indeed compete with that of the Holy City. However, the reasons for their prosperity differed greatly. The latter thrived due to its status as the imperial capital of the Sacred Empire, the presence of the Grand Mage Guild, and a plethora of bustling shops and businesses. In contrast, the city of slavery derived its wealth from a staggering 95% of its industries being closely tied to slavery, slave markets, gladiatorial arenas, and more, all contributing to its unique opulence. The young man led the dark-skinned elven girl directly to the largest slave market in the city, reputedly backed by the Lord of Black Sand City. Here, the slaves were said to be of the highest quality, not only diverse in type but also reliable in quality. Occasionally, one might even procure a powerful being from the sacred domain. As soon as the young man and the elven girl stepped into the slave market, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man approached them, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Welcome to our esteemed slave market. I am Clinton, and it is my pleasure to serve you. Our establishment is the finest in Black Sand City, where you can acquire any slave you desire. What kind of slave do you seek?" After a moment's hesitation, the young man replied, "Please show me around first." Clinton's expression momentarily shifted to one of understanding, but it was quickly concealed by a smile as he gestured. "Please follow me." The young man walked leisurely behind Clinton, and they soon arrived at a vast display area where numerous giants, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall, were showcased. Clinton introduced them. These are the barbarians from the Wild Highlands. While they cannot cultivate martial energy or magic, their formidable physique makes them comparable. Kaelan hurriedly called out to the young man in black who was about to leave, a pained expression crossing his face. "We have expended considerable resources to capture these two barbaric individuals who rival even the martial sovereigns. Selling them to you would scarcely yield us any profit." The young man in black glanced at Kaelan, whose face bore the marks of a great loss, and replied indifferently, "Shall we inspect the goods and settle the payment now?" Realizing that his theatrics had failed to make an impact, Kaelan decided to drop the pretense. Should this deal succeed, he would receive a commission of 1 million. A substantial sum indeed. Such lucrative opportunities rarely came by, sometimes taking months to find a wealthy patron like this one. Observing the young man's nonchalance about spending 100 million gold coins, Kaelan was confident that his earnings today would far exceed a mere million. "Please, follow me inside to verify the merchandise. You may pay and collect the goods upon your departure," Kaelan said, his face alight with a forced smile, leading the young man in black toward the rear of the exhibition area. Behind the display was an expansive room filled with towering iron cages, each containing barbaric individuals standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Kaelan guided the young man to a steward responsible for the sale of the barbarians and explained their purpose. The steward quickly donned a smile and addressed the young man. "I am Leonard, in charge of barbarian transactions. I hear you are interested in the two barbaric individuals who can rival the martial sovereigns?" The young man nodded. "Yes, please show me those two barbarians." "Certainly. Follow me." Leonard gestured invitingly. He led the young man to a cage about 3.5 meters high, pointing to the two barbarians inside. "These are the individuals you seek. The one on the left possesses strength comparable to a 3-star martial sovereign, while the one on the right is nearing 6-star martial sovereign strength." As the young man observed the two barbarians in the cage, he turned to regard the others, a look of confusion on his face. "Why are the two strongest barbarians the smallest in stature?" "Ah, you see," Leonard smiled. "The strength of barbarians is not necessarily correlated with their height. There are many clans among them, and these two strong ones belong to the same tribe, apparently even brothers. Their tribe tends to produce shorter barbarians compared to others." The young man nodded in understanding and confirmed, "I will take these two. As for the additional barbarians, I would appreciate it if you could select some formidable ones for me, Mr. Leonard. Please ensure they are not merely 1- or 2-star individuals. Rest assured, I will select barbarians that will satisfy you." Leonard replied with a chuckle. The young man then turned to Kaelan. "Mr. Kaelan, I would like to continue exploring other options." "It is my honor to assist you further," Kaelan said, his smile widening as he led the young man to other sections. How fortunate Kaelan is today. Encountering such a wealthy patron, Leonard thought enviously as he watched Kaelan leave, a sense of pride evident on his face. After exiting the barbarian section, Kaelan accompanied the young man to the area selling dark elves, believing this affluent client would be interested. However, the young man showed little enthusiasm, merely glancing at the offerings before expressing his disinterest. With no other options, Leonard led the young man through various sections, and upon reaching the goblin and dwarf slave market, the young man displayed his generosity by purchasing 100 somewhat dim-witted goblins and 20 dwarves with notable forging skills, spending over 20 million gold coins, from which he would earn a commission exceeding 200,000. This prompted Leonard to eagerly present more options to the young man. "Do you have any management-type slaves?" the young man inquired. The barbarians, goblins, and dwarves were merely afterthoughts. His primary goal was to find talented individuals among humans, particularly in management roles. Karen had anticipated the young man might seek something more complex, but was pleased to inform him that management-type slaves were plentiful, as they were constantly trained in that area. We have a variety of management slaves, including those skilled in internal affairs, military oversight, and financial management. Which type do you require? Karen asked as he guided the young man toward the human slave market. There's such a variety? The young man pondered, surprised that management slaves could be so specialized. It made sense, after all. Specialists in a particular field often outshine those with broader, yet shallower, expertise. Our goal is to ensure that customers find the most suitable slaves here, Karen said with a sense of pride. As they conversed, they wandered for about 10 minutes until they arrived at a vast hall. Karen explained, this hall is dedicated to the trade of human slaves. It differs from those for other races, as it attracts significantly more buyers with specific needs. Here, you will find various categories of human slaves. Stalls 1 to 5 offer maidservants of increasing quality, while stalls 6 to 10 feature male laborers. Stalls 11 to 15 cater to human warriors and sorcerers, and beyond 17. You will find specialized slaves. Whatever you can see, the young man clad in black followed closely behind Clurin, making his way toward the larger numbered booths, designated for the sale of particular types of slaves. As they passed booth number 12, a burly man was leading 10 slaves, shackled together by iron chains, onto the platform. The young man, who had been leisurely trailing Clurin, abruptly halted, his expression shifting as he gazed at the eldest of the chained slaves. At that moment, the elder slave also lifted his gaze towards the young man, and they exchanged a glance filled with mutual astonishment. Esteemed guests, these 10 represent the 4th batch of slaves today, and indeed, they are the penultimate batch. Thus, for those yet to make a purchase, I advise you to act swiftly. The robust man on the platform announced to the crowd. This batch differs from the previous 3. Among these 10 slaves are 3 magic masters, all of whom possess the power of a magic sovereign. The crowd gasped in shock. 3 magic masters? When did the slave market become so generous? Previously, even 1 magic master was a rarity. Some speculated, perhaps the quality of the warriors is lacking, and the slave market intends to utilize these 3 magic masters to dispose of the less desirable warriors, even if they are offloading warriors. Acquiring 3 magic masters is a profitable deal, considering they're all of the magic sovereign level. As the man on the platform concluded his announcement, the crowd began to stir with excitement, clearly taken aback by the presence of 3 magic masters among the slaves. Observing the commotion below, the man's lips curled into a faint smile before he continued. The 7 warriors are all at the 2-star warrior level, while the 3 magic masters are 1-star, 3-star, and 4-star magic sovereigns respectively. I shall leave it at that. The starting bid is 5 million. Bidders may begin. As soon as the words left his lips, several individuals resembling stewards began to place their bids, and within a minute, the price for the 10 slaves soared to 11 million. The young man in black withdrew his gaze from the elder slave and turned to Clurin with a smile, complimenting. Your slave market certainly knows how to turn a profit, bundling sales to showcase the value of the magic masters while offloading the unwanted warriors. Quite a clever tactic. Clurin chuckled awkwardly, clearly aware of the market strategy but offering no rebuttal. The young man leaned in and quietly inquired, are the evaluations of these warriors and magic masters conducted by your slave market? Clurin nodded. Indeed. We compile prior data on these slaves for comparison and analysis before determining their power levels. Oh, is there not a risk of error? The young man asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Errors are inevitable, but typically the discrepancies are only by 1 or 2 stars, and buyers seldom complain, Clurin replied. The young man turned his attention back to the platform, a smile flickering across his face as the price had now escalated to 15 million due to the 3 magic masters. Yet, only 3 bidders remained, and each subsequent bid was only an increment of 100,000, indicating they believed the price was nearing its limit. Any further bidding would result in a loss. With a hint of mockery, the young man declared, I bid 17 million. Suddenly, all attention shifted to the young man, who appeared to be in his 20s. The crowd expressed surprise, momentarily halting further bids. The burly man, initially anticipating the price to rise to 18 million, was taken aback by this unexpected contender. Very well. This young gentleman bids 17 million gold coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This group contains 3 magic sovereigns. The other 3 potential bidders, caught off guard by the young man's boldness, hesitated. The audacity to produce 17 million at such a young age was indeed remarkable. They decided it was prudent to avoid antagonizing him, especially since the price had nearly reached the limit for the 10 slaves. Thus, they opted to concede, allowing the young man to claim victory. After a full minute of silence from the crowd, the burly man, displaying a hint of disappointment, reluctantly announced, "The fourth batch of 10 slaves belongs to our esteemed friend over there. For those who have not yet purchased, do not despair. In 10 minutes, we will commence the auction for the final batch of slaves, and I assure you, this last group will not disappoint, nor will it be inferior to this one." The initially disheartened crowd suddenly buzzed with anticipation for the final batch, oblivious to the smirk that lingered on the young man's face as he departed. Accompanied by Clurin, the young man approached the back of booth number 12, where the burly man, upon their arrival, greeted them enthusiastically. "Thank you for your support of our slave market. The 10 slaves you just purchased are ready, and would you like to settle the payment and collect them now?" "Let us settle the payment for all once this gentleman has completed his purchases." The young man remained silent, allowing Clurin to respond first. The man, identified as Baburu, glanced at Clurin before nodding. "Then I shall keep these slaves here until the payment is made. I would like to take one of the slaves with me first, if that is permissible." The young man suddenly interjected. Baburu appeared taken aback, clearly at odds with the slave market's protocol. However, after a few whispered words from Clurin, he readily agreed. "Certainly. You may take whichever one you wish. I have prepared the slave contract for you." "No need for the contract. Please bring me the eldest among the 10, the young man requested. Although Baburu was puzzled by the absence of a contract, he recognized the buyer's authority and complied, knowing that any issues arising with the sold slave would no longer concern the market. As the elder slave was brought forth, a flicker of excitement crossed the young man's face, though he quickly composed himself. He thanked Baburu and departed the 12th hall alongside the elder slave and Clurin. "What shall I call you, elder?" the young man inquired, walking alongside the elder as they exited the hall, lowering his voice. "I am Jeroy. I did not expect to encounter such an intriguing young fellow. Do you not fear my escape for not signing a slave contract?" An ancient voice resonated directly within the young man's mind. Surprised, the young man glanced at the elder, noticing his calm demeanor, realizing he had underestimated him. With a confident smile, he replied, "I am not afraid, because I believe that in this world, there exists something far more effective than the bonds of slavery." A hint of astonishment finally graced Jeroy's calm demeanor as he nodded in approval, remarking, "I did not expect that despite your youth, your understanding of certain matters surpasses that of many individuals much older than you. Indeed, while the slave contract serves as a tool for effective control, it cannot ensure complete loyalty from the enslaved. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary nature, shrouded in mystery, with a perception that is uniquely insightful. My curiosity about you continues to grow. Your praise is too generous, esteemed elder. In truth, if one were to consider the situation from another's perspective, many would come to understand this principle," the young man in black replied humbly. A glimmer of appreciation flickered across Jeroy's face, but before he could utter another word, Clarin, who had been leading the way, suddenly turned and said, "Sir, the displays ahead feature various types of specialized slaves for sale. The management-type slaves you seek are available at booth number 17. A glint of joy appeared on the young man's face, but as he stepped forward, Jeroy's aged voice echoed in his mind once more. "The slaves on sale are merely the remnants chosen over by the powerful. The truly exceptional slaves cannot be found outside. Inform the guide ahead not to waste your time with these leftovers, but to take you directly to the VIP lounge." The young man in black wore a look of astonishment, soon followed by a trace of indignation. It dawned on him that the so-called barbarians and dwarfs he intended to purchase today were merely cast-offs from others. Had Jeroy not revealed this to him, he would have remained blissfully ignorant, only to be scolded later by Clarin for being a foolish, gullible buyer. The more he contemplated this, the more irate he became, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Clarin, noticing the sudden shift in the young man's demeanor, felt perplexed. Had he spoken out of turn? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had said nothing incorrect. With a hint of unease, he inquired, "Sir, if there is anything you are dissatisfied with, please let us know, and we will certainly make improvements. If I were to inform you that I wish to reject the items I purchased earlier, I wonder if that would anger you?" the young man in black inquired, enunciating each word carefully. Sir, there seems to be some misunderstanding. Our establishment always," Clarin began, only to be interrupted. "How exactly does your establishment always operate? Is it truly for the benefit of the customers, or merely to cater to the whims of the powerful? Sir, we certainly consider every customer who visits our establishment. You must have misunderstood, Claren fervently assured. Misunderstood? I think not. Now, take me to the VIP lounge. There is no need to introduce these discarded slaves any further. Claren's expression froze, his mind racing. Why does he suddenly seem so familiar with the workings of the slave establishment? Did he know all along and was merely feigning ignorance? Or has he only just discovered this? Stealing a glance at the elder standing beside the young man, Claren shook his head slightly, hesitating for a moment before resolutely stating, "Please, follow me, but I must consult with my supervisor regarding this matter." "Lead the way," the young man replied nonchalantly, casting a grateful glance at Jeroy. Without his insight, he might still have been foolishly selecting among the cast-offs. In truth, anyone with even a modicum of familiarity with the slave establishment would know of the VIP lounge, where the truly elite slaves were sold. However, they also understood that such a place was not accessible to the average individual. Entry was reserved for the wealthy and influential. Thus, even though they were aware that the slaves outside were merely remnants selected by those in the VIP lounge, they harbored no ambitions of their own, accepting their own limitations. However, the young man in black held a different perspective. Since everyone was there to make purchases, distinctions should not exist. Why should they settle for the discarded? Claren brought the young man and Jeroy into a lavish hall before seeking out the manager he had mentioned. During this interval, the young man and Jeroy engaged in a meaningful conversation, growing increasingly familiar and respectful toward one another. After a brief span, Claren emerged from behind a man in his 30s, who paused about 2 meters in front of the young man, surveying him discreetly before smiling. "I am Radcormer, the head of the VIP lounge. Claren mentioned you wish to enter, but the lounge has its own rules, and I cannot grant entry at my discretion." "What are the rules you speak of, Mr. Radcormer?" The young man inquired amiably, nodding in acknowledgement. "To gain entry to the VIP lounge, one must fulfill one of 2 conditions: either secure a sponsorship from a distinguished individual within the lounge who can vouch for your financial capacity to purchase slaves, or simply present 10 billion gold coins," Radcormer explained, having heard of the young man's generous spending outside. A youth who could nonchalantly expend over 100 million gold coins was certainly not ordinary. He might even be the illegitimate child of a powerful figure. Thus, even though he was accustomed to a haughty demeanor, he consciously lowered his tone while addressing the young man. The young man nodded in understanding and retrieved a black, anonymous magic crystal card from his spatial ring. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the black card in the young man's hand, Radcormer inwardly rejoiced, relieved that he had moderated his arrogant attitude. Had he offended someone capable of entering the VIP lounge, his position would surely be jeopardized. "Please, follow me," Radcormer respectfully invited, leading the way while elaborating. "The VIP lounge functions similarly to an auction house, where the slaves we acquire or train are prioritized for sale. Only those that do not sell will be offered outside." Navigating through the hall, Radcormer guided the young man into a modestly decorated room that exuded comfort. As he explained, this room served as a private booth for auction, ensuring both comfort and privacy for the esteemed guests of the VIP lounge. Should you wish to bid on a slave, you can press the buttons on the table before you. The gray button signifies a bid increase of 10,000 gold coins, the white button signifies 100,000, the red button 1 million, and the purple button 10 million. The black button allows you to make your own bid, Radcormer detailed, pointing toward the table in front of the young man. Noticing that the young man comprehended the instructions, Radcormer refrained from further interruption and, together with Claren, exited the booth. With Radcormer and Claren gone, the booth was left with only the young man in black, the dark elf girl, and Jeroy. With the absence of outsiders, the young man directly addressed Jeroy, saying, "Master, I must trouble you now. I am utterly inept at selecting talent." Since learning about some of Jeroy's past, the young man in black has been filled with admiration for him, and his words exude a deep respect. Leave this matter to me," Jeroy said with a confident smile. With Jeroy's assurance, the young man in black was content to remain a bystander. When they arrived, the slave auction had already been underway for some time. On the platform stood a man in his 30s, whose formidable strength was matched only by his adeptness in internal management, as bids echoed from the various private boxes. Initially, the young man in black intended for Jeroy to place a bid, as his purpose for attending was to seek out management-type slaves. However, upon observing Jeroy's composed demeanor, he swallowed his words. Having entrusted the matter of slave purchasing to Jeroy, he decided to place his full trust in him, believing that if Jeroy chose not to buy, There must be a valid reason. The young man reclined back on the sofa, oblivious to the slight nod and faint smile that adorned Jeroy's face. Several more management-type slaves were auctioned, yet Jeroy maintained an air of indifference. Just as the young man began to worry that Jeroy might doze off from boredom, the latter suddenly perked up, extending his hand towards the table and pressing the red button atop it. Jeroy's bid not only surprised the young man in black, but also astonished the prominent figures in the other boxes, who were filled with curiosity about this unexpected bidder. Instead of vying for the coveted management-type slaves, he opted for a batch of goblins that few desired, which was quite intriguing. Though the young man did not comprehend Jeroy's reasoning for bypassing the management slaves in favor of the overlooked goblins, he refrained from inquiring further, choosing instead to sit quietly and observe. The auction continued for nearly 2 hours, featuring young and beautiful maidens, dwarves on the verge of becoming master craftsmen, alluring dark elves, and barbarians with strength rivaling that of a 9-star martial emperor, all surpassing the quality of the elite slaves outside. Throughout this period, Jeroy occasionally placed bids. Yet his choices were typically for those with little demand, dwarves with meager forging skills, maidens who were not the most beautiful, and rather simple-minded goblins, resulting in him acquiring numerous slaves while spending surprisingly little. In the northern district of Black Sand City stood a grand estate that occupied nearly 60% of the area, serving as the power center of the city, the Lord's Mansion. At this moment, in the reception hall of the mansion, the Lord of Black Sand City donned a flowing blue robe, seated across from a refined middle-aged man. Lord Blaster. The middle-aged man began, I hope my visit is not too intrusive. I have heard of your interest in a dark elf girl, and coincidentally, I have encountered one today. However, before he could finish, Blaster interjected, is the girl you mentioned with a young man in black attire? Ah, I didn't realize you were already aware, my lord. The middle-aged man stammered, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his smile. Campbell, if there is something you require my assistance with, feel free to speak openly. If I choose to help, I will do so regardless of the dark elf girl. Conversely, if I opt not to assist, even if you present me with dozens of dark elf girls, I would remain unmoved. Blaster understood the nature of Campbell's character well and had already surmised the purpose of his visit. My lord, I presume you have guessed my intentions. I have long sought to replace Scarface. I just needed the right opportunity. This is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If I miss it, I cannot say when another will come. Therefore, I wish for your assistance in eliminating Scarface. A fleeting look of determination crossed Campbell's face, as he realized that failing to offer something satisfactory to the man before him could lead to his own demise rather than Scarface's. You want me to eliminate Scarface? Oh dear, you've come a bit late. I've just had him released. Blaster feigned disappointment. Campbell, recognizing the act, felt a surge of frustration but maintained a facade of obsequiousness. Promising, Lord Blaster, I assure you that if you help me seize the leader's position, 60% of our Thieves Guild's income will belong to you. I hope you will consider this. 60% of the income? Huh. You are indeed more generous than Scarface. Blaster laughed heartily. Just as Campbell thought he had gained an ally, Blaster's expression shifted to one of resignation as he shook his head, stating, however, my partnership with Scarface has been quite agreeable. We have developed a rapport over this time, so I am not inclined to seek a new collaborator at present. Campbell's lips twitched in irritation, mentally cursing Blaster's greed, yet he forced a smile, stating, my lord, the Thieves Guild has many dependents to support. 70% is the absolute minimum I can offer. Any more, and our guild will be left starving. Pleasant cooperation. Blaster clapped the table, sharing a knowing smile. Pleasant cooperation. Master, the slaves you purchased are not the finest available. Why did you not opt for the best ones? On the way to settle the bill. The young man in black could no longer contain his curiosity. Jeroy glanced at him, smiling as he teased, I noticed you wanting to ask several times during the auction, but you held back. I thought you would manage to resist today. Sometimes, even prolonged contact between individuals does not guarantee mutual understanding, yet at other times, a mere few hours suffice to forge a deep connection. Despite knowing Jeroy for only a few hours, the young man in black felt he had gained significant insight into Jeroy's character. Observing the young man's slight embarrassment, Jeroy solemnly remarked, perfection can itself be a flaw. The young man mulled over this statement, sensing it held deeper meaning, though he could not quite grasp it at that moment. Greetings, sir. Your total expenditure in the VIP room amounts to 338 million. Do you require the slaves purchased outside the VIP area as well? The staff member in charge of the settlement inquired politely. Seeing Jeroy nod, the young man responded, yes, we will take those slaves as well. What is the total? Please hold on, the staff member quickly calculated before stating, you purchased 2 barbarians, 100 goblins, 20 dwarfs, and 10 warrior mages outside, totaling 138 million. Combined with your previous total, your overall expenditure amounts to 476 million gold coins. The young man clad in black took out a black anonymous magic crystal card to complete his payment. The staff member handed him a form detailing the slaves he had purchased from the slave market. Sir, please verify the information. If everything is correct, you may proceed to collect your slaves. As the young man turned to retrieve his slaves, he suddenly caught sight of a figure and immediately smiled. Making his way toward the individual, not far from the entrance of the slave market, a narrow alley was crowded with people. Led by a scar-faced man who had recently been handed over to an officer at the city gate by the young man in black. At that moment, the scar-faced man's expression was grim as he fixed his gaze on the entrance of the slave market. Suddenly, a slender youth dashed out from the slave market and ran to the scar-faced man, reporting, "Chief, the young man in black is about to emerge. But it seems he has purchased many slaves, including several barbarians." Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man involuntarily furrowed his brows and approached a cold-looking man leaning against the wall with closed eyes. He respectfully said, "Sir, I will need your assistance to restrain those formidable slaves he has acquired." The cold man remained indifferent, his eyes still shut, which sparked a flicker of anger in the scar-faced man's heart. Yet, recalling the man's identity and strength, his irritation quickly dissipated. Although he was the leader of a band of thieves, in the eyes of this cold man, he might as well be insignificant. The only reason the man was present was due to the city lord Blaster's intervention. Otherwise, no matter the price he paid, he would never have been able to summon such a powerful ally. "Sir, he is coming out," suddenly exclaimed an observant robber. The scar-faced man quickly turned to see the young man in black exiting the slave market. His face instantly contorted with rage. He gravely instructed, "You will restrain the more powerful slaves, while our main objective is to kill the young man in black at all costs. Whoever accomplishes this will be rewarded with 1 million gold coins. Even injuring him will earn a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Is that understood?" "Understood, Chief," the robbers replied in hushed voices, their faces lighting up with excitement. 1 million gold coins was an astronomical sum for the lower-ranking members of their band. Though they often stole tens or even hundreds of thousands, such riches were beyond their reach, with only a few thousand occasionally distributed by the chief when he was in a good mood. Now, the prospect of acquiring 1 million gold coins for killing the young man in black, or even 10,000 for merely wounding him, made their eyes gleam with hunger, akin to wolves eyeing a plump lamb, unbeknownst to the young man in black, who was oblivious to being targeted as a prime prey. He turned to the respectful Claren beside him, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Claren." "You are too kind, sir. It is an honor to serve you," Claren replied sincerely. His attitude was genuinely heartfelt. After the young man arrived at the VIP room, he had thought his commission would be lost, but with the young man's purchase, his commission was restored, amounting to a staggering 476 million gold coins, a sum he could seldom amass in years. After bidding farewell to Claren and leaving the slave market, the young man excitedly spoke to his companion, Jeroy. "Master, I never anticipated the slave market would be so generous, gifting me a barbarian comparable to a 7-star martial master, along with 10 others possessing high-level martial prowess. These barbarians are worth merely 10 to 20 million gold coins. For a slave market of this caliber, it is but a trifling expense. They invest this small amount to win your favor. Why not?" Jeroy remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. The young man pondered this, realizing that spending a mere 10 to 20 million to earn his goodwill could yield opportunities for future profits exponentially greater. As the young man and Jeroy were preparing to discuss the future development of their territory, a large group suddenly surged from the nearby alley, encircling them. At the forefront was the scar-faced man, whom the young man recognized immediately as the leader of the bandits he had previously captured. "You little brat. Today I will tear you apart," the scar-faced man bellowed, his voice laced with palpable malice. However, the young man in black merely smiled and shook his head, unconcerned. Not only had he just acquired numerous slaves stronger than the scar-faced man, but his own strength far surpassed that of his adversary. Surely, the man could not be blind to the formidable slaves standing behind him. Seeing the young man's nonchalant expression infuriated the scar-faced man even more, though he maintained his composure. Wary of the young man's slaves, while many were weak goblins, some possessed strength comparable to his own, and several exuded an aura of might that far exceeded his. Nonetheless, the scar-faced man dismissed his concerns. He understood the pricing of slaves well. Those with 3-star martial prowess, like himself, were valued at 2 to 300,000 gold coins, while those with higher ranks approached 7 to 800,000. He doubted that the young man could afford even 1 or 2 martial masters. Standing beside him, the cold man was a genuine 5-star martial emperor. Those of royal caliber were among the elite across the continent, often securing positions of reverence within significant factions. The cold man was one of the honored guardians supported by the Lord of Black Sand City. Had it not been for the many benefits he promised Blaster, the Lord would never have dispatched a martial emperor to assist him. With such a powerful ally backing him, the scar-faced man felt emboldened. Dismissing the 100 or so slaves of similar strength to his own, even those potentially stronger than him, possibly martial masters, were of little concern, as none could surpass the martial emperor at his side. "You little brat, I will have you laughing now, but soon you will be crying." The scar-faced man glared at the young man in black, and then turned to the cold man standing beside him, respectfully requesting, "I ask you to restrain those slaves." This time, the cold man surprisingly nodded, arrogantly stating, "Do not worry. Although one of the slaves has reached 7-star martial master status, he will be of no challenge before me. You may proceed to eliminate that brat." 7-star martial master? The scarred brute's heart jolted violently. He was but a mere finger's breadth from annihilation. Yet, the mere thought of the 5-star martial emperor by his side quelled his fears. For what was a 7-star martial zone but an ant in the presence of such power? "Brothers, charge. Slay that wretched spawn," he bellowed, leading the charge towards the young man clad in black. His subordinates, spurred by the promise of gold, hastened forward, eager not to miss their share should the black-clad youth fall. As the scarred man surged ahead, a shadowy figure beside him vanished abruptly, only to reappear among the throng of spider-like creatures in the slave caravan. Just as he prepared to plunge into their ranks, a raspy voice pierced the air. "Your opponent is me." "Who?" the cold man retorted, his form dissipating once more, reappearing 5 meters away, in the space he had just vacated. A weary figure gradually materialized, calmly addressing the cold man. "Your opponent is me. Fear not. My lord has decreed that I spare your life. I shall not kill you." "Spare me? Ah, I am most curious how you intend to do so." The cold man laughed maniacally, the temperature around him plummeting with his mirth. While the weary figure restrained him, the scarred brute's gang reached within 2 meters of the black-clad youth, their eagerness to claim the promised reward leading them to prepare for a frenzied attack. However, they soon sensed a potent surge of earth magic, and a wall of earth, 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and about 20 centimeters thick, materialized before them. Thud, 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 the sound of bodies colliding with the wall rang out, mingled with the cries of the fallen. On the other side of the wall, the black-clad youth and his companion, Jaroi, exchanged knowing smiles, completely dismissive of these insignificant adversaries. Their focus lay on those lurking in the shadows. "My lord, how long must we wait for those individuals to reveal themselves?" the black-clad youth inquired, instructing 2 barbarians behind him to deal with the lesser foes. Jaroi chuckled awkwardly, "I am no oracle. I cannot predict everything. However, I suspect it is connected to these bandits. Did you not mention handing the scarred brute over to an officer at the city gate? Yet here he is now. The implications are clear. Perhaps the banditry rampant in the vicinity of Black Sand City is a result of the city lord's indulgence. We shall ascertain whether the city lord is complicit soon enough. I wager that once I eliminate the scarred brute, those lurking will emerge," the black-clad youth mused, casting a teasing glance toward a certain direction. Suddenly, an instinctual sense of danger enveloped him. Yet, instead of panic, a faint smile graced his lips. "Wretched spawn, perish." The scarred brute had somehow concealed himself and appeared beside the black-clad youth, his massive blade descending mercilessly. Yet, rather than fear, the youth wore a serene smile. Realizing something was amiss, the scarred man barely had time to react before 3 bone spears pierced through him from behind, propelling him forward. He crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life, bewildered by the origin of the spears. The black-clad youth did not spare a glance at his fallen foe, patiently awaiting the outcome of his predictions. As expected, the moment the scarred brute fell, members of the city guard surged forth, surrounding the black-clad youth and his companions. "Drop your weapons. Any who resist shall be executed on the spot," a man resembling an officer commanded sternly. "Pray tell, what is the cause for such a commotion?" "I am but a law-abiding citizen," the black-clad youth feigned fear, his expression one of mock trepidation. The officer's face hardened as he pointed to the lifeless body of the scarred brute. "Did you not slay him? Were you not all hiding and witnessing the events unfold? Why question me now? Had I not killed him, Would you have emerged from your hiding places? The youth replied, feigning surprise, a sardonic smile curling his lips. The officer's expression faltered before he shouted, "Nonsense! As enforcers of this city, we cannot stand idly by while you commit murder. Cease your nonsense and surrender." "My lord, a being of the sanctum has arrived and taken that man away." The weary figure, who had previously engaged the cold man, suddenly appeared beside the black-clad youth, blood staining his lips, indicating he had sustained significant injuries. "A being of the sanctum?" Both the black-clad youth and Jeroy exclaimed in unison, only to quickly come to terms with the reality they had speculated upon. "Thank you, my lord. I assure you that 70% of the profits will be delivered to your estate punctually each month from a third-floor window of a 3-story building." Campolin expressed heartfelt gratitude to Blast, the lord of Black Sand City, as he beheld the now lifeless, scarred brute. Dressed in a flowing azure robe, Blast chuckled. "Ah, Campolin, you are too kind. I shall send my own men to collect the dues. You needn't trouble yourself with that." Suddenly, Campolin felt an uncomfortable sensation constricting his chest. Yet he forced a smile, feigning happiness. "My lord, how shall we deal with those below?" The cold man who had just been rescued inquired. Blast surveyed the black-clad youth and his entourage, his gaze lingering on the slaves trailing behind. A glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he contemplated the frail elder beside him. "Capture that dark elf girl and bring her to my chamber. As for the other slaves, return them to the slave market for resale. And the black-clad youth, detain him for now." "Understood." The elder replied respectfully before leaping from the window, astonishingly hovering in midair, then gliding towards the black-clad youth. "My heavens, that man can fly!" Gasps erupted from the onlookers, realizing he was indeed a being of the sanctum. That man's power must be at the pinnacle of a 1-star martial saint. None here can match him. A voice laced with concern echoed in the mind of the young man clad in black. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. A powerful being of the sacred domain. Even one merely newly initiated would be regarded as an apex warrior, possessing the strength to sweep aside all those beneath the sacred domain. This was especially true for a 1-star peak expert. The leap from the royal level to the sacred domain is fraught with immense challenges. Yet the disparity between each star is staggering. The power difference between each star at the royal level is approximately 10-fold, while at the sacred domain, it escalates to 100-fold. A 1-star peak expert's strength is at least 50 to 60 times that of a novice in the sacred domain. To say nothing of the young black-clad warrior, even a 9-star martial sovereign would be utterly helpless against such a foe. Although he possessed numerous sacred domain scrolls within his spatial ring, facing true masters, be they from the sacred domain or royal level, his scrolls might prove useless. After all, scrolls are inanimate, while opponents are living beings. Before he could even utilize a scroll, he might very well be eliminated. "Take the little dark elf girl and this young man away. Return the remaining slaves to the slave market. Any who resist shall be executed," commanded the elder, hovering approximately 2 meters above the ground, addressing the members of the city guard. "Yes, my lord." The guards responded in unison. "Wait, on what grounds do you intend to arrest me? What imperial law have I violated?" As the city guards prepared to act, the black-clad youth stepped forward and challenged the elder hovering in the air. He understood that confronting a sacred domain expert with his meager status would be futile, as the elder could easily dispose of them with a mere gesture. Thus, he opted for a different strategy. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, he reasoned that even if the elder had substantial backing from the city lord, they could not indiscriminately accuse him of an unfounded crime. "Are you not aware that you are committing murder in the streets? How could we refrain from apprehending you?" retorted the leading officer, eager to assert himself before the elder. "Did you not see their group attempting to kill me? If someone seeks to take my life, is it not my right to defend myself?" The young man relished the opportunity to argue, as it would inform the onlookers of the unfolding events, thereby achieving his purpose. "Be silent." The elder interjected with a sharp command, silencing the officer, who immediately fell silent, intimidated. The elder, looking down from his elevated position, regarded the black-clad youth with an air of disdain. "You possess some wit, but such tricks are ineffective here. I will ask you once more, will you accompany them willingly? Or must I intervene?" The young man's expression darkened as he defiantly met the elder's gaze. "I shall not depart today. I wish to see what you can do." A flicker of disdain crossed the elder's face, and losing his patience, he replied, "In my eyes, you amount to nothing more than an insect. I shall grant you one final chance. Will you leave voluntarily, or shall I?" Suddenly, the elder's voice trailed off, his eyes widening as he beheld a badge in the young man's hand. His body trembled involuntarily, and a hint of fear crept across his features. The Temple Knight badge symbolizes honor and noble status within the Sacred Empire. Even a 1-star Sacred Domain expert, let alone a 9-star, would not dare to act with impunity against a Temple Knight, much less plot against one. If the Temple were to learn of this, his fate would be sealed, leading him to the gallows without question. The Elder felt a surge of relief had he acted rashly. Killing a Temple Knight would not only jeopardize him, but likely implicate his entire family. From a third-floor window, Blaster, who had been watching the scene unfold with detached curiosity, suddenly froze as he recognized the badge in the young man's hand. Though the distance obscured details, he discerned its general shape, and his heart raced with astonishment. He could not fathom how the young man possessed such a badge, a symbol of the Empire's highest honor. The selection process for Temple Knights is exceptionally stringent. Many aspiring knights remain merely candidates for life, making the attainment of a true badge an arduous endeavor. Glaring furiously at Camplin, he swiftly turned and hurried downstairs, leaving Camplin bewildered. "Old man, the one I killed was no ordinary person. Ask any passing merchant. They should be well aware. I do not believe you are ignorant of this. I do not care why you sought my hand to eliminate him. I bear grudges against him, and his death is inconsequential. However, should you seek to use this as a pretext to trouble me, know that I shall not acquiesce. Do not think your status as a sacred domain makes you formidable. The honor of a Temple Knight is inviolable." The young man had not initially expected much from displaying the Temple Knight badge, for as he had remarked, such status might earn him some deference from a viscount. Yet, to his surprise, the Elder appeared genuinely fearful, prompting him to adopt a more assertive tone. The Elder's expression shifted as the first person to dare to call him old man since attaining sacred domain status, while anger simmered within him. The sight of the badge compelled him to swallow his pride. He gradually descended to the ground, gestured for the city guards surrounding the black-clad youth to withdraw, and approached him with a hint of apology. "I was unaware of your status as a Temple Knight, and I sincerely apologize for the offense." Witnessing a sacred domain expert deliberately lower himself before him filled the young man with a sense of triumph. He regarded the badge with newfound esteem. Though he feigned surprise as he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. I believe there has been a misunderstanding." "Yes, indeed, a misunderstanding. I shall ensure a thorough investigation upon my return." Blaster, the city lord, interjected, stepping forward. "And you are?" the young man inquired, feigning ignorance. "I am Blaster, the lord of Black Sand City. I am deeply regretful that a Temple Knight has endured such injustice within my domain. Once this matter is resolved, I will ensure it is thoroughly investigated, and none involved shall evade consequences." Blaster's face bore an expression of indignation, clearly outraged by the occurrence within his city. "Oh, so it is Lord Blaster. It is an honor to meet you. I sincerely apologize for the disturbances caused in your city and hope for your understanding." The young man replied with a hint of contrition. "Do not mention it. May I inquire your name? While I may not know all Temple Knights, I recognize most of them, yet you seem unfamiliar." "Lord Blaster, you may call me Li Xuan. I was only recently appointed as a Temple Knight, so your unfamiliarity is quite understandable." The young man in black was aware that Blaster harbored a hint of suspicion regarding his identity, thus he chose not to conceal it. Blaster scrutinized the young man with an unusual gaze, then smiled and said, "Ah, it is indeed your Excellency Li Xuan. I must apologize. Your esteemed name has become widely acclaimed across the continent. I have long wished to befriend you, but alas, I lacked an introduction. It seems I nearly caused you offense today. How unfortunate. It's akin to a deluge sweeping through the Dragon King's temple, where strangers fail to recognize one another. Come, let us go to my residence. I shall host a welcoming feast for you, your Excellency. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Blaster." At the invitation of Blaster, Li Xuan's countenance brightened with delight. After all, Blaster was the lord of the city, and within the confines of Black Sand City, he was undoubtedly the sovereign. The invitation was extended in light of Li Xuan's status as a knight of the temple, and it would be unbecoming to disregard such courtesy. Shortly after Li Xuan departed with Blaster, a man clad in black suddenly appeared at the location they had just vacated. Observing the retreating figure of Li Xuan, the man murmured to himself, "It seems this young fellow is perpetually presented with fortuitous opportunities, yet the instability surrounding him continues to escalate." In the banquet hall of the Lord's residence, following the feast, the other guests had taken their leave, leaving only Li Xuan and Blaster seated across from one another. "Your Excellency Li Xuan, I once again extend my sincerest apologies for the events of today. I hope you shall not take them to heart," Blaster said, raising his glass in a gesture of goodwill. I believe today's occurrences were purely a misunderstanding, and there is no need for you to dwell on them, Lord Blaster. Li Xuan replied as he lifted his own glass to clink with Blaster's, a smile gracing his lips. Ah, it pleases me greatly that you feel this way. Your Excellency Li Xuan, Blaster remarked with a knowing smile. He then produced a black, unnamed magic crystal card from his spatial ring and presented it to Li Xuan, saying, Please accept this modest token, otherwise I shall forever feel a sense of guilt. After all, such incidents transpiring in my Black Sand City render me accountable as the Lord. Li Xuan gazed at the black anonymous magic crystal card handed to him by Blaster, his lips twitching involuntarily. This black card symbolized a staggering sum of 1 billion gold coins and the ease with which it was offered. Accompanied by the remark that it was merely a trivial gesture, weighed heavily on him. It is worth noting that his own holy domain scroll, the Holy Light Barrier, had sold for just over 11 billion. A sacred scroll that could turn peril into safety in dire situations was valued at that amount. Yet here was Blaster, the Lord of Black Sand City, casually bestowing 1 billion gold coins without a hint of concern. This left Li Xuan perplexed. Could it be that lords possessed such immense wealth? However, upon recalling the slave market behind Blaster, he found clarity. The expenditures there had already reached several hundred million. And with the purchases made by other prominent figures in the exclusive lounge, the total was likely in the tens of billions. The transactions that day alone were monumental, making it difficult to believe that wealth eluded him. Yet, a new question arose in Li Xuan's mind. With such a lucrative opportunity, why was no one else vying for a share? The truth was that Li Xuan had underestimated the profitability of the slave market. It was not every day that such valuable slaves were available. Those serving in management and other roles often required years, sometimes even decades, of training. Meanwhile, stronger slaves typically demanded significant time and resources to capture. Today was simply fortuitous, coinciding with the monthly opening of the exclusive lounge. A day when the slave market offered its finest and most abundant selections. My lord, you are far too generous. Please, take this back. It was merely a misunderstanding. 1 billion gold coins is quite daunting. Li Xuan shook his head in rejection. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was indifferent to such a fortune. 1 billion gold coins represented the annual tax revenue of a moderately sized city, which could be around several tens of millions. The mere thought was tantalizing. Yet, such a sum was also exceedingly perilous, and Li Xuan was not willing to gamble with his safety for the sake of wealth. Blaster, taken aback by Li Xuan's refusal, displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face. His experience had taught him that monetary persuasion was invariably effective. In these times, one might find conflict with anyone, but seldom with money. In the past, he had rarely spent even a fraction of that amount. Merely 100 million was a rarity, reserved for those of exceptional strength or unique circumstances. For everyone else, a few million could secure their unwavering loyalty. Yet today, he was met with rejection for his offer of 10 billion, a situation that was utterly unprecedented. While he suspected that Li Xuan was indeed wealthy after all, one could not spend 500 to 600 million in the slave market without substantial means. He found it incomprehensible that anyone would refuse a gift of 10 billion. Who would not be tempted by such an offer? Yet, Li Xuan had declined, leaving Blaster in a state of bewilderment. Are you, my lord Li Xuan, rejecting my good graces? Blaster feigned indignation, placing the black anonymous magic crystal card squarely on the table before Li Xuan. It seems you hold me, Blaster, in such disdain. If you look down upon me, please feel free to leave. Consider this a mere folly on my part. Before Li Xuan could finish his response, Blaster rose, visibly displeased. Although Li Xuan was fully aware that Blaster's actions were merely a facade aimed at persuading him to accept 1 billion gold coins and magic crystal cards, he could not comprehend the underlying motives behind such behavior. However, he was acutely aware that he had little choice left. He could either confront an uncertain future or risk a falling out with the Lord of Black Sand City, which was evidently far less advantageous for him at this moment. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude to the Lord. Thank you, my lord, Li Xuan said as he pocketed the magic crystal cards and stood up to thank Blaster. Haha. Sir Li Xuan, you are too courteous, Blaster replied with hearty laughter upon seeing Li Xuan accept the cards. Curiously, he inquired, by the way, aren't the temple knights typically stationed within the sacred city's temple? They rarely venture out unless under special circumstances. What brings you here, Sir Li Xuan? Ah. If it's not something you can share, then that's perfectly fine, Blaster added. There is nothing to conceal. Beyond my identity as a temple knight, I am also a first-class baron of the empire. I am here primarily to take up my post in my territory. As I passed through Black Sand City, I heard tales of it being the so-called capital of slaves, with its prosperity rivaling that of the sacred capital. Out of curiosity and with a lack of available personnel at my side, I thought I might explore and see if I could purchase some useful slaves. Li Xuan candidly explained his reasons for visiting. He understood that even if he remained silent, given Blaster's position, uncovering the truth would not present a significant challenge. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, it was better to be forthright, as it might yield unforeseen benefits. Ah, that makes sense. No wonder you acquired so many slaves from the slave market, Blaster remarked, appearing enlightened. Yet, he expressed some confusion. I noticed the slaves you purchased do not seem to be the finest available. Given that you are not lacking in funds, why not select the best? While I did make a modest profit at the auction house in the imperial capital, I am soon to assume my position in my territory, and the various costs of establishing it will accumulate significantly. Therefore, conserving resources is prudent. Besides, the slaves I procured are quite satisfactory for the initial phase of development. Li Xuan fabricated a plausible excuse, mindful not to divulge that these slaves had been chosen by Jeroi. He felt confident that Blaster would not suspect anything. Blaster, indeed, had no doubts. He nodded in understanding. I see. May I ask where your territory is located? Perhaps I know the lord of your region and can facilitate some assistance. My territory lies within the jurisdiction of Sierra Town under the city of Trains, near the edge of the Chitian mountain range, Li Xuan replied without reservation. He harbored hopes that Blaster was acquainted with the lord of Train City, as such a connection could greatly ease the development of his territory and shield him from potential troubles posed by the Viscount of Sierra Town. Despite his status as a temple knight, which should deter the Viscount from causing him difficulties, the absence of support from the Viscount would render the development of his territory exceptionally challenging. Therefore, Li Xuan secretly wished for Blaster's acquaintance with the Lord of Train City, believing that such a connection might not only prevent the Viscount from obstructing him, but possibly lead to the Viscount seeking to curry favor with him. A clear advantage of having influential connections. Li Xuan had experienced the significance of such connections firsthand. It was true in the past and remains so in this new realm. Were it not for his status as a temple knight, backed by the Empire's temple, Blaster would never have accorded him such respect. Nor would the ancient sage have feared him. Haha, how fortuitous. Your territory is within Train City? I happen to be very good friends with Baron Myber, Blairs of Train City. Rest assured, I will inform Baron Myber and ensure that he extends his assistance to you. Should you encounter any difficulties in the development of your territory, do not hesitate to seek his help. He will undoubtedly assist you out of regard for me. Upon hearing that Li Xuan's territory fell within the vicinity of Train City, a flicker of surprise crossed Blaster's face, quickly masked by his smile. Thank you very much, my lord. Li Xuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he rose. Ah, Sir Li Xuan, there is no need for such formality. It is but a small matter. Blaster waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Li Xuan need not be so courteous. In the imperial capital of the Holy Empire, within the study of Kenny, Makas, two prominent figures, Emperor Kenny and Saint Master Zhuai, were present, along with an ordinary-looking young man, Kenny's ancestor, Mark. Makas. Mark, observing the substantial stack of reports in his hands, felt a surge of anger rise in his otherwise unremarkable face. He forcefully hurled the stack of reports onto the table in front of Kenny and Zhuai, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. In a low growl, he admonished them. Is this the intelligence organization you have painstakingly assembled over nearly a century, expending countless resources and wealth? In 2 months, you have not uncovered a single useful piece of information. What use are these mundane accounts to me? Speak up. What purpose do these records serve? Kenny and Zhuai stood there trembling, not daring to utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Mark's fury seemed to dissipate. He sighed. Our time is limited. That enigmatic young man may be our only hope. Ever since I encountered him, I have harbored a strange feeling that he alone may be capable of influencing the turbulent future of dishes. Suddenly, Mark emanated an aura of formidable authority. Fixing his gaze on Kenny and Zhuai, gather every detail about him as swiftly as possible. If feasible, secure his loyalty to us. Assist him in developing his territory. Once it flourishes, I cannot believe he will harbor no sense of belonging to the Empire. After Kenny and Zhuai nodded subserviently in agreement, Mark paused momentarily, the intensity of his demeanor fading, replaced by a subtle resignation. Daisy is not young anymore. In a couple of years, she too will be ready for marriage. As Li Xuan emerged from Blaster's lordly abode, the night had fully descended, yet Black Sand City was ablaze with lights, bustling even more vibrantly than during the day. Master, Let us find a place to rest for the night. We can set out again in the morning, Li Xuan suggested, glancing back at the throngs of people. Particularly the 20 seemingly delicate maidens. Navigating the nighttime streets seemed inconvenient, prompting him to propose this to Jeroi. Jeroi nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. However, accommodating such a large number of guests may prove challenging, especially with those goblins, spider-folk, and barbarians. Most inns typically do not accept such slaves. Upon hearing Jeroi's words, Li Xuan's face briefly displayed an unusual expression. He recalled an incident he had encountered online, which recounted the plight of a diligent elderly man who, after spending the majority of his life toiling away, was ejected from a shopping mall while attempting to purchase a gift for his granddaughter. Individuals like this elderly gentleman undoubtedly deserve respect, for they have sustained themselves and others through their own hard work. Yet, the current reality is disheartening. Rather than receiving the honor they merit, they are met with disdain and cast out. Noticing the peculiar shift in Li Xuan's demeanor, Jeroi inquired with concern, Li Xuan, what troubles you? Oh, nothing, Li Xuan replied, pulling himself from his reverie. He glanced at the goblins, spider-folk, and other slaves before turning to Jeroi, saying, Master, let us seek lodging in a larger inn. However, before Jeroi could finish his thought regarding the goblins, Li Xuan interjected, Master, since I have purchased these goblins, spider-folk, and barbarians, they are now my subordinates. Should any inn refuse them entry, a flicker of menace crossed Li Xuan's face. I shall dismantle that establishment. Jeroi silently observed Li Xuan, sensing the intensity behind his words. A subtle shift in Jeroi's expression indicated that something deep within him had been gently stirred. Within the study of the Lord's mansion in Black Sand City, Blaster had just sealed a letter into an envelope when a knock resonated at the door. Enter, he said, lifting his gaze with a hint of indifference. My lord, a coldly composed man entered, bowing respectfully before Blaster. Blaster acknowledged him with a slight grunt and handed over the freshly sealed letter, cautioning, You must depart immediately for the imperial capital and deliver this letter to His Highness without fail. Yes, my lord. Wait, remember to hand it directly to His Highness. It must not pass through another's hands. Blaster reiterated his concern. Rest assured, my lord, I will deliver it personally, the cold man assured solemnly. Very well, go. Blaster nodded gently. Shortly after the cold man departed, a gaunt, venerable figure from the sanctum entered Blaster's study. Upon seeing the elder, Blaster retrieved another magical letter from his spatial ring and handed it to the elder. They exchanged hushed words before the elder took his leave. And as he watched him go, Blaster's face revealed a smile that hinted at deeper contemplation. Let us settle here, Li Xuan declared after searching for over half an hour. Stopping before an inn sprawling across several acres. This establishment boasted 5 stories and appeared quite well appointed from the outside. Although Li Xuan was not particularly discerning about his accommodations, he wished for his newly acquired subordinates to be comfortable. After all, a night's stay would not cost much, and it would be wise to ensure their satisfaction, thereby winning their loyalty. Jeroi remained silent, accompanying Li Xuan as they led their entourage towards the unnamed Haven of Longing, a party of nearly 400 individuals, including over 20 formidable barbarians, traveled along the road, their presence impossible to ignore. Before they could even approach the Lover's Haven Inn, a hurried innkeeper rushed out, blocking Li Xuan's path. He glanced at the towering barbarians behind Li Xuan, and then at the multitude of goblins and spider people trailing behind, his expression revealing discomfort as he addressed Li Xuan. Sir, while we at Lover's Haven would be pleased to accommodate you and the human dwarves behind you, I regret to inform you that we do not serve these unsightly barbarians, filthy goblins, and venomous spider folk. Your establishment has not posted any signs indicating that they are unwelcome, and we are certainly willing to pay, Li Xuan replied, his face expressionless as he regarded the innkeeper. Sir, it is a long-standing convention that we do not accept these barbarians, goblins, and spider people. Please do not make this difficult for me. Our modest establishment cannot withstand such disturbances, the innkeeper pleaded, his face drawn with concern. Observing the slaves behind Li Xuan, he realized that, despite the youth's appearance, he was backed by considerable power. Otherwise, how could he afford to purchase so many slaves? The innkeeper dared not provoke him, for he was not a man to be trifled with. Unlike the usual patrons, he would have swiftly dismissed. Allow us entry at once, and I shall pretend nothing untoward has occurred. Otherwise, do not blame me for what follows, Li Xuan growled, his demeanor suddenly radiating an intimidating aura that made the innkeeper tremble. Such arrogance. One should take a moment to reflect before seeking trouble at Lover's Haven, a territory not to be trifled with. The innkeeper thought to himself. Just as he was at a loss for words, a cold voice echoed from within the inn, and a strikingly alluring woman in her 30s emerged. Upon seeing her, the innkeeper quickly donned a smile and recounted the situation with embellishments. After listening to the innkeeper's account, the woman's smirk deepened. Li Xuan, however, paid her disdainful smile no heed, casting a contemptuous glance in her direction. I care not for whose domain Lover's Haven may be. Should you refuse to let my subordinates reside here today, then your establishment has no reason to continue operating. Boy, do not presume that your numbers grant you immunity to consequences. You shall soon have cause to lament your audacity. The woman retorted, as tensions escalated. Just then, the surrounding crowd began to stir, and the woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she caught sight of a commotion in the distance. In the central thoroughfare of Black Sand City, the leader of the frenzied battle mercenary group, Li, strode grimly toward the Lover's Haven Inn, flanked by several anxious subordinates. Renowned within Black Sand City, their mercenary group ranked among the top 5. Yet earlier that afternoon, an obscure mercenary band had audaciously seized a lucrative opportunity from under their noses. Upon hearing the news, Li erupted in fury. They were accustomed to taking from others, not being robbed themselves, particularly by a lesser-known group. He dispatched emissaries to engage in negotiations, only to have them return grievously injured and dumped at the doorstep of their headquarters. This slap in the face ignited a burning rage within Li. Though he was typically brash and overbearing, he was not foolish enough to act without thought. Beneath his arrogant facade lay an astute mind. Among the injured was one of his most capable subordinates, a 6-star martial sovereign, whose prowess was indisputable. Li had believed that even an obscure mercenary band posed little threat. However, witnessing his comrade unconscious and gravely hurt, he realized he had underestimated this sudden contender. Yet, he recognized that if they dared to challenge the frenzied battle mercenary group's authority, they must possess some form of strength. It had been far too long since anyone had dared to confront them, leading to his momentary oversight. Nevertheless, if he remained silent while his subordinate lay incapacitated, both his reputation and that of his mercenary group would suffer, garnering disdain from rival groups and merchants alike, causing discontent among his own men. Sometimes, one must push forward despite knowing the risks. Thus, Li personally led a handful of trusted companions to confront the unknown mercenary group at their inn. After half an hour of tension-filled silence, he exited, his expression dark and his companions visibly anxious, in dire need of an outlet for his frustrations. Li made his way to Lover's Haven, intent on confronting the innkeeper. As he approached, he noticed a gathering of people whispering conspiratorially at the entrance. "What are you staring at? Clear out," he barked, forcing his way through the crowd. Those who were pushed aside or heard his reprimand turned with displeasure, but upon recognizing Li, their frowns vanished, replaced by nervous smiles as they stepped aside. Upon entering, a tearful and alluring woman rushed into his arms, lamenting, "Oh, why did you arrive so late? They have been bullying us, threatening to demolish our Lover's Haven." Li, upon hearing her lament, surveyed the area with a furious glare, his gaze settling on the young man clad in black standing before the barbarians. Embracing the distraught woman, he confronted the youth with a fierce tone. "Boy, do you truly believe that your mere numbers grant you license to act with impunity? Today, I, Li, shall demonstrate that there are boundaries which a fledgling like you ought not to cross." Under ordinary circumstances, Li would never engage in a dispute over a woman with someone backed by such formidable subordinates. However, having suffered a setback at the hands of a lesser-known group, he was eager to vent his frustrations, and thus, the young man before him was an ideal target for his ire. Li Xuan cast a glance at the furious rabbit, and then at the alluring woman nestled in his embrace, exuding a demeanor of delicate reliance. In his heart, he deduced with considerable certainty that Rabbit was indeed the formidable backing of the Love Harbor Inn. However, observing Rabbit's arrogant demeanor, a trace of cold amusement flickered across Li Xuan's face. What grounds did a mere 6-star martial emperor have to be so boastful? Among the slaves under his command, there were 3 formidable barbarians who could rival martial emperors, one of whom could even contend with a 9-star martial emperor. Furthermore, standing beside him was a seemingly weary man who possessed the terrifying strength of a 7-star martial emperor. Any one of them could easily vanquish the boastful middle-aged man across from them. Encouraged by Rabbit's support, the enchanting woman, brimming with confidence, noticed Li Xuan's prolonged silence and misconstrued it as fear. Without hesitation, she taunted, "Didn't someone just declare their intention to dismantle my inn? Why the sudden silence now?" Li Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the alluring woman, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. He addressed the middle-aged man, Li, in a cool tone. "So, You are Laboot. I came here with my men to check into the inn, yet they refuse to accommodate us. What purpose does an inn serve if it denies lodging? It would be better to demolish it altogether, don't you think? Observing Li Xuan's composed demeanor, Laboot felt a twinge of unease. What emboldened this man to act so defiantly? Suddenly, he recalled the mercenary team he had encountered earlier, his heart jolting. However, he quickly shook his head in self-mockery. Truly formidable beings were not as commonplace as cabbages, and it was unlikely he would be unfortunate enough to offend a powerful figure while surrounded by such company. Nonetheless, his apprehension led him to scrutinize the slaves accompanying Li Xuan, discovering that the strongest among them was merely at the 7-star martial master level. A cruel smile began to form on his face, but when he caught sight of the gaunt figure standing beside Li Xuan, his expression shifted dramatically. He stared at the figure in astonishment, stammering, as 7-star martial emperor. A chill swept through Laboot, his countenance darkening. Although the opposing party lacked a powerful being of the sacred domain, they did possess a 7-star martial emperor. While he himself had reached the pinnacle of the 6-star martial emperor and was on the verge of a breakthrough. The gulf in strength compared to an authentic 7-star martial emperor was monumental. He estimated he would hardly last 10 moves against such an opponent. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he allowed himself to be swept away by emotions and spoken so rashly? Retracting his words was no longer an option, and judging by Li Xuan's demeanor, he was not one to concede easily. Was he destined to stumble here today? Step aside, make way, do not obstruct our official duties. Just as despair began to envelop Laboot, a contingent of city guards surged forward. Upon seeing the commanding officer at the forefront, Laboot's despondency vanished, replaced by elation. As the officer approached, Laboot shot Li Xuan a fierce glare, his face contorting into a snarl. Huh? You think you can act with impunity just because you have a 7-star martial emperor at your beck and call? You dare to provoke me today. You shall learn the meaning of despair. He ordered, surround them. Any hint of resistance shall be met with lethal force. The leading officer cast a surprised glance at the hundreds of slaves, yet without hesitation, he issued the command. Laboot, now all smiles, stepped forward, adopting a somewhat obsequious tone. Thank you, Lord Yaclarin. I did not expect you to personally oversee the patrol today. Once your duty is complete, allow me to treat you to a drink. Yaclarin smiled slightly. You are too kind, Captain Laboot. Then, gesturing towards Li Xuan and his entourage, he inquired. These individuals seemed formidable. How did you come to cross paths with them? Laboot feigned innocence. I did not provoke them. They came looking for trouble. Sigh. He sighed heavily. Pointing at the cloaked Li Xuan, you see, my lord, that young man, emboldened by the presence of a 7-star martial emperor, has shown utter disregard for protocol. As you know, this inn is not meant for barbaric filth like these slaves. Yet he threatened to demolish the Xiangxi Harbor Inn if his barbarian and goblin companions are not accommodated. Is there any sense in such a demand? Yaclarin furrowed his brow at Laboot's words, his gaze shifting to Li Xuan with newfound interest. It was not merely the audacity of threatening to demolish the inn that intrigued him, but the revelation of a 7-star martial emperor in the company of this young man. Though the attire of the 7-star martial emperor suggested he was a slave from the slave market. The ability to afford such a figure indicated that his background was far from ordinary. Yaclarin hesitated, contemplating whether to detain these individuals. If the black-clad youth truly had powerful backing, arresting him would mean incurring the wrath of that formidable force, a consequence he could ill afford. Observing Yaclarin's indecision, Laboot assumed he was wary of the 7-star martial emperor and seized the moment to advise, my lord, they are the ones in the wrong in this matter. It would be entirely justifiable to detain them. Should they dare to resist, we can seek the Lord's orders for appropriate punishment. Laboot's words stirred something within Yaclarin. Indeed. He had the authority of the city lord behind him. What had he to fear? With renewed resolve, Yaclarin declared loudly to the city guards, arrest all these troublemakers. Execute anyone who dares to resist. Laboot glanced at Li Xuan, a smirk of satisfaction creeping onto his face. Yet, seeing Li Xuan remain so unfazed, an inexplicable fury surged within him, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xuan, exclaiming, you shall soon learn what it means to suffer greatly. Li Xuan's indifferent face revealed a slight smile as he mockingly addressed his companion, Jaroi, saying, Master. It seems we are fated to have an unbreakable bond with the city guards of Black Sand City. I wonder how this encounter will unfold. Not far from the Wistful Harbor Inn, another squad of city guards was patrolling the street corner. Though today was supposed to be their day off, they were unexpectedly called upon for a capture mission. To their astonishment, the target was a significant figure, leading to their captain receiving a severe reprimand. while the rest of the squad was hastily dispatched to patrol the area. Initially lacking enthusiasm, the guards suddenly perked up upon seeing a crowd gathered in front of the Wistful Harbor Inn. They thrived on such disturbances as they provided opportunities for action, and perhaps even a chance to earn some extra coin. With this thought in mind, the squad approached the gathering. But as they peered through the throng and caught sight of the hundreds of slaves, along with a young man in black standing before them, an involuntary shiver coursed through them. When they heard Akerlon declare his intention to apprehend the young man and his companions, their legs felt weak. Akerlon was the second in command of their entire city guard, a person of considerable stature in Black Sand City. Even the leaders of prominent mercenary groups showed him respect. However, the squad understood that if Akerlon proceeded to arrest the young man, his days of ease would be irrevocably over. Generally fair-minded, Akerlon was liked by the guards, and this squad hoped he would not suffer undue misfortune. One quick-witted, diminutive guard rushed toward Akerlon, exclaiming, "Sir, please make them stop." Noticing the commotion, Akerlon turned with a frown, recognizing the little guard with whom he had a favorable rapport. Observing his anxious demeanor, Akerlon inquired, "What on earth is happening?" "Sir, please, make them stop. Otherwise, it will lead to a disaster." The little guard, flustered, managed to convey his message, albeit haltingly. Akerlon's expression shifted dramatically. He had been concerned about the powerful forces backing the young man in black. Initially spurred by the city lord's support and Rabbit's request, he had impulsively issued an arrest order. However, the little guard's reaction indicated he might have stirred a hornet's nest. "Stop. Everyone, halt," Akerlon shouted. Relieved that his subordinates seemed hesitant to act against the arachnids, he inwardly thanked his luck. Who was that young man in black? Akerlon urgently pulled the little guard closer, his face grave. "Sir, that young man is a temple knight, someone even the city lord must greet with a smile," the little guard replied earnestly. Akerlon's face turned ashen. As a citizen of the Holy Empire, he was well aware of the significance of temple knights. They were symbols of honor, and any who dared to offend them would find themselves on the gallows of the tribunal. "Sir, the temple knight is quite reasonable. If you speak with him now, perhaps you can salvage the situation," the little guard suggested. Akerlon's eyes brightened as he patted the little guard's shoulder. "The second squad has been lacking a squad leader for some time. I have high hopes for you." The little guard stared in disbelief at Akerlon as he approached the young man in black, feeling as though he were in a dream. He pinched his thigh hard enough to jolt awake, but he felt no pain, only a dazed smile spreading across his face, exhilarated by this unexpected stroke of fortune. In stark contrast, Rabbit, the leader of the frenzied warriors' mercenary group, was gripped by fear. Upon realizing that the young man in black was a temple knight, he knew he was doomed. He had brazenly boasted in front of a temple knight and even threatened him. Now, he could only pray that the young man would not seek retribution, otherwise he would surely end up on the tribunal's gallows. Rabbit endured a torturous 10 minutes until Akerlon returned to inform him that the young man did not intend to pursue the matter. He exhaled a sigh of relief and then seized the already petrified tavern keeper, instructing her, "I don't care how you do it. Just ensure they feel at home in your inn." Seeing the tavern keeper still frozen in place, Rabbit shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go and attend to them at once." Startled by Rabbit's outburst, the attractive tavern keeper shook herself from her stupor and approached Li Xuan and his companions, her demeanor laden with apprehension. She had braced herself for harsh treatment or even insults, yet the group was unexpectedly courteous, leaving her perplexed as to why the young man had shifted so dramatically from his earlier threats. Regardless of her confusion, the tavern keeper welcomed them warmly, her fear dissipating, as she greeted even those she typically deemed filthy and unsightly, like the goblins, with a bright smile. At a round table in the southeast corner of the Wistful Harbor Hall sat 4 young mercenaries. 3 young men bore frowns, while the lone girl wore a triumphant smile. "Ha! A bet is a bet. Each of you owes me a gold coin. Hurry up and pay up," the girl urged, stretching out her hand toward the 3 young men with a grin. Reluctantly, the 3 young men reached into their clothing, fumbling for their coins, but one young man, barely 18, looked sorrowfully at the girl and pleaded, "Philly, please spare us. This is our last coin." "Yes, yes. Philly, have mercy. After more than half a month of work, this is all we have left. Don't you think you've taken enough?" Another young man, around 23, chimed in desperately. "Enough chatter. A bet is a bet. Hand over the money," Philly stated firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. With resigned smiles, the 3 young men surrendered their last gold coin, their earnings from the past month now entirely in Philly's possession. Beaming, Philly accepted the coins, one by one. listening to the satisfying buzz they made as she flicked them against her ear, a habit she indulged, as if only by doing so could she ensure their rightful ownership. After carefully stowing the coins in her pouch and pressing it down gently, she revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she spotted the inn's entrance, where a young man in black was entering, chatting amiably with a little girl and an elderly man. "Master, do you think something will happen again at the city gates when we leave tomorrow?" Li Xuan led the dark elf girl Mira into the lobby of the inn, a smile curving his lips as he spoke to his companion Jaloi. Jaloi chuckled, saying, "Ha ha, I believe Blaster will soon spread your likeness throughout the city guard. After all, occurrences like this have become frequent, and even if you remain indifferent, others will undoubtedly learn of it, leaving him in a most unfavorable light." Li Xuan nodded in tacit acknowledgement, feeling a sense of dismay as his subordinates persistently sought trouble with a knight of the temple, a symbol of the empire's utmost glory. Anyone else in his position would likely be cast into a pall of discontent. Brother, suddenly, a timid voice broke through his thoughts. Li Xuan turned to see Mira gazing at him with evident anxiety, her small hand clutching him tightly. Witnessing her apprehensive demeanor, he could only manage a wry smile, for he felt utterly helpless. Although their 2-month journey together had led her to replace the term master with brother, in other respects, there had been no progress whatsoever. Whenever she encountered him, she reacted like a mouse facing a cat. Li Xuan believed he treated her quite kindly, he neither struck nor scolded her, but her fear of him remained an enigma. "Is there something on your mind, Mira?" Li Xuan inquired, crouching down to meet her gaze, which was still a half-head shorter than his. "Brother, Mira really likes the pendant that the sister over there is wearing," she stammered, taking a small step back and pointing to a girl at a table in the southeast corner of the hall. Then, lowering her head shyly, she continued, "And Mira wants one too." Li Xuan followed Mira's pointing finger and saw 4 young individuals seated nearby. Among them was a young girl who appeared to be around 21 or 22 years of age. Indeed, a pendant hung from her neck, but the somewhat crude craftsmanship suggested that it was likely not made by a professional, perhaps crafted by the girl herself. However, the identity of the creator was not what concerned Li Xuan. He was perplexed as to why Mira, who had not expressed any requests during their 2-month journey, suddenly sought this rough pendant today. He wondered if there was a special reason behind her curiosity. Li Xuan chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, sensing that his nerves had become overly sensitive. He often found himself overthinking the complexities of human nature. While it is true that the human heart can be inscrutable, it does not imply that every individual harbors such depths. Moreover, Mira is merely a child. It is entirely natural for a child to request something they desire from an adult. Li Xuan turned to Mira and inquired earnestly, "Mira, that pendant worn by the elder sister must have been crafted by her own hands. It is unlikely one could find it in an ordinary accessory shop." Observing Mira's face suddenly clouding with disappointment, Li Xuan felt a pang of compassion and added, "How about this, dear sister? I shall inquire if she would be willing to part with it. If she is amenable, I shall purchase it for you. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing Li Xuan's words, Mira's forlorn expression brightened instantaneously, and without hesitation, she nodded enthusiastically. Stealing a shy glance at Li Xuan, she murmured softly, "Thank you, brother." Li Xuan affectionately ruffled Mira's hair, then rose and offered an apologetic smile to the nearby Jeroi, saying, "Master, I must trouble you to wait a moment." "Ha. Go ahead with your business. I shall take this opportunity to arrange accommodations for those who are behind," Jeroi replied with a dismissive shake of his head. He then turned to the alluring woman waiting beside him, saying, "Let us proceed to organize their lodging." The enchanting lady eagerly nodded, accompanying Jeroi to address the housing arrangements. Meanwhile, Li Xuan led Mira toward a table in the southeast corner of the hall, where 4 young men and women dressed as mercenaries were seated. "Hey, big sister Philly. Look, that young man in black is coming over here," exclaimed the youngest mercenary at the table, his excitement palpable. Philly, sitting next to him, shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "So what if he is coming? Why are you so excited? Sit still and don't speak." Despite her stern words, Philly felt a surge of excitement and nervousness within. She had just been contemplating how to approach the young man in black, and now he was approaching her instead. As she observed the constant influx of goblins, spider folk, and other slaves entering through the door, Philly gazed at Li Xuan as if he were a veritable moving mountain of gold. "Hello, may I take a seat?" Li Xuan inquired, having reached their table and gestured toward an empty chair. Philly snapped back to reality, momentarily flustered at the sight of the young man in black standing before them. However, she quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of embarrassment, invited him, "Please, Have a seat. Li Xuan smiled faintly, pulling Mira to sit beside him. Since they were not acquainted, he refrained from beating around the bush and directly addressed Fei Li, saying, "Hello, my sister has taken a liking to your pendant. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. I assure you, I will offer a satisfactory price. Are you interested in buying this pendant?" Fei Li asked uncertainly, pointing to the pendant around her neck. Her question arose from the fact that this pendant was not crafted by a professional in a jewelry store. Rather, it was a playful creation of her own using materials she found nearby, rendering it virtually costless. She did not believe anyone would desire such an item. "Indeed, it is the very pendant you are wearing. Pray tell, how much would you ask for it?" Observing the girl's demeanor, Li Xuan surmised that the pendant was likely of little value. Nonetheless, this was Meyer's first request for something, and he was determined to acquire it. As long as the asking price was not excessively unreasonable, he could bear a slight loss to secure it. Fei Li, realizing that he genuinely wished to purchase the pendant she had made, felt a whirlwind of thoughts. To mask her emotions, she pretended to lower her head and fiddle with the pendant around her neck. From the presence of numerous slaves around him, it was evident that he was quite wealthy. However, she was uncertain of how much he would be willing to pay for her creation. She decided to probe his limits before proposing a price that might allow her to return home sooner. After a moment, Fei Li raised her head, extended her palm, and said, "This amount, and the pendant is yours. While it may not compare to those crafted by professionals, it is the first pendant I ever made, and it holds great sentimental value for me." Li Xuan chose to overlook the latter part of her statement, fully aware of her intentions. However, he found himself perplexed by the outstretched hand. How much did she truly want? In his estimation, the pendant was hardly worth a gold coin. Yet she was aware of his determination to buy it, so she would likely inflate the price. But how high would she raise it? 50 gold coins? Li Xuan ventured tentatively. What? This worthless pendant is worth so much. Upon hearing his proposal, the other 3 young men present, aside from Fei Li, were taken aback. With the youngest mercenary letting out an expletive, they knew well that the pendant around Fei Li's neck was worth less than a silver coin. The string could be found anywhere, and the fiery red stone was a byproduct from a previous mission, which they had kept because the original owner did not want it. Fei Li simply thought it looked attractive and strung one onto her neck. They still had several of those stones. He could hardly believe someone would actually want it, especially at the price of 50 gold coins, which exceeded their earnings from tasks over the past half-month. With a gleeful expression, he turned to Li Xuan and said, "Brother, are you still interested in such a pendant? If so, I can make more tonight and deliver it to you by tomorrow morning. You'd only need to give me 50 for each. No, just 5 gold coins would suffice." "Rhea, silence yourself." Fei Li shouted angrily at the youngest mercenary. Seeing Fei Li's fury, Rhea instinctively shrank back, harboring a natural fear of her. Nevertheless, he quietly suggested to Li Xuan, "Brother, I am serious. If you need it, I can make it for you overnight. Please consider it." Li Xuan shook his head slightly and replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. 1 pendant is sufficient." While Leia conversed with Li Xuan, Fei Li listened attentively. When Li Xuan expressed that he only required a single pendant, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fei Li's face. However, it was swiftly replaced by a resolute expression as she took a deep breath and declared, a flat rate of 5,000 gold coins. If Li Xuan's mention of 50 gold coins had left Leia and the others astounded, Fei Li's proclamation of 5,000 gold coins elicited only the impression that she had become utterly obsessed with wealth. "Sir, this fiery red stone was discovered during our quest in an ancient ruin, and there are only a few of such stones in the entire site. 5,000 gold coins is not exorbitant," Fei Li hastily explained, noticing the frown on Li Xuan's brow. Li Xuan cast a glance at Fei Li, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. He retrieved a diamond coin from his spatial ring and placed it before her, then extended his hand and spoke softly. "Take this diamond coin and give me the pendant in return." While Li Xuan conversed, no one noticed the timid little dark elf girl, Mira, sitting beside him. Suddenly, she seemed transformed, her eyes brimming with both the weight of experience and wisdom, mingled with a hint of greed. "Is this diamond coin truly for me?" Fei Li asked, gazing incredulously at the sparkling coin on the table. Li Xuan silently nodded, already losing patience to continue the conversation. "Just give me the pendant." Fei Li could discern that her counterpart was somewhat displeased. She herself acknowledged that she had indeed overstepped this time, merely repurposing some useless trinkets. The pendant was hardly worth a single gold coin, yet she audaciously demanded 5,000 gold coins. However, her actions were born out of desperation. Having been a mercenary for over 2 years, her limited capabilities confined her to menial tasks, which yielded meager rewards. As a result, she had managed to save only 172 gold coins during this period. While this amount might seem substantial to an ordinary person, it fell woefully short of her needs. However, her fortunes began to shift when she encountered Leah and her companions a fortnight ago. In just half a month, they had earned 47 gold coins, averaging nearly 12 coins each, more than what she had previously earned in a month and a half. Still, this pace was unsatisfactory. Even at a monthly earning of 30 gold coins, it would take her nearly 20 years to accumulate the necessary funds. She understood all too well that 20 years was far too long. By the time she returned, those who awaited her might no longer be there. Consequently, Philly began devising ways to expedite her earnings. She had engaged in wagers with Leah and her companions nearly 20 times over the past 2 weeks, resulting in all their earnings flowing into her coffers. Yet, even with this influx, she felt it insufficient. Even if she earned 100 coins a month, it would still take her almost 6 years to save enough. She had already been away for 2 years and did not wish to prolong the suffering of those yearning for her return. Upon first seeing Li Xuan today, she had already begun to calculate how to extract a considerable sum from him. To her surprise, before she could approach him, he sought her out, expressing an interest in purchasing her pendant. This glimmer of hope invigorated her spirit. Initially, her audacious demand of 5,000 coins was intended to initiate a bargaining process, hoping to negotiate down to 2,000 or 3,000 coins, thus significantly shortening her timeline. However, the outcome took an unexpected turn. Not only did he not haggle, but he also offered her 5,000 coins. While she recognized this as a manifestation of his irritation, intending to belittle her, she remained unfazed. The prospect of securing that money overshadowed her pride. Her dignity paled in comparison to the plight of her suffering kin. Thus, upon his affirmation, she accepted the offer without hesitation. "Thank you very much." Philly expressed her gratitude sincerely, clutching the diamond coin tightly in her palm, her face betraying an indescribable tension. "Philly, are you truly that desperate for money?" observed Leah and her companions, frowning at the sight of Philly disregarding her dignity for the coin. The young man seated to Philly's left spoke with displeasure. "If you are in such dire need, you could confide in us. We can devise a solution together." "Indeed, Philly, we can always find a way," Leah added, his voice laced with concern. Despite their attempts to assist her, he was troubled by the extent of her desperation. Realizing she was willing to sacrifice her dignity for financial relief, Philly glanced at her 3 companions, tears shimmering in her eyes, her face expressing gratitude. Yet she resolutely shook her head. "I'm sorry, but our mercenary team should disband today." With that, she retrieved a pouch from her bosom, spilling its contents onto the table and dividing it into 3 equal parts, pushing them toward Leah and her companions. "I know you all intentionally lost to me, and I genuinely appreciate your kindness. I have gathered the money I need, and I must return now. Should we meet again, I will ensure to express my gratitude properly." With those words, Philly seized the diamond coin and dashed out of the inn without looking back. "Philly, wait." Leah began to rise, intent on pursuing her, but was halted by the eldest among them. "Let her go. While I have always sensed something weighing on her, I never imagined she would forsake her dignity for it. What could possibly compel her to such lengths?" Sighing heavily, Leah slammed his palm on the table, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him. Li Xuan picked up the pendant from the table and, without uttering a single word, led Mira towards the busy Jeroi. He remained silent, observing quietly until he turned on his heel and departed. Had this scene occurred prior to Li Xuan's payment, he might have pondered the reasons behind Fei's behavior. However, at this moment, such contemplation felt unnecessary, and he lacked the leisure for it. The world is rife with sorrowful souls, and while one may tend to a single plight, one cannot possibly address them all. After attending to everyone, Li Xuan bid farewell to Jeroi. Upon escorting Mira to her room, he retreated to his own quarters, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and began his cultivation with the soul fire. Time slipped away, and before long, a piercing scream jolted Li Xuan from his meditative state. As the commotion outside grew increasingly cacophonous, he swiftly cleaned himself of the remnants of his previous ordeal, retrieved a fresh piece of meat from his spatial rings, executed the blood-flesh rebirth technique, and donned a clean garment before stepping out of his room. Jeroi had already emerged and was well aware of the unfolding events. Upon seeing Li Xuan exit, he approached with a furrowed brow, stating, "3 mercenaries have perished." They were among the 4 male mercenaries seated in the southeast corner of the hall last night. Upon hearing Jeroi's words, Li Xuan's brow knitted in concern. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of these 3 mercenaries seemed rather dubious. Suddenly, a thought struck him. and he pivoted to head towards a particular room. "You need not go there. The dark elf girl is missing," Jeroi interjected, halting him before he could take another step. Li Xuan was taken aback, his entire being momentarily enveloped in a haze of confusion. Even his foot, suspended in midair, was momentarily forgotten. He could not fathom how circumstances had spiraled into such a predicament. That dark elf girl was far from ordinary. I had underestimated her yesterday. To my astonishment, despite her tender age, her prowess was alarmingly formidable, enabling her to silently eliminate those 3 young mercenaries. Observing Li Xuan's expression, Jello quickly grasped his thoughts. Yet, no one could have anticipated that a seemingly 6 or 7-year-old girl would possess not only an exceptionally terrifying strength but also an extraordinary talent for theatrics. Li Xuan let out a despondent sigh, reluctant to believe and accept that Myra's demeanor over the past 2 months had merely been an act. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before him, leaving him no choice but to confront it. Could it be due to the pendant from yesterday? Li Xuan suddenly recalled Myra's behavior from yesterday. For the past 2 months, she had never made any demands, yet upon seeing that pendant, she abruptly expressed a desire for it. Initially, Li Xuan was reluctant to delve into complex interpretations. He did not wish to overthink the motivations of a mere 6 or 7-year-old child, nor did he care to complicate his understanding of human nature. However, the reality now lay before him, compelling him to consider those intricate possibilities. The pendant, if it could be deemed special, was defined by the fiery red bead below it. Yet, Li Xuan remained entirely unaware of its true nature. Beyond a faint, almost imperceptible aura of fire energy emanating from the bead, he sensed nothing else remarkable. Thus, last night, he attributed Myra's sudden interest in the pendant to the innocent whims of a young girl enamored with trinkets. Yet, it now appeared that the fiery red bead was far more significant than he had initially perceived. It likely possessed qualities unknown to him that could greatly benefit Myra, benefits that surpassed anything she could gain by remaining by his side. The young man named Ray had mentioned last night that they possessed several such beads, which likely explained why Myra had sought them out in the dead of night and ultimately ended their lives. Nevertheless, these notions were mere conjectures in Li Xuan's mind, and deep within, he was unwilling to accept this grim reality. He yearned for Myra to appear before him, to reassure him that she had merely been hungry and had gone in search of food, or that she had stepped out to use the restroom. Even the most implausible excuse would suffice. He would embrace it without hesitation. For he found it nearly impossible to reconcile the notion that a 6 or 7-year-old girl could take the lives of 3 individuals over a few beads. Though one might expect a skeleton to regard such matters with indifference, the memories of his former self rendered him incapable of finding peace with this situation. "Master, why were those 3 killed?" Li Xuan asked, clinging to a final thread of hope. He wished for an answer rooted in revenge, passion, or some other explanation. Anything but the unacceptable truth he feared. Jeloi was puzzled by Li Xuan's inquiry but proceeded to relay what he knew. The room where those 3 resided was in disarray, yet their valuables remained untouched. Thus, it does not appear that money was the motive for their demise. I suspect they possessed something particularly coveted, which led to their unfortunate fate. Li Xuan's final shred of hope was utterly shattered. Although Jeroi spoke with great tact, he was well aware that the 3 individuals had fallen victim to malevolent forces due to possessing something coveted by Myra. "Masters, let us rise and prepare for our departure to Train City." Li Xuan sighed softly, his demeanor tinged with despondency. With events having unfolded irreversibly, he wished to dwell no longer on the past. His sole desire was to return to his territory and cultivate his strength and peace. Despite his brief time on this continent, he had already endured numerous trials. This realm differed vastly from the Abyss, where he was an invincible entity commanding hundreds of subordinates to serve him, free to focus solely on his cultivation. Here, however, he faced countless individuals far more powerful than himself, often preoccupied with concerns for his own safety. Had it not been for his status as a knight of the temple, how could he stand so securely in this place? Why would a powerful being from the sacred domain fear him? How could the Lord of Black Sand City treat him with such courtesy? Last night, how could the second-in-command of the city guard have offered him an apology? How could his goblins and barbarian subordinates all find lodging in an inn? On the surface, everything appeared splendid, respectful treatment from a city lord and fear from a sacred domain expert. Yet, he understood that none of this was a testament to his own strength. It was solely due to the identity of a knight of the temple. Should he ever be stripped of this emblem of the Holy Empire's utmost glory, would the city lord still extend his courtesy? Would a sacred domain expert continue to regard him with fear? The answers were unequivocally negative. At that moment, he would become utterly powerless in a world brimming with those stronger than himself. For the first time, Li Xuan yearned profoundly for strength. He recognized that instilling fear through external influence was hollow. To garner genuine respect and fear, the only path lay in cultivating sufficient power within oneself. Only when one's own strength reached a level that instilled dread in the majority could one ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid, commanding respect and the lives of others rather than being subject to their whims. He yearned to return to his territory swiftly, to gradually enhance his own power. Although this place lacked the endless subordinates he could command in the abyss, it offered the potential for acquiring slaves. With wealth, he could recruit the talents he sorely needed, be it in service, management, or protection. Jeroi sensed a change in Li Xuan, though he could not pinpoint it. After a brief glance, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall see to it that everyone is prepared. Once Jeroi departed, Li Xuan was on the verge of returning to his room when a voice echoed from the hall below. Ladies and gentlemen, please cooperate and return to your respective rooms. Do not leave the inn until we have conducted a thorough investigation. What right do you have to keep us here? Someone protested. We haven't committed any crime. Why can't we leave? Another chimed in. Sir, we hope for your understanding. Our caravan will suffer greatly if we cannot depart today. The inn instantly erupted into a cacophony of voices, more animated than when news of a murder had broken. This was not surprising, for death was a commonplace occurrence in their world, and they had grown accustomed to it. Silence, please. We will conduct the investigation as swiftly as possible. We ask for your cooperation, and I assure you, we will not take much of your time, the officer implored, addressing the agitated crowd. Given the possibility that someone of consequence might be present, he chose his words with care. Despite lingering discontent among some, the majority returned to their rooms to cooperate with the investigation, understanding that a swift resolution would allow them to leave sooner. Li Xuan returned to his room and tidied up the remnants of flesh and blood. Just as he finished, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, the investigator, upon seeing Li Xuan, immediately bowed deeply, displaying an extraordinary respect as he uttered, "My lord." Li Xuan felt no surprise at being recognized by the investigator. Rather, it would have been astonishing had he not been acknowledged. He responded with a light hum and urged, "Please expedite your investigation. I have matters to attend to shortly." The investigator, with a hint of obsequiousness, replied, "My lord, if you have pressing matters, you may depart at your convenience." Li Xuan's expression suddenly turned peculiar. The murderer had already departed, and now even those who had only come into contact with the killer were about to leave. He could foresee that these individuals would be engaged in fruitless endeavors today. However, deep down, he was rather pleased with this outcome. He retrieved a crystal coin from his spatial ring and placed it gently into the hand of the investigator, offering a faint smile as he said, "It must be too early for you to have had a proper meal. Once your tasks are complete, let us indulge in a splendid feast, my treat." "Thank you, my lord." The investigator gazed at the crystal coin in his hand, then glanced back at the already distant figure of Li Xuan, feeling a sense of unreality. Prior to this encounter, he had heard much about this esteemed gentleman, yet he found that the reality he encountered differed significantly from the fearful tales he had been told. This noble seemed far less daunting than the rumors suggested. Li Xuan was unaware that his inadvertent action had altered one person's perception of him. However, he remained indifferent to this change and proceeded directly to seek out Jeloi. After arranging the slaves together, the two of them exited the Lovers' Harbor Inn and headed towards the eastern city gate of Black Sand City. On the roof of the Lovers' Harbor Inn, a figure cloaked in black sat there with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Li Xuan and his companions make their way toward the eastern gate of Black Sand City, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. "I've been away for just a few months. With that 7-star martial emperor and those few barbarians, it should pose no issue unless they encounter a powerhouse from the sacred domain." He rose and paced back and forth on the rooftop. Finally, with a firm resolve, he thought, embracing danger is essential. Without experiencing life and death, how can one achieve greatness? With that, the cloaked figure swiftly took flight in the opposite direction of Li Xuan's group. After flying for a while, he paused, turned back to glance at Li Xuan, and whispered, "I shall return promptly after bringing back news of the Dark Monarch. Young one, do refrain from provoking any entities from the sacred domain during my absence." Prison City, a border town within the Sacred Empire, boasted a population of approximately 1 million. It was situated about 100 kilometers northeast of the Kuroda Lake, near the Broken Sky Gorge of the Chitian mountain range. Despite its status as a border city, prisons exuded no air of hostility. Rather, it resembled a tourist destination. replete with beautiful scenery and a pleasant climate. Today, the weather within Krizens was exceptionally fine, with a sky so blue it resembled a flawless crystal, devoid of impurities. However, the absence of cloud cover rendered the sunlight particularly glaring. Along the official road leading to Krizens City, ancient trees over a century-old lined both sides. Their sturdy branches laden with dense foliage, nearly enveloping the wide road, and creating a shaded avenue that stretched for miles. This verdant pathway became one of Krizens' defining characteristics. At this moment, a substantial caravan traversed the shaded avenue, comprising several horse-drawn carts at its center, flanked by dozens of mounted guards, and followed closely by a throng of barbarians. At the rear, a lively procession of goblins and spider folk brought up the rear, the entire convoy proceeding methodically toward Krizens City. Within the foremost cart, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged inside the carriage, the air thick with a palpable aura of darkness. This dark energy surged rapidly into the young man's body, while he simultaneously refined the soul flames of several skeletal remains for his own use. Li Xuan, we shall arrive in Krizens City shortly. You need not exert yourself so relentlessly in your cultivation today. An aged voice suddenly resonated from outside the cart. Upon hearing this, the young man slowly opened his eyes. Though his eyes were now open, the dense dark energy continued to flow into his body without pause. He stowed the skull of the skeletal remains into his spatial ring and casually switched off the energy converter beside him. Without the influx of energy, the dark energy within the carriage was entirely absorbed by him in mere moments. Stretching his limbs, he let out a contented sigh. Relishing the near-saturated state of his battle energy, a smile creeping onto his face. I hadn't anticipated that the black stone would prove to be so remarkable. My cultivation speed now surpasses what it used to be by nearly 100-fold. I imagine even Grandfather Jia would not foresee such a development. Though the energy required for each enhancement has significantly increased, overall, it remains tenfold swifter than before. He placed the energy converter into his spatial ring. A hint of regret flickering across his face as he sighed. Alas, the dark energy here is far too sparse. Even though my skeletal body can now continuously absorb the ambient dark energy, the amount accumulated in a day pales in comparison to what I could gather in an hour within a rich environment. How splendid it would be to be in the abyss right now. One must learn to be content. Li Xuan murmured to himself before opening the door of the cart and stepping outside. For the past month, he had largely confined himself within the cart, rarely venturing out. Now, confronted by the blinding sunlight, he found himself momentarily disoriented, feeling an unexpected aversion to the light, perhaps due to his undead nature. Master, have we arrived at Krizens City so soon? I had expected we would travel for several more days. Li Xuan remarked, taking a seat beside Jello-E, a sense of nostalgia evident in his tone. Jello-E looked at Li Xuan and chuckled softly. I have deliberately slowed our pace to allow you more time for cultivation. And yet you still find it too swift? Li Xuan chuckled awkwardly, then shifted the topic, saying, Master, once we arrive at Train City, I will trouble you to arrange for the others. I will report to the city lord and then bring back those whom Kenny has graciously rewarded me with. Although this was not the first time Jeroy had heard Li Xuan directly mention the name of Kenny McCass, the Emperor of the Holy Empire, it still felt peculiar each time. With daylight waning, he added, while you report to the city lord's residence, I shall take them to find a place to stay. At this point, an unnatural expression flickered across Jeroy's face, and Li Xuan averted his gaze, pretending not to notice. Despite having spent many nights outdoors this past month, they had several occasions to stay in the city or a nearby town. Each time Jeroy arranged accommodations for the goblins and spider folk, he encountered various troubles that left him quite exasperated. At the entrance of Train City, aside from 2 city guards busily collecting the entrance tax, the rest lounged in the sun. Guarding the city gate in Train City was a rather leisurely task. Although it was a border town, its beautiful surroundings and pleasant climate, coupled with the absence of conflict, made it a renowned tourist destination. The guard's sole responsibility was to collect the entrance tax. Suddenly, one of the guards, basking in the sun, widened his eyes and called out to the others with a hint of surprise. Hey, brothers, get up quickly, a big business is coming. Upon hearing this, the guards sprang to attention, instinctively turning their gaze to the distant road. A smile spread across their faces as they beheld a grand procession approaching. This Train City appears much smaller than Black Sand City, Li Xuan remarked with disappointment as he sat in the carriage, gazing at the city at the end of the road. Jeroy's mouth twitched slightly, and he awkwardly replied, Black Sand City is a city that can rival the Holy City. Of course, it cannot be compared to this small border town. However, do not underestimate Train City, despite its size. It generates tax revenues for the empire that rival those of some larger cities. Li Xian's face betrayed a hint of skepticism, clearly indicating his disbelief that such a small city could generate tax revenues comparable to those of a large metropolis. The expression on Li Xian's face did not escape Jiroi's notice. However, he merely smiled and offered no explanation. "Hey, stop that carriage over there." Just as Li Xian and his companions were nearing the city gate, a somewhat childish voice emerged from behind a large tree to their right. Subsequently, a delicate little girl, seemingly no older than 4 or 5, stepped out from behind the tree and positioned herself in front of their carriage. On the main thoroughfare of Crane City, a formidable procession of around 400 to 500 individuals was advancing with great momentum. At the forefront of this entourage, a carriage bore a young man dressed in black and an elderly gentleman, seated on either side, while nestled between them was the charming little girl. Her large, cerulean eyes sparkled like flawless sapphires, radiating purity devoid of any impurities, reflecting the innocence of childhood, occasionally flickering with a hint of mischief. Li Xian leaned against the door of the carriage, casting a glance at the little girl, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. He had once believed that after the incident with Mira, he would no longer easily trust others. However, upon seeing Elena, tattered and standing before the cart, coupled with her pitiful demeanor, he found himself stirred by a sense of compassion. He continually reassured himself that not everyone in this world harbored such profound intentions. "Elena, what brings you to Train City all alone?" he inquired, smiling at the curious girl peering around from her perch on the carriage. Upon hearing his question, Elena reluctantly withdrew her gaze and beamed sweetly at Li Xian, saying, "I've heard from my mom and dad that the outside world is a lot of fun. So I came out to play. But those people were really mean. They wouldn't let me into the city because I didn't have any money. You're much nicer, big brother." Hee. Li Xian understood that the individuals Elena referred to were the guards stationed at the city gate. He harbored no fondness for them either. The guards assigned to the gate were preoccupied daily with the collection of entrance taxes. While it is a matter of course to pay such fees when entering a city, akin to the necessity of settling a bill for a meal, there are nuances to be considered. It is utterly unreasonable to insist that a mere 4 or 5-year-old girl pay an entrance tax. Had it not been for Li Xian's timely intervention, Elena might have had to spend the night outside the city walls. Li Xian glanced at Elena with a hint of reproach, saying, "Aren't you worried that your parents will be concerned about you running off to play alone? Tell me where you live, and I will send someone to escort you home." Upon hearing that Li Xian intended to send her back, Elena's face immediately fell. She grasped Li Xian's hand and shook it back and forth, pleading with a pitiful expression. "Brother, please don't send Elena back. She hasn't finished playing yet. It's too dangerous for a little child like you to be out here alone." Li Xian replied sternly, his demeanor leaving no room for negotiation. "Then Elena will just follow her brother. He can take her to play everywhere," Elena said with a mischievous smile, looking at Li Xian. Li Xian chuckled helplessly, saying, "I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you at the moment. Perhaps I could arrange for someone to keep you company for a few days before sending you back." Upon hearing Li Xian's repeated insistence on sending her back, Elena's expression flickered with displeasure. Suddenly, she clasped her stomach and exclaimed, Brother, Elena is hungry. Let us go eat something." "Very well, let us dine first. And after that, I shall arrange for someone to take you back," Li Xian replied, contemplating that it was indeed nearly mealtime. Noticing that Li Xian still intended to send her home, Elena's face betrayed a hint of annoyance as her large eyes darted around, seemingly pondering a strategy. Li Xian and Jiroi deliberated for a moment before deciding to seek accommodation at an inn directly, which would certainly be more convenient, sparing them the trouble of managing the dining and lodging arrangements for the goblins, spider folk, and barbarians twice over. They found a moderately decent inn not far from the main road on the western outskirts of the city. However, to accommodate the goblins, spider folk, and barbarians, Li Xian had to pay tenfold the rent. Although he felt quite helpless regarding this situation, it was, in comparison to previous instances, a much smoother resolution through monetary means. After arranging meals and lodging for the slaves, Li Xian set off alone towards the Lord's manor. During his time in Black Sand City, he had gleaned some insights about the Lord of Train City, Maybell Blaze, from Blaster. Maybell was the brother of the current head of the Blaze family, a family of moderate standing within the Holy Empire. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, he had only become a one-star mage at the age of 16. It was clear that he could not hope to excel in this realm, and his family foresaw this, abandoning him that year and relegating him to a remote border town. Unexpectedly, despite his lack of talent and cultivation, Maybell exhibited exceptional aptitude in management. In just 4 years, he transformed a backward border town into a place that surpassed many thriving towns, achieving a level of prosperity comparable to that of small cities. Upon learning of this remarkable development, the then head of the Blaze family, Meebel's uncle, summoned him back and reinstated him. 2 years later, he submitted a request to Emperor Kinney, advocating for Maybell to become the Lord of Trin City. At the time, Maybell was merely 22 years old, and conventionally, his youth would preclude him from such a position. Nevertheless, Kinney, recognizing his managerial prowess, made an exception and appointed him as the Lord of Trin City. During a period of relative peace within the Holy Empire, Trin City, situated on the empire's border, lagged significantly behind, being one of the least developed cities among the small towns. However, after over 2 decades of Meebel's stewardship, while Trin City may still not rival some larger cities in certain aspects, it has achieved a level of prosperity that is on par with many first-rate cities. Make way. Get out of the way. A brash voice interrupted Li Xuan's reflection on Blaster's words about Lord Maybell. When he finally looked up, he saw a swiftly approaching carriage just 2 to 3 meters away. He hurriedly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision. Kid, are you looking for death? Just as Li Xuan regained his balance, the arrogant voice rang out again, accompanied by the crack of a whip. Crack. Before he could fully steady himself, Li Xuan was struck on the back by the whip, which was wielded with considerable force. His black robe and the garment beneath were torn open, leaving a long, crimson line of blood across his back. Being struck without provocation would infuriate even the most composed individual, and for Li Xuan, the situation was no different. As he spun around, fury etched on his face, the carriage came to a halt, and a haughty man in his 30s emerged. Upon seeing Li Xuan's enraged expression, he lashed out again with the whip, cursing, "What's that look on your face? Did you startle my grandfather's horse? Do you wish to die?" As the whip approached, a cold smirk crossed Li Xuan's face. How dare a mere 6-star martial artist behave so arrogantly? Although he surmised that the individual had some backing, today he was undeterred by such factors. Regardless of whether this man was the father of Kenny McCarthy, Li Xuan was resolute in making him regret his actions for a lifetime. Humph. Li Xuan let out a cold snort, effortlessly grasping the whip that was about to strike him. He cast a frosty glance at the man opposite him and spoke in a chilling tone. How dare a mere 6-star martial artist behave so arrogantly before me? Are you truly tired of living? The haughty man, realizing that his whip had been seized with ease, displayed no sign of fear on his face. Instead, a glimmer of delight emerged. He arrogantly declared, "You insolent brat, I am a close aide to the steward Nicodor. Kneel down and utter a few soft words. And after I whip you a few times, my lord Udic will graciously spare you. Otherwise, if steward Nicodor learns of this, you shall suffer dire consequences." Though Udic himself possessed little strength, his knack for flattery and shrewdness had earned him Nicodor's trust. He had grown accustomed to wielding power in Trin City, knowing that as long as he used Nicodor as a shield, others would hesitate to pursue him for any misdeeds. While Nicodor was not a noble, he was one of the 3 most esteemed stewards under Mayor Myber. Within the confines of Trin City, few dared to disrespect him, and it was this very fact that emboldened Udic to act with such impunity. "Nicodor? I do not know him," Li Xuan replied with a shake of his head, his voice growing ever colder. "Even if you were a close aide to Myber, today you cannot escape death." Udic, trembling with fear, pointed at Li Xuan, struggling to find his voice. A flicker of terror finally crossed his face. Udic usually took pride in 2 things: his ability to flatter, which endeared him to Nicodor, and his keen judgment in discerning whom he could provoke and whom he could not. Although Nicodor held significant influence in Trin City, some powerful outsiders would not necessarily heed his authority, and Udic typically avoided those formidable figures. When confronted with such outsiders, Udic would steer clear. Yet he relished tormenting those without substantial backgrounds. Just that day, having escorted Nicodor back to the mayor's residence, he had chanced upon Li Xuan walking alone and was struck by the impulse to toy with the young man in black. He deliberately accelerated his carriage towards Li Xuan, only warning him at the last moment, convinced that the young man would be unable to evade the oncoming horse. He envisioned the thrill of watching Li Xuan get knocked aside, perhaps even concocting a tale to blame him for startling the horse, which could net him a small fortune. However, the situation took an unexpected turn as Li Xuan skillfully evaded the carriage, igniting Udic's frustration. He halted the carriage abruptly, drawing forth his whip to strike at Li Xuan. When he saw the young man receive the blow with no visible reaction, leaving a long, crimson mark on his back, Udic felt a surge of exhilaration. He exited the carriage, intent on delivering more lashes, only to be astonished as Li Xuan effortlessly seized the whip, revealing the vast disparity in their strengths. It dawned on him why Li Xuan had been able to evade the carriage at such a close range. Despite recognizing the superiority of his opponent, Udic felt no fear. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. With Nicodor's backing, he dismissed the notion of a mere skilled individual posing any threat to him. Yet, when Li Xuan uttered the words, "Even if you were a close aide to Mybur, today you cannot escape death," Udic's bravado began to wane. He did not know Nicodor, but he was well aware of Mybur. The implications were clear. Either Li Xuan was bluffing, or he was a significant figure connected to Mybur. If it were the former, Udic could manage. However, if it were the latter, he realized that not only would Nicodor be unable to aid him, but he might very well distance himself from Udic entirely. Li Xuan swiftly darted to Udica's side, seizing him by the throat and lifting him into the air. Observing the agony etched upon Udica's face, a chilling smile deepened on Li Xuan's lips. "You are the first to lay a hand upon me since my arrival in this realm. Though the injuries are merely superficial, my spirits have been rather low of late, and thus, you must accept your unfortunate fate. You cannot kill me. The steward, Nicodor, will not let you go unpunished." Udica gasped, struggling for breath. Crack! Li Xuan disregarded the words of his adversary, swiftly snapping their neck and casting the lifeless form aside. A flicker of complexity crossed his features as he gazed up at the sky, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He pondered, "When the day arrives that someone no longer regards my status as a temple knight, or when I lose my identity as a temple knight, will I, too, become like this Udica? A life extinguished, there lies a corpse over yonder." Li Xuan observed the suddenly agitated crowd, a faint smirk appearing on his face. Just moments ago, when Udica sought trouble with him, they merely watched with amusement. Now, with Udica's demise, they clamored loudly, each one seemingly eager to incite further chaos. Li Xuan noticed a pair of city guards approaching from afar. He did not wish to linger any longer and swiftly made his way towards the Lord's manor. "Halt! This is the Lord's manor. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to enter." As Li Xuan approached the entrance of the Lord's mansion, one of the guards, noticing his intent to enter, called out to obstruct him. "Please inform Lord Mybur that Baron Li Xuan is here for a visit," Li Xuan said with a slight smile, displaying courtesy. Upon hearing that Li Xuan held the title of a first-class baron, the previously haughty guards quickly donned smiles, one of them hastily running inside to deliver the message. Before long, the guard who had gone and emerged rapidly, accompanied by a sprightly elderly gentleman. The elder approached Li Xuan with a beaming smile and said, "Baron Li Xuan, I apologize for not welcoming you properly from afar. You are too kind." Li Xuan humbly replied, "Please, just call me Nicodor. The Lord is currently occupied with matters and has instructed me to ensure your visit is well hosted. He will arrive shortly," Nicodor said as he ushered Li Xuan inside. Nicodor? Li Xuan mused internally, reflecting on the peculiarities of fate, having just eliminated one of his kin, yet now being received by the very person. Nonetheless, he maintained a pleasant demeanor, accompanying Nicodor into the mansion. "Baron Li Xuan, please take a seat. The Lord will be here shortly." Nicodor led Li Xuan to a side chamber, inviting him to sit. He then poured a cup of tea and presented it to Li Xuan, saying, "This is premium snow ginseng tea from Snow Dragon City. I hope you find it delightful." Though Li Xuan was no connoisseur of tea, he figured that being labeled as premium from Snow Dragon City should not disappoint. He took a sip. Noting the mild bitterness balanced by a hint of sweetness, it was quite enjoyable. After taking a larger sip, he set the cup down, exclaiming, "Excellent tea." A fleeting, enigmatic smile crossed Nicodor's face, but just as he was about to speak, a guard entered, whispering something in his ear, causing Nicodor's expression to darken. He stood up. Addressing Li Xuan, "Baron Li Xuan, I must attend to an urgent matter. Please excuse me for a moment." "Go ahead, Nicodor. I can wait for the Lord alone," Li Xuan replied, feigning understanding while inwardly smirking at the irony of the situation, thinking, "I suppose you are aware that your kin has been slain. Yet the perpetrator sits right before you. Thank you for your understanding, Baron Li Xuan," Nicodor said hurriedly before rushing outside. Meanwhile, within a subterranean lava vent brimming with untold fire elemental energy, the elements surged towards the vent, coalescing into a palpable mass of fire. Within this fiery essence, a hazy figure could be discerned. After a considerable time, the influx of fire elements ceased, and the tangible mass dissipated, revealing the true identity of the shadowy figure. If Li Xuan were present, he would be astonished to recognize the figure as Mira, the dark elf girl. Mira slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating her face. She laughed heartily, ha ha ha. The accursed seal has finally weakened. Once I refine the remaining fire source orbs, I, the great underground monarch Aldous Walknos, shall be free. Ha ha ha. Bastic, Roxham, I hope you are still alive, otherwise I shall annihilate your entire dragonkin. Not long after Nicodor's departure, a tall, handsome man with a gentle smile entered the side chamber. Li Xuan quickly rose and inclined slightly, saying, Greetings, Lord. Ha ha, Baron Li Xuan, there is no need for such formality. There are no outsiders here. We all serve the crown. I am merely a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Mybuer, the handsome man said, devoid of any superiority, instead appearing quite affable as he clapped Li Xuan on the shoulder with a smile. Uncertain whether Mybuer's cordiality stemmed from his connections with Kenny or Blast, Li Xuan felt a surge of goodwill towards him, smiling as he said, Brother Mybuer. Excellent. Mybuer exclaimed, visibly delighted by Li Xuan's address. He gestured for Li Xuan to sit and took a seat beside him, expressing his happiness. 3 months ago, I received a magical communique from His Majesty, stating that a first-class baron would be assuming a position in my territory. I was intrigued. Why would a first-class baron warrant such a royal notification? It was not until a month ago that Blast's message enlightened me. To my surprise, you are not only a first-class baron, but also a temple knight at such a young age. Your future is boundless, dear brother. I might need your assistance in the future. Ah, you are too modest, brother. You became a lord at just 22. I am but a mere novice in comparison. Relying heavily on your guidance. Li Xuan humbly replied with a smile. Do not belittle yourself, dear brother. The distinction between a lord and a temple knight is evident. Let us cease this mutual flattery. You have come here primarily to report to me, have you not? I have already prepared everything for you. Mybuer retrieved 3 forms from his spatial ring and presented them to Li Xuan, continuing, I have filled out these forms for you. All you need to do is sign them. One will remain with me as a backup, and the other 2 you may take with you to Sierra Town, where you can present one to Stradak. Li Xuan took the 3 forms, paused briefly, and then raised his hand to bite his finger, leaving a mark on each of the forms. Noticing Mabel's slightly unnatural expression, he offered an awkward smile, saying, Hiki, this is a bit more convenient. Mabel's lips twitched slightly, but her expression quickly returned to normal as she smiled gently, replying, Haha, you certainly know how to simplify things. By the way, I have already sent the housekeepers and maids that His Majesty bestowed upon you to Sierra Town. Thank you, elder brother, Li Xuan replied politely. Haha, you are too courteous. By the way, I have already instructed preparations for the banquet upon my arrival, Mabel began, but was abruptly interrupted as a guard rushed into the side hall, exclaiming, My lord, my lord. Mabel's words were cut short, and her face darkened as she glared at the guard, coldly commanding, Speak, and afterward, go outside to receive 20 lashes. The guard turned pale at the mention of 20 lashes, but dared not plead for mercy, for their lord was known for his unwavering decisiveness. Punishment was punishment, and any plea for leniency would only lead to a harsher consequence. My lord, the 2nd Division of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, tasked with transporting goods to the Maya Empire, encountered the Black Hawk bandits while passing through the Broken Sky Gorge, and the entire elite force of 500 was annihilated. The guard reported anxiously. Annihilated? The entire elite force of 500? Mabel sprang to her feet, incredulous at the devastating news. This revelation was staggering. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps, while not comparable to the grand mercenary organizations on the continent, was among the foremost in Trend City. Their commander was a 2-star martial emperor, and the 3 vice-commanders were all formidable martial lords of 8 or 9 stars. Furthermore, the Corps had 9 venerated members, each possessing martial lord strength, making their lineup superior to many smaller families. In addition to this formidable leadership, the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps maintained high standards for its members. The Corps comprised 7 divisions, each with 500 members, with the 1st and 2nd divisions representing the elite forces. To qualify for these elite divisions, one must rank within the top 1,000 of the entire Corps. The remaining 5 divisions, while considered ordinary, still boasted strength surpassing that of typical mercenary groups. Among the elite divisions, even the weakest members typically held the strength of 4 or 5-star martial masters, as those below this threshold would be eliminated during the annual assessments. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps conducted annual evaluations at the end of each year, where each division would undergo assessment. The lowest 10 members from the 2 elite divisions and the top 10 from the 5 ordinary divisions would be compared, culminating in the selection of the top 20. The top 10 would join the 1st Division, while the 11th to 20th would enter the 2nd Division, with the remainder assigned to the ordinary divisions. This rigorous evaluation system ensured that the strength of the elite divisions increased year by year, with the captains of both elite divisions having reached the pinnacle of 9-star martial lords, on the verge of breaking into the realm of martial lords. Are you certain it was the elite division of the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps and not an ordinary division? Mabel asked, though she already suspected the answer. My lord, it was undoubtedly the elite division. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was evidently tasked with a highly significant transport mission this time, which is why the 2nd Elite Division was assigned. 2 venerated members accompanied them, and the news of the 2nd Division's annihilation was brought back by these 2 severely injured venerated members. This should not be mistaken, the guard replied with a serious expression. Although Mabel was now completely convinced, she still found it difficult to comprehend. After all, the 500 men of the 2nd Division were all at least 4 or 5-star martial masters, with their captain being a 9-star martial lord. Already on the brink of entering the martial lord realm, the 2 vice-captains held 8-star martial lord strength, and more than 20 others in the division were also martial lords, along with the 2 accompanying venerated members. Such a formidable force could hardly be expected to be easily vanquished by any bandit group. Yet the Black Hawk bandits had managed to eradicate them completely. Mabel struggled to fathom what could have driven the Black Hawk bandits to act so decisively. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Mabel waved her hand dismissively at the guard, saying, "You may go. As for the 20 lashes, consider it forgiven this time. Should you act so recklessly again, it will not be merely 20 lashes." "Thank you, my lord," the guard replied, his face lighting up as he exited. Once the guard had departed, Mabel turned to Li Xuan, her expression one of concern. The Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps is one of the largest mercenary groups in Trent City. Although their strength does not compare to the top-tier mercenary organizations on the continent, they are certainly not to be underestimated, especially their 2 elite divisions, which rival those of the continent's finest. However, to think that such an elite division could be completely annihilated by the Black Hawk bandits is astounding. I suspect the Black Hawk bandits mobilized their entire force for this operation, which raises the question of what the Snow Wolf Mercenary Corps was escorting that warranted such a decisive action from the bandits. Could an entire elite force be wiped out by the Black Hawk bandits? Are they truly that powerful? Li Xuan inquired, astonished. The Black Hawk bandits are one of the 3 major bandit groups surrounding the Broken Sky Gorge. Their leader is a 5-star martial emperor, and they also have a 1-star martial emperor as a vice leader. In the Broken Sky Gorge, even the other 2 bandit groups cannot compare to them. However, they typically do not resort to such extreme measures. This situation is highly unusual, Mabel expressed with concern. Why have the nearby nations not sent forces to eradicate these bandits? Why do they allow them to establish their dominance? Li Xuan questioned, puzzled. Mabel sighed, a bitter smile on her face. Do you believe that the nations surrounding the Broken Sky Gorge have not attempted to eradicate them? Since the establishment of our holy empire, the bandit groups in the gorge have changed more than 100 times. The groups I mentioned are merely the most prominent ones. As for the smaller bands, they have likely been replaced thousands of times. Yet, each time a bandit group is eliminated, new ones emerge shortly after. The nations expend vast resources to eradicate these groups, yet they see little success. Ultimately, several countries convene to discuss.